Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction for 30 seconds followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter learned the prophecy at your age and disappeared. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After learning the prophecy at just 8 years old, Harry vanishes from the wizarding world. Hiding his identity and surviving on his own, he grows beyond fate, forcing destiny to come looking for him instead. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry Potter, a healthy 8-year-old boy, had messy black hair that was currently gelled up in short spikes. He had bright, shimmering, green eyes that held a picture of pure innocence that would deceive anyone who did not know him well. Upon seeing his aunt's grave face, he bounced down the stairs in such a way that only a child could. Looking at his Aunt Petunia's face, Harry tried to decipher what it was that she wanted to talk to him about. Could he have done something terribly wrong? Had gluing the teacher's cutlery onto the tables been taking it too far? Before he could ask, however, Petunia spoke. I have something to tell you. Something that you should have been brought up KNKN knowing. Harry was confused. Why had Aunt Petunia stuttered? She was never nervous around him. It must be something horrible or really hard for her to say, or both. And really important, he added. Harry tried his best to make it as easy as he could for her to say. It's all right, he said gently. You're telling me now. Take all the time you need. Harry wasn't angry in the slightest anyway. This was the first secret that he knew of Aunt Petunia had kept from him. Perhaps he would have been annoyed if she had waited until he was much older to tell him, but that didn't matter. What mattered was making whatever it was as comfortable as possible for Aunt Petunia to say. Petunia still looked troubled and was shaking slightly as she said, well, you see, well. Yes, Harry prompted kindly. Well, let's see, there is a lot of things I haven't told you, she began carefully. About your parents. At the mention of his parents, Harry's eyes widened in shock. Ever since he could remember, whenever he had asked about his parents, he had been told, someday I'll tell you, when you're ready. He had given up trying to find out about them a long time ago. Harry knew there was some secret behind his mother and father that his aunt would tell him when she was ready, but he had not thought that day would come for a long time. Now that that day was here, he wished to make it as easy for his aunt as he could. I will tell you everything about them, but you mustn't ask any questions or interrupt until I'm done, Petunia continued with slightly more confidence. Harry, feeling this was reasonable, inclined for her to go on. You may not believe me at first, Harry, but you must, for it is all very real. Your parents were a great witch and a great wizard. Harry stared, eyes widening, eyebrows rising. Well, I suppose I should start with your mother. The summer before your mother was due to start high school, she received a letter. A letter that told her she had been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Naturally, she assumed it was a practical joke, so she threw the letter away, but the letter had aroused suspicion in your mother and I. It had been addressed to Lily, of course, at our house, but it had also been addressed to her room. But how had they known where she slept? We dismissed it, but the next day another letter came, identical to the first, requesting Lily to send her reply back by owl. You can imagine our confusion. It was almost as if they, whoever sent the letter, knew that we had thrown the first out. We threw this letter away as before, but another came the next day, and the next. We continued to throw them out. But more always came. Lily a witch. Preposterous. But what about some of the things Lily had done? The letters came in such vast quantities that we could no longer ignore them. We read through them thoroughly. The next day a wizard came to our house and told us about the magical world. We were skeptical, of course, but the wizard showed us magic that could not have possibly been tricks. Your mother went off to the magic school for 7 long years, only returning for the holidays. But there was trouble in the magic world. Petunia took a deep breath. An evil wizard was gathering followers. His name is so terrible that even now it is said that if you speak his name, his followers will slowly and painfully kill you and torture your friends and family. I daren't say it. This wizard was killing anyone who wasn't completely magical. While your mother was at Hogwarts, she despised a boy for everything he said and did. In her opinion he was nothing but a bully and a womanizer. She changed her mind completely about him when she and him were made head boy and head girl. She fell in love with him. His name was James Potter, your father. Shortly after they left school you were born, and shortly after that, a man told them of a prophecy that had been made about you. Lily told me the prophecy's contents even though she was under strict orders to tell no one. The prophecy went something like this. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other. For neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. It means that you will either have to kill the person whose name I cannot say or be killed by him, but you will have great power which will be to your great advantage. Lily, like your father, wanted to protect you, so they put some fancy magical protection thing on the house where you used to live. For this spell they needed to have one person know where the house was, and only that person would be able to tell someone else where you were. Lily told the man who had told them the prophecy that the secret keeper was James's best friend, Sirius Black, your godfather. The man then told several other people. Your parents changed the secret keeper, however, to a less obvious choice. They changed to Peter Pettigrew, and I believe the man who knew about the prophecy knew about this change but chose not to say anything. Peter Pettigrew betrayed Lily and James, and on Halloween the man whose name is dangerous for me to say came to the house. He killed your father in battle and then proceeded to kill your mother whilst she tried to protect you. When the man who murdered your parents turned to kill you, he vanished and all his powers disappeared along with him. The other man, to whom I have referred to multiple times, would like you to believe that you survived the death curse because Lily sacrificed her life to save yours, but really the curse didn't rebound. You just survived somehow and sent your own curse back at the man who tried to kill you. The other man does not want you to know about the great amount of power you have. Now, when Sirius Black heard about what happened, he went to the ruins of your house to take you and raise you like Lily and James wanted, but a messenger from the man who knew the prophecy got there first. Sirius then went to attack Pettigrew for what he had done, but Pettigrew framed him and transformed into a rat after blowing up the street, giving the impression Sirius had murdered 13 non-magical bystanders. Along with your parents. The man who concealed a lot did not help Sirius escape going to wizard prison. I am sure you are wondering why I keep referring to a man, rather than give him a name. The reason I keep referring to a man is because if I say his name, he will know immediately what I have been telling you, against his wishes. His spies and spells are everywhere, and when he finds out, which I do not think will take very long, he will have me killed, but he will claim that I was under the control of the man whose name I cannot say, who is his most despised enemy. The manipulative man is the reason Lily and James are dead. The whole magical world thinks very lowly of normal non-magical people even if they don't realize it. The manipulative man will try and bend you to his will and force you to do whatever he wants. He is the headmaster of Hogwarts. Once I am dead he will move you to a place where he can keep a very close eye on you. It would be safest for you, Harry, if you grow up in the normal world. I will give you a bit of money so you can get to the middle of a large town, but that is all I can do. You must not trust anyone who thinks lowly of non-magic people. You must not let yourself be manipulated in any way. I am sorry, Harry, but this is the way it must be. Harry, who had sat silently throughout the entire tale, could only stare open-mouthed. He was a wizard. Well, he supposed that would explain a few things, but magic wasn't real, was it? And he had 2 psychotic wizards after him. He had heard of course of evil wizards after children in fairy tales, but in them there was only one evil wizard after the hero or heroine, and fairy tales weren't real. Did that mean that because there were 2 wizards after him that it actually could happen? Did that even make sense? Did anything? His aunt hadn't lied to him before, so why should she start now? Harry continued to ponder. Petunia gasped, attracting Harry's attention at once. "They're here," she said barely above a whisper, voice trembling. "So soon?" Harry asked, alarmed. "Yes. You have to get out of here." "No, there's no time to pack." "No time. There's no time to go the normal way. Go. Now. Just picture yourself somewhere in London and go. Picture it very hard." But B," Harry stuttered bewilderedly. All of this made absolutely no sense. But nothing. Petunia shrieked. Get out of here now. But what about you? Don't bother about me. I've known for ages that the day I told you would be the day they found a way to get rid of me. Now go. But, go, Harry, before it's too late. But they might. Go. What if they? Go while you still can. Why don't you? Go. Harry, deciding that his aunt's mind was made up and that he could do nothing to change it, did as she requested. The last thing he saw before he disappeared was the door bursting open in the living room and his aunt's terrified face. Several men and women burst through, wands drawn, faces determined. Petunia barely had time to give a sigh of relief as she saw Harry leave before the men and women entered. One of them shouted, "Stay where you are, Death Eater, and tell us what you've done with Petunia and the boy." "Who are you calling Death Eater?" Petunia said with boldness she did not know she possessed. She did not phrase it as a question either, but said it angrily through clenched teeth. "You scumbag!" Another shouted. "What have you done with the real Petunia? The real Petunia died years ago when your lot killed her family. This is all that's left of me," she said quietly, tears in her eyes. In the silence, not one person missed what she said. "Liar!" barked a rough voice. Petunia ran to the back of the room, picked up a vase and threw it at them in a desperate attempt to get away. A witch with brown hair ducked as it flew over her head. Another shouted a strange word at her and a red beam came out of their wand, heading straight for Petunia. Every person in the room was astonished when the beam was absorbed in an invisible shield that surrounded her, including Petunia. Petunia continued to attempt to fight her way to the exit amidst their spells, every one of which was absorbed in the same invisible shield. Each attempt to bring her down was to no avail. Some of the spells were not absorbed in the shield however, but were rebounded straight at their caster who fell from the force of the spells. Petunia was almost at the exit when a wizard, seeing no other way, shot a green beam at her. The beam went right through the shield and hit Petunia square in the chest. She fell to the ground, her last thoughts of her nephew, Harry Potter. "Well done, Mad Eye," said a witch with brown hair. "Don't congratulate me yet, Hestia," replied the wizard, Mad Eye, solemnly. "We need to find that boy and soon. Before another Death Eater finds him and helps poison his mind against us." "If he believed that one," said a stern-looking witch, "then we'll have to wipe his memories too. Otherwise the wizarding world may never be free of you-know-who." "Right, let's find that boy." In a dark alleyway behind some shops and restaurants, Harry Potter fell to his knees panting. He had been trying to protect his aunt with his newfound power with all his might, but it hadn't been enough. He had helped her a little, but he had still failed. Petunia Evans, Harry Potter's only relative, was dead. Harry did not know how long he sat there, silently mourning the death of his aunt. Nor did he care. Harry knew that where Petunia had gone she could not come back from. It had started to rain but he paid no attention. He let the drops of water trickle down his face, mingling with his tears. He just sat there on the filthy ground ignoring the putrid smell coming from the large bins either side of him. Harry might have sat there a lot longer, but somewhere above him, a voice spoke. "Hey, kid, you alright? Where's our folks?" Harry turned to look at the speaker, shivering with the cold. It was a teenage boy who looked no older than 14. The boy looked filthy and was wearing old, worn clothes with frayed ends and several tears. Harry decided there was no point in lying to him. He didn't look like a wizard or the sort of person who would send him to an orphanage. "They're dead," Harry croaked, his throat sore from crying. "Well then, where's our guardian?" Harry said, fighting back another sob that threatened to overcome him. Saying it made it seem so final and definite, but Harry was an intelligent boy. He knew that he would have to admit it sooner or later, and the sooner he admitted it, the sooner the pain would go away, right? "She died. Now there's a right ol' shame now in it. When did it happen?" Harry closed his eyes and said, barely audibly, "Today. So ye'd have no, untae look after ye then?" The boy asked, thoughtfully. It was all Harry could do not to break down crying again. Jerkily he shook his head. "Well then, I'd be knowing just the place fair ye. And not an orphanage?" he asked meekly, repressing a shudder. Everyone knew how horrible orphanages were. Everyone except the social services, it seemed. "Nah, not one o' them," the boy said. Harry got the feeling that there was a certain amount of hatred behind that statement. "I'll be talkin' you somewhere, there's kids just like you." The boy offered Harry a hand up, which he took without thinking. "Ma name's Sting. That's not your real name, is it?" Harry couldn't help asking as they started walking down the alley. Surely someone hadn't actually named their child Sting. "Nah, but I can't tell ye ma real name cuz an op might be here and turn me into the cops or a shelter see. Nah, ye can only tell your closest mates are a real name." "What's an op?" Harry asked as they turned the corner into a busy street. "Man, you got a lot to learn, kid. A op is a ordinary person, see. A non-street kid if ye like." "Oh, indeed. My name's," Harry began before Sting cut him off sharply. "What did I just tell ye?" The pair of them walked on for half an hour or so, Harry asking many questions and learning many things. Sting told him how he and some other street kids had made an organization to look for and help other street kids. There was around 20 children that lived with them already. Each child was put into a group and the groups were each given a job, or jobs if they were small, to fulfill each day. The groups had to take care of themselves all day until the early evening when they returned to an abandoned building, which they had claimed for themselves, where they ate the dinner one of the groups provided. The groups were normally made up of children around the same age, but where the younger ones were concerned, an older person went with them. Because a lot of the children had people looking for them, which were normally the police for any number of reasons, all the children had been given fake names that the group thought suited them. Other children were given new names because they had no name. They had been abandoned as babies into orphanages and foster homes. Finally Sting and Harry came to an old, run-down building, with boarded-up windows and graffiti all over the walls. Sting showed him a colorful message which Harry found almost impossible to read, and said, "This, un's mine. Real beaut in it." Harry did not know quite what to say to this, so they walked on in silence round the side of the building where Harry could see a large metal door bolted shut with chains and nails. Sweet, Sting sighed in contentment. "There's no way in, see. That way the cops can't find us or nothin'. There's no way in, unless you know one." Harry stared at him. Did he realize that had made no sense? If there was no way in, how could you know one? Sting led Harry around the back of the building and got down on his hands and knees, making Harry stare even harder. He then started tapping the wall. "He's a nutter, isn't he?" Harry thought, still staring at Sting. "Don, look at me like dit," said Sting, seeing Harry's raised eyebrows. "I have a point. Here we are." He knocked at a different part of the wall, deep in concentration. A few seconds later, a series of knocks came back in reply. Sting gave a couple of sharp knocks back. More knocks. Sting sighed. "Oi, Swampy, lemme in." Laughter came from the other side of the wall and 10 or so bricks were pulled inside, all joined together, leaving a hole, just wide enough for Sting to get through. Sting slid down onto his stomach and poked his head through and quickly pulled it out again. He looked at Harry with a serious face, dripping wet. "Oh, it's on now," he said, and he swiftly slid through the hole, leaving Harry no alternative but to follow. When Harry got inside, he saw he was in a sort of lounge. There were several old, moth-eaten sofas, along with a couple of dirty rugs and little camp-like fireplaces set up along the floor ready to be lit. The room was really quite large. Harry looked around for Sting and saw him shouting and laughing as he and another boy ran after each other, trying to pour buckets of water on the other. When finally they came to a standstill, Sting said, "'S not much, but it's, Harry turned his attention to the other boy, who was rather wet. He had a pale face, dark hair and very inquisitive eyes. "This, air's Swampy," announced Sting by means of introductions. "His parents died in a fire and now he's lookin' fair his triplets who think he's dead." "You know," said Swampy slowly. "You don't have to tell everyone. Just a bit o' background information," said Sting, but as he did he gave Harry a small wink. "My name's," Harry began. "Getting thought of tonight," Sting finished forcefully. Harry could tell there was quite a bit of familiarity between Swampy and Sting, but before he could ask them about it, a knock came at the wall. "That'll be some of the others," said Swampy, and he went over and knocked back. He then pulled on a string that Harry hadn't noticed before and the wall slid inwards. Several small children slid through. "Hello," one of them said, putting on a street accent. "I'm JJ and I'm 5. Harry smiled politely and said hello. The others, following his example, introduced themselves to Harry one by one, some with much more real accents. Slowly more and more children arrived, each introducing themselves to Harry as they came in. They all went in and sat round fires and lit them, in 2s or 3s. A small dinner was distributed between everyone, after which Sting stood up. I'm sure all ye, smart people, Avenue noticed we, Avenue a new person us. Stand up kid. Harry stood up obediently and felt all eyes snap towards him instantly. He shrunk back a little as a gasp reached his ears, but from who, he couldn't tell. Now, what name should we give? I am. Names were shouted out eagerly, clearly enjoying it. To Harry it seemed this was one of their favorite pastimes. Bolt. Sting tilted his head in consideration. Emerald. Said Sting. Ems. The boy who lived. This was not shouted but said evenly though everyone heard. Harry's mouth opened slightly. Did someone know about him? Impossible. Right. Millions of questions flashed through Harry's mind. Too long, said Sting. Shade. That's just odd. Shadow. Any more suggestions? No. Okay then. Lee's vote. Who wants Bolt? Several hands shot into the air. Emerald. Again several hands raised into the air. The list went on and Sting continued to count. Alrighty then, Sting said. His name shall be Harry drew in his breath subconsciously. Wait, you can't be serious. Everyone turned as one to face the source of the voice. Harry couldn't see anyone as they were hidden in the corner by the shadows. You can't let him stay. The mysterious voice cried. And why not? Sting said, narrowing his eyes. Why shouldn't he stay, Mir? Don't you know who he is? The voice asked clearly and loudly. I know exactly who he is, retorted Sting, forcefully. Then you should know there will be millions of people looking for him. If he stays here we'll all be found, the voice exclaimed. As the owner stepped out of the shadows, Harry saw who the voice belonged to. Out of the shadows stepped a small boy, who, from his appearance, looked to be a skinny 5-year-old, but his face held a maturity that suggested otherwise. He had dirty owned hair, which Harry supposed could never have been washed. His eyes were a dull blue, his face defiant. He wore a large pair of jeans, which were held up with a piece of string. They were faded, not with style though, with age. The boy's baggy brown jumper was massive compared to his thin frame. His face was pale and gaunt and his cheekbones were unusually noticeable. His large eye bags told Harry that the boy hadn't slept properly in weeks. When Sting spoke to him he used a rough voice that Harry had not thought possible when speaking to someone so frail and innocent looking. Why shouldn't he stay, He's got no kin left his own tae go tae. Every, unhere had people lookin' for him, what's different bout him? The people looking for the rest of us never possessed the kind of power these people have, the boy said slowly and coolly. Do you not understand? They will stop at nothing to get him back. He is their savior. And when they find him, they'll find us. They won't care what happens to us. Harry didn't understand. Why were they fighting? He didn't want to make anyone mad. He just wanted a place to live and to stay away from the magic people. When the boy turned and rounded on Harry, he shrunk back slightly out of fear as he felt a slight tingling sensation in the air. You have to understand, he cried with desperation. You'll be putting us all at risk. Do the right thing and go. Never come back. Stop it. A girl shouted. Look at him. He's just a child. He's done no wrong. Leave him alone. Would ye all just shut traps fair one moment, Sting said evenly. This ain't getting us now fast. I say we, Avenue a meetin' and discuss it there. Right, kid stay, We'll be back soon. Sting herded the kids up the shabby stairs leaving Harry alone to think. He tried to listen but it was impossible to distinguish anything except muffled arguing. Harry soon gave up. Sting seemed to be one of the ringleaders or at least one of the more outspoken kids. Some of the children seemed unnaturally shy, like they were scared of something. Everything felt so unreal. His life had fallen to pieces in a single day. He'd had a nice normal life, lots of friends, a good home, a caring aunt. He'd had fun. He'd been happy and normal. All that had been taken away from him because some guy killed his parents because some other guy wanted to use him. Now all he had was halves. Half stories, half truths and half knowledge. He was sitting in some big organization of children, most of whom Harry assumed were orphans. They appeared to know something he didn't. They all lived such terrible lives but when they had entered the building they had been happy. How could they be happy living like this? Harry was very confused. After a very long time, at least it seemed long to Harry who had nothing to do but think, the kids returned down the stairs, every one of them silent. Some of them looked rather confused, others annoyed and the rest triumphant. "We've made our decision," said a scrawny boy indifferently. "We've decided ye can stay," Sting said miserably. Harry just looked at him. He knew he should be happy but something just didn't feel right. The fact that they were letting him stay meant most of them liked him, right? That he would be safe and have people looking out for him, right? Then why didn't he feel like it? Here he was, surrounded by people, and he felt alone. Does it really matter? Came a nagging voice from the back of his mind. What difference does it make whether you're with them or on your own out on the streets? If I'm here then I have shelter and food and I can make friends, he told himself. But there was plenty of shelter away from here too, he reasoned. He'd just be a burden to them, an extra mouth to feed. But they had plenty of food and even some going spare. But where had they gotten so much food from though? Sting said a couple of them had jobs, Harry recalled, but jobs that paid enough to feed 20. They could be well-paid jobs. Unless they stole it, they wouldn't do that though. Stealing was wrong, wouldn't they though? What did he really know about them? Well, even if they did steal it, Harry could help them find other ways of getting food. They'd have to keep him alive though for him to do that. That wouldn't be hard. He didn't eat very much but then again he did have those magic guys after him. He might put them in danger. Like you did with Aunt Petunia. That wasn't my fault, Harry thought. Pushing the nagging voice away. I didn't know then. He knew now though and he was still going to risk putting them in danger. Why did Sting sound so sad that you were staying if he didn't mind you putting them in danger? Why had Sting sounded so sad? Harry had thought Sting was arguing for him, so why had he sounded so down? He might have changed his mind. Before Harry could think any longer about this, the boy who had argued from the shadows, spoke. "Oh yes," he said bitterly. "You're staying, for a night." Harry looked up at him stricken. They didn't want him to stay. But why? Harry voiced these thoughts and in return the boy gave him a sympathetic glance and said. "We just can't risk it. It's nothing against you. Honest, tell me, how much do you know about who you are?" Harry told him everything. Everything except the prophecy, which he felt he shouldn't tell many people about seeing as his parents hadn't. It felt a great relief to tell them actually. Harry normally would have told his best friends about it but, they weren't there. It suddenly hit him that he might never see his friends again. The thought almost made him collapse with grief again. "We're real sorry about this," Sting whispered to him later that night when they were all settling down to sleep. "We don't mean nothing by it, it's just, well, there's a lot of us here and all. We couldn't let 'em all be sent away, we just couldn't." "It's okay," Harry said softly. "I understand. And he did too, he just didn't like it. Where was he going to go? Where was there to go? How would he find food?" Millions of questions like these zoomed through Harry's mind. "I don't know what to do," he said miserably after a few minutes' silence. "I can give you some pointers then," Sting said, relief etched onto his face at finally being able to do something for Harry. Sting told him how he could get food, avoid being found easily and where he could stay amongst other things. "There's just one other thing," Harry asked quietly. "How did you and that boy from the shadows find out about me and the magic guys?" Sting sighed. "Suppose I oughta tell you. The least I can do. Come on. Best we go outside." Harry followed him obediently outside where they walked away from the abandoned building. They stopped outside a shop window where Sting felt they wouldn't be heard as it was late at night. Harry gazed at him in wonder. "Well, ye see, me and Mir, well, we came from wizardin' families." "What? Then why are you on the streets? Why don't you just magic yourself somewhere nice?" "'S not as easy as that. See, them wizards, they gots powers like you've never seen. They can kill in an instant. How did you get away then?" "I didn't. Ma da, well, when I were lil he didn't like me much to say the least. After a while he just abandoned me." Harry could tell Sting wasn't telling him everything. He knew there was more to it than that but he decided not to push the subject seeing as Sting didn't seem to like talking about it. "What about the other boy then?" he asked. "Mir. Well, he was about 5 when he and his younger sis got lost in the streets when some rogue supporters of you-know-who went and attacked his family. He and her were trying to run away, see. Only they gots lost and the wizardin' folk just decided they were killed or summit. I remember, 'earin' 'bout it." "Oh," Harry said surprised. "Was his sister there too then?" Sting looked at the ground. No. Where is she then? Mir was away stealin' some food for, ye know, lookin' out fair, when the cops went and saw his sis. I am goin' after 'em. I stopped, I am. No use them both bein' caught. We went to the police station that night but when we got there, she was gone. I'm sorry. Gone, B. There was nothin' anyone coulda done. Did you ever find out what happened to her? Before Sting could answer however, a bright light blinded him and Harry. Oi, stay where you are. This is the police. Harry felt his heart beat abnormally quickly in his throat as fear set in and he turned to run out of instinct but stopped when he heard Sting mutter to him discreetly. They got nothin' on us yet. Do exactly as I say when I says it, right? And whatever ye do, don't go back to the home. Harry nodded numbly as he felt Sting grab his arm to stop him running away again. He looked towards the bright light, and raised his arms to shield him from it almost instantly. What are ye chargin' us fair? Harry heard Sting ask defiantly. Loiterin'. Don't move. And unhand that boy. Sting released Harry's arm leaving a dull ache. The torch was lowered and a couple of policemen walked over to them. Loss I heard, bud, this, air pavement was a public place, Sting said, dodging the hand that was trying to grab a hold of him. The policeman did not bother taking hold of Harry but one of them stood behind him blocking his route of escape. Well, you heard wrong, a policeman snarled. What's your name, boy? Charlie, Sting muttered. Oh really? One of the policemen asked. Well then Charlie, I'm putting you under arrest. What fair? On the charge of loitering and attempting to deceive the law. What? I never done noofing like that. Then how come the last time I met you, you said your name was Sting? There, boy, you're coming with me. The policeman held Sting's arm firmly. And this time, no funny business. Harry glanced, terrified, at Sting whose head was held high and wondered what they were going to do. He looked back and forth between the policeman and Sting as no one moved. There was no way to escape, the policemen had carefully stationed themselves to ensure that. You kid, the policeman behind Harry said. I'm gonna take you to your parents and they can decide how to punish you. Where do you live? But, Harry stuttered, thinking quickly. You can't do that. They'll be really mad. Perhaps he could pretend to be a scared innocent 8-year-old. Wait a second, he was a scared innocent 8-year-old. What did he have to fear? He would probably end up this way eventually anyway, so why not now? Where do you live? The policeman repeated irritably. If you don't tell. Harry chewed his lip, hoping that it appeared to be out of anxiety. What should he say? What could he say? What was there to say? The decision was made for him however as Sting yelled, "Run!" and kicked the policeman holding him in the shin and ran himself, not even looking back to see whether Harry had run or not. Harry, however, did not acknowledge this as he had turned, kicked his policeman as well, and bolted in the opposite direction, hearing the policeman running behind him. He dashed into a side street, the policeman followed, gaining distance. Harry skidded round a corner into a dark alley and fell to a stop as he gazed horror-stricken at the brick wall standing before him. The policeman chasing him slowed down to a walk at the alley entrance, panting slightly. I've got you, now kid, he panted in between breaths. Harry gazed up at the wall willing it to disappear. Maybe he could make it go away, just for a second, so he could get through. He could use his newly found powers and magic it away. Surely he could do that. The bulky policeman advanced slowly, laughing. Nowhere to run, kid. Nowhere. I've got you now. Just tell me where Sting went and I'll let you off. Harry glared at the wall. Why didn't it move? Why was it still there? Come on. It was now or never. The policeman was only a few feet away. Move. He finally yelled, desperate for it to go away. The man lunged forward and grabbed Harry's arm painfully again. I think not, kid. You're coming with me. He dragged Harry back the way they had gone and back to the police car which was parked outside the shop that Sting and Harry had been talking outside. The policeman threw Harry into the back seat and sat himself sneeringly into the driver's. The other policeman joined them after a couple of minutes of silent glaring. He returned alone. He got away again, he growled, as if it were Harry's fault. How old are you, kid? 8, Harry muttered. How was he going to get away? If he somehow managed to magic himself away again they'd be bound to notice. The only way was to let them take him to jail. They'd eventually do so anyway, wouldn't they? The policeman sighed. Right, stop there, Jim. He's a minor. The car screeched to a halt obediently. What do we do now then? We'll have to dump him in an orphanage for the time being and see if anyone's lost a kid. Harry felt terror set in once more as a chill went down his spine. An orphanage. He couldn't go to an orphanage. Perhaps this was all just some bad dream that he was about to wake up from. The car jerked into life once more and buildings began zooming by. If this was some horrible dream, he was sure taking his time waking up. No, it had to be real. What was he to do then? He couldn't stay in an orphanage. He'd run away. Yes, that was it. He could stay for a night, then, in the morning, before anybody else woke up, he would run away. He glanced fearfully at the men in front. They were sitting, one of them looking thoroughly bored, the other thoroughly disgruntled. The car came to a stop once more and the driver got out. "Get out," he growled, and as Harry didn't move, he reached in and grabbed his now bruised arm. He half-dragged Harry to the door of an old foreboding building and knocked sharply on the large door. A rustling sound came from inside, followed by several loud thuds. The door creaked open and a tall woman stood behind it. She was wearing an old, worn dress and she wore an expression of disgust at the sight of Harry. "He ain't mine offer," she spat and made to shut the door, but the man holding Harry put his foot in to stop her. "I know he isn't," he said in a falsely polite and courteous voice. "He's to stay here, ma'am, until his parents are found and he can be returned." The woman looked Harry up and down and Harry felt he ought to feel offended at what appeared to be a judgment. It was like he was on a cattle farm and they were all lined up for the picking, except that he was the only one. He was very suddenly aware of the stains on his trousers and jacket. "All right," she said at last. "How long, till you decide his folks aren't coming for him?" 3 weeks, the officer said. "Good night, ma'am." He touched his hat and left for the car, leaving Harry and the woman alone. "Well, boy," she spat at him. "What you standing around for? Get inside. Now." She gave Harry a shove and he was forced inside the building. The room was so dark that Harry could not make anything out other than the rug that was illuminated by the thin beam of moonlight that stretched through a window in the door. The woman's pale face suddenly looked much more frightening in the dim light, and as she turned towards him again Harry could only stare in terror. "Where are your parents really, boy?" Harry said nothing, but he shrank back slightly. Harry raised a hand gingerly to his face where the woman's hand had hit him. "I said," she snarled. "Where are your parents?" Still he said nothing. He rubbed his stinging face and glared at her. Why should he tell her? Her hand struck again, this time on the other side of his face. "Not a talker, You'll learn, boy, that when you're spoken to you will reply. I'll soon teach you some manners. Now I'll ask you once more, where are your parents?" Harry raised his head and spat at her. "You impudent boy. You'll spend the night in the cupboard for that, and maybe in the morning you'll be more willing to cooperate." She clutched his now very painful arm and pulled him across the dark room, and Harry wondered how on earth she could see where she was going. Somehow she managed, and unlocked a door, opening it a fraction. In you go and not a word. He was forced inside the small cupboard and the door was slammed shut, blocking out all light. He shivered in the cold and clutched his knees in the dark to warm himself. The woman's hard footsteps thudded down the hall and faded away. Harry rocked himself back and forth, tears threatening to surface again. A light flickered on, filling the cupboard. Harry blinked, the light blinding him slightly, and squinted against it to see who was holding up the torch. A pale face stared back at him. "Mir, Mir?" Harry asked again tentatively, unsure of whether Mir had heard him. Harry thought Mir was still at the big building. What was he doing there? Maybe he could find out about his sister. "Yes, boy," Mir breathed in a depressed, monotonous voice. "What is it you want?" Harry stared at him. Something had changed about Mir. He no longer had fierce look about him. In fact, there was no emotion about him at all. "I want to know what you're doing here, of course. I thought you were still in that big building. What are you doing here?" Mir looked at him for a few moments. His face was blank and his eyes were void of any emotions and thoughts. They bore into Harry, who saw, in the torchlight, that Mir looked even more tired than when he had seen him an hour or so ago. "What do you think I am doing here?" he asked, still in the same monotonous voice. Harry blinked. If I knew that I wouldn't have asked. Mir was definitely acting odd, he decided. Before he had been quick to argue and hot-tempered, but now. "I'm here because of you," he said bluntly. "I shouldn't be here. No, I shouldn't be here. It's your fault I'm here." A mad glint had appeared in Mir's eyes now, and though his expression stayed the same, it too changed and acquired the mad look. Mir leaned forwards and Harry shrank back in fear. He tried to press himself against the wall as far away from Mir as possible, but as soon as he had moved, a sharp pain came to his back. He turned his head very carefully and in the dim light, saw something metal. Harry swallowed hard and turned back to Mir. I didn't make you come. I didn't do anything wrong. Honest, I didn't. How's it my fault? Mir leant back, but the strange look stayed on his face. Not your fault. Not your fault. Your fault. You pried where you shouldn't have. Now I'm here, he murmured. Harry gasped quietly. Did he know? Did he know what he had been talking about with Sting? Was he there? Harry swallowed again, his throat suddenly very dry. I'm sorry, but I still don't see how that got you here. You don't. Mir sighed. The crazed look disappeared and the blank one returned full blast. I was there. I heard you and Sting talking, so I followed you. I heard what you said. You were too nosy. I'm sorry. I only wanted to know, Harry said earnestly. I still don't see how that got you here. Mir took a deep breath. While you were busy trying to save your own skin, Sting got caught. He was trying to make sure you didn't get captured, but obviously that was for nothing. But how did that get you caught? I jumped the policeman. Mir's voice was no longer monotonous but sounded as if he was restraining himself from something. Oh. Harry looked at the bare floor. Sorry. Mir looked furious. He still talked in a forced calm, however. Sorry. Sorry. You think, sorry, cuts it. Do you have any idea what Sting risked by talking to you? 6 years he's been on the run and he risked all that for you. I wouldn't have bothered if I were him. Who would want to risk everything for an ungrateful, selfish little thing like you? Everyone who so much as talks to you gets into trouble. Harry shook his head fearfully. No, he said quietly. No, that's not true. You're lying. I'm sorry. I really am, but there's nothing I could do. I didn't make him do anything. You guilt-tripped him into it, didn't you, though? Mir snarled, voice shaking. Pretended to be the helpless little boy whose aunt he just killed. And now, I'm here because I was helping Sting get out of the mess you got him into. Harry stared at Mir, hatred rising within him. Who was he to claim that it was all Harry's fault? He had done nothing wrong. It wasn't his fault that Aunt Petunia was dead. But she would still be here if it wasn't for you. Harry shook his head, pushing the little voice out of his head again. No, it wasn't his fault. Was it? Stop feeling so much, Mir hissed through gritted teeth. She'll know. What? Harry asked, all hatred vanishing in his wonderment. The cupboard door opened and light streamed in, blinding Harry. A hand reached in and pulled him roughly from the cupboard. Somewhere between the door opening and Harry being thrown onto the floor of the hall, Mir had turned off the torch and hidden it somewhere. Harry caught one last glimpse of Mir's pale face before the door was slammed in his face. Harry looked up from the floor and saw the old woman who had hit him the night before glaring down in distaste. Well, boy, she spat. Had any more insights on where your parents are? He looked away, chewing his lip. Okay, boy. What's your name? Harry looked up into her enraged face. He still did not say anything. Wham! Harry was knocked back against the wall as a heavy blow fell upon his head. He slumped down to the ground where he started to cry softly from the pain. He made no move to get up. It was so sore. He tried to look up at the woman, but even that hurt. Well, boy. She raised her foot, threateningly. Harry looked up at her, terrified. He tried to back away but soon hit the wall again. She raised her foot higher, about to kick. My names, Harry said desperately. What could he call himself? Anything. Just as long as she didn't hit him again. Michael. That would do, he decided. One of his friends was called Michael. He wondered briefly whether he would ever see Michael again, but was soon distracted from these thoughts as the woman looked down her nose distastefully at him. Nasty common name, she said. Perfect for a nasty common boy like you. Sorry, Harry stuttered. But I don't know what to call you. He pulled his legs up to his chest in case this warranted another kick. You will call me, she hissed. Miss Anderson. At all times. If I hear any more questions from you, Michael, there will be consequences. Now over there, she pointed at the far end of the hall. Is a bucket of water and a toothbrush. I want you to scrub the hall floor until it is spotless, understand? Harry glanced up and down the immaculate hall. There was not a single speck of dirt anywhere. He was about to point this out to Miss Anderson when he saw her eyeing him beadily. He nodded mutely and hastened to get to his feet, screwing up his face in the pain from his ribs. He hobbled over to the bucket and picked up the toothbrush lying beside it. Harry looked up just in time to see Miss Anderson dragging Mir by the ear through a door at the distant end of the room. He looked back at the bucket. What was he to do? The bucket was filled to the brim with water. Harry sighed and dipped the brush into it and put it to the floor to clean. After a brief moment of scrubbing a patch of the tiled floor, Harry realized that it was making no difference whatsoever. He bit his lip. Would Miss Anderson notice if he didn't do the whole floor? What if he only did parts of it? Surely she wouldn't be able to tell. He set to work again, focusing all of his attention on cleaning the spotless floor. A while later, Miss Anderson returned. She leered over Harry inspecting the floor. "You imbecile," she shrieked. "You call this clean? You've not even done half of it." Harry looked up at her, frozen. How could she tell? He had done most of it. At least, he had put water over most of it. "I did the best I could," he mumbled. He began to shake in fear. No, he told himself. He shouldn't show fear. He shouldn't let her know he was scared. Liar, she cried suddenly. Harry didn't even see her raise her arm. 1 second he was sitting holding the toothbrush and the next he was sent sprawling across the floor again. Stars passed before Harry's eyes as they watered in pain. Miss Anderson picked up the toothbrush Harry had dropped and threw it at him. "I was going to give you some food, but since you felt that you didn't need to work properly, you'll have no food today or tomorrow, understood? Now start again on the floor." Harry nodded glumly and shakily made his way back across the hall to start cleaning the floor again, ignoring any and all pain he felt. Harry returned to the same cupboard that night, feeling exhausted and sore. He had spent hours cleaning the floor again, and as soon as he was done with that he was made to clean the windows just as thoroughly. His muscles ached and he was so hungry that he thought that he wouldn't last until the day after tomorrow without eating. So far Harry had only seen the hall of the orphanage. He had seen no one else besides Mir and Miss Anderson. It was almost as if there was no one else in the orphanage. Harry might have been tempted to believe just that, had he not heard movement from up the stairs all day while he had been cleaning. Mir also returned to the cupboard that night and looked as exhausted as Harry felt. He looked somewhat annoyed as well. When Harry asked about this, the only answer he got was, "I hate work." The two of them sat in dark silence for a while and eventually Mir spoke. "We can't stay here." Harry looked up surprised. What was wrong with staying here? They had food, shelter. Well, at least they would if they worked hard and were given some, but it had to be better than out in the streets. He could only assume that the other orphans were fed or else they wouldn't be allowed to stay with Miss Anderson. Social services would have taken them away or something. Harry voiced Theseus' thoughts also. "Sure, they're getting fed," he said disgustedly. "There's just the minor setback of them not caring anymore." Harry wondered how Mir always seemed to know so much about these things than he did. Mir couldn't have been there much longer than Harry, yet he knew nothing about these things. Harry dismissed this as his thoughts turned to other things. "Huh?" he asked, bewildered. "What Anderson does is she works them to the bone, that's what," Mir said hatefully. "She breaks their spirits so they'll do exactly as she wants them to. That's what she's planning on doing to us too." "Planning? Yes, planning," said Mir. "She ain't though, because we're not staying any longer. I don't plan on sticking around so she can do who knows what with us. I heard she once killed a boy because he wouldn't dust the piano. But how will we get away?" Harry wondered aloud. The door to the cupboard was locked after all, and he was sure that the one to the outside was guarded too. There was absolutely no way they could get out undetected. "Well, you're a wizard, aren't you? All we need to do is focus really hard so that the key will unlock the door for us, or we can't apparate." "You're a wizard too?" Harry asked, surprised. He had known that Mir had come from a wizarding family, but it was still surprising to hear him saying it. "Of course I am," Mir said, as if stating the obvious. Harry stared hard at Mir. What did he want from him? He didn't really expect Mir to be just being kind. No, Mir must want something from him. "Why are you helping me?" he asked. "Because," Mir began. A few moments of silence passed. "Because what?" Harry prompted as Mir remained silent. 1. If I leave you here, there is no certainty that you keep quiet. 2. If I leave you here, you could die and the wizarding world needs you, whether you like it or not. And 3. Because I need your help. My help. Yes, your help. But what can I do? I can't do anything right. Everything I do now keeps going wrong. It was true too. Harry thought back to everything he had done since Aunt Petunia told him about the wizarding world. He had tried to save her but that hadn't worked, he hadn't been strong enough. He had tried to help Sting but that hadn't worked. He had gotten Sting and Mir in trouble. You can do plenty of things, Mir said. This surprised Harry. He had thought Mir hated him. I need you to help me find my sister. But how? Harry stuttered. If you come with me, eventually you'll get a letter to go to Hogwarts under whatever name you're using. And when they send it to you they'll recognize another magical signature, which they might not do if I'm alone. I'll get a letter too then. My sister was always doing really powerful accidental magic. She'll be certain to go to Hogwarts. I know that if I stick with you, one way or another I'll find Chloe. Chloe, is that your sister's name? Mir nodded. She'll have probably changed it by now, though. I don't know what she'll be going under now. If you come with me though, Harry said slowly. Wouldn't you be in danger? Wouldn't the wizards come after you as well? Yes. I don't care, though. That warmed Harry's heart. Maybe Mir didn't hate him after all. Maybe they could become friends. We've wasted enough time, Mir decided. Let's go. What, now? Harry asked alarmed. Yes now. Take my hand. Harry did so feeling somewhat foolish. And do exactly what you did when you were leaving your aunt's. Wish really hard. Harry closed his eyes and willed with all his might to be somewhere else. He could feel Mir tensing up beside him, doing the same. They stayed like that for several minutes. They didn't move. Try. Har. Hissed Mir, jerkily. Footsteps sounded above them. Harry opened his eyes in shock. They were coming down the stairs. He closed his eyes hurriedly and tried harder than ever to disappear. They reached the landing. Come on, Mir muttered. It's now or never. The footsteps walked down the hall. Terror set in Harry. Those footsteps could only belong to one person, Miss Anderson. They were just outside the cupboard now. Harry screwed up his face wishing he and Mir weren't there. A key turned in the lock. Harry opened his eyes in fear and saw the door to the cupboard opening. Then, all of a sudden, it wasn't there. He was lying on his back staring up at the cloudless night sky, still clutching Mir's hand. He sat up and Mir did likewise. That was lucky, Harry said. Lucky, Mir boasted, playfully. Luck had nothing to do with it. That was skill. Harry smiled weakly. What do we do now? Mir looked around. They were in a children's play park. Well, we can't stay here that's for sure. He got up, brushed the dirt off himself and started walking across the park. Harry jumped up and hurried to follow. Where will we go then? The place Sting took me before. Don't be stupid. We can't go back there. Well, where then? Harry asked as they exited the park into a quiet road. That's what we're going to find out. The two of them walked around the streets for an hour at least, although to Harry it seemed like an age. They met no one but Harry suspected that was because it was either late at night or early in the morning. Nevertheless he was glad of it. He did not much want to have a repeat of the previous day's events. Eventually Mir stopped, so suddenly that Harry almost walked into him. They were beside two large bins in a small alley. Tall imposing buildings towered over them from all sides. Mir smiled. This will do us fine, he said. Harry raised his eyebrows. We're going to stay in bins. No, he said impatiently. We're going to stay in the empty flat at the top of that building. He indicated the foreboding building to their left. Harry had to put his head right back to even see the top of it. And how are we supposed to get up there? Fly? He asked sarcastically. Mir grinned evilly at him. Harry collapsed onto the moth-eaten carpet of the dusty flat. Mir had decided that flying was a bit hard so he had settled for having them both climb up the drain pipe. It had taken Harry a very long time to work out how to get up without constantly sliding down after the first jump. His hands were rubbed raw and his legs ached all over. It didn't help that he had had very little sleep since he had gone to the orphanage where he had been worked to the bone. Harry lay down on the floor and, using his arms as a pillow, went to sleep. Harry woke up the next day feeling pain in just about every muscle in his body. Wearily he got up wincing as the pain flared up. He walked through the rooms of the abandoned flat looking for Mir. He found him already awake and sitting against a wall. Harry slid down to join him. Are we going to live here? He asked. He hoped not. It had been horrible just staying there the one night. Harry could swear he heard scuttling in the walls. No, Mir said, staring at the opposite wall. Too dangerous. Sooner or later someone will come trying to sell it, and sooner or later the wizarding folk will have a lead to where you are. Nah, we'll just stay here for a couple of nights, then we'll clear off. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Mir laughed. Come on, he said. I'm starving, let's go get some food. He got up and held out his hand to help Harry up. Now that Mir mentioned it, Harry found he was really hungry as well. He hadn't eaten in over a day. As if in response to this, his stomach gave a loud rumble. Harry smiled bashfully and said, I think I am too. Harry looked at Mir nervously. This couldn't be safe, could it? They could get into a lot of trouble if they got caught. Mir motioned Harry to go. He took a step forwards, shaking. He glanced at Mir again, who glared and mouthed, Go. Harry tentatively began to run forwards into the crowded street. Mir jogged slowly after him, a safe distance behind him. Harry scanned the crowd. That guy. No, too strong looking. How about that guy? No, he looked very intelligent. Harry looked over at a tall, kindly-faced man. Him. Yes, he would do. He gathered up speed and fake laughed. He hoped no one could tell. Harry sprinted towards the man, and before he could think about it anymore, he ran right into him, sending himself and the man to the ground. Oh, he cried. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, mister. I didn't see you there. Mir ran over and offered a hand to help the man up. Sorry, sir. We were playing tag. We must have gotten a bit carried away. The man took Mir's hand courteously and, brushing himself off, said, It's quite all right, boys. Just watch where you're going next time, okay? Harry nodded his head vigorously like he was told. He saw Mir's hand disappear behind the man's back and knew what he was doing. Right, now run along, boys. And be careful, he shouted as an afterthought as they ran down the street. Harry ran back into the alley where they had been before and waited for Mir, who came running in a few seconds after him. Mir took out a wallet from his pocket. Harry looked at it uncomfortably. He hoped they wouldn't have to steal very often. He and Mir had had a long argument about what to do about their food predicament. From the beginning, Mir had wanted to steal money to buy some and had stubbornly stuck to the idea. At first Harry had wanted to beg for some, but then, as was rudely pointed out to him by Mir, realized that if they did that someone would probably call social services or the police about two young homeless boys. He then wanted to act poor and ask people in the streets if they had any jobs they could do for money, but this idea was quickly shot down by Mir too. He had then had no choice but to go along with the plan to steal. Harry watched as he opened the wallet carefully. Out of it came several cards, bank cards, credit cards, membership cards. A couple of blank checks came out of it too. Mir then opened the second part of the wallet. Out slid some green notes. Rifling through them, he smiled. Looks like we got lucky. There must be nearly 200 pounds in here. Harry shifted nervously. Can't we give some of it back? We don't need that much. Yeah, that's a great idea, said Mir. We'll just waltz up too. He checked the cards. Mr. Smith, and say, hey, sorry we mugged you, here's some of it back. We decided to spend the rest. I hardly think he'll accept that. We won't have to do it often though, will we? Harry asked. A feeling of guilt had set in him now. This was wrong. They couldn't go on doing this. Mir looked at Harry almost sadly. Think about it, he said softly. These people have tons of money. We only take a little bit of it, and if we didn't, how would we live? How would we find money for food? We couldn't, Harry. Don't you see? It's the only way. He shifted around. Yeah, I suppose so, he said. His stomach gave a particularly loud rumble. Harry brightened up. So when do we eat? Mir and Harry found a nearby park in which to eat their lunch. They had inconspicuously bought sandwiches and drinks from a nearby shop. It was probably lucky for them that it was a weekend, Harry thought. Otherwise they would raise a lot of suspicion. After their hunger was satisfied, Harry asked a question that had been bothering him ever since they had left the orphanage. What do we do now? Mir looked at him confused. What do you mean? Well, what do we do now? We can't spend all our time just stealing and eating, can we? No, but, well, there's not really much else we can do. Just now I think we should begin looking for another place to stay, and after that we'll need to get some provisions and such. We need to be prepared for anything, you know. You never know what's going to happen nowadays. A lot of our time I expect will be spent hiding, stealing, planning, searching or something like that. It's pretty much a 24/7 job. It will be a bit harder seeing as we have more powerful people after us than most, but that will just help add to the excitement. We'll be begging for a scare soon enough, believe me. It gets pretty dull after a while. Harry smiled grimly. So we going now then? Yeah, might as well. Later that day Harry backed against the brick wall. Where had Mir gone? He had been right behind him just a few seconds ago and now he was nowhere to be seen. They had been looking for somewhere to stay and had gone up to the top floor of a tall skyscraper in their search. They had had no idea that there were already protective tenants living there. They had also had no idea that said tenants were a group of large thugs. So now Harry was cornered, on the roof of a very tall building with no means of escape, and Mir had disappeared. The three muscular youths who had followed Harry advanced on him menacingly. There had been another two youths with them when Harry and Mir had encountered them, but presumably they had gone to follow Mir. Harry glanced in all directions looking for anything that could help him escape. Seeing nothing, he attempted to stall. I don't suppose you just want to yell at me?" he tried weakly. "Now what would be the point in that?" said owned youth in a rasping voice. He had a large scar running all down the side of his face. Harry hoped that he had gotten it in some terrible accident, but he highly doubted it. One of the three young men walked behind the brick hut that Harry had pressed himself against so tightly. The other two walked forwards and took hold of his arms and dragged him forwards away from the wall. Harry tried feebly to resist them, but they overpowered him by far. They forced him to the edge of the building and soon Harry was looking out over the whole city buildings. He looked down. He regretted it almost instantly. He was so high up that the people going about their daily business looked like ants. He gulped audibly. Harry barely saw one of the youths move as they swiftly reached down and grabbed his ankle. Before he knew what was happening, he was dangling upside down. The other old teen took hold of his other ankle and together they hung him over the edge of the building. All the blood rushed to Harry's head as he looked horror-stricken at their sneering faces. From somewhere behind them the third person re-emerged carrying a long club similar to those used in games of rounders and baseball. He smiled cruelly. "Now we have a lesson to teach you." Mir appeared from somewhere yelling at the top of his lungs. He sprinted over to the three men, the other two nowhere to be seen. He was running headlong and was going to knock the three men over, which Harry knew he was entirely capable of, especially since he had the element of surprise. If he knocked them over though, wouldn't that send them all over the edge of the building? If Harry's purple face could have paled, it would have. Harry watched frozen as Mir hurtled towards them, showing no signs of slowing. Harry doubted that, had he been able to move, he found it rather difficult moving when he was being hung upside down from a building, he would have. Mir finally reached the youth with the club and ran straight into him, not even hesitating. The youth was sent flying off to the side while Mir, unwaveringly charged towards the two holding Harry. Harry gulped audibly. Mir ran full throttle into the boy holding Harry's left leg. An expression of shock came to his face. It was clear that he had still thought Mir was bluffing and wouldn't run into him. The expression never left his face as he toppled over the wall that had been keeping him from falling before. Mir flew over the side as well, being unable to control the force he had hit the youth. The other youth who had not been hit by Mir had clung to Harry's leg still in all the confusion. He too was dragged over the side of the building. Together they fell. Pedestrians from the ground looked up panicked. They scattered in all directions to get out from underneath the falling group. In the confusion the two men let go of Harry's legs and he was free to fall. It was the oddest sensation Harry had ever had. He was terrified of course, but the drop was so big that for a moment they were just falling through air. He knew that they would surely die at the end of the drop, but he didn't seem as bothered as he should have been. He should have been desperately trying to cling to something to slow his fall like the two youths, but he wasn't. It was as if he knew that things would turn out all right. That was dumb. Things couldn't possibly turn out okay after a fall this bad. Harry looked over at Mir who was facing upwards, arms folded across his chest, as he was merely bored. He looked as though this sort of thing happened all the time and there were no reason to be disturbed. The ground was zooming ever closer now at an alarming rate. Despite Harry's sixth sense about everything ending well, he couldn't help but feel a little more frightened now that they were so close to impact. He shot a worried look at Mir who still looked unfazed. He glanced carelessly at the ground, which was less than 50 meters below them now. They would hit it in seconds. Harry closed his eyes so that he wouldn't have to watch their untimely death. The air rushing past him was speeding up now as well. He tried to bring his knees up to his chest protectively, but he found this was impossible to do when falling. It was going on for so long. Why couldn't they just stop falling? He was feeling a little sick now. The ground was so close. They kept on falling. It was going on for so long. Why didn't it end? They just kept on falling. They were almost at the ground. It was going on for so long. They were still falling. The ground was looming ever nearer. They were falling for so long. And then, it stopped. It was over. There was no bang. There was no crash. There was no pain. It just stopped. Harry tentatively opened his eyes. He was lying on the ground below the huge building, so was Mir. But where was all the pain? Why was it so smooth and painless? Why hadn't they died? Looking over at the two young men who had been holding him, he saw that they were both sitting on the ground beside them, gibbering like half-wits. There was a crowd gathering around them now. They were all muttering, "They're alive. Freaks. Publicity stunt. Crazy teens. What were they thinking? Aliens. Can't be real. They should be dead. Freaks of nature." And so on. Harry looked up at the building from which they had fallen. The height was dizzying. By all rights they should be dead. A little head peered down over the edge of the roof. Someone tugged at his arm. It was Mir. "Come on," he said quietly. "We're attracting attention." Harry stood up with Mir and was immediately sick. Wiping his mouth, he followed Mir, trying to snake his way through the crowd. More muttering followed them. As soon as they were free of the thickest parts of the crowd, they ran. They wove in and out of people and didn't stop until they were sure that no one would link them to the falling children. When they did stop, it was in a narrow side street and they were panting. "What was that?" Harry gasped. "Who knows?" Mir said, in between breaths. "Let's hope that it doesn't happen again. You need to learn how to fight." Harry just nodded his head slightly, clutching his side. He still felt slightly nauseous from falling. Mir and Harry decided that it was best that they lay low for the rest of the day, especially since they were already exhausted. They returned to the flat in no better condition than they had been in the previous day. This being so, they decided to call it a day and rested until night, at which point in time they went to bed. When Harry woke up, it was morning and the sun was already shining. He got up and groaned as once again, his muscles ached. It was a different sort of ache this time though. It wasn't from using his muscles too much and it wasn't from exhaustion, it was more from doing something very different. Which, Harry supposed, it had been. He looked for Mir, but he was still soundlessly asleep. Harry thought back to what he had said yesterday. You need to learn how to fight. That was true. He couldn't leave it to Mir to bail him out of trouble all the time. After all, Mir wasn't always going to be around. There was no telling when they would get separated. Even if he wasn't great at fighting, it would still be good to know that he could try a little more successfully to defend himself. If he could distract whoever he was fighting for a moment, it would be okay. He would be able to run away doing that. He was a fast runner, he knew that much. Harry had always come first in his year when they had races or sports days. These thoughts lead Harry onto another question. How had Mir gotten away from the two boys chasing him? Had he fought them or had he managed to lose them in a crowd somewhere? He would ask him later. Harry's stomach growled. He looked over at Mir again. Mir was still sound asleep and showing no signs of waking. Harry decided that he would surprise Mir and go out and buy some food for them. He knew where the money had been put for safekeeping. He took a little of it with him and exited the building. Outside there were few people in the road. Harry supposed that it was still too early for most people on a Sunday morning. He hoped shops somewhere were open. He found a couple of shops that were open a few blocks away. Upon entering the shop, an assistant came over to him. Are you okay? Are you lost? Where are your parents? Harry smiled, feigning innocence. I'm okay, sir, he said in a sweet voice. My mum asked me if I'd buy her some stuff. We live across the road there. The assistant smiled kindly. Okay then, he said. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help you. Harry thanked the man profoundly and told him what he wanted. As soon as he had paid for the food and left the shop, he pulled a face. He hated having to act like that. That was like the teacher's pet in school had been. She had driven Harry insane. It was like she actually enjoyed school. If the teacher forgot to ask for their homework, she would always remind them, and as soon as anyone did anything wrong, she would immediately tell the teacher. Harry wasn't the only person she drove insane. He returned to the flat and smiled as he saw Mir now lying on his back with his arms and legs extended in all directions and set about making breakfast for him. When Mir finally awoke and had eaten, he instructed Harry to face him in one of the large empty rooms. "Right, punch me," he ordered. "What? I can't do that," Harry spluttered indignantly. He might hurt Mir and that wouldn't exactly do much for their friendship. "Why not? Don't tell me you've never punched a guy before." Laughter met his earlier concerns when Harry voiced them. "Just do it." Taking a deep breath, he carefully launched a punch at where he thought it would do the least damage, Mir's gut. "You call that a punch? Here, hold your hand like this, with the thumb on the outside, you'll break your bones doing it like that." The days were flying past now. Harry and Mir managed to keep themselves busy very easily. They taught themselves, or rather Mir taught Harry, some very basic punches and kicks so that they would be able to get away from attackers fairly easily. Soon a test for such defenses came and the punches and kicks were proved worth the time spent learning them. Harry found out very quickly that it was not a field of roses to live without a home. Although he was still uncomfortable with stealing, he now saw it as a necessity. He had had to steal from a couple of people on his own when Mir had been busy. Doing what? Harry had no idea. James laughed, running with all his might. It was fun to provoke local gangsters, which was exactly what he and Lewis had been doing. He had grown to love getting into fights. It was exhilarating, the thrill, the chase, the fight. James had gotten into a few fights now, mostly with older boys than he. There were surprisingly few girls to fight, but if and when he came against one, he swore to himself that he would show her no mercy and would not underestimate her. He knew that Lewis would go easy on a girl if ever he had to fight one. He was too soft. James recognized such things now. If you were to survive, you had to be tough, merciless and ruthless. Robert clutched his side in agony. Trust a policeman to pull a knife on you. It hadn't helped that he had been in another fight earlier that day as well, but it wasn't his fault. The punk had tried to home in on his target when he knew that it was Robert's. Robert always clearly marked out his next target to avoid such things. He suspected that the policeman wouldn't have been there if the punk hadn't tipped him off out of anger at being shown up by someone so small and scrawny as Robert. Tony looked at Robert dismally. He had known this would happen. He had tried to prevent it, of course, but it had still happened. Robert was falling in love with the street life. He didn't care who he robbed or who he fought. He didn't care that there were people after him and was becoming reckless. Tony had known that Robert might love the street life after his dull, old life. He lived for the kill now. Tony had never thought that Robert would have become addicted so early on in life, though. He had just gone 9. Tony still liked to believe that he looked out and cared for Robert even if neither admitted it. Ever since they had met, it had been like that. There had been no sign of magical life. None whatsoever. It had been over a year now, but still nothing. The magical world might not have existed at all for all Cole cared. He had seen nothing of it, heard nothing of it, or felt anything of it. There would be the occasional burst of magic if he was desperately losing a fight, but that was it. That hardly counted as cheating in a fight. If the other person didn't notice, it wasn't cheating. Some people were so unobservant. It was supposed to be a simple operation. Straight in, straight out. Nothing too hard, just a simple job. There was no way anything could go wrong. It was a routine theft. An expensive-looking car was found and parts were stolen off it. It had to be done quickly and silently in the dead of night so no one would see them coming or going. Harry stole a quick glance at Mir as they waited for the signal. He had heard all about these sort of car thefts, of course, but he has never been allowed to take part in one before. They had to be executed with the utmost care and skill, and frankly, no one had thought Harry had been experienced enough before. Some still didn't believe that he should be a part of it, but news traveled fast among the homeless and so had his reputation. Harry had no idea what type of car the vehicle they were going to be taking the parts from was, although Harry could hardly tell any cars apart from the one next to them. He had virtually no knowledge of cars. He was not so dense about cars that he didn't notice the expensive material of the seats, the quality of the bonnet and the quiet purr of the engine. The car had been under watch for days now, so that when the time came to steal the parts, they knew exactly how to go about it. They were the members of a street gang that Harry and Mir had become friendly with. Mir and Harry had no intentions of joining it, however, but it was always good to have lots of connections. It was actually quite an honor to be allowed to take part in their doings without being a member. Most of the time outsiders were assumed untrustworthy, but again Harry's reputation preceded him. Harry was well known now, mostly under different names, for his stealth and his secrecy. He knew that he showed great promise as a thief and that he had a natural talent at stealing. A car backfired in the street somewhere. Harry grinned. That was the signal. Now was his chance to finally prove to Mir that he was capable of doing things. Mir still liked to treat him as if he knew nothing and was incapable of taking care of himself. Harry quickly moved forwards, and beside him Mir, Nikki, and Nymph did the same. Across the courtyard where the car was situated, he saw several other kids move towards the car as well. He quickly set to work at unscrewing the hubcaps, and he was vaguely aware of the others dismantling various parts. The bonnet was being removed carefully, the engine taken, the windows slid down so that the insides could be explored. It was all done silently, as well rehearsed. There were 2 lookouts stationed at the entrance to the courtyard. All the goods were being carefully packaged and were given to small children standing at ready. The smallest children available were used for tasks such as these. They were generally believed no matter what they said if they were caught. They were able to fit through the smallest gaps and wriggle their way easily through crowds. Harry finished with a hubcap and moved on to the next. See, he thought gleefully. He was just as good as anyone at this, perhaps even better. He had heard of a boy dropping a hubcap once so that the rattled all the way down the silent street until it stopped and span noisily. Nothing like that would happen tonight though. It would go perfectly and Harry would be praised for his great help later. A dull thud sounded as something hit the ground. Harry stopped unscrewing the last bolt in the hubcap and looked up alarmed. What was that? A second thud sounded. It came from the entrance to the courtyard. It was impossible to see what had made the sound though, there were no lampposts nearby. Harry turned back to the hubcap and began unscrewing a bit more hurriedly now. He was almost done wrapping it when, "What do you children think you're doing?" a voice said with a cool calm, from behind Harry. Harry almost dropped the hubcap in surprise. He caught it just as it was about to hit the ground. He placed it carefully beside the other one and turned around slowly. He could only see the dim outline of the man standing there. Everyone had stopped moving. They were all gazing up at the man fearfully. He had chosen his position to announce his presence well. He had somehow managed to block the only exit to the courtyard from everyone. "I said," the man hissed. "What do you think you are doing?" Harry looked at the others. None of them looked as if they were about to answer the question. The man likewise did not look as if he were going to do anything. "What's it to you, man?" Harry asked rudely. The others looked at him gratefully. Clearly none of them much wanted to have to stand up to this imposing man. "Bunch of wimps," thought Harry. "It is my car on loan from a friend," the man replied aggressively. "A friend who I know has many means of dealing with thieves." "Stop talking bull," Harry said confidently. There was no way that they'd even have to meet this friend. They had gotten out of sticky situations before and they would do it again. "You can tell your friend that he can go to hell." The man stepped forward threateningly. "You know, I have the police on speed dial on my phone. One touch of a button and they could be here in minutes. I think you'll find I'm in town on very important business and anyone who interferes will be severely punished. By the time your little police buddies got here," Harry spat back, "we will be gone." Mir slid over to Harry. He had been working on the bonnet and was fairly close to Harry already. He waited until the silhouette of the man looked like he wasn't paying attention and then he said, "I have a plan." Harry raised his eyebrows at him. He was unsure whether Mir had seen or not but listened as he heard him say, "Just keep him busy." Mir then shuffled slowly off to tell the others what to do. "What are you gonna do about it anyways?" Harry asked the silhouette. "Well, first of all I'm going to call the social services and if they don't punish you, I will." The man moved slightly in the dark. It looked like he was taking something out of his jacket but in the dim light, it was nearly impossible to tell. Mir sidled back to Harry's side of the car. "Yeah right," Harry said, feigning boredom. Before the man could reply, Mir launched himself at him and knocked him over. Everyone else sprang into action instantly. They grabbed the packages and sprinted out of the courtyard, not even sparing a glance at the two rolling on the ground. Harry grabbed his packages as well and ran to the archway that marked the entrance to the courtyard. He pulled Mir off the man and together they ran down the street in the same direction as the others had gone, laughing and shouting. There was no sign of the two lookouts. As they were running, somewhere behind them the man shouted something in a strange language. Mir and Harry, still side by side, fell together as something unseen in the darkness tripped them up. Harry sat up confused. How had that happened? He looked back to where they had been tripped up. There was nothing there. Harry looked at Mir. He wasn't moving. The man was running down the street towards them. There was nothing else to do. Harry would have to carry Mir and put him somewhere safe. Or, he could always try some magic, but did he dare risk it with the man so close now? Yes, it was the best solution. He would deal with the consequences after. He placed his hands over Mir's unconscious body and closed his eyes. Somewhere safe, thought Harry. The hut they were staying in would do. Make Mir appear in the hut, he thought hard. Harry opened his eyes and looked at where Mir had been only seconds before. It was becoming easier and easier to use magic now. Where's all your little friends now? The man asked as he approached Harry. In a mocking tone he then said, did they all leave you? Ah, that's a shame, isn't it? All on your own now. Harry just sat there staring hatefully up into the dark ahead of there was no point trying to run now. For one, he doubted he could get away quickly enough. Another reason was that he was still slightly out of breath from making Mir disappear. Harry did not attempt to do magic on purpose often, but it always left him with a drained feeling, as if he had just run a few miles and stopped for a breather. Now I think a bit more light is in order. I want to see the face of the boy who thinks he can steal from me. Lumos. A bright light appeared from nowhere on the end of a stick the man was carrying. With the newfound light, Harry took the opportunity to examine the street in which he was now trapped. It was a painfully dull street. Every house was identical to the next, right down the identical shrubbery and well-preened gardens. Occasionally one house was rebellious and instead of having red roses they would have yellow, or something similar. The only break in the monotonous repetition of houses was the large archway which led to the courtyard that was simply the same houses in a square. The wandlight lit up the man's features in the most eerie of ways. With the assistance of the street lamps he could see the man clearly now. Still as tall and imposing as his silhouette had been, he now had an identifiable hooked nose, greasy hair and, though it was a little hard to tell in the orange lamplight, sickly sallow skin. The man was tall, had a strict face, though that might have come from the fact that he had just caught some children trying to steal his car. As they both acknowledged the other's appearance they gasped. There was only one explanation for the man's light on a stick: he was a wizard. He had to be, and that would make the stick his wand. Oh, thought Harry, and he hoped fervently that the man had not recognized him, although there was little chance of that judging by his gasp. Harry Potter, the man murmured. I thought you were dead. Yeah, said Harry, getting up and edging away. So, I'll just be going then. He stopped in his tracks, however, as the wizard pointed his wand at him threateningly. Knowing there was little else he could do, Harry observed the man critically. He held himself in a self-assured, almost arrogant posture and remained cool and collected despite the fact that he had essentially just seen someone come back from the dead. Unfortunately for Harry, making Mir disappear hadn't left him enough energy to transport himself with magic yet. It didn't take long for him to regain energy after doing magic, but it would be at least another 10 or 15 minutes before he would be prepared to disappear. The man and his wand narrowed down his chances of running. There would certainly be a way of knocking him out or pinning him down with magic, no matter how fast Harry was. Oh, I don't think so, he said casually. There have been a lot of people looking for you, you know. Most assumed you were either captured or were dead, but all this time, you've been hiding on the streets. Your fun ends here, Harry Potter. I think it's time that you met my friend whose car it is you tried to dismantle. And with that the man held his wand at Harry's back and made him walk towards the courtyard again. Harry had to do some very quick thinking. He could try and run now and risk being shot at by the dark-haired wizard. Or he could go with him and try to run later, which might not be possible. Neither were particularly appealing. This wizard didn't look as if he would restrict himself to harmless curses if his determination to capture Harry was any indication. Then again, if he went with him, who was to say that he would refrain himself from cursing Harry anyway? The more he thought about it, the less he liked either option. It was run and risk being cursed, or go with him and risk being cursed. No, if he was going to run he had better do it now. As soon as Harry and the man entered the courtyard there would be no escape route. It had been the one flaw in their plan. It would be better to run now even if it put him in perfect range of the man's wand. The worst that would happen would be getting caught while trying to run. Even though the wizard was clearly wanting to curse him, Harry probably wouldn't be seriously injured, not after the wizarding world had been looking for him for so long. If he was caught again, he would probably just be sent to the same place anyway. Harry glanced behind him at the tall man who was walking with an air of superiority. They were almost at the courtyard. It was now or never. Harry kicked blindly behind him and the man doubled over in pain for a split second. That was all it took for Harry to run with all his might towards one end of the street. The wizard was quick to fire spells after him and Harry heard him shouting more nonsense words and saw flashes of light as the spells missed him in his zigzagging path. He dove towards an alley at the end of the street for shelter and the wizard followed. It was a narrow alley with little room for maneuvering, which meant that more than once Harry had to flatten himself against a wall while running to avoid curses that were still being fired like a machine gun firing bullets at him. At the far end of the alley there were some large bins blocking the exit, and as he neared them, Harry jumped as high as he could to get over or onto them. He heard a gasp from below him. Wait, below him. Harry looked down only to realize that he was on top of a sloping roof of one of the nearby houses and that the man was gazing up at him in surprise. Harry swayed slightly. He was on the edge of the roof, and even though the magic was unintentional, it still made him feel slightly faint to be doing it so soon after his magic on Mir. He gulped and staggered back a few steps up the slope. He didn't want to risk falling off. Harry knew that the man would have trouble following him now, and it would take him at least a few minutes to find the way up. By the time he managed that, Harry would be long gone. Harry guessed he knew the streets better than almost anyone else now. He loved to go exploring during the daytime when it was vital that he wasn't seen. This being the case, he knew nearly every secret passageway in the immediate vicinity. The only problem was that Harry was not sure where exactly he was. He knew, of course, that he was on a rooftop, but he wasn't sure which house on which street it was. He decided that no matter what direction he went in was fine as long as it didn't lead him into the hands of the opposition. Looking at the surrounding roofs and chimneys, he tried to judge which one was the closest. He chose one to the left and ran towards the gap between them. He only just managed to stay on the roof after sliding down a few feet after he launched himself at it. He collapsed as he landed and sat panting for a moment. He hated heights. A loud crack cut the silence of the night like a knife. Harry spun around horror-stricken. Surely the wizard hadn't found a way up so soon. He saw a dim outline on the opposite chimney. Of course, wizards would surely know how to teleport if he could. What was he to do now? However fast Harry ran, he was sure the man would catch up, unless Harry took him by surprise. If he did something very unexpected, he would buy a few more minutes. Harry gulped. He had to trust his magic a lot this time. He waved cheerfully to the roof opposite and, shaking violently, got up and launched himself off of the opposite side of the roof. Harry closed his eyes, not wishing to experience the long, terrifying descent which he was sure would kill him this time. Memories threatened to engulf him as he remembered his last flight off a building. Memories that haunted his dreams. The air rushing around him stopped abruptly. He didn't bother opening his eyes, he just crouched on the ground trembling. He hated heights. When he did open his eyes, Harry found that he was not at the foot of a block of flats like he had expected, but he was in the hut in which he and Mir were currently staying. It was just that, a hut. Plain and empty with only a few blankets for bedding. The hut didn't even have a window, just 4 walls and a door. He looked round at the empty room. Something was amiss. Mir. Where was he? This was where Harry had sent him, he was sure, so where was he? He rushed out of the hut, but there was no sign of Mir. He then proceeded to run the 2 blocks of run-down shops and high-rising flats and several back alleys to where the gang that had organized the car theft resided. Surely Mir would go there after waking up in the hut. Harry rushed into the gang's lair, ignoring the knives and daggers that raised automatically to ward him off, and said breathlessly, "Has Mir been round here?" The gang's lair was similarly furnished to the hut, Blankets were strewn everywhere, a couple of moth-eaten sofas, a well-controlled fire burned in the center of the room shrouding the ceiling in smoke, and empty bottles and rubbish was seen plenty no matter which direction you looked in. Nymph scooted over on the holy sofa she and a couple of others were occupying to make room for him to sit down. She offered him some of whatever it was she was drinking and, putting her knife away, said, "Yeah, sure. He were round here 'bout 10 minutes ago. Rushed off real quick though. Summit about you getting caught in. We told him that t'varant possible but he don't listen to he. Anyways park it here and, you can have some celebratory gin." Harry declined politely and ran out of the lair, cursing under his breath. He ran a distracted hand through his short hair. He would have to go back to the courtyard now. Mir would have run off assuming that Harry had been caught. This thought angered Harry somewhat. Even though he had just saved him from the wizard that had caught Mir, not him, Mir still thought that Harry couldn't take care of himself. Hadn't he proven himself? How much did it take to show people that you weren't weak? Ignoring these thoughts, he sprinted as fast as he could in the direction of the courtyard, knowing that the wizard was most likely waiting there from him, especially if he had caught Mir. Fool, Harry thought to himself. He was so predictable. Mir would obviously be used as bait to lure him to the courtyard, and here he was doing exactly what the dark man expected of him. As soon as Harry neared the courtyard, he slowed down to a walk. The main reason for doing this was to formulate a plan, as he could not expect to be able to walk in unnoticed. Another reason for slowing was so that he could check the state of affairs, and the other reason was so that he could catch his breath. Inside the courtyard were the wizard and Mir. The wizard was holding Mir to the side by his arm. The only position, Harry noted with glee, that Mir couldn't kick him from. Harry was pleased to see that the oaf had learnt his lesson. The man was shaking Mir and questioning him roughly. "Where is your friend, boy?" was the question he repeated the most, to which Mir kept replying. "Which friend?" Which got the reply of, "You know who I mean. The Potter boy." At this Mir would ask, "What do you want from me?" which would start the questions all over again. Harry watched them do this a few times, but the wizard grew annoyed after repeating himself a couple of times. As he grew more and more frustrated, Harry could see his grip on Mir's arm tightening, as if the small amount of pain were going to make the slightest difference. "Well, if you're not going to tell me, then I suppose I'll have to take you with me instead, and you can explain it to the owner of this car." Here the man shook Mir roughly. The death grip with which he was now holding Mir would be hard to break even if Harry were to run at him full throttle. Mir looked up at him defiantly. Sighing, he said with his fakest innocent voice that was clearly mocking, "I dunno where he is." "Sorry." The man almost exploded in anger. It would, Harry mused, be quite amusing if he did. Face contorted in rage, somehow his grip tightened even further on Mir into what was definitely a very painful hold. He made a growling sort of sound and looked as if he were going to hit Mir. Harry thought it was best he intervened. "I'm behind you," he shouted into the echoing courtyard. He smirked to himself in the darkness. This would be fun. He could really mess with their heads by doing this. There was no way to tell where he was. It had once happened to him. A rival gang to one he had been assisting had ambushed them in a dark, shadowy courtyard. Each had called tauntingly at them, making it appear that their numbers were twice over. Of course, Harry, being the genius that he was, had borrowed knives of his companions and sent many spinning off in every direction as he whirled round in a circle whilst throwing them. That had been the end of that rivalry. The man spun around alarmed until he was facing the completely wrong direction, dragging Mir with him. He still refused to let go of the struggling Mir. "Show yourself, Harry Potter." Harry waited a few seconds as if contemplating it, then said, "Why should I?" He felt like picking up a stone to throw at the wall to confuse the wizard. Unable to resist this urge, he did so. The wizard spun around again as the stone hit the wall to his left, still not facing Harry, and let out a growl of frustration. "Arg, arg," Harry asked, barely containing his laughter. "What, are you a pirate?" Ignoring this, the man hissed at him rather like a snake. "If you don't show yourself this instant, Potter, then I will inflict such pain unto your friend that he will be screaming for mercy, and it will be your fault." He raised his wand and pointed it at Mir's chest as if to emphasize this point. Did he think Harry was completely stupid? Obviously, if the man did such a thing, Harry would be less inclined to show himself, and the man might lose his bargaining chip. Only complete idiots would fall for such a blatant ploy. Harry told him as much. "I suppose you think you're pretty clever." The man asked with more than a hint of a sneer in his voice. It's not enough to be famous for you, the great Harry Potter. You have to distract everyone in the wizarding community from their jobs to look for you, a worthless spoilt brat. You just can't stay out of the spotlight, can you? Well then, if you're not going to show yourself to help your little friend, then I suppose I will take him instead. That'll be a story to tell the wizarding world, won't it? Harry Potter is too arrogant and conceited that he won't even save his friends. He only cares for himself. That did the trick. Something in Harry snapped, and even in the Black Knight he saw red. He didn't care about his position anymore. Flinging himself at the back of the wizard, he sent them both to the ground. Somewhere in the tangle of arms and legs, the wizard had let go of Mir and could only lie on the ground for a moment as Harry began to punch his face with all his might. The man quickly regained his sense and pulled his wand on Harry, who was then sent flying across the courtyard and then slammed into one of the walls with a ghastly sounding crack. Harry couldn't move. He could barely breathe. He could only sit against the wall, pain spiraling up his back, as the man came over to him, breathing heavily. "Make no mistake, you will not be getting away this time," sneered the man. He said something in gibberish and long ropes flew out of his wand and wrapped themselves around Harry. Pain flared up in almost every part of his body. "You're lucky that your friend isn't joining you. If he were more than a common street rat, then he would be." Harry looked past the man and saw a dark heap lying across the courtyard, unmoving. A flash of anger seared through him. It was all very well for the wizard to injure Harry. After all, he had just sent him to the ground, where he had proceeded to give him a burst lip, cracked hooked nose and the beginnings of a black eye, but the wizard had no right to attack Mir, who was, mostly, an innocent bystander. The wizard flicked his wand and he and Harry disappeared in a whirl of colors. When they reappeared, they were in a room so brightly white, in contrast to the dark night that they had been in just moments before, that it stung Harry's eyes to look around him. He finally got a good look at the wizard. He was somewhat vampire-like and had indeed sickly sallow skin. His face was leering, which only added to his vampire-like look, along with the blood trickling down his chin. There was a large bruise around his left eye where Harry had hit him, and there were several cuts and tears in his long black robes. How Harry hadn't noticed the fact that he wasn't wearing normal clothes was beyond him. To top it off, his hair was sleek and greasy. All in all, he was a very foreboding man. A strict but kind-looking nurse bustled into the room and dropped whatever vial she was holding in surprise. "My word, Severus, whatever happened to you? Come lie on this bed immediately and I'll take a look at you." Severus shook his head. "No," he said. "I need to speak to the headmaster. It's urgent." Upon hearing the word headmaster, Harry realized that this must be a magic school and that the headmaster must be the one that his aunt had told him about so very long ago. He struggled against the bindings to get free, wincing at the pain. This attracted the attention of the nurse, who dropped the vial she had just picked up. She paled drastically. "Merlin's beard," she cried. "It can't be, it's not, is that Harry Potter?" Harry glared at the nurse and muffled something through his gag. He hoped that she would take the hint and take it off him. His binds were cutting into his skin, barely refraining from drawing blood. Unfortunately, before the nurse could do anything, Severus spoke. "Get the headmaster." It was clear that he was in a state of forced calm. The nurse looked ready to have a nervous breakdown. But if that's Harry Potter, he's tied up. Who did this to you? We must see to his injuries." She was rambling now, and Harry realized that he would get no assistance from her. She was obviously a friend of some sort to the wizard in black, not to mention she was becoming more than a little hysterical, which, Harry couldn't help thinking, was very unprofessional. "Get the headmaster now." Severus turned towards Harry as the nurse shuffled out the room, muttering fervently. "Now you will not speak of anything that happened tonight. I will tell the story without your interruption, and you will go along with everything I say. Got that?" If he could have spoken through his gag, he would have sworn at him. Severus had some nerve. First he attacked him and Mir, then he had the audacity to expect him to do what he wanted. Harry glared at him and struggled some more against his bindings. Severus gave a flick of his wand and the gag disappeared. "Got that?" he repeated threateningly. Harry spat at his face and was about to reply when the door burst open, revealing an old man standing there. He had a long silver beard and twinkling blue eyes, which were hiding behind half-moon spectacles. His eyes gave him a slight maddening look. "Is he here? You found him?" He spoke very quickly, almost desperately. He scanned the room frantically and finally his eyes rested upon Harry, who was trying to shrink away from him but failing miserably. "Harry, my boy," the old man exclaimed. "What has happened to you? What has happened to you? We're so fortunate that Severus managed to rescue you. But, why, you're all tied up." He pulled a long wooden wand out of his long robes and was about to give it a wave when Severus interrupted. "I don't think that's wise, Headmaster," he said, his lip curling. "Potter is not safe." "Nonsense," the old man said. "Harry is but a child. He could not possibly be a danger to anyone," and leaving no room for argument, he gave a wave of his wand and the ropes binding Harry fell away. Harry leapt to his feet instantly. Severus would pay for taking Harry there, oh yes. Harry would make sure of that. He pulled a thin blade out from his pocket. He had never had cause to use it before, but he decided that now was the time he would put it to use. Before anyone could say or do anything, Harry had launched himself at Severus again, but Severus had been anticipating an attack such as this and quickly raised a shield to protect himself. The only flaw was that Severus had not known Harry had a knife on him. Harry threw the knife at him, but it missed by several inches or so and went skidding across the surgically white floor. He dove after it and, not stopping as he picked it up, ran behind one of the beds. Wands from Severus and the wizened old man were raised at him. Rather than hold his knife out as a threat, Harry raised the shining blade to his own throat as a warning, knowing very well that this would have a much better effect. "Now Harry," the old man said gently. "Put the knife down. We aren't here to hurt you, we're here to help." It took all of Harry's strength to resist throwing the knife at him. Who was he to tell him what to do? It was clear to Harry that he was the manipulative man whom he had heard so much about before Aunt Petunia died. "Who the hell are you?" Harry asked. It would do well to know his name even if he couldn't speak it, for fear of someone nearby hearing and reporting to him. If he was going to find a way to escape, he would have to know everything he could about everything. "I am Professor Dumbledore, Harry, and this is Professor Snape," he indicated Severus. "And this is Madame Pomfrey." He indicated the nurse, who was still gibbering slightly. "If you just hand the knife to us, we can help you. Harming yourself won't solve anything." Harry sneered. "Snape," he laughed. "Isn't that a town somewhere?" "Oh yeah, now I remember. Bad sewage there." He didn't move the knife. His arm was throbbing slightly from holding it there, but that didn't matter now. Snape made a noise somewhere between a growl and a howl of fury. "Potter, give us the knife now or I'll make you." Dumbledore looked at Snape warningly. Now Severus. It won't do us any good to be rash." He turned back to Harry, who was silently edging towards the window. "Okay Harry," he said in a caring tone. "You can keep your knife, just take it away from your throat and everything will be alright." Harry froze enraged. "Why should I? What have you ever done for me?" He knew full well what Dumbledore had done. He had sent an innocent man to prison, set his parents up for death and had Aunt Petunia killed. "I placed you into the care of your aunt, but I see now that that was a mistake. She wasn't of sound mind. I also sent many skilled witches and wizards out to find you, and look. It paid off. Soon you will be able to lead a nice normal life away from the horrors which you have experienced this past year." He raised a wrinkled hand out for Harry to take. "I mean you no harm, Harry." "Liar," Harry hissed venomously. He couldn't believe the nerve of this man. "My aunt had nothing wrong with her. You killed her. She was trying to protect me. From you. How dare you claim you sent people to find me? Didn't do a very thorough job, did they? Can't have tried very hard, could you? Didn't tell you how he found me, did he?" Harry pointed at Snape. "Didn't tell you that when he found me he tried to kill me, did he? Didn't tell you that he tried to murder my friend." Liar. Harry found that once he had started saying everything that had been bottled up inside of him for so long that it was very hard to stop. He hated Dumbledore with all his being. "Maybe I didn't want to be found. Ever think of that? Maybe I was happy, away from you." Quote. Dumbledore looked at Snape alarmed. "Is this true?" he asked. Snape sent Harry a glare so fierce that most men would have shrunk back under it. Harry, however, stood tall and proud, the knife still pressed against his throat. "Of course it's not," he spat. "I simply stunned his friend and was attempting to do the same to Potter, but someone kept jumping off of buildings and running away." "But Severus," Dumbledore said slowly, "why were you attempting to stun them in the first place? Surely it would have been more sensible to ask them nicely rather than scare them half to death." "I didn't know it was Potter until after he ran from me," Snape sighed. I found him because he and some of his little friends were trying to steal your car." He handed the keys back to Dumbledore, who raised his eyebrows at Harry. Harry took a step away from them. "So what if I was? It don't matter. The point is I ain't staying here. Least of all with you." He pointed the knife at Dumbledore. "I'm sorry then, Harry," said the old man sadly. "But I can't let you leave. It's a dangerous world out there, and much more so for you. We can't afford to lose you again. There are dangers that you couldn't possibly know of. I've seen plenty of dangers. I'd rather face them all again if it were a choice between you or them." "I'm so sorry, Harry." Dumbledore pointed his wand towards Harry and cried, "Stupefy." A beam of red light soared towards Harry's chest. "I can't stay here," thought Harry. "I need to see if Mur's okay. It's my fault if he's not. I put him in danger. I'm going to get out of here if it's the last thing I do." And the beam of light hit Harry square in the chest, and the last thing he saw before all went black was the sorrowful face of Dumbledore, the glaring face of Snape, and the uneasy face of Madame Pomfrey. When Harry awoke, there was a small sliver of silver light shining on his face. It was moonlight shining through a small window in the room. By the little light, Harry could see that he was still in the hospital room. There was no sign of the wizards. Looking round the room, Harry saw that it was in fact empty. He tried to get up, but as he moved he felt ropes tying his wrists and ankles to the bed, which he was lying on. He struggled against the binds for a few moments before giving up completely. The ropes were tied expertly and were very tight. "Dumbledore!" he yelled. There was silence. "Snape!" he tried shouting again. Again there was silence. His voice seemed hardly to carry at all. For all Harry knew, the room could be soundproof, though. He decided that seeing as they couldn't hear him, he might as well swear at them. Harry began to curse violently. He cursed Dumbledore, Snape, and the whole wizarding world. Still no one came. The silence was deafening. Quickly realizing that he was accomplishing nothing, Harry soon gave up shouting. There was no point in wasting his voice on them. He looked towards the ropes. If it hadn't been real, it could have been a scene from a movie, Harry thought. The lighting looked very surreal, and the ropes seemed to glow as they reflected the moonlight. The sky outside was cloudless and the moon was full. How would he get out? Now that was a problem. No doubt the wizards would have taken his knife. Even if he had it with him, he would have no way of reaching it. If he strained his neck, Harry could just reach the ropes on his arms with his mouth. But what good was that? There was no way he could untie them. Harry smiled in the dark. A while later, Harry had no idea how long, his arm flopped to his side in relief. The bitten rope fell to the floor in a heap and Harry spat out the remains. That had been horrible. He had chewed his way through a rope which must have been a good inch or two thick. Harry felt rather proud of himself. Even Mir would have had to praise that stunt. He reached down with his free arm and felt about in his pocket. Empty. Yes, they had taken his knife. He stretched his arm as far as it would go, tugging on the rope, still holding his other arm. It reached just to his knee. Harry sighed and turned to untie the rope, holding his left arm with his free one. The knot held strong. He cursed some more and began to bite at the strap. After another long session of chewing, which left Harry's teeth very sore, he sat up, stretching to loosen his muscles. They creaked and groaned as his did so. He then reached down his leg again and pulled up his trouser leg to reveal a thin blade glinting in the moonlight. Harry grinned. Some people were too trusting. The smart thing would have been to check him for more weapons before tying him down, but no, they weren't intelligent enough for that. After withdrawing the knife and cutting the bindings around his legs, Harry stood up and faced the window. There was bound to be spells around the window or defenses to stop him escaping through it. Perhaps if he went too near he would turn into a frog or something. There was a wooden chair beside one of the beds near the one Harry had been on. He picked it up and, standing as far back from the window as possible, threw the chair as hard as he could so that it collided against the glass. It bounced off and fell to the ground with a clatter. Okay, Harry thought. They have anti-breaking windows, no big deal. He went over to the window and tried to open it by the handle. It didn't budge. Maybe the catch was rusty. He put all of his strength into turning the handle. It slowly turned. Smiling at his luck, Harry pushed the window with just as much effort. It opened an inch and then refused to budge. Harry kicked the chair in frustration and swore. He turned to the door and tugged at it hopelessly. It too did not budge. A quick scan of the room confirmed that there were no visible means of escape. Well, if he couldn't escape he might as well trash the place. Deciding upon this, Harry went round the perfect room and wrecked or broke whatever he could. He tore the curtains, ripped the bed sheets, slashed the empty portrait, broke the ornaments, threw the chairs across the room. He first tried to break them, but finding this too difficult, Harry settled for throwing them, and tore the candle holders from the wall. His job complete, he slid under one of the beds where he would be well hidden from view should anyone enter the room. The torn sheets still hung low to the ground and provided sufficient screens. Harry lay there for hours. He had stashed his knife back into its holder and was bored out of his mind as he lay on the cold stone floor. He had no view of anything other than the underside of the bed, which was lit up by the moonlight that persistently shone through the sheets. There were only so many comfortable positions that Harry could take on the floor. He quickly ran out and spent most of his time there turning over and wriggling. By the time the door did open, however, Harry was cold and sore. The door handle turned slowly and grave footsteps sounded as someone entered the once pristine room. "Harry, my boy," a familiar voice said sadly. "What do you hope to achieve from this?" When Harry remained silent, he continued. "Surely you must know that no good can come of this. You must realize that your aunt was not of sound mind when she told you what she did." Under the bed, Harry bristled slightly. How dare he? Even when they were alone, Dumbledore continued with his lies. More footsteps entered the room to join Dumbledore's. "Close the door behind you, Severus," Dumbledore sighed. He sounded weary, defeated almost. "We would not want Mr. Potter to escape." His orders were obeyed obediently. "We know you are in here, Harry. There are no means to exit this room. Can't you see what the Death Eaters are trying to do to you?" Oh, where did I go so wrong? Harry had two options. He could stay under the bed until they forced him to go out, or he could leave on his own terms. What could they do to him? There was no one left for them to hurt near him. There was only him. Harry slid out from under the bed and turned towards Dumbledore and Snape. He refused to make eye contact with either of them in case they tried to read his mind. Instead, he looked just to the side of them. If Aunt Petunia was under a spell by Death Eaters, why did they try and pin me against themselves also? He almost smiled at his intellect. It was a fair point he made. Snape took a step towards him. "Well, it's obvious to anyone who isn't a dunderhead, Potter. They were clearly trying to cover their tracks and make sure that you did not suspect them of such." Harry had no answer to that. He still didn't believe it. For all he knew, Snape could be saying that to make him trust them. Thinking about it, he found that he could pretend to believe Snape so that they would think that they had finally convinced him that Death Eaters had control of his aunt and that he, Harry, had decided to join the light, even though he had done no such thing. Or he could act like he didn't believe them but do it badly so they thought that he was trying to cover his tracks and that he actually did believe them, but he didn't want them to know that. The more he thought about it, the more Harry's head began to spin. The further his thoughts traveled, the more elaborate the plans became. After a few agonizing moments of silence, which Snape and Dumbledore could assume were Harry contemplating what Snape had said, Harry decided on what he would do. "Well, Harry?" Dumbledore asked gently. Harry stared despondently at the wall behind him. He made no sign that he had even heard the old fool. "Harry?" Dumbledore asked again. Still he did not move. "Harry, are you okay?" When he did not say anything, Snape spat. Potter stopped being desolate and answer the question. Silence. Snape took a threatening step towards him. "Severus," Dumbledore warned. "Go get Poppy, I think there may be something wrong." Snape turned on his heel and left, leaving just the two of them. "Harry," Dumbledore said slowly and clearly. "Can you hear me, son?" Inwardly, Harry congratulated himself. This wasn't quite what he had planned, but it would do. Originally he was going to wait for one of them to approach him so he could attack them, but this would work much better. He hadn't expected them to jump to such conclusions, but he was sure he could work them to his advantage. If they chose to believe there was something wrong with him, so be it. He would act like a good little puppy and not disobey them. He wouldn't try to destroy anything and he wouldn't try to escape. All he had to do was get outside. The door opened and Snape and the nurse came hurriedly through. Immediately the nurse started to check him over. She checked his pupils, his reflexes and his hearing amongst other things. Harry made sure that he made no movement. All the time Dumbledore and Snape were watching serenely. After checking everything she could think of, the nurse stepped back and picked up a clipboard. "I've never seen a case like this, but I have heard of it," she said, scribbling on the clipboard with a quill. His reflexes seem intact and his hearing is fine. The eyes are being unresponsive though. Either he is deliberately ignoring you. Due to the circumstances, I feel that this is highly unlikely. If anything, he would be extremely responsive and argumentative, but he's not. The other possible explanation is that he has gone into what is called cerebral incogitable syndrome, which is where the brain suffers from a form of cessation after an immense shock. The brain stops functioning properly, leaving the patient with no acknowledgement of his or her surroundings. He will also have little memory of anything and will be unresponsive for some time. Unfortunately, there is no medication to help cerebral incogitable syndrome, but with the right therapy measures he will recover in a few weeks' time. So you're telling us, Snape said slowly after the diagnosis, that Potter is in denial. The nurse glared at him. He is not in denial. He is suffering from cerebral incogitable syndrome and is not to have any harassment of any kind. She looked sternly between Dumbledore and Snape as she said this. Inside, Harry was jumping for joy. Things couldn't be going any better. Eventually they would have to let him outside where it wouldn't be too difficult to run for it. Snape looked scathingly at Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey. It was clear he believed none of this. Potter is not suffering from cerebral incogitable syndrome. It is clear that he is feigning it. Watch. And to emphasize his point, Snape lunged suddenly forwards at Harry as if to startle him. Harry, who had been expecting this, made a great effort of doing nothing except blinking slowly. Snape composed himself again and folded his arms. Watching him out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw that he looked remarkably like an overgrown bat. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows at Snape. Even you, Severus, cannot put this down to feigning. No boy could feign this. He looked at Harry sadly. He almost sneered in return. Right, both of you, out. I will not have you disturbing my patient anymore. Madame Pomfrey herded the two wizards out and turned back to Harry. Soothingly she said, come on then, Harry. You just lie down here and rest for a while. And she guided him gently over to the bed like she would a small child and helped lie him down upon it. She then bustled out of the room, locking the door behind her. It was now light outside, but Harry decided to do nothing for a while in case he was being watched. You never knew what wizards would get up to. The time he lay there forgave him opportunity to think more carefully about, well, everything. It was strange how there seemed to be a disease for what Harry had been doing. He was just going to ignore them until they cracked and left him alone, or until they let him out of the hospital room. He had surmised that eventually they would let their guard down and carelessly not watched him vigilantly enough and left the door open or something like that. It was as if fate wanted him to get away. Now all he had to do was play along with being ill, and inevitably he would be taken outside for fresh air. He would be a good little boy at first and not try anything to gain their trust. After a few times of being outside, he was sure they would not watch his every move and would turn away for a second at some point. As soon as they did, such was when he would run. They would never suspect a thing. Lying on the hospital bed, Harry grew very stiff. It felt like he was lying on the cold floor again. Eventually he grew bored of lying on the bed. Being watched or not, he could not force himself to lie on the bed a moment longer. This being the case, Harry got up slowly. It simply would not do to act normal if indeed he was being watched, and went to the windowsill where he sat for a good while after. All was silent in the large grounds. It seemed, to Harry, that they stretched on for acres and acres, which could possibly be true. The grass swayed gently from side to side as a gentle wind blew them in the morning sun. There was a large glittering lake, bigger than any Harry had seen in his life before, and any bigger he was sure it would be classified as an ocean, which lay untouched like a picture on a postcard. There was a wooden hut in the extensive grounds, and many greenhouses were just in view. There was only one other thing which Harry could see, a large forest. This was no ordinary forest he saw though. It was a vast hollow of dark despair, a haunting place of no return. There was something alluring about that dark forest though. Something which seemed to call to Harry. He yearned to go there. To explore its many trees. To find out all the secrets of it. Harry could find no explanation for this longing, but simply put it down to the forest being magical. He decided that when he ran, that would be where he would go. The door opened with a creak and Harry quickly wiped his face of all emotion. The door closed again. There was no movement behind him, but Harry felt sure there was a slight gust of air, as if someone had walked towards him. The silence thickened all around him. You want to be free, don't you? A mellow voice said, making Harry jump in fright. He spun around in alarm, forgetting everything about being ill. To his great surprise, there was no one there. The room suddenly turned icy cold and Harry's breath rose in a mist before him. Even the sun seemed to feel it, and it dimmed, throwing the room into darkness. "Your plan will work, don't worry," the voice whispered from behind him. It seemed unnaturally loud for a whisper. Harry turned round to face the source, but there was only the window. "We can't trust them here, no. We must escape. If you let me, I can help you." Harry turned round once more, but as he did so he tripped and fell to the floor, panting slightly. A pale hand reached from the darkness and offered itself to Harry. As it did so, however, the light returned to the room like they would in a dark cinema theater, and the hand merged into that of a nurse. Madame Pomfrey helped Harry up, who made no move of objection. He was too busy scanning the room. Though the room had returned to natural temperature, Harry still breathed hard, his whole body frozen. There was nobody else in the room. Where had that voice come from? Why had the room gone cold? Where had the nurse come from? What had just happened? Had that even happened? Perhaps this had been some clever ploy of Dumbledore's to force him to reveal himself as perfectly healthy. Maybe. Doubt filled his entire body and millions of questions raced through Harry's mind as the nurse buzzed around him like a bee at work. Somewhere else in the castle, a glass skull lay shattered on the floor. Harry had been visited no more from the voice in the dark, and soon he began to wonder whether it had been real or if he had fallen asleep and dreamt it. The encounter was so strange to begin with that it could very well have been a dream, but for the fact that it felt so real to Harry. He had not been visited by anyone but Madame Pomfrey during the 2 days he had been in the hospital so far. Each time he made a great effort to be looking out of the window when she entered, and each time she would gently take him away from it and test his reflexes and such. She continued to treat him like a small child still, which Harry found was becoming more and more irritating. It was all he could do to prevent himself from shouting at her and blowing his cover. Harry still could not understand how they could be falling for such a simple act. He wasn't even a good actor. The days passed painfully slow in the ward. The only thing to do was sit and look out the window. Harry found out, from hours of sitting, that the hut in the ground housed a large bulky man who, each day, did some gardening in the large patch behind his house and then proceeded to travel out of the window's sight with his equally large dog. Nothing entered or left the dark forest save some birds, which Harry assumed nested there. The strange lure to the forest was still there. If forests could speak, Harry was sure this one would be quietly calling his name constantly. But forests couldn't speak, and it didn't vocally call his name. It was on his 3rd day in the hospital ward that Harry was allowed to venture outside. Madame Pomfrey finally decided that Harry would be safe enough in the grounds and badly needed fresh air. "It will do you no good to be sitting in here cooped up all the time. Growing boys need exercise." And so it came to pass that Harry was to be allowed outside once a day. On the first day he monitored his surroundings and watched carefully what the nurse did. If he was to escape, he would need to be aware of everything. On the second day he was allowed out for an hour, which he spent lazing in the summer sun, gaining the trust of the nurse. It was on the 3rd day of going outside, his 5th since his captivity began, that it happened. Harry decided that today was going to be the day he ran. He was biding his time, waiting until Madame Pomfrey turned away, but she was watching him like a hawk its prey. He was itching to go into the forest. It called to him stronger than ever when he was this close to it, and he yearned to go to its call. "It's like being in a sweet shop with no money," Harry thought miserably. "You can see the sweets but you can't get them." A cloud drifted in front of the scorching sun, dimming its light. That's when he heard it. "Go. Go now. She won't notice. The forest is waiting," the voice whispered in Harry's ear. He looked up at the great forest. Everything else faded out of reality. There was only Harry and the forest. "Go," the voice urged. And then it yelled so loudly that the nurse was sure to have heard. "Go." And Harry went. He ran with all his might towards that vast wood. Nothing else mattered now, only the forest. It drew ever nearer, and soon Harry reached its borders. He stopped suddenly, too afraid to enter its great entity. What horrors would await him in the clearly forbidden trees? "Go," the voice repeated softly. "We will be well protected there. Far away from them." Harry took a deep breath and took the last step before he was in the shelter of the trees. The only light now was from the path ahead. He would have stood there entranced for much longer, but a shout sounded from behind him and it spurred him into motion like a horse at the sound of a whip. He started running frantically onwards, jumping over rocks, darting between trees, ducking low-hanging branches. He paid no heed to the path and ran in any direction. He dodged behind a particularly large fir tree and passed the boulder behind it. A root snagged at his foot and he stumbled to the ground, falling on his leg at an awkward angle. Harry scrambled backwards against a tree and gazed around at the identical trees. The strange allure had gone now. It was like waking up from a strange dream, only now the forest seemed foreboding. Tree branches reached out for him, trying to catch him. Shapes lunged at him from the dark behind each tree and little light hit the forest floor. It was all caught in the canopy of branches above. He tried to stand up but pain filled his leg as he moved it. "Get up," the strange voice commanded strangely enough from behind Harry still, even though there was tree currently occupying that space. "But it hurts," Harry gasped, gingerly trying to move his leg. The voice spoke again. "Ignore the pain. It does not matter now." "Who are you?" Harry knew from experience that all voices must have a source. This being the case, the voice could not be without a body. Unless it was a ghost, but what would a ghost want with him? "It matters not. All will be revealed in time. But what will I call you?" There was a moment of silence and then, "Anything you wish." Harry pondered for a moment. What could you call a strange voice the owner of which you had never met? "How about, sir?" The voice sounded pleased. "Sir it shall be. Now get up." Somehow Harry managed to get up and limp further into the forest. He found a place to spend the night. It was indeed getting dark now, behind a large pile of boulders. It was here he had a very peculiar dream. Harry was walking in a large grassy meadow and the sun was bearing down upon him. A shadow passed overhead and a bird landed in front of him, its wing bent backwards. He bent down to pick it up to see if he could help, but as he lifted it up it began to change in his hands. It began to grow. The bird's body twisted and bulged as it changed in shape and size. Soon a large cloaked person towered over Harry and reached out a black arm. "Follow," the thing rasped, its voice hoarse. And it said, a little louder this time again, "Follow." Harry backed away terrified. What was this monster? He shook his head. It would be suicide to follow a thing like that. The creature took a step towards him. "Follow." It wheezed with a little more force. It continued to advance on him. Harry turned on his heel and ran, trying to get away from the veiled monster. He ran past the long grass and out of the field, but the nightmare followed him still. He ran on until he could run no more and he found himself in a vast space with naught but the ground and sky anywhere in sight. Save the hooded creature that glided evenly towards him with no effort. "Follow." It wheezed yet again. Harry tried to step away from it but he bumped into something behind him. Slowly he turned to see what awaited him there. Hundreds of hooded figures stood there, each one calling out the same thing to him. "Follow. Follow." Their putrid breath was breathed on his face, on his back, all around him. One of the creatures leaned towards him until its face was just an inch away. Harry would finally be able to see inside the hood. Its breath was even more rancid this close. Harry woke up, shaking. He kept his eyes closed, trying to make the horrible vision of those hooded figures leave his mind. Even now the nightmare was over, he could still see them, calling to him, feel their breath on his face. That was odd, he could smell something other than the horrible breath of the creatures now. It smelt strangely like wet dog. Harry unwillingly opened his eyes. A huge bear-sized animal was standing over him, fangs showing, eyes gleaming. It had long fur which was ragged and uneven. It stared hungrily at Harry. It was a wolf. Two things happened at once. Harry yelled loudly and scrambled out from under the wolf, and the wolf snapped its jaws at where Harry's head had been a split second before. The wolf snarled and lunged forwards, baring its large teeth. He jumped back, just missing having his leg bitten by the beast. He continued to move away from the beast, but his back hit something solid. Images from his dream passed in front of his eyes and he turned to look at what he had walked into. It was the large boulders that he had sheltered behind. Those few seconds Harry had been distracted, the wolf made its move. It leapt forwards and sank its razor-sharp teeth into his arm. He was blinded with pain. He yelled at the top of his lungs, tears stung in his eyes, and he tried to tear his arm free, but the wolf, being almost the same size as Harry, did not let go and held strong. In fact, the wolf tugged harder because of it, and tried to tear the arm free. Harry howled in pain. Please, please, he cried, struggling against the wolf. Someone please. Help. Please help. Anyone. Oh gods, help. Sir, help. Please. Harry fell to his knees. The pain was too much. He couldn't bear it. His strength was beginning to fail him. He sobbed, feebly trying to fend off the beast. The wolf changed its grip on his arm ever so slightly, and the pain enhanced. It walked backwards and Harry fell on his stomach. He held his arm, whimpering. The wolf dragged him backwards and shook its head, trying to dislodge the arm. An arrow flew down sharply and just missed the wolf. It dropped Harry's arm in surprise. He curled up in a ball and cradled his arm, whimpering as more arrows arrived and the wolf was sent scampering. He didn't acknowledge the presence of a wise creature, half horse, half man, who stood in front of him looking down wistfully. Harry gave one last shudder, and all went dark. Harry woke up and gazed around, discombobulated. He was in a small clearing lying on a pile of surprisingly comfortable leaves. Memories came flooding back and hit him full force. The wolf, pain, his arm. His arm. There was no pain now though. He looked down and gasped. Right where his arm should be was a wooden model of an arm. Its size perfect, its movement acute. Where was he? How had he survived? He vaguely remembered seeing an arrow, but who had helped him? And where was his rescuer now? In answer to this last silent question, a magnificent being stepped into the clearing. It was a proud creature, his torso that of a monster but his body in the shape of a horse's. He walked over to Harry wisely and stopped just before him. Greetings, Harry Potter. Harry gasped. How? He stuttered feebly. We centaurs know much more than what is told, the centaur replied serenely. I am Jacques of the Southern Forest. When Harry remained silent, he added, it was I who rescued you from the wolf. He just stared at the centaur in awe. Jacques bristled impatiently. It was also I who replaced your arm, it was past mending. I have risked my place in my herd by helping a human. It is now time for you to do the same. Harry stared horror-stricken. How could he repay Jacques? He had nothing to offer. He told Jacques as much. In time you will return to the wizarding world, will you not? At such a time I ask for you to provide me with any information I ask. Agreed. Harry nodded. Good. To help you on your way, I tell you this, you need to go to Diagon Alley. Farewell, Harry Potter. I will see you in time. And the centaur left the clearing, leaving Harry alone to wonder. Harry had sat in the clearing for approximately 5 more minutes before he realized he was ravenous. The only problem was, what was there that he could eat? He did not dare to try and hunt some animal, even if he did he could not cook it. To create a fire here in a forest full of flammable trees could potentially be suicide. Harry could not eat plants though either. How was he to know which plants were poisonous and which weren't? Magical plants could kill him, he supposed. The only thing he knew for certain that he could find which wasn't poisonous would be the grass. That and possibly the tree leaves. There was nothing else for it. There was no way Harry was going to live on grass and leaves. He would just have to find something that looked relatively safe to eat and then just try it. There wouldn't really be anything too dangerous, would there? One would have thought that a wolf was as bad as it got. Harry knocked on a tree for good luck and walked off in search of something edible. After a short while of examining various looking plants, Harry finally decided to try and eat the fruit of what looked to be a strawberry plant. They were slightly pinker in color than the strawberries he had eaten before, but he decided that it might be due to magical surroundings. He hesitantly popped one in his mouth and screwed up his eyes, wary of side effects. He felt no different, so gingerly opened his eyes and glanced at the skin of his arms. Normal. Assuming his face looked okay, there were no reflective surfaces in which to check. Harry ate more of the pink strawberries hungrily. There seemed to be an unending supply of strawberries, and by the time he was full of them, there was no dent in their numbers. He would have liked to take some with him, but he had nothing to carry them with and he would need to keep his hands free. So he made his way through the dense undergrowth of the forest, carefully stepping over roots, ducking branches and trying his best to keep to one direction. Every now and then he cut a large cross into one of the tree trunks with the knife he had forgotten about the night before. Now, however, he kept it always at an easily accessible place. Harry found himself thinking often about the strange voice he had been hearing lately. Where it came from, he had no idea. Who it was, he also had no idea. What it wanted, the same. What did he really know about it? How did he know he could trust it? All he really knew was that it had encouraged him to run from the castle. Even so, how could Harry tell if it was lying? Normally he would be able to help judge from facial expression and tone of voice, but that voice, constantly a whisper and forever disembodied. Maybe it was trying to trick him. Maybe it wanted Harry to get lost in this forest. Or maybe it just wanted to help him escape, but then, wouldn't it want something in return? The centaur had. Now that he knew about it, everyone wanted something for themselves. No one just helped for the sake of helping. The voice came from nowhere. It wouldn't tell him what to call him. It hadn't told him anything. Under normal circumstances these things would be highly suspicious, but Harry yearned for someone to help him. He knew he was far too trusting. Then and there, under a large pine tree he happened to be walking past, Harry made a vow. He wouldn't trust anyone without good reason. A spring came into Harry's sight, and upon reaching it he knelt down, drank some of the water, splashed some of the coolant over his exhausted face and glanced down at his reflection. Upon doing so, however, he had to do a double take. He no longer looked like the buoyant, joyful, healthy child he was before. Now he was slightly taller, his face had paled, his body thinner, and his hair had grown past his ears. Harry looked at it in disgust. He reached his knife up to it and cut it roughly until it was shorter again. His attempts were not the best, however, and his hair came out many different lengths and he ended up with a shallow cut on his face. He got up and moved on. It was hard to tell how long he walked for with only the sun as guidance. He assumed it was several hours though, as his feet ached, his back sore, and he felt himself growing hungry again. He sincerely hoped he was going in the right direction. Soon some non-toxic looking berries were found and Harry cautiously nibbled on the corner of one. Not keeling over dead, he decided that they were safe to eat and ate until he was satisfied again. Harry stumbled on for perhaps an hour more before the sun began to set in the glowing sky. He was beginning to get tired now, but he dared not settle down to sleep. Who knew what strange creatures would find him? He carried on relentlessly. After night had truly come upon him and the moon was high overhead, Harry could walk no further. Should he attempt to do so, he felt that he would collapse in exhaustion. The night was cold now too. He yawned and shivered simultaneously. There was nothing for it. He would have to sleep. The ground, he decided, was not altogether safe, so he spied a nearby tree which did not look too hard to climb. After heaving himself up with much difficulty, Harry positioned himself so that he was not likely to fall and was asleep in seconds. Harry awoke with a yell as a loud noise sounded in his ear. He fell out of the tree in fright and fell the few meters to the ground, landing hard on his side and hitting his head painfully off a large root. He swore as everything shook before his eyes and he screwed up his face in pain. Gingerly he sat up and touched his head lightly where he hit it, wincing as he did so. It was not just his head which felt the pain, however. The whole of his right side, which he had landed on, ached as he moved, and he felt for sure that he would have bruises all over it the next day. He sighed, knowing that the rest of the day was unlikely to be much better than the start, collected himself and set off. The route he had been heading along yesterday was southeast according to the position of the sun at that moment. It had barely risen over the horizon. He decided that it would be best to head in a definite direction and so headed south. As he walked he scanned the trees and vegetation for something edible to eat. He finally settled on some ripe-looking blackberries. He took a handful and continued on his way, eating them as he went. The day wore on and the heat of the sun bore down upon Harry, even though only snippets of it could be seen between overhead branches. After a while he began to feel a bit off. Passing a bush full of the same type of berries he had eaten earlier that day, Harry could keep them down no longer. He doubled over and retched them back up. Shaking he walked on and ate no more that day. Surprisingly he met no more creatures of the night. In fact, he met no wildlife save the occasional bird twittering happily high about him. It was shortly after midday that he heard it. "You need to go faster. If you keep going like this we'll be in here for weeks." That strange voice was back, whispering each word carefully. Harry said nothing for a moment, then, "We?" he asked sneeringly. "I see no we. There is me and me alone. Don't you want me here?" The voice whispered hypnotically. Scanning his surroundings for any source of the voice, Harry thought carefully about his answer. What was the voice to him? When he had asked for help it had not come, at least not from the voice. At his time of need the voice had abandoned him. What help was, sir, anyway? All he had done was tell Harry to run, which he was going to do anyway. Then he had led him into this forest full of dangers and poisons. With no help whatsoever afterwards as well. No, Harry said softly. And he began to run, as far away as he could from the haunting voice. I can help you, sir whispered still. He ran faster, which he had not even thought possible. You can't run from me. I will always be here. Leave me alone, Harry cried, running further. I was fine before when I was alone, I'll be fine again. But Harry, you were never alone. Go away. I have always been here. Why are you doing this? Harry's breath was running out now, whereas the voice remained fine. Helping you. You haven't helped me. I have been driving away the creatures for you. Great job, Harry said sarcastically, and he waved his wooden arm, accidentally hitting it off a tree trunk, but he felt no pain. That can be a great asset to you. I don't care. His breathing was coming out in wheezes now, and he could run no further save he collapse. He fell to his knees, his hands the only things stopping him from lying on the ground. You have traveled more today than you would have had you been going at your normal pace. Go away, Harry Ned, before the world fell to oblivion. In the days that followed, Harry mostly ignored the voice whenever it tried to speak to him. He learnt slowly what berries were definitely not good to eat, being that they either were poisonous or tasted horrible or both. Wearily he walked on and on and on and on and on. The forest seemed never ending. He was sure he was still walking in the same direction. He checked it against the sun each morning. He was getting little sleep, and, had he seen his reflection in a mirror, Harry would have seen that there were dark circles underneath his eyes. True to the voice's claim, he saw no creatures of any kind apart from the birds, which seemed to be following him to drive him insane with their cheery chattering. Despite what Harry had said about not needing the voice's advice, he took it anyway and picked up his pace somewhat, although he didn't let Sir know this. Every day Harry woke up feeling exhausted, sore and unprepared for the day ahead of him. This could be from lack of sleep, food or rest though, or it could possibly be a combination of the three. Either way, Harry wasn't too concerned. Slowly but surely the trees eventually began to thin after endless days of traveling. Just when he was about to give up hope of the forest ever ending, the trees suddenly disappeared in front of Harry, and before him stretched open plains as far as he could see. There were no trees, no bushes, no anything. There were just long grassy fields which stretched to the horizon and back again. He heaved a heavy sigh and began trekking across them. It was hard to believe no one had built anything of any description on them yet. One would have thought that someone would claim the fields their own and started building houses or such, but there were no buildings or roads, just grass. Hacking his way through the grass took slightly longer than the undergrowth of the forest. The grass was very dense and snagged at his legs. It was quite good for sleeping in, Harry soon discovered. It protected him from the hard earth and provided great cover for animals, though he had yet to see any after the wolf. It was a warm night that Harry woke up suddenly. At first he didn't know why, but then he felt something slither over his neck and slide underneath it. His eyes widened in fright and he sat up suddenly, disturbing the creature. It quickly tightened its hold on Harry's neck, making it slightly difficult to breathe. He struggled with the animal, and as he tried to pull it off, he felt its smooth scales, its cold exterior, and felt its circular body. He had no doubt that it was a snake. It continued to tighten its coils, and Harry found he could no longer get any air into his lungs at all. Panicking now, he tugged viciously, but to no avail. His body screamed for oxygen. He felt, rather than saw, his face turning a shade of puce. Stop, he managed out feebly with the only breath he had left. Surprisingly, the snake loosened itself but did not dislodge completely. This was enough for Harry though. He gasped and spluttered, trying to swallow the much-needed air. After he was sure he would not faint from lack of air, Harry gently tried to pull the snake free. It started to tighten itself as it felt him doing this, however, so he quickly desisted. Off. Let go, he said. He gasped. That wasn't his voice. It wasn't even English. Instead of the intended words, Harry had spoken in hisses, much like a snake would. Okay then, human, he was even more surprised to hear the snake say. You only had to ask. You speak. He spluttered in wonderment. I believe it is you who speaks, human. The snake hissed and it slithered away into the darkness once more. Harry stared around perplexed. Who knew he could speak to snakes? He supposed it must be a thing that wizards could do, like their wandless magic. Still, it scared him slightly. He didn't hate snakes, per se, but there were definitely animals he preferred. Of all the things to be able to speak to. Harry traversed the plains for many more days after this. The voice pretty much left him alone, as when he did speak, he got no response. The days wore on and soon they started to get colder slightly. It must have been approaching the end of the summer. He was also shocked to realize that this new development meant that sometime while he had been in the forest, it had been his 10th birthday. One day Harry was walking tiredly onwards still when he could have sworn that the horizon was getting a faint black line to it. As he moved closer he saw that it was indeed becoming darker. Closer still, Harry saw with joy filling his heart that it was buildings, the outskirts of a town. He walked more purposefully, his hope renewed. At last, the end was in sight. It took Harry 2 more days to get to the town. He had to go slower. He realized, if he walked, people looking out from the town might see him and that would look more than a tad strange. So he had to crawl the last 2 days. It was hard work crawling, it was difficult to push away the long grass and it hurt his back greatly. Nevertheless he arrived on the outskirts at the end of his 2nd day. The houses didn't slowly build up until there were great blocks of them. Instead they suddenly began the city, as Harry realized it now must be. It would look suspicious if he just wandered out of the wilderness into it, so he decided to walk around the city until he found a road going in. It took him the rest of the day to find such a road. Did the walking never end? He glanced up at a large sign that said, "Welcome to London." Harry let out a frustrated yell and then uttered several swear words between every few words he spoke. What the hell? I've been walking for ages and I'm back where I started from. That of a man can go to Hades. And so on and so forth. Still cursing, he wearily entered the city in search of somewhere to stay. First of all, he decided, he would have to find Mir. Harry had to know if he was okay. He wandered the streets until he found a place well hidden from view in the back of an alley. He settled down and slept till dawn when he would start to familiarize himself with the streets of London again. The next morning he did just that. First he decided on a plan of action. Mir would most likely have gone to the place that he and Harry had first met in case he had returned there. He decided to start looking there. It took Harry a long time to find the place where Sting had taken him those many years ago. It had been such a long time since he was there. It was around midday when he finally arrived outside the back wall of the abandoned building. Harry stepped forwards nervously. What was it Sting had done? Knock the wall. After doing this there was no response. Hadn't someone knocked back when it had been Sting? Maybe there was a specific way you were supposed to do it. Try as he might however, Harry could not remember how it had been done. He tried knocking again. Nothing. Dejectedly he stepped away from the wall. He was about to turn around when a shout made him stop in his tracks. "Hey, kid, get away from there," Harry swore. Did the torment never end? He turned to face the shouter and gasped. Standing there was a face he definitely knew. It was a teenage boy who looked no older than 16. The boy looked filthy and was wearing old, worn clothes with frayed ends and several tears. Harry's face split into a weary smile. "Sting," he cried happily. At least he tried to. His voice came out hoarse and worn from not using it in so long. He coughed and tried again. "You don't know how good it is to see you." Sting's face twisted into an expression of terror. "Who are you?" he said shakily, taking a step back. "How do you know my name?" "Sting, don't you recognize me?" Harry laughed nervously. What was going on? Surely Sting wouldn't have forgotten him. "It's me, Harry." There was no reaction from him other than a small shake of the head. "Harry Potter. Don't you remember me?" Sting continued to back away slightly. No, he whispered. Harry's dead. Why, you don't even look like him. He's gone." Harry's eyes widened. "I'm what now?" "Sting, what's happened? Why don't you believe me? I even have my scar, look." He pushed away his matted hair hiding his lightning bolt scar. "See, it is me." "No," Sting yelled, angry now. "How see, and you even pretend to be him? You'll never live up to his name. Harry Potter died 2 months ago." And then quietly and unhappily, to himself, he whispered, "And I did nothing." Harry frowned. Why on earth would Sting think he was dead? What happened? He asked urgently. He had to find out. Sting, can you at least tell me what happened? Or if you like, you can ask me anything only Harry would know. I am him, Sting. An odd expression came upon his face. It was a look of deep sadness that did not suit Sting's ruffian look at all. 2 months ago a boy called Mir came to me, he said so quietly that Harry had to bend closer to listen. He did not object to Sting introducing Mir as if Harry was not himself. At least he had started talking sense. He told me that Harry Potter had disappeared with a wizard when Harry was trying to defend him. Mir begged me to help look, but I couldn't. I had a life then. I had found a home. I couldn't just give my one chance of happiness up. I'd only even known Harry Potter for a couple of days. Besides, what help could I be? I don't know much that would be of use. Mir left and life went on. But then, about a month after Mir came to me, the Muggles were told to be on the lookout for him because he was missing. So what? I said. It was nothing to do with me. But I couldn't shake this nagging feeling. Why wasn't I doing more to help? Mir was at least trying to find Harry, but I was doing nothing. I was too selfish to help. And then they found it. It was all over the news. Harry Potter's blood had been found in a wood and prints had been found. Wolf prints. A wolf had killed Harry Potter. If only I had helped. And then you come along and mock the dead. I'll kill you. Sting shouted the last part angrily at Harry. But Sting, Harry said confused. I am Harry. Liar. Sting fell to his hands and knees. He looked exhausted. Great lines appeared under his eyes. Something hit Harry. Sting wasn't talking with the same gangster accent he had had before. He asked about this. I was sent to a boarding school, he said with resentment. I was beaten when I didn't speak properly. If I had looked for Harry Potter, I might not have been. How do you get into the building? Harry demanded decisively. Maybe someone in there would make sense of this bizarre situation. Can't. Sting cried woefully. They're all gone. Dead. Harry's eyes widened in alarm. His last possible lead to finding Mir went out the window. He couldn't understand how everyone seemed to have disappeared. No wonder Sting was acting so despondently. Perhaps he blamed himself for it all. What? He had to swallow his alarm. What happened? Sting looked at the ground hatefully as if it were the cause of all the problems. A fire burned that night. The night Harry Potter was found dead. It was my fault. I could have stopped it, but I didn't. I was too busy wallowing in self-pity. Look, Sting, Harry said desperately. It wasn't your fault. Nothing was your fault. Harry Potter's not even dead. I'm right here, Sting. Right here. Sting raised his eyes slowly from the ground to gaze loathingly into Harry's. Not my fault, he yelled furious. Yes, it was. I could have stopped it all. And you still mock the dead. How dare you? How dare you? He gave one last almighty yell of fury and lunged himself at Harry. It was fortunate that Sting was weak with depression because Harry too was weak. Weeks of walking had not left him in the best state to fight such a strong teen who happened to be a lot bigger than him. Harry barely even had the energy to push Sting off him, but he managed. As soon as he was free of the teen, he ran for it. His exhausted body and mind struggled to keep running, but he knew he had to. Sting was, well, not completely of sound mind. It was impossible to say what Sting would do. Harry kept running until he was sure he was not still being followed. He slid down the wall of a dark alley. What would he do now? He had been counting on some sort of lead back at the abandoned house, but that had failed miserably. It was rather hard to comprehend that everyone had either died, disappeared, or been driven to insane chattering. When he thought about it, it all connected to him: the fire, Sting's depression, and Mir's absence. Never again, Harry decided. Never again would he let anyone be put in danger because of him. Where else could he try? He supposed he could try Nymph and the rest of the gang's place, but truth be told, he was rather scared of what he might find had happened to them. If one more person's life had gone down the drain because of him, well, let's just say that Harry would spill some blood. He sighed. Raising himself from the ground with a lot of effort, he began the long journey across London to find them. By the end of the day, he still had not made it to their last home he knew of. He had tried several others on his way, but, as he suspected, they did not use them anymore. Harry knew for a fact that the last one was their most recent, and they should, fingers crossed, be still using it. What surprised Harry more, though, was the fact that he had seen no kids on the streets when he had been traveling. Where had they all gone? It was as if they had all simply disappeared. He decided to call it a long day and found a place in which to rest his drained body and give it some much-needed rest. The next day Harry set off again to find Nymph and the gang. He stretched his tired muscles. They were in dire need of a rest. His whole body was, in fact. Every day he woke up and he was sore all over. He had gone too long without a good rest. It was starting to have side effects. Harry walked along the main roads of London. He no longer cared about being seen by the police or being given suspicious glances. The main roads were the quickest way to get around, so they would be the roads he used. It took Harry barely an hour to reach the last home. Looking at the well-used hidden entrance, he smiled thankfully. There was graffiti all over it and one particular logo stood out. Nymph Rules, Summer 1990, it said. That must mean, Harry thought, his spirits high, that the gang must have used it at least that summer, which, if his sense of time was right, was just coming to a close. He walked right into the hiding place. Knives were drawn and pointed savagely in his direction as he walked through the small gap between two walls. He walked on into the main of the room and smiled with a sigh. Thank God, he breathed. At last. Some luck. He picked Nymph out easily from the crowd. She frowned untrustingly. She stared long and hard at Harry, and soon everyone in the room was looking between the two, seeing who would move first. It was clear that Nymph didn't recognize Harry either. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. Gods, it's me, Harry. You people forget so easy. Everyone in the room gasped, the announcement sparking life into them. It seemed to hit them all suddenly that what he said was true. It was as if they just couldn't place his face to his name. Had he really changed that much? Oi, pipe down. Nymph took a step towards Harry. She looked stunned and dubious. What was going on now? Sit really, you Harry. He leaned against the wall. Even though the day had barely begun, he already felt shattered. Nah, it's the Grim Reaper. Course it's me, you dolt. Nymph narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Prove it, she said simply. How on earth could he prove it? I've got me scar. He raised his fringe to demonstrate this point, and if that's not proof for you, how would you like me to prove it? She cracked her knuckles, deep in thought. What? She asked in her best interrogator voice. Was the first thing you said when you first saw me? Laughingly he replied, you look like you descended from monkeys. Gasping, Nymph ran over to Harry and flung her arms around his neck. Ooh, Harry, you don't know how good it is to see you. I thought Chu was dead. Dead. Now why would you think that? I'm unkillable. Although he said this as a joke, when Harry thought about it he realized it was kind of true. If only Voldemort could kill him, then no one else could and he wouldn't be able to die. She released him and took a step back to examine him. Then, quite out of the blue, she slapped him hard across the face. Several people snickered. Don't you ever do that again. And then she muttered, disappearin', no word from you, and the like. Harry rubbed his now red cheek. What happened after I left? And the story came out, a lot more coherently than Sting's version. After Snape had captured him, Mir had been taken to hospital by a couple of kids. At first they had tried to help him themselves, but Mir had refused to wake, so, fearing the worst, they did the only thing they could think of. Surprisingly, no questions had been asked. Where did he come from, how did this happen, and the like. When Mir had been released, the first thing he had done was inquire about Harry. After finding out that Harry was missing, he had gone on a rampage searching everywhere in London for him, but, obviously, he had been unsuccessful. Mir had then disappeared from the gang's knowledge. Rumors were spread that the same people that had taken Harry took him. Others claimed that the police had caught him. The most popular belief, however, was that he had been hit by a car. Not long after Mir had disappeared, the story of a young boy getting hit by a car, that fitted his description, had been all over the news. Not long after that, headlines started asking questions about Harry. It was said he was missing on the television news they found out by looking in shop windows, and people were asked to come forward with any information in the papers. No one had any clue about his whereabouts, and common citizens believed he was abducted. The news of him died down until about a month later, when blood was found in a forest. The blood was forensically proved to belong to Harry, and muddy wolf tracks had been found. The world had mourned the death of Harry Potter. Well, Harry thought, this seemed to coincide with Sting's story more or less. The Muggle world had been told he died. Why had they been told he was missing in the first place? He was nothing to do with them, well, not really. Dumbledore and his goons might have alerted the Muggles just in case they had heard of him. Yes, that was probably it. Mir. Oh Mir. Harry had failed him so much. He had promised he would help get him to Hogwarts and now look. Missing. That's where it had gotten him. And potentially dead. Harry couldn't believe how badly he had failed him. He had gotten him into so much trouble, just for being with him. So, prompted Nymph, bringing Harry out of his reverie. He blinked at her. So what? So where have you been all this time? She was rather rude when she talked to him. Harry gave her a long stare. Should he tell her? It might put her in danger. Besides that, he wouldn't be able to tell her the whole truth even if he did tell her. After all, she didn't know about wizards, did she? It was rather hard to keep track of who did and who didn't these days. Tell her. The creepy voice was back and whispering all the more. Did I ask for your opinion? Harry asked loudly. Silence met this, then. No, but I shall give it to you anyway. She knows of the wizarding community. Tell her. Harry snarled. Go away. I don't want you here. Everyone was staring at Harry now, most in confusion. Nymph took a step back. Harry. Who you talking to? Don't you hear it? No. Every curse under the sun came out of Harry's mouth then, all directed towards Sir. He ran a distracted hand through his hair, showing his wooden arm in the dim light. He hid it quickly behind his back. Harry looked fearfully at Nymph. She looked him up and down, worriedly. Harry, what happened? What's happened to you? Harry's breath constricted in his chest. He was hearing voices no one else could hear now. He felt sure that was a sign of madness. There hadn't been enough time for everything to set in Harry's mind yet. There was no way he was ready to explain it all to someone else. Sure, it had been 2 months, but those had been focused on getting out of the wilderness. Nymph took a consoling step towards him. Gently she asked, Harry, was it the wizards who did this to you? He glanced around the others' faces worriedly. There had to be a reason that wizards didn't tell Muggles about themselves, and here was one girl about to blow it for them. What was he saying? Muggles had every right to know about wizards. Perhaps it was being around them too much that was starting to make him think like them. No, he would never be like them. The other kids didn't look confused in the slightest though. Maybe they just thought that it was another nickname for a gang. Nymph took hold of his bony arm gently. Come on, we've got some talking to do. She began to lead him out of the den and only paused when someone called after them. Get him some new clothes while you're out there. And a decent meal too. She ignored the voice. Harry wasn't even listening. He let her lead him away from the crowd. How could he tell her everything that had happened? Could he even tell her? Should he? No matter what the answers to the questions were, Harry knew one thing for sure. It was truth time. As Harry and Nymph walked the streets of London, life was just beginning to waken. Curtains were being drawn, shops were being opened, and breakfast was being eaten. A few cars slowly began to drive past the quiet street as workers headed off. They walked until they came to a small swing park. They sat down and looked about them. It was deserted. Nymph turned to Harry and he deliberately avoided her eyes. So? She asked pointedly. Still not looking at her, he replied innocently, trying to postpone the inevitable, so what? Don't play dumb with me. So where've you been? Around. Still evasive, although Harry wasn't really sure Nymph would just let it go. Just as he had predicted, she didn't. Look Harry, I can understand if you didn't want to say anything around the others, but there's no reason to keep quiet now. I know about wizards. What happened? It was quite surprising that she knew about the magical community. In fact, a surprisingly large amount of people he had met just happened to know that magic existed. The exact why and how was beyond him though. Harry didn't move and he continued to stare hard at the ground in front of his swing. Nothing. If he told her, she could potentially be in danger. It was too much to risk her getting caught because of him. He shouldn't even be talking to her now. Everyone connected with him always ended up in trouble. Sting, Aunt Petunia, Mir. His heart constricted. Nymph got to her feet angrily. She reached out and forced his head upwards so that he had no choice but to look at her. Don't you, nothing, me, Potter. Something obviously went on when you disappeared. You come back after 2 months, 2 flipping months, and you're talking to yourself, you've got a wooden arm and you look like death. Harry, you know you can trust me. What happened? There was silence for a moment. Slowly Harry said, Can I? She raised her eyebrows. Can you what? Can I trust you? Nymph let his head drop suddenly, furious. Can you trust me? Can you trust me? Of course you can. Harry, what went on? You've changed so much. Before you left you never doubted anyone. You kept no secrets. But now, you have to ask if you can trust me. You should know you can but you don't. Harry, we street kids help each other, we trust each other. No questions asked. What you doubtin' us for now? He couldn't tell her. No. How could she understand that it was his fault Mir was dead, that he had condemned a whole house full of children to orphanages, that it was him who had driven Sting to depression, it was him that put them all constantly in danger. He was putting them all constantly in danger. Why? Was he so selfish that he would rather everyone he knew be in danger just so he would be happy? Would he even be happy? He had found out what had happened since he left, but what now? He could go back to his life before. No, that was wrong. His life would never be the same as it was before. Nymph was right, he had changed. Harry needed a plan of action. There was no way he could just carry on, pretending nothing had happened. The centaur had told him to go to a place called Diagon Alley. Why he had to go there, Harry had no clue, but the centaur had helped him and needed him alive to be able to pass information on later, so it wasn't likely to be a trap. No obvious danger at least. There would be danger wherever Harry went. Heck, it could be dangerous sitting in that park. Well, if the centaur said he needed to go to Diagon Alley, then that's where he'd go. Suddenly he realized that Nymph was still watching him and that he had been silent for several minutes now. Harry supposed that he was too used to being alone now. After all, he had spent 2 months, though it still seemed incredible to him, without another sane person to talk to. Somehow Sir didn't really seem to fit in that category. Maybe that's the way it should be, he thought. Harry, alone where no one would be in any sort of danger because of him. I'm afraid, he said formally, that I can't see you anymore. Or the others for that matter. Nymph blinked in surprise. You what? Look, I understand you've been through a lot now, but you don't need to do everything alone. Why didn't she take the hint? Well, if she was going to continually try and be his friend, he'd just need to make her not want to be his friend. What? He was beginning to confuse himself now. This was going too far. He was definitely trying to overcomplicate things now. You don't know where Diagon Alley is, do you? What? Nymph was definitely getting annoyed now. What's that got to do with anything? Stop changing the subject. Do you though? Inside Harry was smiling triumphantly. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was annoying Nymph and he could find out where he was supposed to be going all at the same time. If he managed to annoy Nymph enough, perhaps she would decide he wasn't worth the trouble and never speak to him again. If only it were that easy. A brief moment of silence passed as she contemplated her answer. I think you go through a bar on a street somewhere in Charing Cross Road. Harry stood up off the swing and started walking away from Nymph. Charing Cross Road was a large road with many shops, bars and restaurants, so he had better start checking it as soon as he could if he hoped to find the right bar. Hey, where you going? Nymph called after him, her tone more than a little annoyed that he had walked away in the middle of a conversation. Away. Harry did not break his stride or even turn round in his reply. Away where? Away from you. And that was all Harry would say as he walked, ignoring her calls after him. Nymph did not follow, however, for which Harry was grateful. He did not know how he would be able to shake her off otherwise. He had a sneaking suspicion that he would meet her again and not too far into the future either. Pushing these thoughts away, he focused on the task at hand. Charing Cross Road. Well, that narrowed his search down slightly, but he would still have to find whereabout on the long road the pub was, and if his instincts were correct, there would be some anti-muggle charm on it. That would make things slightly more difficult. No doubt the pub would be hard to find, and not knowing exactly where it was, Harry had his work cut out for him. Charing Cross Road wasn't exactly small. There was also the fact that he was on the other side of London. To be fair, it was pretty much in the middle of London, but he couldn't really be any further away from it. Harry bit his lip as he looked at himself in a shop window. He stuck out from the crowd like a daffodil in a field of poppies. His face was covered in dirt, as were his arms and legs, which you could see through the many tears and rips in his shabby clothes. If he ever saw a stereotypical-looking homeless person, he was sure it would look exactly like he did then. Passers-by stared at him and he felt sure he was attracting unwanted attention. He would need to clean himself up and get some new clothes. First, Harry picked out a fairly busy clothes shop. The security guard eyed him suspiciously as he wandered innocently round. He picked out some clothes that looked as if they would fit all right and worked his way back round to the front of the shop, careful to make sure that he still appeared to be browsing. Once at the closest rack to the door, he dashed out. Immediately alarms went off inside the shop and he could hear the security guard chasing after him, though he didn't look back. Despite his small size and appearance, Harry was a very fast runner. He would have been even faster had it not been for his aching feet, which were the result of endless days of use. Nevertheless, he outstripped the guard easily, and after 10 minutes of running, Harry lost him. The next thing he had to do was find a place to have a shower. This was slightly more tricky, however, to do without getting caught. Luck had certainly decided that at last Harry deserved to be shined on, and he had barely rounded the next corner when he saw a public swimming pool. It wasn't too hard to sneak in and use the showers. All Harry had to do was pretend he was with someone who was paying to get in. Not long after he entered, Harry left looking much cleaner and blending in much better. The only thing he had forgotten to do was get some shoes. The ones he wore now had their soles peeling off the bottom and had many holes. It would be difficult to get shoes though. Not because he would get caught, but because his feet were swollen, cut and blistered. Harry hadn't actually noticed before, and he supposed he was just too preoccupied. He had definitely done too much walking. Just as he suspected, he could get no trainers that fit or did not rub against his feet painfully. He got the most comfortable ones he could find, though, and had to admit that they were still better than the worn ones he had been wearing. All that was left now was to get some food and find Diagon Alley. Food was no problem, and he quickly took some from a nearby shop. Hunger quelled, he set off for Charing Cross Road. Now that he knew about the state his feet were in, it was a lot harder to keep walking. They had developed a dull ache. More than that, Harry was quite sick of walking so much. To solve this problem, he casually took a bike from outside a post office where a child no doubt would be upset at having his or her bike stolen. The next day and a half was spent cycling over London. Upon reaching Charing Cross Road, Harry started to search systematically for the pub after leaving the bike leaning against a shop window. He searched every pub working his way up the street. It took him a good few days to go through them all. At the end of the very dull week, to be fair, Harry hadn't spent all the time searching pubs. He spent quite a bit of time stealing money and such. He still hadn't found Diagon Alley. In a very bad temper, Harry decided to try a different means of search. Looking out from his hidden corner in the underground station, Harry searched faces for anyone who looked remotely like a wizard or witch. More than once he found himself speaking to a very confused muggle. At last he found a wizard that Harry managed to identify by a strange vibe that came off the man. "Excuse me, sir," Harry asked a shabby-looking man in a polite voice. The man had a certain air about him that suggested he was a wizard. "But do you know the way to Diagon Alley?" "It's just, I'm supposed to meet my mum there and I seem to have gotten lost." The man looked at him critically. Harry was proud to say that the clothes he was wearing were still in good condition. The man was shabbily dressed and had brown hair that was going gray in parts. His face was weary and he looked slightly ill. "What were you doing out alone?" Fortunately, he had prepared a good cover story. "I was at my muggle friend's house and had to meet my mum in Diagon Alley when she was done her shopping." "All right then," the man said. "I'm going there anyway. What's your name?" He started to walk off and Harry hastened to follow. Names screamed in his head, but nearly all of them wouldn't sound like a wizard's name. Most of them were nicknames too. "What's your name?" he retorted instead. Hopefully he would just sound cautious at being asked questions by a stranger. The man laughed a hollow laugh and said, "Remus Lupin, and you are." Harry bit the inside of his cheek. All the names that had been screaming at him a minute ago seemed to have run away, scared at actually being used. His mind was completely blank. "James," he decided. They walked on in silence for a few minutes. "You look sad." Harry finally chose to voice after the silence had become more than a little awkward for him. Remus Lupin looked at him sorrowfully. "That would be because I am." "Why?" "It would be best to look like an inquisitive child, like he probably would have been had events not taken a turn for the worse in his short life. Besides that, it couldn't hurt to learn about wizards. My friend's son is missing." A brick fell into Harry's stomach. It was just coincidence, right? It had to be. There must be loads of kids who go missing in the wizarding world. I'm sure he'll turn up. Remus looked at the ground. I'm not so sure. He's been missing a while now. If possible, the brick sank even lower. It had to be a coincidence. Children disappeared all the time in the normal world, so it would be a good assumption to think they did so too in the wizarding world, right? What's his name? Harry asked, just to be certain. Harry Potter. Breath constricted in Harry's chest, as he fought not to panic. Don't do anything suspicious, he chided himself. He said nervously. Though he was dead. Inwardly congratulating himself on his quick thinking, Harry found his breathing become ever so slightly easier. Remus looked at him sharply. Who told you that? It was on the Muggle news. Again, he congratulated himself. Remus visibly relaxed, though he still looked sorrowful. There have been rumors, he confessed. They arrived outside a small entrance to a pub, which Harry had somehow overlooked before. There had to be a spell on it or something, he thought. They entered and walked right out through a back door. There was a large brick wall that Remus tapped with a long wooden stick that must have been his wand. It melted away to reveal Diagon Alley, and Harry fought back his gasp of surprise. You okay from here, James? Remus asked. Harry nodded mutely. He started to walk away from him. There was no need to spend any more time with him than necessary. It actually surprised Harry that Remus hadn't recognized him, seeing as he had known his father. This was getting a little eerie. Why did no one recognize him anymore? And Harry? Remus's voice called after him as if he had something more he wanted to say. Yeah, he turned round and gasped in horror. Remus likewise gasped. Harry cursed natural reactions and ran for it. How could he be so stupid? To let himself be tricked so easily, it was clear he was out of practice at discretion. Footsteps ran after him, and all Harry could think was, "Here we go again." Remus did not shout after Harry as he had expected. Instead, he focused all of his energy into chasing him, a feat that Harry noticed. Perhaps it was so not to draw attention and lose him in the crowd, or perhaps it was because he did not want to raise his hopes in case it was not actually Harry. Either way, it didn't matter much to him. All Harry cared about was ditching Remus. He dodged between wizards and witches who were window shopping or hurrying down the street, eager to get on with their daily business. It was slightly easier for Harry, who was small and nimble enough to do so without trouble, but for Remus, who kept bumping into people and had to follow his path, it was not so easy. Harry rushed through the cobbled street, ever searching for an escape route. He stumbled slightly, but it was enough to send him sprawling over the ground. The only reason Harry fell, however, was a shrill cry that came from behind him, which startled him. Looking up from his position on the ground, Harry saw something that made him gasp in surprise. Remus too had fallen, but not out of fright. Someone had rammed into him from the side. Nymph was staring at Harry fiercely. He stared back. Why was she attempting to help him? He didn't need her help. He had been on his own for the past couple of months and nothing had happened then. Come to think of it, people were always doubting that he could take care of himself. Mir had, Nymph did, Dumbledore did, and who knew who else? No one seemed to understand that he was fine by himself. The last thing he wanted was help, especially from Dumbledore. People wouldn't even think Harry needed help if it hadn't been for that old fool. Leave me alone, Harry cried at Nymph. People around them turned to stare. It was a rather odd sight, Harry thought. A child on the ground, a man unmoving, and a third person staring down at them both. Remus stirred, moaning slightly, from his position on the ground. Nymph darted forwards and didn't slow as she bent down, grabbed Harry by the collar, hoisting him to his feet, and dragged him off with her. He somehow managed to find his footing and run along with her. Arguing could wait. The most important thing at that moment in time was to get as far away from suspecting wizards as possible. This being the case, Harry ignored the fact that Nymph was helping him and ran silently beside her. Together they ran with all their might, glancing all the while for a good place to hide. They ran up the cobbled street and round a corner into more shop-filled lanes. Was that all the wizarding world was? Shops? Harry guessed so, as they turned another corner into more of them. Behind them wizards were getting curious, there was shouting and angry voices. Finally they hurried into a crowded shop and mingled with the crowd. Even if they were followed in, Harry and Nymph would be hard to spot. Around them shelves were filled with different colored products. Things that looked like water balloons, bizarre-looking sweets, wet start fireworks and all manner of odd things. It certainly helped matters that this appeared to be some kind of a joke shop and the customers that milled around so pleasantly were mostly children. Harry and Nymph managed to stay there for approximately half an hour before they decided it was safe to return to the outside. Still they did not speak as they walked down Diagon Alley once more. Passers-by still turned to stare, however. This could be from their different clothing or their slightly scruffy appearance. Which, Harry couldn't tell. The commotion that had occurred when Remus Lupin had been chasing them had died down as well. All the same, it was an unspoken agreement between the two that it was not quite as safe for them in Diagon Alley. They soon left for the Muggle world once more. It was when they were safely hidden from common eye in a back alley that Harry rounded on Nymph. "What do you think you're playing at?" he asked roughly. "I was trying to help," she exclaimed defensively. Harry glared at her even though he knew well that this was true and her intentions had been good. "You'd have been more help if you'd stayed away." She returned the look. "Oh yeah, how's that then? What would you have done?" "I couldn't, just let him take you away again, Harry. Look at what they did to you last time." And she gestured at his wooden arm to prove her point. Looking sadly down at it, he said, "It wasn't the wizards who done this." "What? You heard?" Nymph walked over to him concernedly. "Harry, you need to tell someone what happened. I'm right here. I can help. Help," he roared suddenly furious with her. Why couldn't she have stayed away? It was almost as if she wanted to be in danger. "If you want to help, go away." "Why?" Nymph seemed rather angry too now. "What did I do to deserve this? You left, without warning, I might add, and then you come back and won. Nothing to do with us. Harry, something went on when you were away and I won, know what? Well, whoop-de-doo for you then." She shook her head. "Come on, tell me." No. If she was going to be stubborn, then so would he. "Why not?" "Because," he cried when it at last became clear to him that she wasn't going to be brushed aside so easily. "You're already gonna be in trouble now for helping me. If you'd stayed away like I wanted you to, the wizards wouldn't have cared about you, but now they'll want you caught so they can find me. Do I look like I care?" Looking up at her, Harry saw that she had a point. She obviously didn't care. Still though, he couldn't put her in that danger. "Go home." She blinked. "What home? Harry, we live in a hovel on the streets. What home is that to go to? A safe one." Nymph looked skeptical. "Hardly," she replied bleakly. Harry said nothing. "Look, no matter what you say, I'm staying with you. It'll make things a whole lot easier on the both of us if you tell me what happened though." Harry stared at her as he'd never stared at her before. A sudden doubt had entered his mind. Why was she so eager to know what had happened? Maybe she had only helped him out with Remus to gain his trust. Yes, that could well be the reason. She could be on the Dumbledore's side and wanted to trick him into being her friend. Or she could be under his control by some spell or something. Or she might not even be the real Nymph. How could he tell? Pondering on this line of thought, Harry realized that she had never mentioned anything about the wizarding world before. Why? She must have recognized his name. "Who are you?" She blinked. "There you go again, changing the subject. Who do you think I am, Snow White? Or maybe I'm Sleeping Beauty? What do you think I'm doing? How am I supposed to prove to you that I'm telling the truth? Put yourself in my feet." "Put myself in your feet." Well, that proved it. Some magical imposter would never know about Nymph's habit of misquoting well-used phrases. For some reason this seemed to take an enormous weight off his chest and put him in a much better mood. "Nymph, the saying is put yourself in my shoes. Not feet. That's gross." She smiled thinly, but she seemed relieved. "My shoes have so many holes in 'em that it might as well be feet." There seemed to be no end to their arguing. It was pointless really, they were just voicing doubts. Harry did remember his earlier vows, though, and would not allow himself to trust her without reason. "Why didn't you tell me you knew about the wizarding world before?" he asked. She muttered something incoherently and had to repeat it when he asked for a second time. "Ah don't like to talk about it." Exasperated, he said, "Just tell me." "Wait just 1 second, she exclaimed, outraged. "This is a two-way motorway. If you tell me where you've been, I'll tell you why." Two-way street. The phrase is two-way street. Get it right. There was nothing more annoying than hearing phrases quoted wrongly. Besides, how do I know that you even have something to tell me? You could be tricking me into telling you what happened when I disappeared. Well, how do I know you'll tell me what happened to you once I tell you? Silence struck the air for a moment and then Harry admitted, point taken. So what do we do? I sure aren't telling first. Well, neither am I. Do we just leave it then? Harry couldn't believe this. He was blatantly ignoring his vow to himself and was beginning to trust Nymph. Well, said a snide voice in his head, when you think about it, you trusted her before you made that vow, so really you aren't breaking it. He smiled inwardly. He had just found a loophole in his own vow. Oh well, he didn't really care that much. Besides, she might be a great help to him one day. Running a distracted hand through his hair, he said, fine. Gods, I'm too old for this. Nymph glanced around as if someone were there that would explain this to her. Harry, you're like 10. He grinned crookedly. 10's much too old to have to go through these kind of choices. At that moment a silent mutual agreement of sorts was made. Neither asked again of the questions that plagued them about each other. It was also the beginning of their living together, and from then on, Harry had no more arguments with Nymph. Well, that was a lie, he had a few petulant ones. They lay low for the rest of the day. And the next. And the next. And the day after that. Okay, so they couldn't really be bothered doing anything that required much effort. After that, however, they decided to once more venture into Diagon Alley. The street was more crowded than it was before. It must have been a weekend, Harry decided. Wizards were decidedly odd. The men chose to wear robes like the women, and they wore stupid pointed hats that got in the way when entering or leaving shops. Goblins ran the wizard bank. Who would trust their money with such devious-looking creatures? They had all sorts of animals as pets, snakes, rats, owls, and some that Harry had never seen nor heard of before. Hoods were kept up at all times by Harry and Nymph. It surprised them both that no one was wary of this and no one questioned them. No one thought to ask why they were out alone either. A problem presented itself within Harry's mind. How would he get to Hogwarts, and how would he get his supplies? Nymph could buy his supplies if necessary, and they could exchange some of the stolen Muggle money at the bank. They had seen this done, but how would they know what to get? Such answers could be found when the time came. The days were growing shorter and colder, and a thin layer of frost had begun to rest on the ground each morning. This caused difficulties for the duo. If they continued to sleep outside or in cold secretes, they could potentially freeze to death or get pneumonia or the like. They spent many days searching for a place to stay, and fortunately Nymph found a man who could help them. Oi, Harry, she called him over to her. Standing next to her was a young man in his early 20s. He had thin brown hair, a pale face and a tired expression. His clothes were shabby and his shoes old. Pale blue eyes stared out of the sockets on his face. This man can give us a place with heat for the winter. Harry narrowed his eyes. For what? These people always wanted something in return. Money, of course. She rolled her eyes as if this were the most obvious thing in the world. He don't mind where it comes from neither. But how much? 70 a week. 70. That was a bit extravagant. That kind of money was rather hard to come by on the streets, especially if you had to steal it all. You kidding me? Nymph sighed. Unfortunately, no. He wanted 500 at first. The place ain't exactly legal, but it's cozy. I've seen it. They might not get another chance, and that was probably the best they could do anyway. It had better be really cozy. It turned out that the place was in fact cozy. It was well heated and had a large moth-eaten sofa. It was probably one of the most comfortable places Harry had ever stayed in after his aunt died. The wallpaper was shabby and peeling, and the carpet had more holes than Swiss cheese, but it was warm. That didn't make it any easier to get the money for it though. Harry ended up spending all of his time that winter stealing money so they could afford it. Spring came and left, and Harry and Nymph were forced to leave the cozy housing. It was simply too hard to gain that much money every week. Exhaustedly they moved out and traversed across London to throw off any people who happened to be looking for them. It was amazing that they had not been pestered by them so far. There was no telling what would happen once they were discovered. Summer arrived in a blast of sun, and children returned to the streets as the schools let out. Harry knew that he would have to find some way to get all the supplies needed for Hogwarts this summer, for the next it would be too late. He would be going to Hogwarts on September the 1st, and nothing anyone could say or do would Make him change his mind, but as usual the absurd voice that had deemed his head worth occupying, confused him more by raising doubts. Why do you insist on going to Hogwarts? You are safe out here on your own. No one has harmed you or your friend whilst you have been hiding. It was fortunate that Nymph was out, because that left Harry the freedom to respond without the looks of skepticism he always received when he appeared to mutter to himself. Baring his teeth in annoyance at the incessant voice, he spat. Liar. I suppose people dying, being sent to orphanages and foster homes, suffering from depression and being put in constant danger is nothing. If I go to the magic school, I'll be on equal ground, I'll know just as much as them, and then I can take revenge for all that senile man has done to me. Keep your friends close but your enemies closer and all that junk. And how do you plan on not being recognized on instant? It's not as if you can just waltz in and they'll accept you with open arms, sneered the voice. Was he utterly thick? The voice, although appearing wise, sometimes came off as far less intelligent than Harry. Obviously I'll go by a different name and alter my appearance. And this name is going to get on the list for new students. How exactly? I'll put it on. Harry gritted his teeth in frustration. Why didn't the voice just leave him alone? It had to be the most annoying thing in the whole world. Good luck doing that unnoticed. Oh great, he'd learned sarcasm now. There was more than that which bothered him now, however. Carefully Harry had spied on new students getting their supplies for the school, and it appeared that getting a wand yourself was mandatory. It wouldn't exactly be a picnic to get the books and stuff either, but hardly anything was a picnic these days. Magical shops would be better warded against thieves than Muggle ones. There was also the fact that he didn't actually know which books he would need. Even thinking about problems presented new ones. How would he get all the stuff to Hogwarts anyway? Surprisingly, Nymph solved several of these problems as she returned back to their current living quarters one night laden with a heavy trunk. Harry gawked at her, the unspoken question showing clearly on his face. I exchanged some money that I've been saving for ages at their bank, and I told the shopkeepers that I lost my list. All you need now is a wand. She was surprisingly blunt. He frowned. Why'd you do it for me? Because I'm your friend, she said, still being very blunt. And I wanted to help you. Something suddenly occurred to Harry. You do know you're not coming with me, right? Why not? She cried. Evidently she had been trying to butter him up so that she could go, but it was clear she had expected him to refuse. Why can't I go with you? Because you'd be in danger. Harry shouted rather loudly. Who cared about being calm and rational? Because no one can know I know you. You're safer on your own. Or maybe it's because you don't trust me enough. That's it, isn't it? After all we've been through together, after all I've done to help you, you still don't trust me. I can't believe you. He blanched slightly. It was partially true. Harry had never grown to fully trust her, and he had a strange feeling that it was mutual. She had, however, proven herself to be fully trustworthy, but he could just not bring himself to trust her. It would mean that she was in even more danger. Harry still refused to let anyone be harmed because of him again. Look, if you want to help, you'll stay away. I'll be back in the holidays and you can help me then. He was too tired to argue properly. Thanks though, he said with such gratitude that Nymph blinked, forgetting all her rage. For everything you've helped me with. Oh Harry, and to his great and utter surprise, Nymph flung her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly. When she released them, there were tears glistening in her pale gray eyes. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too. It turned out that the schoolbooks, trunk and other necessities for Hogwarts were not the only things she had gotten him. Somehow Nymph had managed to get Harry a potion that would disguise him for exactly 372 days, meaning that it would wear off sometime the following summer. The potion would alter all of his features, making it almost impossible for Harry to be recognized. Uncertainly he drank it and he felt no different, but Nymph's squeal of delight told him that it had worked. All that was left was to get his wand, as Nymph had said. Amazingly, she had enough money for that too. This did not help quench Harry's nerves though, as he entered a dusty old shop, alone. Hello. He called out quietly when no one came at the ringing of the bell above the door. The shop was lined carefully with long slender boxes stacked high up to the ceiling. There was a musty smell that Harry did not like. Ah, hello. An old voice said from behind him, making him jump. I am Mr. Ollivander. The speaker was an old man whose wide, pale eyes shined like moons in the dark of the shop. Hi. I'm here to get a wand. Muggleborn. Ollivander asked softly as he began pulling boxes off of shelves. Harry, having no idea what he meant by Muggleborn, simply nodded. Which is your wand arm? Again he was perplexed as to what this meant and just said his right arm as he was right-handed. Thankfully, Harry had taken to wearing black gloves and long sleeves to hide his wooden arm. The wizard seemed satisfied and a tape measure began taking measurements from all sorts of ridiculous places as he continued to rifle through wands. At last the measuring stopped and the man placed a long wooden wand in his hand. Give it a wave. Feeling very stupid and self-conscious, Harry did so and a vase exploded. He looked up in alarm. Perhaps not then. The wand was snatched back and another was thrust upon him. The same thing happened again. And again. And again. And again. And it continued to happen until Harry felt sure that he must have tried every wand in the shop. I wonder, no of course not, stupid idea, but still Ollivander was muttering to himself. He gently took down a final wand and handed it carefully to Harry. At once he felt sure it was the wand for him. A sudden warmth reached his fingers as he grasped the wand's end and he brought it down through the air and emitted silver sparks. Ollivander stared long and hard at him until Harry was prompted to ask, rather rudely, what? I had expected that wand to go to another boy but alas, he is feared dead. Ice plunged into the pits of Harry's stomach. You see, the brother of that wand gave Harry Potter his scar. Later when he returned to Nymph he told all that had happened whilst in the wand shop. She seemed much less anxious than him though and this came as a reassurance. Still, it would not do to be seen with the very wand that Harry Potter was supposed to have. He need not have worried however, as the next day the wand had mysteriously changed its own appearance. Yet another problem rose up within Harry's mind though. Nymph. How did the students get to Hogwarts? Early on the morning of September 1st, Harry found himself sitting alone on the Hogwarts Express, the only person to have arrived. It was still 2 hours before the train was due to leave and he wouldn't have boarded so early but Harry refused to let Nymph be anywhere near wizards. They had said their sorrowful farewells and parted. It had taken them many hours of eavesdropping to learn how the students of Hogwarts traveled there and it had been somewhat tricky learning exactly where to go. Eventually, when listening into a red-headed family's conversations, they had discovered that a train took the pupils from King's Cross Station. It was slightly harder to find out that it left from platform 9 3/4 and harder still to work out how to get onto it. There wasn't exactly a sign pointing them in the right direction. After many more hours of experimenting they finally cracked the puzzle and Harry was free to meet the train. As he sat alone in the train compartment, Harry found himself already missing Nymph greatly. They had had their share of arguments, oh yes, but that did not make it any easier to bid each other farewell. Your plan to put your own name onto the list for new students will never work. Harry gritted his teeth. He just wanted to be left alone for a while but no, that irritating voice would never allow that. You got a better idea. As it just so happens, yes. Blinking in surprise, he sneered, oh yeah. Kindly share. I will put your name on the list. Well, that was certainly a surprise. There was no doubt in Harry's mind that the voice was far more capable of doing such things than he was. Still, it surprised him that, Sir, would do anything to help him, especially something as big as this. It would probably require a great deal of magic and that was something that he was not really accustomed with. It would help a lot if the voice could do it for him. Thanks, he heard himself mutter. What name will you be going by at Hogwarts? Yet another complication to the elaborate web of lies Harry was attempting to weave. With so many other things to think about he hadn't thought of a name to go by. What should he call himself? It shouldn't be something too obvious like James as it was clear that aroused suspicion quickly. Mir would have been able to come up with something brilliant. He didn't have time to stop that thought surfacing and Harry felt his heart give a throb of Ning. It still hurt to think about Mir. A clever name was hard for him to think of. With not much schooling many things were difficult for him to do. It would be great to be able to think of a witty name or a mixture of words in some other language but Harry knew next to nothing where foreign languages were concerned. Minutes passed as he thought of and dismissed many names. Eventually he found one he liked well enough to use. Jeremy Hart. The voice did not speak again so Harry assumed that Sir was away doing whatever it was he did. He stared at his reflection in the window of the train. His hair was no longer black and uneven but it was now reddish-brown although it still retained its ability to stand up in all directions. The green eyes which had stared from his face remained, for which Harry was glad. He rather liked his eyes. The shape of his face had changed too, and it no longer was pale and thin. No part of him was especially thin anymore when it came to that. The potion he had taken was extremely effective and, though he didn't like to admit it, Nymph had been extremely helpful in finding it. Having nothing better to do with the time that was left before the train left, Harry pulled out a book from his trunk with his gloved hand. The wooden arm would almost definitely alarm some people if it were seen, so it was carefully hidden beneath the sleeves of his school robes and behind a black glove. The book which he was reading was the book for Transfiguration, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emmerich Switch. It was difficult reading, it had been years since he had last attempted to. Harry found he often didn't understand words and had to sound them out, but as he had been one of the brighter students in his year, he managed fairly well. Slowly the students started to arrive with their families to the station. Some of them arrived with loud cracks, others just appeared, but most of them came in the way Harry did, through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He put away his book so that he could watch the families bid their children goodbye as they boarded the train. A few of the witches and wizards milling around the station were familiar to him. There was the red-headed family who had been talking about getting to Hogwarts. They were the ones Harry and Nymph had eavesdropped on. There was A Pale B. Own boy and his father who had knocked into them and ignored them afterwards, and there were several others who he had seen buying their school equipment. Eventually the train left and there was a mad scramble to get on. Families waved one last goodbye and it pulled out of the station. Harry returned to his book. It wasn't long, however, when the opening of the compartment door and a freckled member of the Redheads entered interrupted him, wearing a smudge of dirt on his nose. "Can I sit there?" the boy asked sheepishly, pointing at a seat opposite Harry. "Everywhere else is full." He wrinkled his nose. Whilst they had been listening to their conversation, Harry and Nymph had heard the family talking about how Dumbledore, the headmaster of the school, was the greatest headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen. He didn't wish to have to share a compartment with someone who trusted so readily. "If you must." Gratefully the boy sat and extended his hand to Harry. "I'm Ron Weasley." He glanced up briefly from the book, which he had returned to. "Jeremy Hart," he said, and then continued reading, ignoring any attempts Ron made to have a conversation. Ron lowered his arm and turned to look out the window. Unnoticed by Harry, countryside that was very familiar started to fly past the window. An old witch pushing a trolley full of sweets stopped by to ask if they wanted to buy anything, but he declined. Having no money whatsoever, it would be rather hard to buy anything. Ron Weasley also declined, mumbling something about sandwiches. Not long after that, the door opened yet again and a dark-haired boy with a round, plump face entered. "Sorry," he said, "but have either of you seen a toad?" Ron shook his head and Harry just bristled at being interrupted from his reading yet again. He had never had this much trouble at being undisturbed when he wanted to be left alone before. "I've lost him," the boy wailed. "So go find him and leave us in peace," he replied testily. The boy did so and they were left alone for a few minutes before, yet again, the door opened. It was a girl with busy brown hair this time, and she had a slight bossy air about her. "Have either of you seen a toad?" "Neville's lost one." Ron shook his head again. "Yes, of course I've seen a toad," Harry said sarcastically. "I'm secretly hiding him so that I can eat him later." "No need to be rude. I was only trying to help Neville," she told him before turning to Ron. "You'd best be getting into your robes. I expect we'll be there soon." She made to leave but stopped at the last second. "You've got some dirt on your nose, by the way." And she left, leaving them to go back to what they were doing before. As much as Harry wanted to continue reading, there was little time for it anyway. A cool voice told the train that they would be arriving at the station in a few minutes and to leave their luggage on the train. It was dark outside now. He found himself thinking shrewdly that it took a lot less time going by train than on foot. True to the announcer's words, they pulled into another station. "You handled that well," the voice said as Harry was jostled off the train. "You don't want to be making friends who are friends with your enemy. The old one will pay one day for what he has done. And I will be the one to make him pay," he muttered, barely audible in the noise of the crowd disembarking from the train, but he was sure Sir had heard. A rough voice called the first years over, and it turned out that it belonged to the massive gamekeeper that Harry had seen while watching out of the hospital window during his stay at Hogwarts. The man still had a large bushy beard, and now that he was closer, Harry could see that he had small crinkling eyes. He motioned for them to follow and they did so. It grew very dark and it was similar to that of the forest. As they rounded a corner, the first years got their first sight of Hogwarts. There were gasps of delight as a large castle sat upon a high mountain shadowing a vast glossy lake. The extraordinarily large man ushered them into little boats, and he was horrified to find that he had to share one with the bossy, bushy-haired girl, Ron Weasley, and the round-faced boy whom Harry assumed was called Neville. The gamekeeper got a boat all to himself, which was just as well because there was no room for anyone else, and as he rowed forwards all the boats behind him moved as one. Reaching the other side of the lake, the gamekeeper strode up to the large oak front door and knocked 3 times. A stern-looking witch opened it cautiously and scanned their faces. She withdrew, looking slightly sad as if something she had been looking for was not there. As they stepped inside, Harry felt immediately exposed. The entrance hall was huge and grand. It was bigger than any place he had ever been in. For this reason alone it made him feel like there could easily be someone lurking just out of sight waiting to pounce on them. One of Harry's legs rubbed against the other and he felt the reassuring, short, thin blade of the knife, which was now kept almost permanently there. His other 2 knives, hidden up his sleeves, weighed reassuringly. He found himself wishing that he hadn't left Nymph's going away present in his trunk. For another parting gift she had given him a small gun. Apparently it was so he could protect himself better, but it was really the sentiment that made him treasure it. There was no telling how useful it would be against magic. For all he knew, it would have no effect on wizards whatsoever. The stern witch started to speak to them all, and it surprised Harry that he hadn't noticed the gamekeeper leaving. He listened intently to her first words, "My name is Professor McGonagall," before he stopped giving his full attention. Somehow he picked up on the fact that the first years would all be sorted into houses, which would be where they made friends from and stayed with. She left, and as no one else made to follow her, neither did Harry. Students nervously tried to make themselves presentable, and he noticed Ron rubbing at his nose furiously. Murmuring rose up as the students chattered anxiously about how they would be sorted. Many strange theories rose, most of which were ridiculous. Someone gasped from behind Harry and he spun around, barely refraining from drawing a knife as he had become so accustomed to doing since he had returned to London. Gliding through the opposite wall were a fleet of silvery ghosts. They were arguing amongst themselves and did not notice the first years at first. He wasn't surprised like most of the students around him. Nothing seemed to surprise him very much anymore. 1 or 2 of the ghosts introduced themselves but had to cut the pleasantries short when McGonagall came back through. The sorting ceremony is about to start. She led them into another large hall, which was packed full of students sitting at 4 long tables. There was one other table at the top of the hall, which they went and stood in front of. This table seated the teachers, but Harry quickly averted his eyes, which he thought was quite smart, as the voice told him just after. The old man can read minds if you look him in the eyes. So can the potions master, to a lesser degree. There didn't appear to be a ceiling, the vast hall simply opened out to the sky it appeared, but the bushy-haired girl was heard whispering that it was bewitched. Every eye in the hall was upon them, and Harry was not the only person to shift nervously under their gaze. A 3-legged stool was brought into the hall and an old, worn hat was placed on it. The hat opened its brim like a mouth and sang a song about the 4 different houses. The whole song was rather pointless in Harry's opinion, but the rest of the student body seemed to love it and it burst into applause when it finished. The song basically told him that Gryffindor was the house for the brave and courageous, Slytherin was the house for the ambitious and cunning, Ravenclaw was the house for the students who liked to learn, and Hufflepuff was the house for the loyal and hardworking. Harry had absolutely no idea which house he would be in. Professor McGonagall unrolled a long list of names and a knot tightened in his stomach. One by one the students were called up, in alphabetical order, to put on the hat, which then would call out what house they would be in. Harry noticed that not everyone wore the hat for the same amount of time. Some sat for maybe a minute or more, but others barely had the hat touch their heads when their house was called out. Finch Fletchley, Justin. It wouldn't be long now. It couldn't be long now. A few moments of anxiety passed as more names were called out. Granger, Hermione. It was next. Harry's name would be called out next. His whole body tensed up as he awaited his new name, Hart, Jeremy. But it never came. More and more names were called out and more pupils were sorted, but still Harry's name was not called. What would he do? If he didn't do something quickly, he would be left standing alone after everyone else was sorted. Why hadn't his name been called out? He would investigate that later. Right then, he would need to come up with a new name, and quickly. Jeremy Hart would have to be the start, as he had told the Weasley boy that it was his name, so there would have to be a hyphen surname or something. Something near the end of the alphabet. Once again Harry's mind went blank under such pressure. He looked up to the sparkling white stars for inspiration. White. Yes, that would do, but how would he get it on the list? With all his might, Harry wished for his name to appear on the list. He hoped with all his will. Please, I want on the list, he thought desperately over and over, phrasing it differently each time. More names were called out and sorted. He pleaded with whatever forces there were desperately. He couldn't be found out, not now. Having come so far, having worked so hard, he needed to be on that list. Would it all be for nothing? Out of the corner of his eye he saw something. It was so small and lasted for so little time, at first he was not sure it had really been there. Harry's instincts overrode common sense, like they always did. Yes, the piece of parchment the names were written on so neatly had glowed ever so slightly, but no one else had noticed. Everyone else was focused on the girl being sorted at that moment. He shook slightly with nerves now. Everything had suddenly become so much more dangerous. Malfoy, Draco. The hat had barely been placed upon his head when Slytherin was called out for all to hear. Potter. Harry. A giant hush fell over the hall. Students craned their necks to get a better look at the famous Harry Potter. No one went forwards. Murmuring and whispers filled the hall. Harry shifted nervously. Harry Potter. McGonagall called again. A rustling from behind the students left to be sorted prompted Harry to turn around, against his will. The teacher at the center of the table was old and weary looking. He had placed his head in his hands briefly in mourning and then took it out again, looking much more solemn than he had been before. The old man gave a motion for McGonagall to call the next name, and Harry looked quickly away lest Dumbledore should see him. The sorting continued, but the hall never returned to the patient silence as each student was sorted that it was before. There was a constant buzz as pupils wondered about Harry Potter. As the alphabet went on, he began to feel more and more nervous. If his name wasn't called out this time, there was little hope that it would be. White. Jeremy Hart. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, but there was another rustling sound from behind him. He ignored it and walked shakily towards the three-legged stool, the knot of anticipation lessening considerably. You did well back there, the voice hissed when Harry was halfway to the hat. I'll deal with you later, he hissed out of the corner of his mouth, greatly aware of all the eyes watching him. He sat down upon the stool, and before the large hat drooped over his eyes, he saw the entire population of Hogwarts looking at him with mild interest. A small voice, which Harry assumed was the sorting hat, whispered softly in his ear. "Ah, hello there, Mr. Potter, or should I say White." He nearly jumped off of the stool in alarm. He knew. The sorting hat knew. Panic filled his body once more, and Harry prepared himself to bolt. Not to worry, though. I shall hold my brim and not mention this to a certain headmaster that you appear not to like. He sighed in relief and relaxed ever so slightly. What's this? The hat sounded surprised. It seems you are not the only one who is listening. Get to the point. Hurry up and sort him. Yes, I was getting there. It does take time for a hat as old as me to deal with such strange pupils, you know. Now where to put you? Harry practically snarled at the hat. I don't care, just hurry up and put me somewhere. He must have been quite a while under the hat already, people might get suspicious. You are brave, goodness yes, and courageous too. You will always go to the rescue of your friends, you are so very loyal to them. One could not claim you are not prepared to work hard though. You have already been working very hard so that you would not be found. Alas, you are cunning too, with a thirst to prove yourself and take revenge. Oh dear, you are anxious to learn as much magic as you can. It would appear, Mr. Potter, that you would fit in when sorted to any of the houses. You're great at your job, by the way, Harry growled derisively. Patience. You have few friends to be loyal to, I see, and you work hard because you know you must in order to survive this cruel world. Learning is the same for you, but I do detect a slight enjoyment from it. Were you any normal pupil, I would choose between Gryffindor and Slytherin. I'm not a normal pupil though, am I? Now that we're done with the assessment, kindly put me in a flipping house. This was all said with quietened, controlled rage. He wanted to hit the hat over the, well, head with something in frustration but thought better of it. No, the hat said calmly. You are not a normal pupil. You hate both the light and the dark and wish to be associated with neither. Putting you in Gryffindor or Slytherin would not bode well with you. Are you telling me that I don't belong in any of the houses? No, of course not. I am merely telling you that you are the most awkward person I have ever had to sort. Thanks for the info. Now pick a house. Normally it is at least partially the student's decision. But I don't care which house you put me in. You see my difficulty. Just sort him already. The old oaf is getting suspicious. Stay out of this. Harry had to agree with Sir though. It certainly would be a little odd seeing one of the pupils taking this long to be sorted. Remember, Hat, he added threateningly. Speak of any of this to Dumbledore and I shall personally see to it that you never sort again. I see you are plenty willing to carry out that threat. That does not, however, help me sort you. This was getting ridiculous. Dumbledore would know something was up by this time and it was certain to attract unwanted attention from his peers. Are you going to sort me or not? No, you are going to choose. I am not. You will. We've been here far too long already. I would like you, Mr. Potter, to stand up for me. Harry hesitated. How would that look if he just stood up in front of the whole school? No one else had to, but then again, no one else would have left the decision completely up to the hat. Frowning slightly, he did as the hat bade. Good, now raise your right arm, point and spin around 3 times. You want me to what? Just hurry up and do it. With a great sigh he did what he was asked and spun around with his arm pointing out the way. At the other side of the hat he could hear the school tittering with laughter. He stopped spinning. Gryffindor. The hat roared. What? Thanks for nothing, you stupid hat. Harry yanked the hat off his head and threw it back to the stool. It took a moment for anyone to clap for him. The students had all been talking amiably amongst themselves, very bored with the proceedings. Whispers rose up once more. He walked towards the table that was clapping loudest that he had seen other students sorted into Gryffindor go to. Harry sat down feeling very much drained. Stealing a quick glance in the staff's direction, he saw that Dumbledore was looking very perplexed. There were a few more students to be sorted. After they had all been designated a house, the old man stood up. He uttered a few nonsense words which gave Harry the impression he was not of complete sound mind, and then the marvelous gold plates before them filled with a delicious feast. You were ages under the hat, said the busy-haired girl across the table. You must have been 10 minutes. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Harry groaned audibly so she could hear. Gods, you're in this flipping house. The girl sniffed haughtily and turned away. The freckled Weasley boy Harry had met on the train then spoke to him. Stop being so stuck up. She was only trying to be nice. Perhaps I would rather she didn't. It was true. Now he was stuck in a house which would no doubt be full of Rons and Hermiones, he would much rather be left alone. What's wrong with you? He said nothing but turned to examine the food in front of him with a critical eye. Could he be sure it wasn't tampered with? After all he had been through, Harry wouldn't have put it past the headmaster to drug him if he suspected anything. Cautiously he picked at some food. Nothing happened, so he ate a little more readily. As soon as he put some food in his mouth he was ready to gasp in surprise. The food was warm. It had been so long since he had had a warm meal. More difficult was the fact that everyone around him was digging in eagerly to the warm food with knives and forks. Harry picked his up gingerly and attempted to cut a piece of cooked meat with it, but it was a clumsy affair and he got nowhere. Discarding the cutlery, he checked to make sure no one was watching and then simply picked up the meat with his hand and bit into it. It did not take long for him to feel very full. He was used to living on small leftovers. By the time he felt he could eat no more, he had eaten the piece of meat and a chicken drumstick. Everyone else, however, was happily digging into stacks and stacks of food. Harry turned and listened to what they were saying, having nothing better to do. Is he a bit senile? A sandy-haired boy was saying to a red-headed prefect. No doubt it was a brother of Ron's. Senile? The prefect exclaimed, outraged. Never. A bit eccentric, yes, but never senile. The man's a genius. The greatest wizard alive today. If that's the greatest wizard alive, thought Harry, we are all doomed. Down the table a bit some older students were discussing Harry Potter, which caught his attention fairly quickly. He hastened to listen closely. Wonder why his name was called out. Yet another freckle-faced redhead was saying. Maybe they expected him to be here, said a boy, identical to the first. A boy with dreadlocks frowned. But surely they'd know if he would be here or not. In any case, a twin voiced. I thought he was dead. You know, the other twin added thoughtfully. We were never actually told he was dead, were we? Yeah, the boy with dreadlocks said, catching on. They just told us that loads of his blood was found, and if he wasn't found quickly he'd be dead. At this point in the discussion, the many dishes of food were wiped clean and were replaced by hordes of puddings. The three boys dug in eagerly, but Harry, who was still very much full, left them to the others to devour. But that was years ago, argued one of the twins. He'd have been caught by now if he were alive, said the other. Ah, but Fred, the dark-haired boy muttered, his voice lowering. What if he didn't want to be found? I mean, he added hastily as Fred was about to interrupt. He must have been pretty powerful to defeat you-know-who at the age of 1. What's to stop him using his power now? Don't be thick, Lee. Why wouldn't he want to be found? He just wandered off by accident, didn't he? That's what they want you to think. The three boys burst out laughing unexpectedly. They sobered up fairly quickly as Fred's brother said, Do you think this means he's really dead then? Could be, George. Could be. Harry stopped listening as their conversation turned to other things and the puddings disappeared. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Dumbledore stand up and a hush fell over the school. Welcome, he announced. At least Harry assumed it was him. He was currently focusing on the table in front of himself. To another year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A few start-of-term announcements are in order, I believe. First of all, to our new students, the forest in the grounds is strictly out of bounds. There have been many an accident there. Muttering broke out again and Harry distinctly heard his name mentioned. This year, the man continued and silence fell again. The third-floor corridor, on the right-hand side, is also off limits to those who do not wish to die a painful death. A few people laughed. Why would the third-floor corridor be out of bounds? Harry wondered. What else was the headmaster hiding? He had already hidden plenty from the general public. Like the fact that he was ready to send people to their death if he so chose. Who do not wish to die a painful death? What did that mean? Harry was sure that he wasn't joking. It sounded like the kind of thing the head would do. Put his pupils in danger for his own purposes. He was stopped from contemplating further as the students rose from their seats, the speech finished. None of what Dumbledore said after that had been heard by Harry, and he was lucky to hear the Weasley prefect call out, "First years, follow me please." Harry and the other Gryffindor first years followed Percy the prefect through many corridors and up many staircases. Unlike the other first years, Harry was memorizing the route up so that he would not get lost. Having spent a good few years of his life living on the streets, this was not an impossible task. While he lacked in areas such as reading and writing, he was much better at navigating his way and taking things without being noticed. The group stopped before the portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress. "Password?" she asked. "Caput Draconis," Percy said loudly and clearly. The portrait swung open to omit them into the Gryffindor common room. As soon as he entered, Harry felt the urge to shield his eyes. Everything from the walls to the chairs was either red or gold or a shade of either. He was used to grays and browns, there not being much choice for decoration in the hovels in which he had stayed before. These garish colors were enough to make any normal person wince and turn away, but when Harry turned he just found himself facing more of them. No one noticed nor cared as he left the room and climbed one of the two winding staircases up to his dormitory. Resisting the urge to groan upon entering, Harry noticed that this, too, was full of red and gold. Getting changed into his pajamas quickly before anyone else came up, he managed to conceal his wooden arm. He kept his gloves on too, so that no one would see his wooden hand. Harry barely noticed them now. They were just like normal hands, but their grip was not quite as good and he had a tendency to drop things. He was just about to climb into the huge four-poster bed that his trunk was stationed at the end of, when the door opened and the other four boys who had been sorted into Gryffindor walked in. Harry, who had turned to see who was entering, ended up knocking his wooden arm off one of the posts, which gave a dull clunk. Glancing nervously to see if they had noticed, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they hadn't. He climbed into the large bed. The other boys talked a little as they, 2. Went to bed, which Harry dutifully ignored, but they soon fell silent as they drifted into deep slumbers. It was not so easy for Harry to get to sleep, however. The bed covers were thick on top of him and the bed soft. His bed at his aunt's house hadn't been this soft surely. Eventually, when sleep still did not come, he climbed out of the bed and onto the floor, taking one of the sheets with him. Harry then proceeded to settle comfortably on the good hard floor. At last sleep called and he drifted off into the land of Nod. Harry awoke much rested after a blissful 4 hours sleep. It was still dark outside, but there was a faint glow on the horizon. The other boys were clearly still asleep and Harry found he much preferred them that way. He dressed and made his way downstairs into the common room, which was deserted. Once he was settled on an armchair with his potions book, he began to ponder. Ever since his aunt had died, Harry had not been able to sleep more than 5 hours at most. He was unsure why, but he always felt well rested after a few hours of rest. It amazed him that he used to be like everyone else and still feel tired after many more. He stared blinkingly at the page before him. There were lots of words that he did not know and more that he had to sound out before recognizing them, some of which he was sure were never spoken in the non-wizarding world. Infusion. Harry frowned. Stop spewing nonsense. I'm not. It's pronounced infusion, not infusion. Oh. Last night's events suddenly came back to him. What happened last night? He asked in a menacing tone, which he was very proud to say he had mastered. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? He spat. You were supposed to be helping me last night. I was trying to, so don't you start getting all offended at me again. There were enchantments on that piece of paper which I had to remove then. When I added the name, it lingered and then disappeared. Now why don't I believe you? His sarcasm was also very well sneered now. I know I may not be the most trustworthy of sources, but I think Dumbledore may have had something to do with it. Prove it then. The fact is, you said you'd help and once again you left me to die. Harry was furious now. It was like a repeat of what had happened with the wolf. When he asked for help, it didn't come. Old suspicions made themselves known in his mind. How do I know you aren't lying? Why would you help me? What do you gain from this? He was shouting and he knew he shouldn't, but Harry could not help it. It felt good to be able to shout at someone. He had so much anger built up inside of him. Anger at Dumbledore, the police, Sir, the wizard who killed his parents, and surprisingly he found himself angry at Mir. Mir, who had gotten himself killed trying to help Harry. Nymph was trying to help him. Would she be next? I can help you now. And why should you? Why are you so desperate to help me? I will tell you in time. Would you like me to help you? What? He was surprised out of his tirade. If you're going to keep bugging me about it, then, yeah, I suppose, but how can you help me now? You want to learn magic, don't you? Harry grinned broadly despite himself. To Harry's dismay, Sir did not teach him anything out of the ordinary in the few hours of the morning before anyone else woke up. Indeed, he journeyed down to the Great Hall for breakfast only having learned a few basic spells from his schoolbooks. He was not unappreciative of Sir's help though, and he doubted whether he would have managed to perform them at all if Sir hadn't been guiding him. Harry did not forgive him for failing to assist the night before, however, but the two of them did not speak of it again. The Great Hall was half full by the time Harry reached it, but there were few Gryffindors. Evidently they were the ones who liked to sleep in most. Quite happily he sat down at the table away from the few sitting along it and took a piece of toast. When Harry had been staying with Aunt Petunia, she had always made him breakfast. He was, after all, only 8 when he left. This being the case, he had never had to butter his own before, and when he picked up a knife awkwardly with his gloved hand, he ended up just dumping a slab of butter onto the toast. Not used to eating breakfast either, Harry only managed to eat half the slice before he was full again. It really was a great help that the potion to disguise his features hid his thin body from sight. With a sigh, he took out his potions books from his bag and started to read it once more. Unnoticed by Harry, the hall slowly began to fill with students, chattering excitedly. He did not hear the many murmurings of his name nor the rumors, which were flying back and forth between tables concerning a certain Harry Potter. He might have stayed in that position, head bent over the book, for much longer had Professor McGonagall, who was handing out timetables, not interrupted him. Your timetable, Mr. White, she said, holding out a piece of paper for him to take. As he did so, Harry noticed that she was looking unusually tired and worn considering it was only the first day of term. Now that he thought about it, the other teachers at the staff table were also looking distinctly exhausted. There was also the peculiar absence of the headmaster. He took the piece of paper without so much as a word of thanks and Professor McGonagall moved on. It turned out that he would be seeing her in the not-too-distant future as he had transfiguration first thing. He was about to get up and leave when the boy that had lost his toad, who had sat down opposite Harry without his knowledge, spoke. "Why are you wearing gloves?" he asked. Harry glared and said in one of his more menacing tones, "None of your business." The boy gave a startled squeak and fell silent, immediately busying himself with the butter. As Harry left the Great Hall, he heard one of the older students pointing another first year in the direction of Transfiguration, so he found it fairly quickly. When he arrived, he was the first one there, meaning that everyone else had gotten lost. Feeling pleased with himself, he walked into the classroom as the bell rang and took a seat at the far side, alone. A few seconds later, the toad boy who had asked him about his gloves ran in. Harry made a point of glaring at him so that he sat as far away as possible. A few more pupils dashed into the classroom, but there was still no sign of the teacher or the rest. Minutes slowly ticked past and Professor McGonagall walked smartly in with a trail of confused first years following her. "Well, take a seat," she barked at the unsuspecting students, who jumped in surprise, and there was a mad scramble to get seats near their friends. Hermione Granger ended up sitting next to Harry as no one had made much of an effort to sit beside her either. It was hard to say which of the two was more disgruntled. When everyone was silent, Professor McGonagall began the lesson. She was definitely someone not to be crossed. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, Harry heard her say before he got too bored and stopped listening. It really was quite dull. She just droned on and on. It was all irrelevant anyway. That morning Sir had told him how to do simple transfiguration without all this gobbledygook. McGonagall stopped in the middle of her lecture. "Mr. White, are you listening?" Harry looked at her for a second before answering. "No," he said defiantly. If there was one thing Mir had taught him, it was that there was nothing to fear about getting into a little trouble, and that it was always funnier to tell the truth. Besides that, you could always tell what someone was like by his or her reaction to such things. There was a collective gasp by the classroom. "Why not?" she asked sternly. It was easy to see he was about to be reprimanded. Impossible though it seemed, McGonagall seemed to grow in size. He smiled slightly before answering coolly, "Because I find the floor so much more interesting." "White," she barked, and the rest of the class flinched. "You will pay attention or there will be serious consequences." "Like what?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. "There's no point in listening, so why should I?" 5 points from Gryffindor for your cheek. "If there's no point in listening, Mr. White, kindly change this match into a needle." This had absolutely no effect on Harry, as he didn't know what house points were. No doubt McGonagall had explained it at the sorting. She handed him a small match which made his grin widen, making it much more obvious. With a few flicks of his wand and a few chosen words, the match changed from wood to a thin silver needle. There was no doubt that it was perfect. McGonagall's lips thinned. "You can take that stupid smirk off your face. Sit there and not another word." This was a little unjust, Harry thought later that lesson, because when the rest of the class attempted to change their own matches, the only person to make any difference was Hermione Granger, who received one of McGonagall's rare smiles. There it was, the corrupt justice system. Make one mistake and you're condemned for life. Sirius's mistake was going after Pettigrew, and that had gotten him a cell in Azkaban. Harry had not forgotten that little detail, and one day he was going to break Sirius out. As soon as the class was over, a couple of boys called Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan rounded on him. "What did you do that for, E.H.?" Dean asked roughly. "We'll be in negative points on the first day soon." "Who cares?" Harry retorted nonchalantly. "We do," cried Seamus. "Look, you get your act together or else." "Or else what?" "You'll go to your dear headmaster." And with that Harry walked off, leaving 2 very confused boys behind. The rest of the week passed in a slow drone. Most of the lessons were incredibly dull and would not help Harry in the slightest in his quest to defeat Dumbledore. The most boring lesson was History of Magic, which was taught by a ghost. The teacher was none too attentive, however, so Harry spent all those lessons reading his Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook. There was astronomy, in which they peered through telescopes attempting to learn the names of various constellations, and herbology, where the students learnt to take care of all the magical plants. Now what use were those? Charms was okay, thought Harry. It was taught by a small wizard called Professor Flitwick, who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk. Harry kept his mouth shut in this lesson, as it could actually come in useful. Defense against the dark arts was easily the lesson he was looking forward to most. It was rather a disappointment when the lesson turned out to be a bit of a joke. The teacher was a stuttering professor who was obviously very scared about the subject he taught. In most lessons Harry paid no attention and made little effort, which soon made him the least popular person in first year from Gryffindor. Teachers were often giving him into trouble for it and taking points. It was on Wednesday when Harry had his first lesson of double potions with the Slytherins. Potions were down in the cold dungeons, and Harry was the only Gryffindor to be grateful for being away from the garish colors of the castle. The class filed in moments before the bell rang. This time he found himself seated next to Neville Longbottom, the round-faced boy who, whenever Harry looked at him, kept dropping things. A hook-nosed man with greasy black hair swooped into the room, his black robes billowing out behind him. After he had taken the register, he gave a small lecture, which insulted the class's intelligence. Weasley. He rounded on Ron. What would I get if I added the powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Ron clearly was stumped. I don't know, sir. Harry could not keep a small smile off his face as he saw him squirm. White. The teacher turned to him. The smile faded somewhat, and Harry made sure he did not look in the professor's eyes, opting for his forehead instead. Yeah, you will address me as, sir, or, professor, at all times, White. Same question. It makes a sleeping potion, sir. 5 points from Gryffindor for your cheek. You will find, White, I have many means of dealing with insolent pupils. Harry frowned. Why did that sound familiar? Snape moved on to question some other pupils. Many means of dealing with. Where had he heard that before? It certainly sounded familiar. Perhaps it was the tone of voice. Then it hit him. A friend who I know has many means of dealing with thieves. Snape. It was Snape. Snape, who had been the cause of Mur's death. How he hadn't recognized him on sight was a mystery. Yet again Harry found himself losing control of his anger. Granger knows, ask her, for God's sake. He burst out as Snape took more points from Gryffindor when Neville Longbottom failed to answer a question. 10 more points, I think, Mr. White, Snape called softly across the classroom. He stopped interrogating the pupils about their knowledge of potions, however, and he set them the task of concocting a simple potion to cure boils. Harry found it incredibly difficult to so much as glance at Snape without the urge to shout something rude at him. Neville and he had to work together on the potion, and Harry had to ban him from adding anything to the potion without his say-so. Neville did nothing to improve his mood. No, you thick ass. You don't add the porcupine quills until you take the cauldron off the fire. Neville dropped what he was holding and gave a frightened squeak. He hurried to shield himself from Harry. White. Snape was back. What do you want now? Harry was rather quick to answer back. Snape ignored his obvious attempt at provocation and sneered. I don't remember gloves being on the uniform list. Take them off and it'll be another 5 points from Gryffindor for disregarding the uniform system. Nah, I'm good thanks. If he was made to take his gloves off, why don't you take off the mask you're wearing then? That's not part of the uniform. Oh wait, so sorry. That's your real nose. It was a cheap blow, but Snape's nose was unnaturally hooked. That's it, White. I've had enough of you. Headmaster's office, now. We'll see what he has to say about you. The rest of you, clear up. You are dismissed. He barked out orders in every direction. Harry assumed he was going to accompany him up to the office. I don't care what your precious Dumbledore has to say, he sneered in return. He can go to hell for all I care. Perhaps Harry had struck a nerve, or Snape had recognized something he had said, but whatever it was, it had made a brief change in the teacher's demeanor. For the smallest of moments a look of utter surprise passed over his face, and he mouthed the word, Potter, barely moving his lips. He must have dismissed it, for a second later there was no sign of these reactions. Follow me. Snape led the way up through the entrance hall, along many corridors and up quite a few staircases. Harry was very familiar with the school now. He prided himself on being the only first year not to have gotten lost in the giant labyrinth that was Hogwarts Castle. Not a word was spoken between teacher and student as they marched through the well-trodden paths. Eventually they came to stop in front of a large stone gargoyle which stood glaring down at them, immobile. Snape muttered a few chosen words so quietly that Harry did not catch them. At Snape's indication he took the lead up the winding staircase that the gargoyle had revealed by jumping aside. At the top of the moving stairs, there was a large wooden door, which Snape knocked upon 3 times. Enter. The door swung open to reveal a large circular room filled with strange silver instruments, which were spinning, emitting puffs of smoke and making all sorts of strange noises. Outlining the walls were portraits of every headmistress and headmaster the school had ever seen. In the very center of the room stood a large wooden desk, sitting behind which was a very old wizard. Harry looked at the floor just as he heard, "Remember not to make eye contact." He wrinkled his nose in disgust at the office. It was just the sort of thing he expected Dumbledore to have for an office. My, whatever brings you here, Severus?" Dumbledore sounded surprised. Apparently he wasn't all-knowing. Either that or he was feigning shock, a feat that Harry wouldn't put past him. "Mr. White here has been rude, obnoxious and intolerable to his peers and myself alike and has shown a blatant disregard for school dress code," Snape drawled. This really was a bit unfair and Harry was not going to sit and take the abuse. "Is it really my fault that your hair's too greasy to be real?" True, he hadn't actually mentioned Snape's hair before but it had the desired effect. 5 points from Gryffindor, he snapped, causing Harry to yawn loudly and obviously. Snape looked ready to hit him. It was now Dumbledore's turn to speak. "I believe 2 weeks of detention would be adequate punishment for now, providing, Jeremy, you remove your gloves." "I will not," Harry cried, still looking resolutely at the ground. "Insolent boy," muttered Snape. "Snivelous." Harry was not sure what made him say it. Before he said it, he had no idea what effect it would have or the meaning behind it. It was something like a sixth sense that told him it would be a particularly spiteful thing to say to Snape. Glancing up at him, Harry saw that he had paled as far as his sallow skin would allow him and his hands were clenched in fury. Harry also felt, rather than saw, Dumbledore sitting up sharply. This time Snape did not just mouth the words. "Potter," he snarled. Now, Professor," Harry said tauntingly. "I think you're confused. I was under the impression that Harry Potter was dead and that I was Jeremy White." "Take off the blasted gloves, White," growled Snape. "Severus," Dumbledore warned in the midst of his and Harry's glaring match. "Now, as I said, I think 2 weeks of detention shall be enough for now, but seeing as Jeremy is so unwilling to remove his gloves we shall make it 3. Headmaster, you know I am." Yes, Dumbledore interrupted Snape impatiently. "Since you are too busy to host the detentions, Severus, I shall arrange for them to be with Professor McGonagall. You may leave." And without another word the two of them left the office. Harry was all for returning to his next class but Snape stopped him at the foot of the stairs. "Where did you learn that, White?" "A little birdie told me," he said very mysteriously and tapped the side of his nose for effect. Truth be told he had no idea how he knew it. "I'm watching you," leered the professor before turning to go, his robes billowing out behind him. "Excellent," he cried in mock delight. "Bye-bye then." And to put the icing on the cake he waved a gloved hand goodbye. When Harry returned to Transfiguration, his next class, he found every Gryffindor in the room ignoring him, shooting him looks of detestation or outright glaring at him. McGonagall, too, was colder than before and just pointed at his seat when he walked in. Surprisingly no points were taken for being late. What was wrong with them all now? Harry would have thought that they would be happy he was sent to the headmaster's office to be punished, but no, clearly they were not. There was simply no pleasing Gryffindors. The lesson went by as slow as ever and Harry managed to return his needle to a match long before the end of the period, which left him with absolutely nothing to do, making the time crawl by even slower. It was when the bell finally rang and he had left the classroom that Harry found out why his house disliked him more than they had before, which took quite a lot seeing as they weren't exactly the best of friends in the first place. "Oi, White." It was the youngest Weasley again, running to catch up. "Oh," said Harry in a bored voice. "It's you again." The rest of their dorm mates were standing boldly behind Ron. This clearly boosted his confidence, as Harry was pretty sure that he would never have dared say the things to his face that he was about to say if he weren't backed up by 4 others. Talk about Gryffindor bravery, he thought. "Well, I hope you're happy," Ron declared. Well, I was rather until I saw your ugly face, but I suppose it's not your fault you were born looking like that. I suppose it's inherited. Now he'd done it. Ron went his ass. Arlette is his hair, but whether it was from embarrassment or anger, Harry couldn't tell. Now you look here, White. Gryffindor have 0 points now, and it's thanks to you. We told you to watch your step and you didn't. Now, White, you will face the consequences. It was a remarkable sentiment, Harry had to admit. Unfortunately for Ron, he was completely unfazed by it. He had had far worse threats from people on the streets and had far worse ones seen through. It was highly unlikely that Ron would be able to do anything besides insult him. This being the case, Harry could not help but laugh. Oh, good luck. I'm sure you and your wee bodyguards will have such fun. Still laughing, he turned to go. All right then, White. Wizard's duel, tonight, you and me. Having no idea what a wizard's duel was, Harry felt it only appropriate to accept. A duel was a fight, he knew, but what a wizard's duel was beyond him. Still, he was good at fighting, and Ron knew so little magic he'd only be able to send sparks at him. Harry, however, had his knife and nymphs present, a gun. He gave a brief nod of consent. Ron looked astonished. All right then. He regained his composure. Dean's my second. Who's yours? I don't need one. Although he appeared so confident, inside he was a bundle of confusion. What exactly was he agreeing to? He only hoped he didn't need a second, whatever they were. What's a wizard's duel? Harry mentally thanked Dean for being Muggle-born. It's a wands-only fight with no contact allowed. Seconds are only there to take over if you die, informed Seamus. Well, out the window flew the knife idea. Unless he could levitate it at Ron, would it count if he shot a gun at him? Technically Harry wasn't making any contact. Right then, White, whatever your name is, tonight at midnight sound good to you? Or would you rather it be in the daytime so that someone can recover your body? Although Ron was doing a pretty good job of acting tough, it was fairly easy to see how nervous he was. Man, this is getting thick, Harry replied, and it was too. Whatever happened to a good old fight? Scared. This caused him to laugh out loud. You wish, Weasel boy. How about a fight at lunch so there's plenty of witnesses of my winning? Ron paled drastically. Fine then. Beside the lake at lunchtime. See you, White. He stalked off, head held high, and the other 4 boys followed obediently. The charms lesson that came next could not have gone slower for Harry. He was eagerly awaiting lunchtime, the time in which he would finally have a good source of stress relief, a live punching bag. All through the lesson Ron would stare pointedly at Harry and make rude gestures. Flitwick, who caught Ron in his antics, had to settle for reprimanding him. Gryffindor had no points left to take. When at last the bell for lunch rang, Harry could not hasten down to the lake fast enough. He arrived there several minutes before anyone else and so, had time to think out a plan. Ron would be hungry. He was the sort of boy who just ate and that would distract him, Harry knew. He was also struggling somewhat in classes, whereas Harry had learned a few spells from Sir. There was also his gun strapped to his leg and his knife in his pocket. Hopefully he would not need to use his gun. It was, after all, best to have a few tricks up his sleeve. Leg. Quite a number of first years arrived at the scene, including a few members from each of the houses. How they knew about the fight, Harry's guess was as good as any. A couple of older students who noticed the gathering also came over to watch. Last to reach the lake was Ron, his freckles standing out horribly against his pale skin. Oh, on the count of 3. The redhead asked. Sure you don't need longer, Weasel boy. 1. Ron called. Harry yawned. 2. He twirled his wand between his fingers. 3. He stood perfectly still watching Ron, who did not move. Planning on fighting, Weasel? I'll even let you throw the first spell, if you know any. His opponent flushed, bringing a bit of color into his cheeks. How generous of you. Still he didn't move. Well, Harry asked, growing rather impatient. He had to know some spell, didn't he? Petrificus. Ron shouted rather suddenly, wand raised. It was a rather weak spell and Harry had time to sidestep it and return with a spell of his own. Talentallegra. He cried. It hit Ron squarely in the chest and his legs began to dance of their own accord. Maybe he wouldn't need to use his knife after all. Petrificus. Weasley yelled again, panic lining every word as he stared down at his dancing legs in horror. Yet again the spell bypassed Harry, though this time he hadn't moved an inch. This was only too easy. Wingardium Leviosa, he said rather lazily, and the Weasley boy shot into the air with his legs still jerking. White, put me down. In response, Harry made him roll over in the air and hovered him over the lake. White. Ron was clearly terrified. Grinning like a madman, very aware of the boos and shouts he was receiving from the watching crowd, Harry made the boy fall into the ice-cold water and let him fly back into the air after a few seconds under the water. He was drenched, shivering and coughing violently. "Hey, put our brother down." It was the Weasley twins, Fred and George, sprinting towards him from the castle. One of them rammed into Harry from the side, causing him to drop his wand and let Ron plummet into the lake. The crowd gasped in surprise. Fred launched a punch at Harry, who ducked and responded with a wild kick. Fred staggered backwards when his shin was hit rather hard. George took the opening and attempted to kick Harry while he was on the ground. He had been anticipating this though and quickly sprung to his feet and punched George in the face. The exact details of what happened the rest of the fight were never quite clear to Harry. All he really remembered was a lot of kicking, shouting, punching and swearing. Somehow Fred managed to get Harry in a leg lock in the middle of the flying limbs and George ended up pinned under them. Having no idea how he had gotten out of the situation, Harry was off the ground with a firm grip around George's head and one of his legs was being held by Fred, who had caught it when he had attempted to kick his stomach. There was no sign of Ron. A well-aimed kick on Harry's part freed his other leg from Fred and then, somehow, also managed to hit George in the stomach. Both twins fell to the ground, leaving Harry to stand over them, merely breathing only slightly harder than normal. His years on the streets had not left him defenseless even against two older boys. It was in that position that a furious Professor McGonagall found them. Her lip was so thin it was almost non-existent. "Never, in all my years at Hogwarts," she shouted whilst hurrying towards them, "have I been Professor Mo. Ned George faintly. Do not interrupt me. You are in serious trouble. The headmaster will hear." But Professor Fred cried desperately. "Where's Ron?" McGonagall's eyes widened and her mouth fell open slightly. "What about him?" "He fell into the lake," the twins whispered in unison. Harry remained silent and examined the cloudy sky. Professor McGonagall and the twins turned to look at the lake as one. There was no disturbance on the surface. McGonagall drew her wand worriedly and muttered something that Harry did not quite catch. Instantly a gangly body rose from the depths of the water. It flew through the air towards them and stopped just before McGonagall. "You three," she barked at the twins and Harry. "Hospital wing, now." And levitating Ron, she strode towards the castle, leading the way. Harry and the twins hastened to follow, the idea of disobeying never once entering their heads. Upon entering the hospital wing, the strict nurse bustled over and immediately set Ron on a bed for inspection. With a wave of her hand she signaled that the other three go sit on a bed and not bother her whilst she was examining Ron. Once Harry was seated on a bed by the window, as far away from the Weasleys as possible, the twins had taken the beds nearest Ron's. He looked more closely at the nurse. She was strict certainly, but she was also kindly looking. Harry frowned. It wasn't the same nurse who was here the last time, was it? The one who had unintentionally let Harry escape. The witch in question turned slightly so he got a better look at her face. There was no doubt about it, it was the one and same Madame Pomfrey. Harry turned to the window and gazed out over the extensive grounds. They were just as beautiful as the last time he had looked out from that window a year or so ago. The only difference was the students littering the grass. The lake was as large and glittery as before, and like that time so long ago the grass was swaying gently in the breeze. The forest stood dark and tall still, and yet again Harry had to fight the urge to run out the room and into its vast depths. He turned round as Madame Pomfrey finished attending to Ron. "He has suffered a fracture to the skull," she said to McGonagall. "And has inhaled much water. I have amended his skull, but unfortunately due to the severity of the injury he has gone into a minor coma and should wake in a few days' time." It wasn't the first time Harry had put someone into a coma in a fight. He vaguely remembered a couple of years ago when the boy he had been fighting had smashed his head off the ground when Harry tripped him up. This time it was much more satisfying. If Ron hadn't been prepared for pain, he shouldn't have agreed to a fight with Harry. McGonagall, seemingly satisfied, left the room, but not before ordering the Weasley twins and Harry to stay put after they had been seen to. Evidently she would be back. Madame Pomfrey turned to heel Fred, whose eye was already black and lip was burst, and George with his swollen wrist and cut face. Overall, thought Harry, he had come off pretty well. He only had a deep cut on his forehead which was still bleeding profusely, letting blood run down the side of his face making it look much worse than it was. Surprisingly, the cut was exactly where his lightning bolt scar would be had he not been disguised. Madame Pomfrey wasn't to know this of course, and she healed it with a flick of her wand and cleaned up the blood. Immediately after Madame Pomfrey declared them all fit to leave, Professor McGonagall reappeared, Dumbledore in tow. "I hope you three realize the severity of the situation," she growled, looking round them. "I want you three to know that I am sorely disappointed in you," Dumbledore contributed. His voice was low and calm. Had Harry cared what Dumbledore thought, it would have been worse than him shouting at the three of them. "I would have liked to deduct points, but it appears that we have none to take." As she said this, McGonagall openly glared at them. "This being the case, I have no choice but to award Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff and Slytherin 50 points. 50. Fred, or was it George, cried in dismay. "Each," she added. Dumbledore took over. "You will each receive 3 weeks' detentions as an additional punishment. That makes your total 6 weeks, Mr. White. I can add you know," Harry could not help but reply. "I'm sorry, I meant to say 6.5 weeks, Dumbledore corrected himself, and Harry glared furiously at his nose. "You will find, boys, that fighting is not tolerated at Hogwarts, as is impertinence. Good day," and with that said he turned and left the ward with McGonagall at his heels. It did not take long for the nurse to usher them out of the hospital wing and separate the twins from Ron. No sooner had the door closed behind them than Fred and George cornered Harry. "It seemed to be happening quite a lot." "You're going to pay," started one of them. "For what you did to Ron," finished the other. "You do know he was the one who wanted to fight me?" Harry asked calmly, leaning back against the wall. "You do know you're the one who put him in a coma?" mocked a twin. "Police," said Harry. "I've seen hell and worse, and there ain't nothing that you can do to me that would compare to it." "Oh really?" the other twin said slyly. "Believe this, White, hell is nothing compared to what we'll do to you." The 2 Weasley boys walked off, leaving Harry leaning against the wall. By dinner time it was all over the school that Harry had put Ron into a coma. The school buzzed with the news, and Harry could not go anywhere without someone staring at him, whispering or pointing. His dorm mates were even more hostile towards him than before, if that was even possible. The 4 boys sat at dinner glaring at him, as did the Weasleys and various other people. The Slytherin table was oddly quiet, and many curious glances found their way to Harry from there. For a school with such a good reputation, he thought, there was an awful lot of hostility. Not just towards him, either. The Slytherin table was often at the end of the disdainful looks, which was rather odd as, since Harry had arrived at Hogwarts a week ago, they had done nothing. That made little sense. The new Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were not treated with hate like Malfoy and the other Slytherin first-years were. At least Harry had done something to make everyone loathe him. The many threats he had received did not bother him in the slightest. It wasn't like they were actually going to see them through. Later that night, as he prepared for bed, Harry realized that he was wrong, very wrong indeed. Harry climbed into bed, preparing for a long, uncomfortable wait. Each night he would simply lie there until the rest of the dorm's occupants fell asleep so that he could sleep on the floor in peace. One would have thought that he would grow accustomed to the soft bed with its thick covers, but no, not Harry. The bed was just as uncomfortable as the first night he had slept in it. Though he only ever got a few hours sleep, Harry needed it. It was still a mystery to him how some people could sleep for hours and hours. He went to sleep after everyone else, and he woke long before them, which was when Sir would teach him some spells out of his books. That night it was no different, and he lay under the heavy covers thinking. There were only 3 of the 4 roommates in the dorm, Ron still lying unconscious in the hospital wing, and they should still have gone to sleep fairly quickly. What surprised Harry was that rather than the heavy even breathing of 3 sleepers, they were all breathing softly, clearly awake, long after they would normally have fallen asleep. It was then that he felt it. He had felt something a few minutes before, but it had been so slight that Harry had put it down to his imagination. It was cold and creeping up under the bed sheets. It brushed over one of Harry's legs and then the next. He didn't move. The thing, whatever it was, moved up towards his torso. He could still feel it on his legs. How big could it be? It slid over his stomach. Harry was frozen in fear. The creature found his arm. Its breath breezed the hair on his arm. It must have opened its mouth. Arg! Harry gave an almighty yell and scrambled out of the bed as fast as he could. At least he tried to. When he tried to dislodge his ankle from the tangled mess that had become his bed sheets, he realized, to his terror, that he couldn't. The creature had somehow caught a firm hold around his foot. Harry could hear the laughter of his peers. He struggled to break free of the thing. It held fast. He was becoming more and more panicked with each passing moment. It had opened its mouth again. Harry finally realized what the thing was when he heard a great low hiss. "S's stupid human SSSS. Why have they put me here? Where ISSS here?" Harry almost fainted in his relief. It was a snake. If he just asked it to leave him alone. "Snake," he hissed, completely unaware of the looks of horror on the faces of the three boys who had moments before been laughing. "Could you please release my leg?" Even though the answer to this terrible predicament had presented itself, the panic was still writhing around inside of him. "You speak." The snake hissed in surprise, and it uncoiled itself from Harry's leg but did not back away. "Will you take me back to the forest?" "As soon as I can," he promised, and the panic subsided. Only then did he see the looks upon the other boys' faces. Suddenly, as if by magic, which it probably was, the torches on the walls flickered into life, illuminating the room. There was Harry, his foot slightly purple from the tightness of the snake's grasp, holding the great snake in his gloved hands. It was a considerable size, possibly 6 foot, and it was an amazing feat that it had sat in his bed for so long without him realizing. Dean, Neville and Seamus were sitting up in their beds. Each of them had a look of horror, anger and loathing upon their faces, and it was perfectly clear whom they were directed to. "What the hell are you up to, White?" Dean roared furiously. "Go back to Slytherin where you belong. You're a Parselmouth," squeaked Neville in surprise and, quite understandably, fear. "Bu, but that's the sign of a dark wizard. Only Slytherin's descendants can speak Parseltongue," Seamus continued. "You must be related to him, Ruddy Slytherin." "I'm not sharing a dorm with a Slytherin," shouted Dean. "Leave now, before you start attacking us all." "Did you see what he did to Ron?" Harry remained silent throughout their ramblings, stroking the snake. Even when they were all shouting at him in anger, he could not bring himself to care about their opinions. One day he would reveal himself as Harry Potter, and then they would all regret the day they showed prejudice against Parselmouths, with him at the brunt of it. After all, what did it matter what they thought? If they were budding chums, as he was sure Dumbledore would like them to be, Harry would probably kill them indirectly. No doubt it would be Dumbledore who caused their deaths in the first place. But if Dumbledore were not around. He was stopped from thinking further along this line when the door to the dormitory opened unexpectedly and Percy and some other boys walked in. "What is the meaning of all this noise?" Percy demanded authoritatively. "It's after 1 in the morning. White's a Parselmouth," Dean said quickly before anyone else had the chance. "Look, he's got a snake." Harry tried to object, but Percy cut him off. "Now really, snakes aren't allowed as pets anymore. I am going to Professor McGonagall first thing in the morning to inform her," he addressed Dean in particular after this. "Unless arrangements are made, you are to share a dorm with White, Parseltongue or not. I want no more noise from this dormitory. Now all of you, go to bed." Percy the prefect left the room, and the boys standing behind him did likewise. The other 3 boys climbed obediently back into bed, but not before Seamus muttered, "I'm not staying in a room with a Parselmouth. Tomorrow I'm going to have a little word with McGonagall myself." That morning Harry woke in the early hours as per usual, but this time, rather than stay in the common room for instruction from Sir, he dressed and left Gryffindor Tower with the large snake slithering along beside him. It wasn't really all that necessary for him to accompany the snake to the forest, but there were certain obstacles, doors, that it could not get past without the aid of a human being. The way down and out of the entrance hall was undisturbed, and once they were out in the open air, Harry breathed in a deep sigh. The air inside the castle just wasn't quite the same as the air without, the air that he was so much more used to. Together the snake, hissing contentedly, and he made their way towards the looming trees. The snake wasn't the only one to be itching to roam through the forest by this time. The old alluring feeling had returned full throttle at Harry, if only he could return to that dark forest. They reached the edge of the trees. "Are you okay from here on your own?" he asked the snake. Truth be told, he did not really want to return to the forest. If he returned, he was not sure he would have the willpower to leave again. The snake looked up at Harry and, if it were possible, it was with a hurt and scared look. "Can't you just accompany me a bit further?" She, for Harry was sure it was a she, hissed. About to refuse, he was very astonished to hear himself say softly, "Okay." What was he doing? He couldn't go back into the forbidden forest. Last time it was all right, he was running away. What was the worst that could happen? Well, the worst that had happened last time was he had lost his right arm, but he had gone really far into the forest then. There was little chance Harry would go in that far again. Besides, this way he would get away from the school for a while. The snake led the way into the trees and Harry followed without complaint. Once they were well into the forest, he could not help but take a great breath. The smell of the trees. If only he did not have to leave. No, he told himself sharply. He could not stay there, he had revenge to take. It did not stop the feeling of utter joy Harry felt at being concealed in the foliage. There was no one that would get hurt from knowing him here. No one would bother him. There was not a soul who stared and muttered about him in the trees. Ron was not here to bother him, nor the rest of the Weasley boys, nor his dorm mates. There was just him and the trees. Harry was happy there. Without seeing the snake stop, he tripped over her. Harry fell face first into a bush. He was even happier that there were no students to see him. A pair of hands grasped his shoulders and hoisted him to his feet. His body tensed. Harry turned around slowly and relaxed as he saw the familiar face of Jacques, the centaur. Though Harry looked completely different since their last encounter, Jacques seemed to recognize him. Jacques, however, looked no different since the day they first met. "I believe," said the centaur serenely, "that the last time we met, Harry Potter, you agreed to provide me with information once you returned to UKind, did you not?" He nodded numbly. What could he possibly know that this intelligent creature did not? "In recent events there is something I need more. There is an item, hidden in the 3rd floor of the school, which, if left intact, is a great danger to all. It is the Philosopher's Stone. As this was not part of our original agreement, I shall agree to help you once more when you see fit. Will you agree to fetch me the Philosopher's Stone?" As the centaur talked, Harry's bottom jaw dropped steadily lower and lower. Steal from under Dumbledore's nose. Did Jacques think he was a god or something? But he really had no choice and he knew it. There was little way Harry could refuse. Jacques would probably take the wooden arm back and then Harry would be in a bit of trouble. No, he would have to agree. "Okay." Jacques smiled triumphantly. "I will warn you this, Harry Potter. Do not attempt to take it too soon. You must learn some more magic before you have a chance. One more piece of advice before you go. The first obstacle is a 3-headed dog that falls to sleep at the sound of music. Goodbye, Harry Potter." And the centaur walked off through the trees and out of sight. By this time the snake was long gone and the sun was newly risen. Harry had no idea which direction the school was in and he didn't care all that much, though he knew he would have to return. With a heavy heart, he set off. Later, when the sun was much higher, Harry sank to the ground in utter frustration. It was almost as if the forest didn't want him to leave. He would walk out of the clearing and no sooner would it be out of sight than it would be in front of him again. He had tried everything, going out from different sides, walking backwards, drawing arrows in the ground so that he was sure he wasn't just going through different clearings. Harry had even drawn a face on the ground that looked surprisingly like Dumbledore, then stood on it with his foot. When he had climbed a tree in his attempts to escape the clearing, he had ended up falling out and bruising his ankles. Indeed, as Harry lay staring at the blue sky high above, he felt a great deal of irritation at the forest, though he still longed to stay there forever. Why was nothing ever simple? It was difficult to say which he felt more when he saw Severus Snape walk into the clearing: hate, despair, or depression. "Mr. Potter," said Snape with glee. "Not running away again, were we?" "Okay for one," Harry said with a glare at Snape's forehead. "I ain't Harry Potter, so I can't run away again, and for two, I weren't running away. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. I can't fathom a reason you would be here if you weren't running away. You, in particular, should know that this forest is full of dangers." "Oh, I know it is." It suddenly occurred to him that he should get off the ground. He did so, then continued. "There are wolves in here, you know." Harry knew that Snape knew that he was Harry Potter, but frankly he didn't care. There was little chance Dumbledore would believe him, so Harry was free to taunt him all he liked. "And not that it's any of your business, but I was returning a snake." A flicker of surprise passed over Snape's face before his mask of indifference returned. "And what, pray tell, were you doing with a snake?" Harry smirked. "And I believe that is for me to know and you to not. I suppose you don't care that the school is in uproar now that one of its pupils has vanished." "Wow, seriously. Man, you need to keep tabs on people." Snape looked livid and Harry was enjoying it. Snape seemed incredibly easy to annoy. "Shall we go then, White?" "Oh, it's easy for you to say. You think I'm staying here for a siesta. What are you talking about now?" asked Snape irritably. "Watch." To demonstrate, Harry walked out of the clearing backwards, watching Snape, who was standing with his arms folded looking more like a bat than ever. Once he was out of view, Harry found himself walking backwards into the clearing from the other end. "Ta-da," he said like a magician performing an amazing trick. Snape frowned and walked out of the clearing. He did not reappear once he was out of sight. A few minutes passed, then Snape returned exactly where he had left. Arching an eyebrow, he commanded, "Come with me, White. We are returning to the castle." Together they walked out of the clearing, side by side, but when Harry walked back in, Snape was not there. Moments later he did return, and looking more perplexed than anything. "Again, White." This time Snape grasped Harry's shoulder roughly and forced him to walk in front. Once the clearing was out of sight, the most unpleasant feeling Harry had ever experienced occurred. It felt like he was being stretched and thinned out by a medieval torturing machine. His lungs were being compressed along with the rest of his body, and each breath came as a deep struggling wheeze. The legs beneath Harry gave way, but he did not fall. Snape's grip on his shoulder had become a hand on each of his shoulders, and it was so strong it was holding him up. Slowly, very slowly, the feeling came to pass and Harry did collapse. The air was taken in deep gulps as his lungs refilled themselves. "Get up, White," Snape told him harshly, as if it were his fault. Harry was shaking quite noticeably but got up nonetheless. Did that mean it was over? Was he allowed to leave? He took the look Snape gave him as, "Get going," and took a step forwards. Nothing happened. Breathing a deep sigh of relief, Harry continued to walk out of the shelter of the trees with Snape in tow. The rest of the journey passed without event, and Snape and Harry spent the time in each other's pleasant company. They spoke little, and when they did, it was only to share a few snide remarks. Needless to say, they were not the best of friends. When at last they reached the castle, Snape directed Harry towards the headmaster's office. Along the way they passed many students, most of whom made sure to whisper words of hate towards Harry. Among the many they passed were the Weasley twins, who were looking especially malevolent. It was clear to him that they were up to something a bit worse than homework. Finally they arrived at the stone gargoyle that defended Dumbledore's office. They entered, stepped onto the moving staircase, knocked on the door at the top, and entered Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore was pacing his office, his head bent low, when Harry and Snape entered. He seemed not to notice their presence, and Snape had to cough indiscreetly. Startled, Dumbledore's head shot up and he visibly relaxed upon seeing them standing there. He looked older than ever. "Mr. White, thank heavens you are all right. We feared the worst. It simply does not do to have students disappearing for hours on end without a trace. What a good thing it was that Severus found you. But what were you doing on your own in the Forbidden Forest?" All this was said amazingly quickly, and it took Harry a minute to register that he had been spoken to at all. Fixating on Dumbledore's nose, he managed not to lose his temper and grind out, "For your information, I was returning the snake which was so pleasantly found in my bed." Even Snape looked bewildered. "But what, Mr. White, was the snake doing in your bed?" asked Dumbledore. Snape, however, had a different question to ask, and asked it slowly and softly. "How did you know to put it in the forest, and why then did it not attack you?" "Because I'm smarter than you think, and I don't really like being attacked by snakes." Though this answer was very crude, Harry had the feeling that Snape understood it perfectly. Dumbledore, on the other hand, took it as more of his cheek and did not hesitate to deduct house points. It didn't really matter what he said anyway, thought Harry. If the rest of his housemates carried out their threats, McGonagall would know soon enough that he was a Parselmouth and would, in turn, inform Dumbledore. As if right on cue, the door to the office flew open and McGonagall, Dean and Seamus walked in. Harry gave a cheery little wave to the two boys, who merely glared in return. "Professor Dumbledore," McGonagall said, ignoring the fact that Dumbledore had, moments before, been completely occupied with Harry and Snape. These boys have told me that they do not wish to stay in the same dorm as Mr. White. Dumbledore peered interestedly over the top of his half-moon spectacles at Dean and Seamus. And why are they so set against it? Professor Dumbledore, sir, burst Seamus before McGonagall could open her mouth. He's a Parselmouth. He had a snake last night and was going to make it attack us all. He might attack us all while we're asleep. What makes you think I'm going to wait until you're asleep? Asked Harry softly. It was pointless to try and correct Dumbledore about the snake, there was no way he'd believe Harry over them. Mr. White, McGonagall admonished. Is this true? The headmaster asked. No, Harry said calmly. The teachers visibly relaxed but Dean and Seamus opened their mouths, about to protest. I'm not going to attack them in their sleep. I'm afraid, boys, Dumbledore said, ignoring the fact that Harry had avoided the question. That at present time there is no way for you to sleep in separate dorms. If you do not wish to sleep in the same room, the only alternative is for you to sleep in your common room. He then turned and addressed Harry. Mr. White, this is the third time I have had to speak to you about misbehavior. I believe another 2 weeks detention is in order. If you do not receive any more detentions between now and then, your detentions should end in the second week of November. Can I go? Harry asked with a little more than a hint of impatience in his voice. Honestly, he thought, you'd think he'd put another boy in a coma with all the fuss they were making. Sighing, the headmaster dismissed them. It surprised Harry greatly to learn that it was already lunchtime. He had managed to miss the whole of the morning and breakfast without noticing it. Could time have really gone by so fast? As he sat in the Great Hall, students were giving him a wider berth than ever before, and some even scuttled out of the way when he sat down at the Gryffindor table. Evidently they knew he could speak to snakes. It soon became unbearable to sit amidst the whispers and wary looks, and once he was finished nibbling on a sandwich, Harry left the hall to wander up to the Ollery. Harry had been astonished and somewhat frightened when his first breakfast at Hogwarts had been interrupted by scores of owls flying in to deliver letters and parcels. He learnt fairly quickly that this was the common mode of transport for letters and decided that Nymph would appreciate hearing from him. A very untidy letter was scrawled. Harry's writing had not improved much since his aunt had died and he had stopped attending school, and so it was disjointed, large and untidy, and each letter was printed on its own instead of being joined with the one next to it. He left the letter unsigned, unaddressed, and did not put many details in it. Overall, it was a pretty poor excuse for a letter, but who knew who might read it? Sending it off with one of the school owls, he started back along the corridors, wondering what he was going to do for the rest of the afternoon. It was when Harry was walking along the Charms corridor that he heard a voice that made him stop in his tracks to eavesdrop. Headmaster, if you had heard. I don't care what you heard, Severus. I find it simply impossible that he may be here at Hogwarts. Clearly Dumbledore and Snape were talking, but why they didn't host a conversation such as this one in more private a place was anyone's guess. How else then do you explain his abilities? It is a rare occurrence to be able to speak Parseltongue, but not unheard of. Certainly it has never reached my ears of anyone other than the descendants of Slytherin, but I do not believe it is anything more than a coincidence. You believe that everything else is a coincidence too? I do, Severus. Here Dumbledore's tone became sharper. Let the past die, Severus. He is dead. Your childhood grudges shall do you no good to brood upon. What about White then? You believe his attitude is normal for a boy in first year? I have spent many a year here at Hogwarts. I have seen it all. He is a boy going through the stage of adolescence and nothing more. But what? Enough. We have talked long enough about this. I beg you, Severus, to think no more about Mr. White. He's just a boy. Leave him be. Good day, Severus. The sound of receding footsteps reached Harry's ears and he deemed it safe to walk round the corner. Standing in the middle of the corridor was Snape. White, what are you doing here? Growled Snape before Harry had quite reached him. I didn't realize it was a crime to walk in the corridors, he replied, perfectly innocently. Really, he could have just been walking in the corridor, but Harry was fairly certain that Snape knew this wasn't the case. 5 points from Gryffindor. Harry smirked. Didn't believe you, did he? So what's this childhood grudge I heard about? You can't hide forever, Potter, said Snape softly. And mark my words, I will be the one to uncover you. He walked off with his robes billowing out behind him. Harry spent the rest of the day searching the castle for another room in which Sir could teach him his spells. Sir had continued to teach him in the early hours of the morning and they were making slow but sure progress, but that was probably a good thing, thought Harry. The few spells he had learnt well and so was able to perform them perfectly. It was more than a tad risky to be practicing in the Gryffindor common room. Some students might get up and go into the common room while he was talking to Sir. The attempts to find a room were fruitless, however, and by the end of the day Harry was feeling very much exhausted, having wandered over the school for so long. When he returned to the Gryffindor common room that night, a giant hush fell over the many pupils sitting in it when he entered. The whole room turned to look at him as one, and Harry could not resist but call, "Boo!" causing a girl to shriek. Laughing, he made his way up to his dormitory to study one of his books and noticed that people edged away as he walked by. The next day he continued his long search for a new room to practice in, but again with no luck. Students kept scuttling out of his way when he walked down the corridor, and he had great fun in making hissing sounds as he walked by. When Harry had been casually eavesdropping on some students, he had found out that when he talked to snakes he was actually talking in hisses. He had also found out that Ron was awake and was just staying in the hospital wing as a precautionary measure. McGonagall stopped him in the corridor to inform him that he would be serving detention with Fred, George and Ron, who was due to come out of the hospital wing the next day. Harry replied with a sarcastic comment of, "I can't wait." These detentions turned out to be a variety between cleaning classrooms to writing lines. All throughout them, Fred and George would pass each other messages and Ron would spend the whole time glaring at Harry. Harry himself spent the time speculating about what George and Fred would attempt to do to him, if they carried out their threats. Ron returned to the dormitory, but his demeanor had definitely changed. Instead of openly insulting Harry, he would stop talking whenever he entered a room and always took great care at avoiding him. He was used to this, of course. It was the attitude many had developed around him after they had seen him fight on the streets. Thursday dawned bright and cheerfully, but Harry's mood was far from cheery. He was slightly on edge and could not focus properly when Sir attempted to teach him the full body bind spell in the common room. He was practicing on Ron's rat, Scabbers, when Sir asked about it. "Boy, what is wrong with you today? This is an easy spell." Harry frowned and attempted it again and failed. "I can't concentrate." "Why not? It is pointless for me to teach someone who is incapable of being taught. I've got to have flying lessons today." Scabbers squeaked and tried to run away again, only to find himself barricaded in by a stack of books. "So, that is no excuse. Concentrate. What's wrong with flying lessons? I don't do heights. Someone chucked me off a building a couple of years ago. Petrificus totalis. Yet again nothing happened. Foolish boy. Fear gets you nowhere. I didn't get where I did by being scared. What, being a disembodied spirit who follows me around? Petrificus totalis. Urgh, why isn't this working? I'll have you know I'm much more than a disembodied spirit. Boy, watch and learn. You are incompetent. Petrificus totalis." Scabbers gave one last squeak and then could move no more. Harry's anger rekindled itself immediately. "I thought you couldn't do magic." "I never said that." "No, but you didn't. Exactly. Elp me when I were bein' eated alive." "What 'appened then?" Somehow, past all his hard efforts, now that he was angry again he couldn't help but talk like he did on the streets. Most of the time he tried desperately hard to avoid it. That would make things a bit too obvious for Dumbledore. "I will explain that when the time is right. For now, go down to breakfast. Someone is coming down the stairs." Wasting no more time, Harry hurried out of the portrait hole and made his way to the Great Hall. Breakfast was not out yet, but there were already a few pupils dotted around the hall, most of them doing what Harry was about to do, read a book. Little by little the hall filled with students and the breakfast was laid out. He was just taking a sip of pumpkin juice when something peculiar happened. He couldn't breathe. His throat felt like it had swollen to enormous proportions and blocked all chances that air had of reaching his lungs. Try as he might, he could not get any air in. Why did everything he did have to involve him not breathing? Stars began to dance in front of Harry's eyes. If he didn't breathe soon he would suffocate. He was beginning to feel lightheaded. Oh, for a breath of air. Strength was ebbing away from his body. What was going on? Why couldn't he breathe this time? The top of his heavy head felt like it was on fire. It was too heavy. He couldn't hold it up any longer. He slumped over the table quite unconscious. When Harry became conscious again, he was still with his head on the table in the exact same position. In fact, he must have only been unconscious for a few seconds, a minute at most. There was one big difference though: he could breathe. Deep shuddering breaths, but breaths they were. Sitting up, shaking slightly, Harry ran a distracted hand through his messy hair. "I don't understand," he heard someone to his right mutter. "It was supposed to put him in a ballet costume and make him, not." Harry turned and rounded on the speaker. It was George sitting beside Fred. "You two. You're the ones who almost flipping killed me. You have crossed a line and you will never cross back. I will have my revenge." And Harry stormed out of the great hall, oblivious to the many students staring at his hair. By the time he had reached the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, he was fuming. Already Harry was plotting ways to take his revenge. He could put a mild poison in their food. No, they had done that, it would look like copying. He could set a snake on them. That would be a bit too obvious. What could he do? Hermione Granger was staring at him. "What?" he asked sharply when he saw her. Hermione was always there, prepared to annoy everyone, not just him, to their fullest. Not only was she bossy, but she was an insufferable know-it-all, much like the one that had attended Harry's primary school. "What did you do to your hair?" "Nothing. Go away." But look." She pulled out a small mirror from her bag and gave it to him. Warily Harry took it from her and gasped as he saw his hair's reflection. His hair was no longer as evenly cut and reddish-brown. Instead, it was the black roughly cut it was before. The only difference was that there were now green highlights running through it. It was really quite cool. Making a mental note to thank Fred and George, he tossed the mirror to the ground where it smashed. "Oh!" cried Hermione, and she bent over the pieces and repaired them with her wand. "Don't waste my time, you stupid twit," he said just as the bell rang. Harry took his usual seat away from everyone else and opened his defense book to read whilst Professor Quirrell stuttered out a lecture. Lunchtime came far too quickly for Harry, and, before he knew it, that too was over and it was time to venture out into the grounds for his first flying lesson. It was a clear, breezy day and the grass rippled under his feet as Harry walked down towards a smooth lawn on the opposite side of the grounds to the Forbidden Forest, whose trees were swaying darkly in the distance. Nearly everyone was there already, the only exception being Hermione Granger. 20 long, thin broomsticks were also there, lying neatly on the ground beside the students. Harry gulped and ran a nervous hand through his hair. The flying instructor was Madame Hooch, a woman with short, gray hair and hawk-like eyes. "What are you all waiting for?" she barked. "Stand by a broomstick." Everyone scrambled to obey her except Harry, who sauntered over to the last broomstick, which was particularly old-looking. Once they were all standing to attention, she ordered them to place one hand over the broomstick they were next to and call, "Up." The grounds were immediately filled with cries of, "Up." But few brooms moved into the hands of the students. Harry's was one of the few that did, but others, like Hermione's brooms, simply rolled over. Next they were instructed to mount their brooms and Madame Hooch walked round correcting people's grips. Finally, when they were all ready, Madame Hooch spoke. "Okay everyone, when I blow my whistle I want you to rise, hover and descend again, got it?" 3, 2. Neville was far too nervous. Before she had even reached 1 he had shot off the ground like a bullet until he was 30 feet up in the air. Harry saw his white, shaking hands slip off the broom and Neville fell to the ground and landed face down on the grass with a sickening crack. Madame Hooch hurried over to Neville with an equally pale face. She muttered to herself, ordered everyone to remain on the ground and escorted Neville up to the hospital wing. No sooner than she was out of earshot than some of the Slytherins began to laugh. "Did you see his face?" jeered a pale-haired boy, Draco Malfoy. Seeing him around, Harry had discovered that Draco Malfoy cared a lot about what type of blood you had. "Shut it, Malfoy," Ron snapped. From the first day it had been clear to everyone that Ron and Malfoy were much less than friends. "Wow, you're brave again, now that you're away from the lake." Harry laughed. For days Ron had been avoiding the lake like the plague. Ron muttered something incoherently and seemed to shrink, backing away from Harry's gaze. The Slytherins and Malfoy continued to laugh and make fun of Neville. One of them noticed something that Neville's grandmother had sent him at breakfast and they were now passing it round. The minutes crawled past and the Slytherins continued to shout and laugh. "Would you lot shut up?" Harry finally growled. "You're doing my head in." "Or what?" Malfoy asked. His two bodyguards cracked their knuckles threateningly. "Or I'm going to do you in." Malfoy's unspoken threat was really quite amusing. Not only was he threatening something which he probably wouldn't carry out, he had other people do the threatening for him. "Oh, I'm really scared now, White," Malfoy laughed. "I'd take you on any time. You can't defend yourself against Squat. How'd you figure that one out?" News of his fight with the Weasley brothers had spread quickly and he was sure Malfoy had heard about it. "Nice hair. Oh, so that was it. Oh, I know, isn't it?" Harry ran a hand through his hair again. "Nice face. When the Weasel twits do that for you. At least I have friends, White. Even your own housemates can't bear to be near you. Better to have no friends than scum like you and the rest of the freaks in this place." Inwardly, Harry was very happy about his current living situation. No friends meant no one to get hurt, however unintentionally, by him. "Know what they're saying, White? Do you know what they're saying? They're saying you used to have a friend and you got him killed." "That's right, isn't it? I know by the look on your arg." Malfoy collapsed to the ground clutching his nose, which was bleeding profusely where Harry had punched him. Before he turned away, Harry spat at him and said, "You know nothing." Harry did not have to suffer the fear of flight any longer as after he hit Malfoy he stalked back up to the school, fuming. How did he know? How did Malfoy know? Harry had been sure no one knew. After all, how could they? They had no idea who Harry was or what he'd done in the past. Unless it was all some very clever ploy of Dumbledore's to trick him into acknowledging he had sent someone to their death so that he, Dumbledore, could find out who Harry was. Then there came another problem: how would Dumbledore know about Mir? It was all very confusing. There was still the possibility that it was just some crazy rumor and that now, by punching Malfoy, he had just achieved more speculation. Harry almost hit his forehead violently and only restrained himself by thinking, if Malfoy did know, he had no right to flaunt the dead in his face and that he deserved anything Harry threw at him. He sighed. News of his delightful flying lesson would reach the ears of Dumbledore or one of the other teachers, no doubt, and Harry would probably get more detentions for it. Even though the detentions themselves weren't that bad, they did grow irksome after a couple and they really did eat up a lot of his free time. How many times was he expected to write, "I must not plunge students into the Hogwarts lake"? If they were going to insist he attend detentions every weeknight, even McGonagall needed some time away from him, couldn't they at least make them a bit more interesting? Harry made a decision then. If he received any more detentions and they did not become more exciting, either he would stop going to them or he would break their monotonous cycle. Sure enough, he was called to Dumbledore's office yet again that night after dinner. "I don't know what to do with you," Dumbledore sighed. "I have tried deducting points and giving detention for an extended period of time. Both, it appears, have made no impact and you are causing such trouble in but your first year. You are fighting, cheeky to your teachers and peers alike and Merlin knows what else. I have not seen behavior like this since he trailed off. It's not me who's causing all your trouble." Harry exclaimed. He really was being unfairly punished. If he was to be given detention or whatever else they were going to punish him with now, Harry felt that he ought to have at least deserved it and be given it for something he had actually done. "I'm just the guy who's defending himself. It's strange how Malfoy isn't being punished or the Weasley twits for almost killing me or Thomas, Finnegan or Longbottom for putting a snake in my bed, and it's strange how I seem to be the bad guy when Weasley challenged me to a fight in the middle of the night when no one would be around to help him when he lost, but I suppose that's fine, is it? As long as it's not somebody you like, it's okay. You are one of the most unpopular people this school has seen yet," Dumbledore continued as if Harry hadn't spoken. "Nice way of avoiding the question," snarled Harry. "And you have no friends, I believe." He glared furiously at Dumbledore's forehead. "Do I really look like I want to be friends with any of the scum in this school?" It was like talking to Malfoy all over again. Dumbledore gave him an intent stare, which went completely unnoticed as Harry was still too busy glaring at his forehead. "I believe you do. Many people show nervousness differently and exhibit different forms of timidity, some of which are shown by aggression and the need to be the center of attention." Laughter erupted from Harry unexpectedly, but he could not help it. It was just too hilarious. Dumbledore really would do anything possible to avoid seeing the truth in front of his eyes. With difficulty he sobered up. "You know, for a genius, you sure are thick. I don't want friends. I wish you people would stop trying to be friends and I wish you people would just leave me alone." Nevertheless, your behavior here so far has been unacceptable and our means of punishment have not made an impact as of yet. Does this mean I don't have to go to detention? No, you still have to attend. A punishment is still a punishment, but I was merely suggesting that we will have to look harder for a punishment for you. Things were getting a little too confusing for Harry now. Was he actually being punished for breaking Malfoy's nose, or was he there for a lecture? Yes, mused Dumbledore at last after a few minutes' silence. For your following detentions, as long as they should last, I think we shall have you sort the school punishment files. According to memory, at the end of last year there were 1,182 boxes, and each box and a third contain one school year's punishments. Where the cards have faded you shall copy them out, after which you will place them into alphabetical order in their year groups. You shall also be listing them chronologically. Understand? Blinking wearily, Harry replied, you want me to write out some cards, put them in alphabetical order and list them chronologically. Very good. Now, be off with you. As soon as he had left the office, Harry addressed Sir. Sir, what does chronologically mean? The new detentions proved to be longer and duller, although it did mean Harry got to read slowly. His reading still wasn't very good through all the strange things students got into trouble for in their punishments. The downside was that the boxes dated back to 1803. There were a surprising number of familiar names, which Harry assumed were the pureblood families. There was Knott, Crabbe, Potter, Black, Weasley, Macmillan, and many more. One evening, mid-September, Harry was just leaving a particularly long and boring detention. He was halted in his walk to the Gryffindor Tower. Just around the corner he could hear two identical voices talking in hushed whispers. Is he near the dormitory? Not that I can see. We have to find him. If he accidentally walks in on us while we're doing it, I can't find him on the map. Shish, Fred. Be quiet. You must have just missed him. Let me look. George, Fred said faintly. Shish. I'm looking. No, George. Look, hissed Fred. Harry peeked round the corner to see the two boys poring over a large piece of old parchment. He hurriedly hid again lest they turn. What? Look there. Look. It's Harry Potter. Can't be. He's dead. But George, the map never lies. It must be wrong then. There's no way he can be here. It says he's just round the corner. Shall we look? It's not possible. He can't be here. Let's look anyway. The sound of slow footsteps jolted Harry, who had been transfixed in shock, into life. The hows and whys would have to wait. He knew he had but a few seconds in which to hide, but where? The corridor was long and empty. There were no portraits, no doors, and no suits of armor to hide behind. All that was in the deserted corridor was an open window. Harry's face crumpled as he realized what he had to do. Hurrying over to the window and being very careful not to look down, he slid out into the fresh night air and began to climb. The bricks on the outside of the castle had been worn away slightly with the weather and age and had been left uneven footholds for Harry to use. Somehow he managed to climb above the window and find a position that he did not believe he would be too likely to fall from. He clung to the castle for dear life. Footsteps sounded inside the corridor that he had just abandoned. See, Fred, no one's here. No one we can see. Look at the map. Harry Potter's disappeared. What? Impossible. You can't disapparate inside Hogwarts. No, wait, there's an unlabeled dot beside us. George, that's a wall. No, look. Beside the wall. You think he got rid of his name? There's a window here. Two identical heads stuck themselves out of the window below Harry. His whole body tensed and he hardly dared to breathe. The heads looked first, all around them, and then below them. Something must be up with the map. Or maybe someone's tampering with it. You don't think? Yes, I do. Who else, George? It would sure explain some of the weird stuff that's been happening lately. In unison they whispered, Harry Potter is at Hogwarts. Come on, let's go to bed. Yeah, we can get White some other time. The footsteps receded and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. In order for him to climb back through the window, he had to look down to find a suitable foothold. The 6-story drop made him whimper slightly, and shaking very badly he made his way towards the window, thanking the heavens that nobody ever looked up. The next day Harry awoke with a plan fully formed in his mind, as if he had come up with it in his sleep. The map, or whatever it was that the Weasley twins were using, could not be left in their possession. It had nearly betrayed him the night before, and now the twins were more suspicious than ever. Luckily, Harry was an expert thief. He had been well trained by, no. Harry berated himself. Thinking about Mir was too painful. All he needed to do was wait for a time when the map would be in their dorm and they would not be able to stop him taking it. By the looks of things, the Weasley twins took the map with them everywhere, so that left only one time when it would be possible to take it without their notice, at night. As Harry lay awake on the far too soft bed, he noticed how it seemed to take even longer than it usually did for the four boys to fall asleep. By the time he deemed it safe to slide out of bed, it was well past nightfall. The whole tower was silent save the breathing and snores of its occupants. Carefully he walked out of the dormitory. The stairs were pitch black and it was difficult to see. Harry wasn't sure which room was the twins' dorm, so he was forced to open doors a crack to peer inside at its inhabitants. As luck would have it, the correct room was at the top of the tower, the last room he had to check. Deep breathing sounded all around him and he made sure his breathing was no different than that of theirs. Crouching low, he slowly made his way towards two beds at the far end in which two identical red heads were sleeping upside down. At the first of the two beds Harry opened the battered trunk, wincing as a loud creak was omitted. He paused and the whole room seemed to have stopped its breathing. As one they all continued. Cautiously, very cautiously, he began to search for anything that resembled a map. There. That's it. What? Harry hissed quietly. That's just a bit of parchment. Are they wizards or not? It's concealed, you fool, Sir sounded especially gleeful as he pointed out Harry's mistakes. Fine. He took the parchment, closed the trunk carefully and made his way towards the door. The way was undisturbed and Harry made it back to his dormitory without the slightest hitch. Tucking the map into his pajamas as he went, he lay down on the floor and went to sleep. After but a few hours, Harry awoke. He dressed silently and went down through the common room and out into the corridor. Walking quickly he found a broom closet in which he could hide from prying eyes and ears. Right, sir, any ideas how to read this thing? He said after locking the door and turning on the singular light. Figure it out yourself, you stupid boy. In other words, ye don't know. How can ye be sure this is the map? Some of us can tell when a magical object is present. Harry sighed and tapped on the parchment with his wand. Nothing happened. Show me the map. It remained blank. Revealo. Nod didn't think that would. Whoa. Writing had suddenly appeared on the parchment as if by an invisible hand. Mr. Padfoot would like to know who it is that is attempting to read our map. For the briefest of moments he was going to say, Jeremy Hart, but thought better of it. The map certainly wasn't going to tell anyone, was it? After all, it surely knew, it had known who he was the previous night. Harry Potter, he said. Mr. Prongs would like to inquire as to Mr. Potter's heritage. Mr. Mooney would like Mr. Potter to ignore Mr. Prong's question and inquires about Mr. Potter's coming into possession of this map. Mr. Potter would like to know what the hell you're on about. Mr. Wormtail congratulates Mr. Potter on finding the map and should like to know the purposes he intends to use it for. Do you solemnly swear that you are up to no good? I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, Harry repeated faithfully. Where his wand had been touching the parchment still, unnoticed by Harry, thin lines had begun to spread from it much like a spider's web. The lines crisscrossed and joined and soon the whole parchment was filled in a very detailed map of Hogwarts. There were little dots positioned all over the map, some stationary, some moving, each labeled with a name. Many corridors and passageways Harry had never heard of nor visited were drawn all over the map, some of which even led right out of the castle. Across the top of the magnificent map was written, Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauders map. How'd I clear it? He asked after a moment of awing at the map. More thin green writing appeared in a corner. Is your mischief managed? Yeah, my mischief's managed. Immediately the map was wiped blank and returned to the look of a very old piece of paper. He activated it again and inspected it more closely. A Dumbledore labeled dot was pacing the room titled, Headmaster's Office. What was Dumbledore doing up? Snape was currently walking the corridor the floor below, Peeves was bouncing around the astronomy tower and the rest of the population of Hogwarts were unmoving save Argus Filch the caretaker and a few ghosts. Harry sat in the broom cupboard a long time simply thinking. It was time to begin extracting revenge on Fred and George for attempting to kill him. There had been plenty of opportunities for them to redeem themselves, but they had done no such thing. The Weasley twins, like most of the school, ignored Harry whenever they saw him or sent him glares or petty insults. Smirking to himself, he looked for the school kitchens on the map. Harry watched Fred and George heartily tucking into their morning meal. As one they raised their goblets and drank deeply, their eyes never leaving each other. Harry smirked. It wouldn't be long now. One of the two said something quietly to the other and started to guffaw loudly. The other twin did not laugh but frowned. "That's not funny," he said, outraged. "That sounds like something a Slytherin would do." "No, it's not," objected the other, his laughter dying away. "There's nothing wrong with it." "Yes, there is. How would you like it if it were done to you?" "I wouldn't care." "Oh, sure, you say that now, but what about when it happens?" "I still wouldn't care." Their voices were getting louder, and with each new level of loudness they were becoming more aggressive. "Care to demonstrate?" George said menacingly. "You wouldn't." "I wouldn't bet on it." "Go on then. I dare you." Bang! Somehow Fred was found at the other end of the hall with a pair of wings and a halo and wearing a white tutu. When he spoke next, it all came out in a floating song, though the meaning behind the words was clear. "You evil git. I can't believe you just did that." The hall tittered. Boom! George was thrown backwards off the bench and into the Hufflepuff table. He was no longer wearing his black school robe. Instead, he was wearing a violent shade of pink with pink hair and a glittered face to match. Nor was he standing on the ground, he was floating several feet in the air. "You dirty Slytherin, I'm your brother." Crack! An ostrich's head replaced Fred's own. Kaboom! George had large, fluffy, yellow wings. Snap! Fred was now the owner of a large scaly tail. Crackle! Pop! Whiz! Bam! Fizz! Ding! Ping! And on it went. Finally, when it seemed they had been fighting an age, Dumbledore drew his own wand and both boys were disarmed instantly. The whole hall was in fits of laughter at the two boys, even though it had been a very serious fight from their point. There was a cause to laugh. Both boys' appearance had changed drastically to the point that neither was recognizable. Where Fred had been standing there was a very strange sight. The ostrich's head was wearing shocking blue eye shadow, red blush and pink lipstick. The lion's body that was attached to it was wearing a white tutu with green fuzz protruding everywhere. A large yellow, green polka-dotted tail trailed for 6 feet after it. Its arms were long and thin brown sticks ended with lollipop hands, and the legs were short, stout and concealed almost completely by a mass of purple hair. The halo, wings and singing voice remained from the first spell fired. Indeed, it was a very strange sight. George was no better, if not worse. His head, at least, looked relatively human. It was true his eyes were no longer large ovals but narrow slits like an animal unaccustomed to looking in daylight, and it was true his nose was now so large and hooked that his head tilted forwards with its weight. The violent pink hair remained, though it had grown somewhat longer and was sticking up so much it looked like it had been in an explosion. His torso was normal apart from the pink robes he wore, but his legs were now identical to the bottom half of a slug. Well, they would have been had they not been flashing every color in the rainbow. His arms were still large fluffy yellow wings, but it was infested with wriggling creatures greatly resembling worms. His appearance would not have been quite as bad if he were not suspended a meter in the air, upside down. "What is the meaning of this?" Dumbledore asked, his eyes glinting furiously. It was hard to tell what he was angry about, but then Harry saw his mask fall slightly and the cheerful twinkle slip through. "It was all," George began, but then he too burst into song like Fred when he had attempted to speak. "I'm a little teapot short and stout." The hall filled with laughter again. "His fault, sir. He was telling me, here's my handle, here's my spout." Dumbledore chuckled slightly as well. "Very well then, Misters Weasley and Weasley. Off to the hospital wing. The rest of you, I believe the bell shall be ringing shortly, and it would be best if you were headed to class." There was a great rush as everyone tried to hurry to their first class at the same time, but Harry, being the wise person that he was, took his time whilst making his journey to his class, potions. Arriving well after the bell had rung, he was immediately confronted by Snape. "White, what pathetic excuse do you have for being late this time?" he barked. "The same one Malfoy has," was the cool reply out of Harry's mouth. Malfoy had entered directly behind Harry, having been in the Great Hall himself when the Weasley twins put on their amazing spectacle. It came as no surprise that Snape had instantly singled him out. Every time they met he was always searching for a reason to punish him, as if one day Harry would crack and confess that he was actually the boy who lived. "Malfoy, why are you late?" Snape asked in a much less menacing tone, which could almost be called bored. "I was speaking to Professor Flitwick," drawled Malfoy as he unpacked his potion's ingredients. "I find it hard to believe you were both speaking to Professor Flitwick, White." 10 points from Gryffindor. Take your seat. The lesson passed in the same monotony in which most of Harry's lessons passed. At least it did until his and Longbottom's, who was still being forced to partner with Harry, potion exploded, spraying all the nearby pupils with a green foul-smelling concoction. Simultaneously those pupils began to dance about in agony as large boils sprung up where the potion had made contact. Miraculously Harry was only splattered a little on his right arm, which he didn't notice, his wooden arm still untouched. It was because of this that Snape rounded on him instead of Longbottom, who was clutching his face in agony. "White, can't you read?" growled the teacher. Harry remained silent, unsure whether it was a trick question or not. Snape knew that he couldn't read very well. "Look at the third line. What does it say?" He squinted through the steam, which was spiraling up in curls from the individual cauldrons. Haltingly and stuttering he managed to decipher the words on the blackboard, and he was fairly certain he was pronouncing them correctly for once. "Stir 3 times, counter clockwise. Once the potion has turned into a light ha zel, add the in fuss on of wormwood." He ended triumphantly. "You brainless boy. I don't know why I try to teach such a boy who is obviously lacking in memory and intelligence. Was it not only yesterday I reminded you that it was infusion?" Dread filled Harry's body as he realized his mistake. It was true he had trouble with some words, but could Sir really think he would be able to learn them all? Was it his fault Dumbledore had murdered his aunt? Was it his fault that the need for revenge being the only reason he was even at the school drove all thought of learning words out of his mind? "Hazel, in fussy eon," mocked Snape to loud guffaws of the Slytherins who were untouched by the fatal potion. "Do you think I am stupid, boy? You would do well to learn respect." 30 points to Slytherin. "You forgot the other houses," said Harry flatly. "And a week's detention. Those who have been affected by the potion hospital wing. You are dismissed." There was a mad rush for the door as students climbed over desks, chairs and each other in their haste to the door. Harry threw his remaining potion's ingredients into his bag and was presenting his potion to Snape as he'd been instructed when he realized he was the last to leave. "I suppose you think that was funny, Potter," spat Snape. "Tisk tisk," smirked Harry, placing the vial down on the desk. "Are we forgetting that my name is Mr. White? I would watch my step if I were you, Snape. You don't want grudges from the past to reflect upon your teaching, do you?" It really was quite an enjoyable sight to watch fury slowly fill the teacher's face and see him obviously trying to contain his anger. "One day, White, one day the world shall know whom you are and that I was the one to uncover you. Of course it is complete cowardice, isn't it though? You are ashamed to admit that you fell for a Death Eater's trick, why else would you hide?" Harry took his turn and his face was the one to contort in rage. "Perhaps it is so that no one shall know what I am doing." Leaving Snape to ponder this in confusion, he turned on heel and stormed out of the classroom, only noticing the tear in his sleeve after he was well away from it. Swearing in what was coarse language for most but was soon becoming mild for himself, he hurried back into the broom cupboard he had been hiding in earlier that morning. The gleaming, brown wooden arm was easily visible through the large tear, and it would do no good to be discovered for who he really was so soon. He racked his brain for the spell to fix things. He was sure he had learnt it. What was it? Repair, 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 repair was definitely in it somewhere. "You are the most idiotic boy I have ever met in my entire life, and I have seen a lot of fools. It's reparo. I don't know why I bother teaching you. You said that earlier," Harry butted in, though he knew Sir wasn't finished. He mended his robes and sat down wearily on an upturned bucket. "Did I ask you to speak? The potion's master is right. You would do better to learn some respect. If nothing else, I take it upon myself to teach you that." Snape's a git. He don't know what he's talking about. He just wants the credit for findin' the world's precious boy who lived. Zap! A bolt of electricity jolted throughout his body, stinging every muscle as it passed. "Ow! What was that fair? Do you even listen to me whilst I speak? Am I here for nothing? No. I am here to help you extract revenge on that conniving headmaster, but it seems I am unappreciated. Do you think I exist solely to do your every bidding? If you are going to go around slacking and pulling pranks, then I shall teach you no more. I have no use for a pupil who disobeys or a pupil who risks discovery by mouthing off. You're just teaching me first-year spells, though. I'd learn them here anyway. Why should you stay? What reason do you teach me? I've asked you before, what do you gain from this? You're a flipping random voice in the air that follows me around. Do you really expect me to trust you? Zap. The stinging sensation lasted longer this time. I know more than simple spells like the ones they teach at this rock of a school. You presume that I shall teach you not but them. Of course not. You must learn the basics first, or you shall fall quickly to your doom. As to your other impudent questions, as I have answered before, you shall know when I see fit. Perhaps I shall leave. I can tell when I am unwanted. Oh, but sir, Harry was a lot more eager to please now that he knew he was progressing somewhere past the simple spells. It's not like that. I do want you teachin' me. I swear, I'll behave. Honestly, I'll be good and everything. Silence met his words. It was almost as if a bullet had struck him on the head. Harry couldn't believe it. Sir hadn't actually left him, had he? The one person who had known the truth about him, understood him. Sir, who had felt the same anger at Dumbledore for whatever reason and shared his hatred and need for revenge, he hadn't abandoned him in a school full of mindless followers, had he? Sir, he called out tentatively. Sir, please. I can't get him without you. I need your help to do it. Words such as these were foreign to him now and sounded strange. He hadn't used words like please since his aunt died, and they were difficult to speak. I give you one chance. You shall follow my instructions without question, understood? If not, you shall be punished. Harry's relief was so great he agreed instantly. It puzzled him slightly why he had been so worried about Sir leaving. Hadn't it been his intention to enter Hogwarts with no correspondents or companions so that no more would be hurt because of his stupidity? He didn't even trust Sir properly, yet he was agreeing to follow his orders without question. For all he knew, Sir could be part of an elaborate plot to assassinate him. These thoughts surfaced in Harry's mind, but he couldn't really believe them possible. Sighing, Harry picked himself up off of the bucket and left the broom cupboard to go to his next class. Days passed slowly and miserably for Harry. To his dismay, Sir made him pay attention in class, be civil to his teachers, and not mouth off or disobey in the slightest, and it was starting to take its toll on him. Unused to so much work or effort, Harry felt very strained after only a few days, but at least Sir continued to teach him. He had no idea why he was so desperate to have Sir teach him. Perhaps it was the thought of being completely alone at Hogwarts with no one knowing his secret at all, or could it be he was afraid that Sir would tell someone? Maybe he just liked someone to talk to, or maybe he needed all the help in getting revenge on Dumbledore that he could get. Who knew how long it would take him to learn so many spells on his own? Whatever the reason, Harry was grateful Sir was with him, and so continued doing his biting no matter how exhausted he felt. Little though he saw the Weasley twins, Harry knew they were conspiring against him still. They had made only one attempt that he knew of to bring their revenge upon him when they had determined that he must have been behind their prank duel. Their story had been all the school could talk about for days. The two Weasleys insisted they had no idea why they had become so aggressive towards each other, like they had been under the influence of something. Only Harry knew that this was true. He had asked the elves he saw in the school kitchens to add a potion, which would make each of them doubt the first person they laid eyes upon. Fred and George's attempt to take their revenge had gone miserably. It was one afternoon after Transfiguration that his class had taken more time than usual to pack up, so that he was first to leave the room, but just as he reached the door, he had remembered his unhanded-in homework and doubled back, causing Ron, who had been standing just behind him, to have no choice but to leave the room first. Ron had then had all his clothes disappear, but had a large black dot on his front that covered his most embarrassing parts. Any time he was not slaving away in classes, Harry was poring over books in the one place he knew he wouldn't be at the end of scathing stares, the library. Sir had him research the most ridiculous things, giant wars, the uses of dragon blood, and the downfall of Grindelwald being just a few of the pointless topics. He found a room to practice spells in, a small indiscreet hidden one that he would not have even heard of had he not been scanning the Marauders map looking for just such a room. Weeks were flying by now, and before Harry knew it, it was the end of October and he had not received any more detentions. That meant there was a week or two more for him to serve of the tedious evenings before he would be free of them completely. It had surprised him considerably when he found his own father's name along with some of his friends in the punishment files. It was certainly more than once that Sirius Black and James Potter cropped up, more like every third card once he got to the right time period. Harry had learnt lots of spells, most of the first-year ones now that he came to think about it. He hadn't forgotten Jacques' request and decided that it was time to have an attempt at getting the Philosopher's Stone. After getting hold of a wooden flute, somehow, to subdue the dog with, Harry chose to try to get the stone on Halloween so that all the pupils and teachers would be occupied at the feast. Long at last, the common room was empty and all the students had gone down the Halloween feast but him. He slid the Marauder's map out from under him. He had been sitting on it in case one of the Weasley twins recognized it and activated it and left the common room once he was sure there was no one around. He crept down to the second floor in hopes that some way to the third floor would be revealed. The trouble with the staircases was that they continuously changed course at random times throughout the day, sometimes while you were on them. Luck was against him, however, and a staircase moved just as he reached it to block his way. Harry sighed and started along a corridor on the second floor to look for another staircase. He passed many closed doors, no doubt they had been locked to stop any wandering student searching them whilst the teachers were busy, and thought no more about them. What use did he have for classrooms at this time? No point in wasting time. A great rumble echoed below him as the noise from the great hall suddenly rose tenfold, vanished and rose again. The feast wasn't over already, was it? Not so much as stopping to consider it, he hurried on faster than ever. A horrible smell filled his nostrils and up ahead he saw a mutant beast stamping into the girls' bathroom. Could that be what all the noise was about downstairs? He shrugged and continued on. It wasn't his problem. Eek! A girl's scream sounded all about Harry, who froze for a moment then started walking again. No, he wouldn't waste time being the hero. There was a job to be done and who knew how long it would be before he got another chance. The girl screamed again and Harry stopped in his tracks again. Try as he might, he could not leave the girl to lose her life because he was too busy hunting for a stone. Deeply regretting what he was doing, he turned back towards the bathroom. Upon entering, Harry gasped at the sight before him. Several stalls were in ruin along with a couple of sinks. Hermione was crouched, tears streaming down her face, in a corner and, worst of all, the most hideous creature Harry had ever seen was advancing on her. It was 12 feet tall and had dull, gray-colored granite skin. Its body, gray and lumpy, the size of a boulder, was sitting on top of two short legs that were as thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The most repulsive smell ever rolled off it in waves, and it was holding a large wooden club, which was held in the air about to strike. No thinking was needed, Harry knew what he had to do. Expelliarmus! He cried. It was a simple spell that he had learnt from his defense book, but nevertheless it was effective, and the troll's club zoomed out of its hand and hit the wall behind Harry. In confusion, the troll looked stupidly at his hands. It seemed to take a few moments for it to realize that its weapon was no longer its own. The troll then stumbled around to look at Harry, who was doing some fast thinking, and started to advance on him. Relying on his aim not to waver, he cast another spell, the same one he had used on Ron Weasley. It had worked once, so why not again? He grinned in triumph as the troll rose into the air and looked around bewildered. Harry sent it plummeting to the ground, where it fell over, still not understanding fully what was going on. The troll got to its feet seemingly unharmed and advanced on Harry. This time he pointed his wand not at the troll but at its club, which was still lying dormant behind him. He levitated the club over the troll and then proceeded to start bashing it with it. The troll forgot Harry completely and started attacking the club, its new target. Again and again the club hit the troll, but it was still undeterred until eventually Harry directed the club to fall quickly from the ceiling upon the troll's head. Swaying greatly, the troll stumbled towards him. Whilst he tried to scramble backwards out of harm's way, he stumbled slightly and fell to the ground but continued to crawl backwards, but the troll fell at last with an almighty roar and landing with a sickening crunch on Harry's leg. Grinding his teeth, Harry managed to only omit a small cry at the pain. Somewhere Hermione was still sobbing, though she had not been harmed. He tried to shift his position so that he could be free of the monstrosity that was currently trapping him, but he failed miserably and could do nothing but sit. Footsteps sounded somewhere along the corridor, lots of them. Soon enough the door to the bathroom burst open and revealed several haggard teachers. McGonagall was the first to enter, her lips thinner than Harry had ever seen them, closely followed by Snape, who narrowed his eyes the moment he saw Harry, then Quirrell, shaking like a leaf, and finally Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling that annoying twinkle. Going TAE, Harry began when no one did or said anything. Zap! Sir reminded him that he was being impolite. Could you please move this thing off my leg? Oh, sorry, Mr. White. McGonagall jumped into action and began to levitate the troll off of him very slowly, but it was too much for Harry. He gave a cry of pain, though he tried to refrain himself. It was worse than the troll on him. McGonagall set the troll back on his leg after it had only risen slightly from him. Severus, could you fetch a pain-relieving potion for Mr. White? Dumbledore turned to Snape, who consented and left the bathroom. What on earth did you think you were doing? Professor McGonagall said with a cold fury in her voice at Harry. He peered over the troll at Hermione. Hick, heard me ss scream, hick. Professor, stuttered Hermione through her sobs. And what? McGonagall said with the same furious voice she had used with him. Were you doing when you should have been in your common room? Ron Weasley had, said something that you upset me. If Jeremy hadn't been passing, I would have been killed. But what were you doing outside the common room, Jeremy? Dumbledore asked, as calm as if they had been discussing what type of tea they liked best. He bit his lip. I was looking for her, he said with more than a bit of hopefulness. It was blatant that he was lying. Before anyone could say another word, Snape returned with the potion and bent down to administer it at Dumbledore's signal. Harry drank it without question. A sensation that he was becoming quite familiar with came over him again, one of not breathing. He didn't panic as he had done in the past. If it was the same as before, it would pass and he wouldn't actually suffocate, but it was still more than a little discomforting. The first worrying thing was when the feeling did not pass quickly and he began to see dots buzzing in front of him. The second was when the whole of his body felt like it was on fire, like when the Weasleys had tried to do something to him. If he could have breathed, he would have been screaming. If he could have breathed, he would not have passed out. When he came to, there was no pain in Harry's leg, nor was there a troll upon it. He opened his eyes and scrambled backwards against the wall at the sight he saw. 4 blurry heads had been staring down at him. Your glasses are in your pocket. Do not ask any questions. Obediently Harry returned his glasses to his face. But why did he need glasses? Since he had taken the potion to change his appearance, his sight had been perfect. Unless, the 4 teachers' faces were as white as snow. Not one said a word. Snape looked less white, but it was hard to tell with his sallow skin. Now that Harry thought about it, he looked slightly triumphant. So he said nervously, "How are y'all doing?" Hermione gasped from his right. You're Harry Potter. The game was over. It was truth time. Or was it? He thought Sir might understand if he was a little less than polite. After all, was he likely to be spoken to politely? There was no way he'd surrender to Dumbledore without a fight. If he could get away, he would. It took Harry but a second to assess the situation. The 4 teachers were shocked and stunned and most likely wouldn't react too quickly. Hermione was standing in the corner and wouldn't be much of a threat either. Unfortunately, Dumbledore, Quirrell, Snape and McGonagall were blocking the most direct path to the door, but with a quick dart around them he would be able to escape. Assuming that they weren't quick to react. Before anyone could say or do anything, Harry had made a mad dash for the door. Long before he reached it, he was frozen from waist down the floor and was unable to do anything but look at the disbelieving faces of the teachers before him. No one spoke. The silence stretched long and thin until he could stand there stares no longer. Well, this is a uncomfortable position, find me in it. No longer having to keep up the pretense of Jeremy Hart, he reverted to the more comfortable slurred speech he had picked up whilst living on the streets of London. Well, smirked Snape smugly. Look who's finally decided to show their true colors. Bugger off, Batty, retorted Harry. No longer was there a need to hide his loathing of Snape, not that he had really tried before. Just you wait till ye what, Snivelus? Throw me in detention. I hardly think it matters much now. Harry, breathed Dumbledore, finally making a sound which was more than could be said for the other two teachers and Hermione, who was now settling for gazing at him in horror, no doubt for speaking back to a teacher. "Ooh," said Harry overjoyed, staring at Dumbledore's nose. "Tell me you're Avenuan and Art Attack." Snape gave him a withering look. "Harry," breathed Dumbledore again. "Is it really you? Nosith Tooth Fairy." Some people acted completely ridiculously sometimes. "But Harry," Dumbledore said with a little more strength. "Where have you been? Funny how ye ask that first. Not, 'Hey Harry, how ye doin'?' But, 'Where were ye?' I can tell ye really missed me." Harry didn't really care, of course. He would much rather Dumbledore not say anything at all and leave him in peace, but Harry was playing for time. There was no escape. There was no magic potion to hide him this time or a friend hiding in the shadows to leap out to defend him. His friends were all either dead or in danger because of him. He always messed up people's lives. Dumbledore had finally caught him this time, Harry knew that. Well, if he was going down, he wouldn't go quietly. So Dumbledore, sent anyone to their death lately? Eyebrows rose all round and the rest of the bathroom's occupants, recovering from their shock slightly, stared confusedly between the two of them. "I have never sent anyone intentionally to their death, Harry. Except the odd person so you can get what ye want. Doesn't matter how many people die so long as ye get what ye want. Harry, your aunt was not herself. We've been through this before." Still Dumbledore insisted that his aunt was an imposter. Did he really think Harry wouldn't know his own aunt? And, of course, Dumbledore would have him believe that it was simply coincidence that nothing Aunt Petunia had said had been disproven. "Perhaps it would be best, Headmaster," interjected Snape, "if we were to continue this in your office." Yes, agreed Dumbledore somewhat distractedly. They all turned to go, but Harry quickly stopped them. "Okay, 1, who says I want to go to your bloomin' office? 2, I'm kinda cemented down. And 3, I don't want her," he indicated Hermione, "to come." "Very well, Miss Granger, return to Gryffindor Tower," instructed McGonagall. Hermione started to leave quietly, but again, Harry objected. "Don't send her there. She'll tell them bloody weasels." "Very well then, Professor Snape," Dumbledore said. "Could you please modify Miss Granger's memory?" "No," cried Hermione in anguish. "I swear, I won't say a word. Be warned, Miss Granger, expulsion will not be far behind if you do not keep your word." She paled pathetically and scuttled out the room, but paused at the door. Bijah Harry. He almost hit himself on the head. Now Granger was going to be pestering him all the time. Why couldn't she just stay out the way? If it hadn't been for her, he would have gotten the stone by now and would have repaid his debt to Jacques. Well, there were 2 reasons he didn't have many friends on the streets. A lot of them were scared of him because of his natural fighting talents, and the others because he wasn't the easiest of people to get along with. "Are we goin' or no?" Dumbledore removed the spell holding him to the ground, but no sooner was he free than Snape tied his hands behind his back. Harry opened his mouth to say something abusive, but Snape waved his wand again and his voice was silenced. "No sneaky spells, Potter." And they left the bathroom and journeyed along the many corridors to the headmaster's office, where they would, no doubt, have a very long conversation. After what seemed like an age, the bizarre group arrived at Dumbledore's office and took seats at his indication. Well, the teachers present sat. Harry, however, remained standing with his hands bound behind his back and his voice still silenced. To make his reason obvious, he spat at Snape. Dumbledore gave a flick of his wand and the ropes fell away. Harry's voice returned. A chair swept forwards, knocking Harry onto it, and fresh ropes tied him to the chair, though they were far looser. "Friendly. Harry, where have you been hiding all these years?" Dumbledore asked, calmer than he had been in the bathroom. Evidently he was over the initial shock of finding Harry hidden under his nose. Harry sent him a look of utter disdain. "I didn't tell ye last time ye forced me into school, and I'm not going to tell ye now. Ye don't seem to realize I were hidin' for a reason." It was somewhat irksome to have been discovered so early in the school year for who he really was. He hadn't even lasted until Christmas. Though, he couldn't really be blamed for the appearance potion being affected by other potions' ingredients. And what reason was that, my dear boy? What did we do to deserve this detestation? Quirrell, McGonagall and Snape seemed content to just listen in. "Oh, I dunno," Harry sneered in casual sarcasm. "It's no Like ye tried tae kill any o me friends or tied me up or killed me aunt or lied tae anyone or forced people to do things they didn't want to do. We have never intended to hurt anyone. No ye didn't, but ye didn't care if anyone got hurt, because of what you were doing either. Don, ye know a don, wan, tae fight blasted fights. He glared at the wall behind Dumbledore. No one is asking you to, came the patient reply. All I have ever wanted to do is protect you. There are dangers far worse than anything you have encountered. If they're so dangerous, how come they haven't done anything yet? Ye claim protecting me, but all ye've done is kill my aunt. If there are so big dangers out there, then how come I've not seen any of them yet? There. He must have stumped Dumbledore by now. Harry's aim was simply to keep him talking until he had no more answers, and then someone besides him had to realize that he wasn't all that great, didn't they? He knew there was no hope to escape this time. He had been lucky the last time. If Harry had to stay in the sorry excuse for a school, then he would be sure things went his way. I, myself, have never come across a wolf, but that is not to say they are not there. Very well, Harry. We shall move on. How did you get to Hogwarts? Was that another trick question? I took the train. And how did you disguise yourself? Why sit matter? No stayin'. You most certainly are. Dumbledore's voice suddenly became fierce. We can't have a young boy living on his own without a home. Ye just want me where ye can keep an eye on me. He was running out of ideas. What else could he use against Dumbledore? He just ignored most of the accusations against him. There had to be something that he couldn't ignore, but what? How did you get your school supplies? Dumbledore asked before Harry could ponder any longer. Don't answer that. Why? Harry would have probably asked this question anyway of Dumbledore, but instead it was addressed to Sir. If you value your friend's life, don't answer. There are some things that are necessary for us to know, Harry. Please answer the question. He remained silent. There was a rustle from his left, and the most wonderful floating feeling came over him. It was as if all of his thoughts of revenge, of hate, were simply wiped away, leaving only a calm happiness. Suddenly, and for no apparent reason, he heard a firm voice in his head. Answer the question, said the new voice. Don't listen to it, boy. Stay silent, commanded Sir, equally firmly. Harry opened his mouth to answer. There was no reason why he shouldn't answer. Boy, close your mouth. Sir's normal quiet murmuring voice had disappeared. It was a loud rasp now, on the verge of shouting. He shut his mouth obediently. If he didn't obey Sir, he would be punished. Answer the question. He opened it. Don't answer. Answer. Don't answer. Answer. Don't. Answer now. Do not answer. ARRRRRGGGGGHHHHH. Harry screamed. His head felt like it was going to explode. Get out of my head. He raised his hands to clutch his ears tightly and shook his head, trying to clear it, not noticing that the ropes that had bound him had burst into flame. The teachers sitting next to him leapt up in alarm when he shouted. Their chairs had burst into flame along with his ropes. Snape was looking very shaken, whereas the McGonagall and Quirrell merely looked startled. Dumbledore got up as well, and with a short wave of his wand extinguished the fires. As one, the four members of staff turned to look in wonder at the boy who was now trying to tear his ears off. Harry. A worried voice sounded from somewhere in front of him. Harry. What's wrong? The blissful silence had vanished much quicker than it had appeared, and the voice receded from his mind. When he felt it was safe, Harry removed his hands from his ears and turned to glare at Snape. Why Don? Ye ask him. Now that the strange emptiness had gone from his mind, it was very easy to tell that it had been Snape who had invaded the privacy of his mind. Severus. Dumbledore inquired. I'm sure I don't know what he's talking about now. Oh, so ye normally creep inside people's heads and tell 'em tae do stuff. Harry felt the heat rise up inside him. This how ye get classes to behave? Are ye that bad a teacher? Is it 'cause everyone hates ye? I have done no such thing. He used an unforgivable curse. He could get sentenced to life in jail for it. Reluctant though Harry was to listen to voices in his head at that moment in time, he used the information. I could, avenue ye arrested ye no. Illegal in it. Was tae stop me from calling the coppers on ye right now. If we could get back to the matter at hand. Dumbledore seemed to have forgotten about securing Harry to the chair again. We shall announce it to the wizarding world tomorrow that you've been found and Wait just 1 second. He had an opportunity on his hands and Harry wasn't about to pass it up. If he could remain hidden, inconspicuous, he would be able to train with Sir still, undisturbed. He would be able to learn at Hogwarts away from prying eyes. It would be much easier to help Jacques if foolish students weren't constantly bothering him. And Dumbledore had mentioned enemies. If, by any chance, he did have enemies out there who were a bigger threat to him than he knew, then it would be best to remain unknown to them. Who says I want to be found? McGonagall, Quirrell and Snape all opened their mouths in astonishment, but Dumbledore remained unfazed, almost as if he expected Harry to say that. Very well, but you are to remain at Hogwarts to learn magic. No more detentions though. He really was wasting a lot of time in detention at night. No more fighting. It was like bargaining at a market. No more people tryin' to kill me. No more provoking them. No more pickin' on me. Harry looked directly at Snape. I do not. And no tellin' me, he finished hesitantly. Was there anything else he wanted? An access to the restricted section of the library. Headmaster, I really don't think he should be allowed, interrupted McGonagall before Dumbledore could speak. No, I agree with you, said Dumbledore after a moment's pause. Then I'll tell the government about Snape's illegal activities, Harry pointed out. He needed access in there. Sir had been telling him that for weeks. Then I shall tell them who you are, argued Dumbledore. Then I'll run away again. There was a long pause. He crossed his gloved fingers in his pockets. According to Sir, there was information that would benefit him greatly. If they didn't agree, he would still find a way in there eventually, but it would be a lot easier if he could just walk in. Fine. Harry smirked. One more thing though, Harry. Take off the gloves. The grin fell. No, he said, barely audible. At first it was not clear even to him why he was refusing. One thing that he was always certain of, was that he did not want anyone finding out about his arm, yet. Perhaps it was so he would have a surprise up his sleeve when the time came he would need one, or maybe he thought Dumbledore would do something to the arm he had grown to love. The reason he decided on, was that it would lead to awkward questions about Jacques and the whole story might unfold. It would then become common knowledge that he was trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, the very thing that Dumbledore had taken great care to hide. Look at me, Harry, he commanded softly. So that was his choice. Look into the eyes of his enemy or reveal his most treasured secret. How was it possible to choose? If he looked at Dumbledore, then he would probably use some mind-reading trick on him and could quite possibly find out about his arm anyway. Or he would find out something worse. What was worse, he didn't know, but Harry wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to find something. But if he showed his arm, his dear wooden arm that he had grown so attached to, how would he use it against him? Either way ended in misfortune for him. Look into his eyes. Knowing that it would give far too much away if he spoke, Harry settled for a look of confusion that he was sure Sir wouldn't miss. The teachers, who were getting slightly impatient by now, would just think that he was contemplating something. He's trying to get in. Sir sounded breathless and desperate. What was wrong with him? Sir had always been strong, calm and most of all composed. I can't hold him off much longer. It will be better for you if you look into his eyes. Well, that settled it then. Harry raised his eyes to bore into Dumbledore. He showed him all his hatred for the man who sent his parents to their death, knowingly killed his aunt and imprisoned his godfather for life. He showed him all the sorrow that had become of his life because of that one man. He showed him what had happened to Sting, to Mir and to all others connected to him because of him. Harry showed Dumbledore all the pain he had caused. Fire burned in his eyes, yet Dumbledore held his gaze still. How could that man look at all the damage he had caused those he had tried to protect, without so much as flinching? Was he that heartless? Harry found himself hating the man even more. The fire spread from his eyes and filled his heart. But it wasn't a fire solely for revenge anymore. It actually burned him now. Without consciously realizing it, Harry fell to his knees in pain and clutched at his heart. With a great effort he tore his eyes away. A hand fell on his shoulder. He glared up at the owner, who happened to be Professor McGonagall. Are you? She began kindly. Leave me alone, he snapped. I'm fine. I was fine before you lot came. Leave me alone. He wrenched himself free of her grasp and stormed out the office. Surprisingly, no one stood in his way. It was long past curfew now. Everyone would probably be in bed. The hallways were safe for Harry Potter to walk. What would he do now? No matter what happened, Harry knew he had to stay at Hogwarts. There was no escaping a second time. Dumbledore would make sure of that. He couldn't walk around looking like himself though. Could he charm himself to look like Jeremy Hartwhite again? No, he had neither the ability nor knowledge. The only way to look like Jeremy was to take the same potion again. Harry took off his glasses and rubbed a smudge from them thoughtfully. Of course. How stupid he was being. He rammed the glasses onto his head and hurried off in the direction of Gryffindor Tower. How had he forgotten? Nymph, being the unschooled genius Harry now thought of her as, had secured another bottle of the potion for his use in his trunk. She must have scraped every pocket in London to afford it. She probably went hungry for a month. Nymph was a saint. As Harry had suspected, the whole school was sleeping and he entered unnoticed into the common room, luck for once being with him. Similarly unnoticed he reached his shabby trunk and rummaged through the few possessions he owned. Finally he found it, a small vial, red in color, full of a swirling liquid. Screwing up his eyes he downed the bottle. Immediately he felt like gagging. The potion was the vilest thing he had ever had to drink, including the strange concoction one of his friends had made him drink for a dare. The effect it had was instantaneous, however. His whole body, thin though it was, felt like it had bugs crawling under its skin. His vision blurred under the influence of his glasses and he was soon inclined to remove them. Jeremy Hartwhite was once more. His head was a complete buzz. There was no chance of him making sense of everything that night. It only occurred to him as he was settling down to sleep in his usual position on the floor that he had wasted a very good opportunity to go after the stone. Harry woke at his usual 4 in the morning surprisingly well rested. He had no intention of practicing spells, however, he had too much thinking to do. Vacating the dormitory housing his sleeping roommates, he made for the small room he had deemed his own. Was there yet another supernatural being that caused the fire that had burned within him? No, he didn't think so. Not this time. This time it had been purely himself. His hatred for Dumbledore, his need for revenge. Did the man have no conscience? Was he truly heartless? How could someone, who had fought in 2 wars, not care how many got hurt in his path to victory? The war had ended and he still didn't care. If Dumbledore wanted Harry to join his fight, he was doing very badly. Perhaps he didn't care if Harry was on his side or not as long as he killed the Dark Lord. Thinking carefully about it, he realized that no one had actually told him the name of the Dark Lord yet. Was that yet another ploy of Dumbledore's? Who knew? The man had so many crazy ideas, it was slightly questionable about his sanity. It was surprising that more people had not thought to question his actions. Perhaps they did. Perhaps they did and they had been silenced. The members of staff at Hogwarts would no longer bother him. Dumbledore would make sure of it. And Harry's detentions were gone. That certainly freed up a large amount of time. Who cared if students wondered why he had been let off? Dumbledore never cared for the consequences of his actions, so why should he? Did he care too much? Harry sighed and picked up one of the books he had left in the small room. The only way he would be able to do anything in the wizarding world would be if he learnt spells and learned them he would. If the wizarding world was so full of people who would blindly follow someone with such dark intentions, then Harry would be the one to set them right. He would have his revenge one day and then the world would see what Dumbledore was really like. The first step was to learn, and that was closely followed by repaying his debt to Jacques, but still Harry would have his revenge, and what sweet revenge it would be. As usual, Harry was one of the first few to breakfast even though he ate the least. It was a good place to be seen reading every morning. You never knew who would try to frame you for what. The students around him all looked very tired. He supposed they had had a late night contemplating what had become of the troll if they hadn't already been told. If Dumbledore was a better man, Harry would have expected him to keep his name out of the whole troll affair, but seeing as it was Dumbledore, he would probably make a grand announcement about how he had bravely fought the troll single-handed and won. That would cause a few students to raise their eyebrows at him and more rumors would ensue. Everyone would be confused as to why he had helped save Granger when he hated the school. No matter. Harry would simply have to show them all that he was not on Dumbledore's side. Sure enough, when the hall was fullest of students and the staff table filled, Dumbledore stood to make an announcement and the school fell silent at once. As you are all aware, a troll managed to enter into Hogwarts last night, he began grandly. And, as some of you may know, it cornered Miss Granger in one of the school lavatories. One of our number gallantly went to her rescue and managed to knock the troll out single-handed and risked his own life doing so. 50 points shall be awarded to Gryffindor, and let us give a round of applause to Mr. Jeremy White. Nobody made a sound. Instead, every head in the hall turned to look at him in surprise. Harry made a rude hand gesture towards Dumbledore and, swinging his bag over his shoulder as he did so, began to leave the hall. It felt like walking in a swimming pool under their gaze. Every movement felt greatly exaggerated and hard to make. Finally he was free and headed straight for the library. He needed to research spells that made music. He probably should have done it before he was going to attempt to get the stone, but Harry hadn't really seen the point. Now it would have to be taken under the utmost stealth. Even though he had told Dumbledore not to have teachers following him, he was pretty sure he would be under close observance. He was reading about a very complex charm to create a self-playing harp when he heard a tentative voice behind him. "Excuse me, Jeremy." Harry gritted his teeth and looked into the face of the girl he had rescued from the troll. "What?" he snapped. He really wasn't in the mood to put up with her. "Well, I mean, I just wanted to say." She flopped down into the chair beside his. "Say what?" he asked bitterly. "Thank you," Hermione gushed. "For saving my life. You know we get lessons off today so the teachers can help rebuild the bathroom. No classes." Well, at least one good thing had come out of saving her dratted life. Now he would have more time to spend researching spells that would help him get to the stone. "Fine. Now leave." "Can't I stay? I mean, in the library with you. Do I look like I want you to stay?" Harry was making a point of blocking her out. He bent further over his book. "Oh," she said crestfallen. "But what have I done? You can't hate me really. I know you don't. You wouldn't have saved me otherwise. Please, can I stay, Harry?" "Shut it," he hissed in alarm and quickly scanned the room for eavesdroppers. "Bugger off, won't you? What was I supposed to do? Leave you to die? But what did I do? You're the reason I got discovered. If it hadn't been for you, Dumbledore would have never known I was here." There really was no getting rid of Hermione. "But why? Go away. I don't need filth like you hanging around." And finally, looking very downhearted, Hermione left. Harry's triumph at finally being left alone did not last long, however, and it was no more than 10 minutes later that Ron came in and sat down beside him. "What do you want?" He would have thought Ron would be avoiding him like he had been the day before. There was no reason anything should change now. "Why'd you save Hermione, Trying to get into Dumbledore's good books, are we?" he sneered. "Dumbledore is the last person whose books I want to be in. Now kindly leave." "Well, you don't fool me, White. I know what your kind are like always." "My kind? What the hell is my kind?" Ron raised his eyebrows and wrinkled his nose. "Dirty Slytherins who don't deserve to be here. Always thinking you're better than everyone else. You earn your way into high places then go about killing us wizards just because we aren't pureblood. Is there a point to this? Stay away from Hermione. Stay away from us all. We don't want dirt like you in our house." Ron too left. "I thought you were better than that. It was the great Draco Malfoy, king of the snubbers. Then you went and helped a mudblood." The staring and whispers from the random students hiding behind shelves was one thing, but was it really worth the constant interruptions just to use the library? "What is it now?" "Tut tut, White. I would be more careful if I were you. You weren't at the feast last night and you never know who might let it slip to the teachers. You may have helped their mudblood, but I'm sure they would be very interested to know that you were up to something last night. Are you done? You people are really quite annoying. Honestly, save one person's life and suddenly everyone wanted to be your friend. I'm telling you, White, you can't have the world as your enemies. You need allies somewhere. Even you can't live if the whole world's out for your blood. I can help you there. And why should I trust you?" What was Malfoy getting at? It had only been the other day that he had laughed about his lack of friends to his fellow Slytherins. He had to be up to something, but what? Malfoy bent over the table towards Harry and said one last thing before he left. "Well, for starters, we both hate Dumbledore. Think about my offer, White. You never know when it'll come in handy." There was definitely something up with Malfoy. He didn't exactly seem the Good Samaritan type, and he was never anything but insulting to anyone but the Slytherins. His sudden interest in being more sociable towards Harry was very peculiar and was definitely something to cause suspicion. Before anyone else could bother him about what he had been doing the night before, Harry picked up his books and left for the private room he normally studied in. He spent the rest of the day working in solitude attempting to master a spell that would conjure a song to sound in the air for a lengthy amount of time. The best he got, however, was a long note like a foghorn, which was probably the sound he would have managed to make out of the flute. "Did you hear? He once killed a vampire. I heard he used the dark arts to save that girl. You know, he's got Hermione in a life debt to him now and he's using that to make her do perform some dark magic." Harry was the subject of much talk for the next few days to come, and most of the tales that were spun about him were so ridiculous it was amazing that they were being spread around the school. Things ranged from him being a ministry worker in disguise, hunting for dark wizards, to being possessed by the Dark Lord. He even heard one ridiculous story about how he wasn't even real and he was an apparition of Dumbledore's made to protect the school. It was the crowds of students milling around him in the hallways that made him late for potions the next day, and he entered a few minutes late directly behind Ron. The rest of the class was already seated by this point and Snape had begun his daily lecture before they began their potions. Naturally, Snape did not take kindly to his talk being interrupted. "White, Weasley," he barked no sooner than they had placed a foot in the room. "Explain yourselves." "I had to speak to a prefect, sir," said Ron meekly. "That's no excuse. Kindly arrange your private matters to outside of class time." Amazingly, Snape managed to find faults in even the most legitimate of excuses. 10 points from Gryffindor in detention with me tonight. "White, why are you late?" "I didn't want to see your face for any longer than I had to," Harry drawled. "I might have gone blind." 5 points from Gryffindor. "Seat." Not without reason, Ron and several others found his punishment, or lack of, very unfair. This caused another wave of rumors to fly through the school almost as quickly as the time began to fly past. It all went in a blur of colors, small arguments with teachers and spells soaring in all directions. Before it even seemed possible, it was the beginning of December. The weather was very cold now and frost lay over the ground nearly every day. Students were required to bundle up in thick woolen cloaks in order to leave the castle, and getting to herbology was a nightmare. The ground was hard and the grass clutched at their shoes, leaving them to stumble over the clusters of frozen mud. So far there had been 2 games of Quidditch, and all but Harry and a few teachers had attended the matches. He didn't really understand the rules, nor did he care, but Harry knew that it was played on broomsticks and was undoubtedly the most popular sport in the wizarding world. All 4 houses had their own teams made up of 7 players and usually half the school supporting them. Only 2 teams could play against each other at a time, so the houses that weren't playing would side with one of the 2. Everyone who went were in exceptionally excited moods both before and after the match, so much that Harry decided to attend the Ravenclaw vs Slytherin match. The Saturday of the match dawned particularly cold, just to spite Harry. The one day he would be going outside for an extended period of time just happened to be the coldest yet. The rest of the school didn't seem to mind. In fact, the pupils directly related to the Quidditch teams seemed perfectly happy with it, something about a good kick-off. Nevertheless, Harry found himself out in the stands of the enormous pitch the size of a football stadium, awaiting the game to begin like the rest of his peers. Hundreds of seats rose all around the pitch, high enough so they could see quite easily, and 3 tall golden hoops stood grandly at each end of the pitch. The grass was neatly cropped, though it really served no purpose as the players would be flying, but it was short and prim with white lines drawn every now and then, which held no significance to Harry, but he was sure it meant something to everyone else. Once everyone was comfortably seated on the hard wooden benches, 2 teams marched proudly onto the field. A friend of the Weasley twins, Lee Jordan, was the commentator with much modification of Professor McGonagall. With his help, Harry was able to understand most of what was going on from the moment the 2 captains shook hands. The Slytherins had possession of the quaffle for the majority of the game, and it was with this they scored through the hoops. Their 2 beaters were particularly vicious and hit the bludger with almighty strength and gave the Ravenclaw team many minor injuries. There was a member of each team who had done nothing but circle high above so far, and Harry had no clue what it was they were supposed to be doing. The game wore on and it was becoming very unclear why everyone seemed to enjoy watching the game so much. It was quite dull, watching the Slytherin team throw a ball through a hoop more than the Ravenclaws. Was he supposed to be excited about this? Harry found himself wondering frequently. Suddenly the crowd's attention was drawn with much anticipation towards the two players, which Harry later found out were called Seekers, who had done nothing yet. The two of them were racing neck and neck after a small golden ball flying with extreme speed. The chase took them over the whole of the pitch and eventually the snitch flew right over Harry's head. One of the Slytherin beaters, he forgot his name, pelted the bludger at the Ravenclaw Seeker, who managed to dodge just in time but was forced to pull out of the race. The bludger did no such thing however, and continued to speed towards the stand, almost as if it were aiming for someone there instead of the players on brooms. Harry's eyes widened in alarm as the black ball soared directly towards his seat. What the? Bang! The bludger crashed into the bench where he had been sitting the moment before he leapt aside. That was one confused ball. It ricocheted off the bench and whizzed through the air after a broomstick. The Gryffindors surrounding Harry tittered at his misfortune and he raised his eyebrows at the large dent that had been his seat. Waving his wand and muttering an incantation, he soon mended the seat and turned to watch the game, finding it slightly less dull now. Apparently the snitch was unusually quick because the Ravenclaw Seeker soon rejoined the other in the chase. They pursued the ball a little while longer and Harry lost interest again. The bludgers were very interesting. Seemingly at random they would attempt to knock a player off their broom unless a beater would strike it with their wooden bats, in which case it would purposefully attempt to knock a player off their broom. Crack! Harry gasped as the bone in his arm broke in two and the culprit bludger bounced off and tried to rebound. He exclaimed as he ran blindly past snickering Piers, trying to ignore the pain in his back as the bludger hit that too. He ducked as it swirled around to hit him again. The two Seekers were flying low over the stands now, still in pursuit of the snitch. Glancing worriedly at the bludger that was preparing to attack again, Harry thought carefully. Which was worse, heights or the Ball of Doom? You can thank me later, Sir murmured, surprisingly still audible over the shouting crowd. The pain lifted from Harry's arm and he was immensely grateful, as this meant he would have fewer obstacles. At the precise moment the Ravenclaw Seeker flew over the stand he was currently occupying, Harry leapt up and took hold of her broom. She screamed and tried to kick his hand that was holding the broom. Swinging himself, he managed to grab hold of it with his other and then managed to throw the girl off into the lap of a young boy. Amazingly, he managed to get himself seated properly, instead of dangling off the broomstick. What was even stranger though, was that it didn't feel strange. Harry didn't think of the immense height at which he was flying and he felt completely at ease on the broomstick despite the fact that he had never flown before in his life. Harry shot upwards like a bullet to evade the bludger and bit his lip as he realized what he had to do. At around 100 feet in the air, Harry turned the broom suddenly to face the ground below, letting the bludger overshoot him. The bludger circled round to attack him again and Harry let the broom fall into a vertical dive. He pushed it harder as it plummeted to the ever closer earth and was only dimly aware of the screams of the student population. The grass swayed calmly in the wind, completely unaware of the two beings heading towards it at the speed of a bullet. The sound of the ball whizzing behind him was terrifying, more so than the screams of terror around him, the shouts of warning and even the angry voice of the girl whose broom he was borrowing. 60 feet, 50, 20, the ground loomed nearer. 10 feet. If he didn't pull out soon he would crash. 5 feet. With all the strength he possessed in both his artificial and real arm, Harry tried to pull the handle of the broomstick up level with the ground a mere 2 feet below him. Harry breathed a great sigh of relief when he heard the bludger crash into the ground and he pulled up with just an inch to go from the ground. The hole that the ferocious ball had created was smoldering slightly and he felt sure the bludger would not bother him again. He dismounted gracefully and glared up at the congregation who were staring at him in amazement. This school, he shouted loud and clearly. S.K.S. A whirling sound distracted him. Behind him Harry saw the Slytherin Seeker still following the snitch, flying low and heading directly at him. Harry gave the boy a withering look and took hold of the tiny golden ball as it flew past. Really, the Wizarding World was excited by that. Casually releasing and capturing the snitch as he went, Harry walked off the pitch, ending the extremely dull game in much confusion of the spectators. It took a surprisingly long half-hour for anyone to find him sitting in his dormitory reading his charms book. "Where did you learn to fly like that?" Ron asked. "Who cares? I do," a burly fifth-year boy said. I'm Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Harry rolled his eyes. Sure, one minute they were at his throat, the next they wanted his help for something. Bloody Gryffindors. Good for you. He turned back to his book, but Wood was not so easily discouraged. I don't care how you learnt to fly like that, but I haven't seen anyone pull of a dive that spectacular since Charlie Weasley, and he could have played for England. I'll talk to McGonagall about making an exception to the first-year rule, but you have to join the Quidditch team. We could flatten the Slytherins. That's nice. From the looks of it, you've obviously been practicing, so you must enjoy flying. Come on, what do you say? Actually, I don't particularly like heights. That was my first time on a broomstick, Harry replied airily. How on earth did you get rid of the boy? You don't, that was your first time flying. Wood looked like Christmas had come early and that he was about to hug him. Harry shifted away from him slightly just to be careful. What's wrong with you, White? Why won't you join? We finally have a chance to beat the Slytherins. Or maybe you don't want us to, seeing as you're nothing but a dirty Slytherin yourself, Ron growled. Evidently Quidditch meant a lot to him. I don't see why I should really. The game is pathetic. Wood nearly exploded. In fact, he did. Pathetic. Pathetic. Quidditch is the best game in the Ruddy world. Now listen here, White. We need you on the team. We've finally got an opportunity to wipe the Slytherin smirks off their faces, and I won't let you blow the chance. He continued on for several minutes, during which Harry continued to read his book. The answer is no, Wood, he said after a long few minutes. I have better things to do with my time than play your stupid games. Harry left the dormitory, leaving a spluttering fifth year behind him, and headed in the direction of the library. Walking down a flight of stairs, he was interrupted by the voice of an increasingly annoying girl. Harry! Hermione called after him. Wait! He glanced nervously around for other people who might be listening. How many times have I told you, he hissed. Not to call me that. Firmly grasping her elbow, he steered her towards a broom cupboard. What is it now? Why was that bludger trying to attack you? She asked eagerly. How the hell should I know? Clearly someone wants me dead. Hermione had been bothering him constantly for the past month, attempting to befriend him, and he had done his best to discourage her. Unfortunately, Harry was not a magician and had not managed to keep her at bay completely. She had insisted on sitting beside him in most classes, and because no one particularly liked her, even if he arrived late he would end up sitting next to her. Much as he hated to admit it, he was starting to find the girl tolerable, but he knew he shouldn't. If Harry befriended Hermione, misfortune would not be far away from her. Just like, but you didn't have to take someone's broom right from under them. That dive, you could have died. Oh joy, thought Harry. She felt worried about him. Look, what's it matter to you? It shouldn't. Right, I'm not Harry Potter anymore. Dumbledore's taken care of that. Got it. He's dead. Gone. And I'd like you to remember that. Since you found out, you started trying to be my friend, which is exactly what's wrong with the world. I'm happy being Jeremy. Leave me alone. I don't want friends. But Harry. No, I'm not Harry Potter anymore. Goodbye. The whole of the school buzzed for days about his amazing feat on the broomstick, but nobody beside Hermione questioned the motive of the bludger. It was rather odd, really, seeing as nothing would have happened if the bludger hadn't decided that he needed knocking off a non-existent broomstick. Harry was nearly certain that Dumbledore had nothing to do with the bludger. He didn't make it do anything, nor did he stop it. In Harry's eyes, this was just as bad as charming it to go after him in the first place. He had no clue whatsoever as to who had jinxed the bludger, but he was perfectly sure they knew who he really was. It would have taken some powerful magic to charm an object as powerful as that, and no student would have been able to do it, unless they were extremely talented. The bludger couldn't have been a plant either. It would have tried to attack him from the beginning of the game instead of the middle. No matter how long he thought about it, Harry could get no wiser about the situation. Professor McGonagall entered the Gryffindor common room one evening to make a list of all the students staying at Hogwarts over the Christmas holidays. The Weasleys begrudgingly signed up along with a few others, but Harry remained firmly seated in a comfortable armchair studying a book from the library. There was no way he'd stay at the school for any longer than necessary. Beside that, he was desperate to see Nymph again and all his other comrades from the streets. He missed them all terribly, and letters were few and far between. For a present for her, he had conjured a silver chain and a dagger pendant. He had charmed it so that it would change color to fit her mood, quite an advanced piece of magic, and he was proud of it. A good few of Harry's evenings had been spent perfecting it. "Mr. White. A word please," McGonagall said once she had finished her list of students. Slowly Harry followed her outside the portrait hole to where they would not be overheard. "While I respect your decision about joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, I can only encourage you to reconsider. It would be a great way to make friends and would greatly help our team." "Is that all?" asked Harry, annoyed. She dragged him out of the common room to ask him to join their blasted Quidditch team again. "The headmaster also requests that you stay at Hogwarts for the duration of the Christmas holidays." Well, that explained it. Harry felt as though a bomb had just fallen upon his head. He knew he wouldn't be able to leave now, but there was no point in letting them rule his life without a fight. "Well, tough. I'm not staying. The headmaster insists, Potter," McGonagall said irritably. "Well then, there's no point in me arguing with you, is there? I'll go argue with him," and he stomped off in the direction of the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to Dumbledore's office. A plan was already forming in his mind. If he couldn't see Nymph, well, he'd see someone else. "I'm not staying for Christmas," Harry said authoritatively once he had opened the large wooden door, without permission to do so naturally. "Do you mind, Potter? We were in the middle of a private discussion." "Nope, not really. Continue if you like, Batty." Snape was seated in the chair opposite Dumbledore's. "You most certainly will stay," said Dumbledore, ignoring Snape completely. "You are far too likely to run off should you be left to your own devices. I have some people I need to see, so I will be going to see them whether you like it or not." "I'm sorry, Harry, but I cannot allow it. You are simply not safe out there." Harry rolled his eyes. "Fine, I'll stay." Dumbledore clapped his hands together, smiled and opened his mouth to speak. "If you let me see Sirius." Harry disembarked from the small magical rowing boat, shivering and wrapping his somewhat shabby cloak tighter around him against the cold. His breath and that of McGonagall's rose before them in a heavy mist, and Harry was sure that if it were even 1 degree colder, it would become ice before their very eyes. Somehow, if it were possible in the dead of winter, the nearer they had gotten to this strange island, the colder it became. Later he learnt that this was one of the effects of the Dementors that guarded the prison. Surprisingly, it had not taken much arguing with Dumbledore to allow him to see Sirius, only half an hour. Eventually, after much negotiation, Harry was allowed to visit Azkaban as long as McGonagall accompanied him. Another demand that he had made that was granted was that there be no Dementors present whilst he and Sirius were talking. Harry did not have much inclination to feel the somewhat less than pleasant effects of their close contact. A small, Muggle school-sized building rose before them out of the cold mist that surrounded the island. The building was made of black stone, probably to hide years of accumulated filth, unless that was accumulated filth, with few barred windows and only one visible entrance that was guarded by 2 pale-looking Aurors with bored expressions on their faces. If any building looked like a foreboding prison, this was it. The building gave off an aura of encasement and was the only visible object on the small island. As McGonagall and Harry reached the 2 Aurors, they were wordlessly cast spells upon by the Aurors, wands. This was to remove any and all weapons they were harboring in the hopes of letting a prisoner kill himself, or escape. Harry, having been informed of this inspection prior to his departure, had taken care to remove each of his 3 knives and wand and stashed them safely away from prying eyes. One of the 2 Aurors nodded his head and they were permitted to go through. As soon as they had passed under the small archway that served as the entrance to Azkaban prison, McGonagall and Harry were immediately bombarded with the sounds of frantic mutters, crazed shouts and the occasional terrified screams of the many inhabitants. Thankfully, visitors had a spell cast upon them on enter that prevented most of the effects of the Dementors unless they were at close quarters, but as Harry had requested, none were. Sinister torches hung from brackets along walls either side, illuminating heavy wooden doors, that were no doubt secured by magic, with a single small barred window. Here, above ground level, was where the less dangerous prisoners were kept who had committed less serious crimes and were not sentenced to life. There were fewer Dementors that would prowl these corridors, but enough that it was a miserable experience for all. McGonagall led the way, having been instructed on how exactly to get to Sirius's cell, through many long corridors of doors which eventually began to slope downwards underground to where more serious cases were kept. Sirius, being a crazed supporter of you-know-who, and murderer of many, was kept in one of the lowest cells, making it damp, even colder and more uncomfortable. Every now and then one of the inmates would fly to their door as they saw them passing, muttering fervently. At long last, when drops of water slowly trickled down the stone walls and the cold bit at their faces angrily, McGonagall came to a halt outside a door, identical to all the others. It was Sirius's cell. Harry only hoped that he had still retained his sanity despite the long exposure to the Dementors he had suffered. Downing a potion that would remove the effects of Harry's appearance potion for an hour, it had been difficult to find, but it had been done. He instructed McGonagall to wait outside the door, which she did without comment, and entered the cell. For one sickening moment, when Harry first laid eyes on Sirius, he thought that he had indeed lost his mind. The man was lying on a hard-looking bed and was in terrible condition. His face was pale and gaunt, his striped prison robes hanging loosely on his thin frame. His eyes were worst of all. They were dull and shone desperately out of hollow sockets. All in all, he looked like Harry would have imagined a living corpse would. There were no spells in place, and I have added the silencing charm, Sir declared. Harry and Sir had decided that it would be best if they checked for spells designed to listen into their conversation and then, to make sure McGonagall did not eavesdrop, and since Harry would be without his wand, Sir had agreed to do it, much to his surprise. Now that he thought about it, Sir had no physical body that he was aware of, therefore did not have a wand, so how did he cast spells? Harry put this thought aside to ask later. Sirius, he asked tentatively when the man made no move to acknowledge Harry's presence. Abruptly the man sat up with a start. I'm innocent, he exclaimed, eyes darting madly from side to side. Harry's heart sank. I know, he said softly. Sirius's behavior was certainly not normal behavior. Perhaps he had spent too long in Azkaban already. His hopes rose a little, however, when the man in question gasped. Harry. His voice was hoarse, as if it didn't receive too much use. Hello, Sirius. He tried to say something but it came out merely as a croak, and had to cough before trying again. What are you? How did you? Why? Harry smiled. Perhaps there was hope after all. Sirius clearly recognized him and his splutterings were as like to be from surprise as madness. I have come for a chat. He didn't have anything too important to say to him. All Harry really wanted Sirius to know was that he was alive. He had no idea what news had reached him and what hadn't, that he knew of his innocence and that he suspected Dumbledore did too. Harry, you have to believe me. I didn't, I would never, betray Lily and James. I was framed. Peter did it. I'm innocent. Peter cut off his own finger and turned into a rat. We were all animagi. He cut off when Harry raised a hand to slow down his tirade. I know, Sirius. Well, at least he was forming whole sentences now. That was surely a good sign. How? So much for that theory. Sirius was now opening and closing his mouth, looking very much like a fish out of water. My aunt told me everything before she died. There was no point explaining the whole story to him just yet. Too much information when he was so unused to human contact might be a bit too much to handle, especially when every day he might be threatened with insanity over memories from the Dementors. How did Lily's sister? How? Maybe it was just Sirius's lack of human contact that made him trail off at the end of sentences. Harry wouldn't put it past himself not to do the same if he had spent years at a time without having another human being to talk to. She and my mother were quite close, but there's something else. He needed to tell Sirius about Dumbledore knowing, needed him to understand. He didn't really understand it, but he had a desperation inside of himself for someone else to know, to share, his hatred of Dumbledore. Someone substantial. Maybe it was his constant feeling of solitary, even when he was surrounded by people. Or maybe he was just warning Sirius. After all, he didn't want his companionship. People got hurt that way. And he wanted to extract his own revenge on Dumbledore, right from under his nose. I think Dumbledore knows too. Sirius closed his mouth in surprise. No, Harry. You're wrong. He couldn't. Dumbledore's a great man. Wouldn't put an innocent man in prison. No. Why would he? Harry sighed. Another mindless follower of Dumbledore's. Ignorance was not quite bliss for them. Dumbledore's not that great. What if he didn't say anything because he wanted the Dark Lord to attack me? He might have known what would happen and then didn't want to say anything afterwards because if you went to Azkaban, I would have to grow up in the Muggle world with my aunt. In truth, Harry had spent many a night considering why Dumbledore would have done what he did and had finally concluded that these reasons seemed the most logical. Sirius, however, shook his shaggy head. No, you're wrong. Dumbledore would never do something like that. He's the leader for the light. Well, at least he was back up to full sentences. Then we have nothing more to say to each other. He was unexplainably sad that Sirius was so narrow-minded when it came to Dumbledore. But know this, Sirius Black. You are innocent. I know you are, and Peter Pettigrew knows you are, and Dumbledore knows you are. If you ever get out of this place, I will help you prove your innocence. You are not alone. Harry left the cell without so much as a backwards glance, to where McGonagall was waiting to return him to Hogwarts. By the time Harry was escorted to the Gryffindor common room by McGonagall that evening, the majority of the pupils had long since left on the Hogwarts Express for their various homes. To his dismay, the Weasley brothers had opted for staying at Hogwarts that Christmas for whatever reason. Only 3 others from Gryffindor remained, all older students that Harry did not know the names of. The rest of the school houses were similarly emptied. Upon entering the garishly decorated common room, he was greeted by the less than pleasant sight of Ron, sitting with the twins, chatting amiably beside the roaring fire. All of them stopped when they saw him enter. "Oh no," Ron groaned. "I thought you left." His whine was sincere enough if a little pathetic, giving Harry the impression that they had truly not known he was staying despite the fact that his trunk was still upstairs in their dorm. He gave them a scathing look. "The feeling is mutual. I shouldn't be surprised though," Ron continued. "After all, who would want you staying near them at Christmas?" Fred and George laughed and, to their surprise, so did Harry. "That's rich coming from you. Or have you failed to notice that you actually are unwanted at home?" The twins sprang to their feet in outrage and Ron's ears turned red. "Our parents are visiting our brother in Romania. So really it's your parents that don't want you." Harry didn't know quite how to respond to that. He couldn't very well tell the Weasley brothers that his parents were dead after having been led to their deaths by the very headmaster of the school at which they were currently attending. Thankfully he was saved from answering when Fred, or was it George, cut in. "If you didn't go home, White, then where were you? We've noticed you don't spend a lot of time in the tower, and for sure you're not hanging out with friends." He and his twin shared significant looks, though the meaning behind them was lost on Harry and, by the look of confusion on his face, Ron. It was an odd question, though Harry could guess at the reason behind it. He was sure the twins knew he had added a potion to their food that day, a few weeks ago now, that had made them become so suspicious of each other, which would, had they been more normal and less prankster, have led them into a potentially fatal duel. This, accompanied with the fact that they still had an unhidden quest to prank Harry, now drew him to the conclusion that they could be seeking a way to find where he spent the majority of his time in order to unleash a prank on him. It could only be assumed that normally they would consult the Marauders map that was currently in his possession. "I don't believe that is any of your concern," he replied coolly. He turned to go to his dormitory, only pausing when one of the twins asked where he was going. "I don't wish to spend any more time with mindless Gryffindors than I absolutely have to. Filth like you might be contagious." He continued on his way, oblivious to the speculative conversation that the twins were about to have. Fred and George, after sending Ron away to play chess with Percy, bent their heads lower together. "It could just be that he's antisocial. I mean, we have no proof yet," Fred murmured so he wouldn't be overheard. "But don't you think it's all a bit coincidental? He'd have to be a first year and it's definitely not anyone else in the year, if it's anyone," George replied in an equally low murmur. "I suppose. Did you notice he stopped going to detention after he saved that Granger girl from the troll on Halloween? And from what we've heard, the teachers haven't given him any more. He stopped doing stuff to get them, that's why. Had a right old change of heart, didn't he? No reason why though. Something happened with the troll that night, that's for sure. I think that's when the teachers found out. It's definitely possible. No one knows anything about him. Where he comes from, who his parents are or anything. Except what Malfoy said got a reaction out of him at their flying lessons, do you remember? Ron was practically glowing that he'd hit him. His appearance is always the same, too. His hair hasn't grown an inch since we've come to Hogwarts. The only difference is when that prank we tried didn't work and turned his hair green. Yeah, that's right. Do you remember how he kind of choked? Like he was suffocating or something. Maybe he's allergic to something that was in the potion. Or maybe it counteracts with something he's already taken. Quote. They fell silent for a moment considering this. Granger was there that night, on Halloween, I mean. Do you think we'd find out anything from her? Maybe, but wouldn't the teachers have made sure she kept her tongue about what happened? Fred glanced round the room cautiously. I guess there's only one way to find out then. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, dear brother? I believe I am, oh twin of mine. Meanwhile, sitting on his ridiculously soft bed, Harry was having a completely unheard conversation of his own. So I get that you're, well, living, in my head and all, but how can you do magic if you don't have a wand of your own? I mean, you can't touch the physical world, can you? Without a body and all. He had finally gotten round to asking how Sir performed magical spells if he was incapable of doing anything else on his own. Once again, boy, you have displayed your incredible ineptitude to grasp knowledge that any 5-year-old pureblood would know. In essence, it is similar to wandless magic, though you would know nothing much of that yet. One day you will learn it, if you ever manage to, incredible though it may sound, learn something. I am able to perform magical incantations and spells by drawing on surrounding magic using you as a vessel. I can channel magic through you, your wand helps this process which I might not be capable of in my weakened state, and bend it to my will, thus creating the effect of magic. Harry frowned. That pretty much made sense, he supposed, although it was a little disconcerting to learn that he was being used as a tool for magic without even realizing it. This was also the first time Sir had referred to his living status, assuming he was alive. That he had called it his weakened state suggested that he had not always been a disembodied voice, though, Harry admitted, it had been rather foolish that he had never thought of Sir as being anything else. He knew better than to inquire any further, however. Instead he asked, so what will you be teaching me? I've nearly learnt all the first-year spells now, so you must have something planned. It is my intention, brat, for you to next learn to use these spells effectively. In other words, to use them creatively that it might help you during a duel. Even the simplest of spells can be effective if used imaginatively. After you have grasped that concept, though I appreciate with your mental capabilities that may take considerable time, I shall have you learn the same spells silently. If, by some miracle, you manage to achieve that before summer, I may consider instructing you to cast a few without your wand, but do not get too hopeful. I highly doubt you will progress that far. Only one word entered Harry's mind as he listened to Sir. Cool. Fred and George grinned at each other through their disillusionment charms as they stood stationary at either side of the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. After several days they had discovered that White rose very early in the morning and so were waiting eagerly for him to emerge from the tower and go do whatever it was he did. It had also been a bit of a shock to them to notice that White did not sleep on his bed, like any normal person, but rather opted for the hard floor, still wearing his gloves, beside it with only a thin sheet for his covers despite the cold weather, but this only helped to further their suspicions of him. The portrait of the fat lady swung open, almost hitting George on the nose, and White emerged. Though they couldn't see each other through their disillusionment charms, their grins widened and as one they stepped forward silently to follow the small boy. They had gone no more than 3 corridors, however, when White removed his wand from his robes and began to twirl it in his gloved hands. He glanced behind, as if suspecting that someone was following him, but appeared to shrug it off and continued, albeit in a slightly different direction. Fred and George breathed a silent sigh of relief in unison. Surprisingly, White led them on the familiar path to the entrance hall. Surely he didn't get up before 5 o'clock to simply go for a stroll around the lake. They knew he wasn't very sociable, but he couldn't actually go for a stroll all the many hours that he was absent from the Gryffindor Tower. Unless they had chosen a dull time to follow him, and he had decided that today he felt like a walk. George and Fred felt their certainty waver. Indeed, White did lead them out onto the grounds and strode without fault towards the lake. The twins were just considering turning back when he changed direction slightly, and started heading towards a clump of trees that concealed the grounds behind them from view. In case White was using these trees for cover for whatever he did, Fred and George followed. Once firmly hidden from the view of the school, White turned round, wand held ready, glaring at where they had halted. He muttered something and gave a swish of his wand, and they felt their disillusionment charms slip away. "Ha, ha, how's it going?" Fred said nervously. "What?" White began menacingly but cut off as if someone had interrupted him. A strange smirk came upon his face and a strange glint in his eyes, and he started again. I believe I told you that it was none of your concern where I spent my spare time. I think I may not have been clear enough, I shall have to remedy that. Fred and George glanced at each other and gulped. Maybe it was the fact that White was prepared for them this time rather than taken by surprise as he was before, but somehow he seemed more in control than before. His way of speaking, too, was different. It was more aristocratic than before. It sounded like the way the Malfoy boy would speak, but no matter which one of them it was, it sounded wrong on an 11-year-old boy. Holding their wands in front of them, they were not as confident as they had been in their last encounter of this nature with White. Something about him was off. He almost seemed to inspire fear in them. Enough talk. Expelliarmus. White moved so quickly, with such precision, that neither twin had any chance of defending themselves. It was incredible. White almost seemed like an expert duelist. The smirk that spread on his face was more than a little disconcerting. The evil glint in his dark eyes. Hadn't they been a lighter, emerald, green before? The twins could do nothing as he pointed his wand at their feet and muttered the incantation that they recognized as the one to turn objects into needles. Immediately long, imperturbable needles shot up, piercing through their shoes and feet. As in their usual unison, they both gasped in pain and fell backwards, their feet firmly stuck to the ground with the needles that were protruding upwards. Engorgio, White hissed. The needles so firmly stuck in their feet, expanded in size, provoking more than gasps of pain. He then proceeded to cast a hair growth charm on both twins until they had waist-length hair, then used a separating charm to let the hair attempt to pull their heads in two directions. Wadawasi. Handfuls of nearby pebbles suddenly came to life and started pelting themselves against the immobile Weasley twins. They rebounded off them and shot towards them once more. Wingardium Leviosa. White uprooted a couple of trees, then dropped them rather unceremoniously on top of each of the twins, right across their stomachs. They weren't small trees. In fact, they were rather large trees and so hurt a lot. Silencio. The twins' moans of anguish fell silent, though they still tried to make them. You will leave me alone, will you not, twits? You will not pry any further into the life of Jeremy Hart White. But by all means, tell your little friends of this. Tell them of Jeremy Hart White's power. Let the whole school know of my wrath and my hatred of this infernal place. And if I find you prying into my affairs again, I will not be so lenient. Don't worry, someone shall find you, eventually. Incendio. Lumos. The trees pressing their heavy weights down on the two boys' chests, making breathing difficult, caught fire at once, the flames licking and burning their skin. Still silently screaming, they had no defense either against the bright light that was so extraordinary that it blinded them. They did not know that they would regain their vision after a day or so. Still trying to scream in pain, the laughter of Jeremy Hart White filled their ears over the roar of the fires as he walked away. It was a bliss when, at last, Fred and George passed out. Harry, white as a sheet and shaking, leaned back against the wall of the hidden room he normally used to practice magic in. He could not believe what had happened. He had watched in morbid fascination as Sir took control of his body, leaving him completely unable to do anything, let alone attempt to stop Sir as he took revenge on the Weasley twins for him. And that, boy, is how to use spells creatively. You didn't need to do that, Harry muttered, appalled by what had happened. Sir could have just left them disarmed and they would be no threat. There was no need to do that. On the contrary, had I not attacked them, so they would most likely be more inclined to attempt to spy on you again. This way they will fear you and so leave you alone. When they are found they will no doubt tell the whole of Gryffindor, when they return, who will in turn inform the rest of the school. If you can make them fear you, they will be under your control. Eventually they will obey you. Fear is the key. Harry frowned. Was it really necessary for the whole school to obey his commands? He didn't even have any commands. What was the point in controlling people if you had nothing to do with them? Perfectly content to go unnoticed as he was, Harry was not really convinced that he wanted to control anyone, especially if it meant attacking them so toughly. What Sir had done was wrong. It seemed as bad as using the dark arts. Sir, as if sensing his thoughts, asked, "What do you define as a dark spell?" A spell created for pain or torture. Wrong. Any spell can be used for pain or torture, foolish boy. Did I not just demonstrate so? What the idiotic ministry for magic class is a dark spell is a spell that needs a lot of power and will to cast that they see as not having any other purpose. The transfiguration of objects into needles was originally created for the use I have just demonstrated, yet they teach that to first years. Similarly, some dark spells were created not for pain but other uses. One spell was created to remove valuable rocks from the earth, but when used on another human, as one wizard did, it will wrench their insides out, causing immense pain. The ministry then decided that this must be a dark spell. So, boy, if light spells can be classed as dark, and dark as light, what is the difference? Frowning again, Harry considered this. If what Sir was saying was true, and he had not yet lied to his knowledge, then there was no definite distinction between the two branches of magic. There is none, only the intentions of the caster. Strangely enough, Harry could have sworn Sir smiled, which was odd considering he didn't have a body. Correct. There is no good and evil, only power. Shifting his meager breakfast around his plate, several hours later, Harry could not help but feel uneasy. Reason or not, what Sir had done was definitely twisted and would have consequences. Not only had Sir not forbidden the twins to reveal Harry as the culprit, he had encouraged it. If, when, they were found, he would be in considerable trouble. He had no idea what he would say to Dumbledore or any other teacher as to why he had done it. Telling them he had his body taken over temporarily by a disembodied voice with questionable motives wasn't really an option, and he was pretty certain that Sir would stop him even if he tried. Sir. Harry had more doubts in him now than ever. Sure, he had never known much about him other than that he hated Dumbledore, but Harry had not thought him as the type of being to do something so, well, sadistic. The fact that he had also lost control of his body was slightly worrying as well. If Sir eventually turned out to be evil, or insane, or both, and could take hold of his body and use it as his own on will, well, it wasn't even thinkable. It did nothing to ease his nerves when, at the usual time, hundreds of owls would flock into the Great Hall. 2 owls flew in, one delivering a perfectly innocent letter to a Ravenclaw boy and the other dropping a smoldering red envelope in front of him. Harry prodded it with his still not used fork. It emitted a hiss of steam but continued to smolder. Take the letter and run. Outside, now. What? That was a rather strange command, thought Harry. Just do it. You'll thank me later. Not even hesitating, he grabbed the now violently steaming envelope and swiftly ran out of the hall, not paying attention to the intrigued looks of the few students and teachers that had remained. While he was somewhat out of practice and therefore not quite as fast as he had been before he had started attending Hogwarts, Harry was still a fast runner. It took him no time at all to reach the grounds outside 100 meters from the school where the letter promptly exploded. Harry Bloody Potter. Believe or not even bloody. Comin' back fair Christmas. We both know that if ye wanted to ye could get back here, Dumbledore or no. If this is some bloody attempt at keepin' me safe 'cause I'm not with you, then I swear I'm not lettin' ye leave again with me. Ye need to be with us normal people instead of them, and you bloody well know it. Or maybe not comin' back 'cause ye don't trust me. That's it innit. Bloody trust again. Nymph's angry voice continued to rant at him for another full 5 minutes. Harry found himself immensely grateful that he was away from prying eyes and ears, as she obviously had no restraint when it came to referring to him by Harry Potter. Abruptly her tone of voice changed from an angry tyrant to one of sadness. Don, let 'em get their claws in so far that ye can break free, Harry. Gods, I mess ye. Come back, Harry. Come back. The remains of the envelope burst into flames and were soon naught but ashes. Stupid girl, Harry muttered in irritation. If that had exploded where others could hear it, his secret would have been disclosed to more than just Granger. She had thankfully gone home for the holidays. What was that? That was a howler. It is traditionally used by parents for shouting at their children while they are staying away from home. Nymph never failed to amaze Harry. This howler was obviously an invention of magic, yet somehow she had managed to create one. Perhaps she had come from a magical family before she somehow ended up on the streets. Harry had never actually found out why she had known about the magical world. Finding out had meant telling her about his Sir and the Centaur, and for some reason he didn't really feel that was knowledge he should spread around freely. His thoughts were cut off, however, when the doors of the school opened and a smirking Ron Weasley strode across the grass to where he was standing. Well, Weasley called gleefully, when he was 10 paces away. I heard you got a howler, White. Heard you ran away with it like a little girl too. What's wrong? Afraid of getting into a little trouble, are we? Harry sneered at him and was about to make a snide remark when two identical screams sounded from a small cluster of trees beside the lake. If it had looked less suspicious, he would have groaned. He knew those screams, it was the Weasley twins. Ron, on the other hand, looked somewhat scared. That sounded like. The screams sounded again, but this time they seemed slightly strained. Fred, George, he yelped. What did you do to them? Purely for show, Harry smirked. Inside, of course, he was a twist of nerves and guilt. Why don't you go and find out? If he was to be found out, it would probably be better to do it on his own terms. The screams sounded again, this time much fainter. I'm getting Dumbledore. And without waiting for a reply, or snide remark, Ron shot off at a run towards the school, and it was all Harry could do to shout, "Go get your precious Dumbledore then." Before he had disappeared through the doors. Resigned to his fate, Harry set off towards the clump of trees, knowing that within minutes he would have to face the wrath of Dumbledore when he discovered what he had done. He was almost at the trees when he was joined by an out-of-breath Ron and a frowning Dumbledore. The former sent him a glare and the latter an intrigued look. Together they rounded the clump and looked at the sight before them. The trees that had been on top of the Weasley twins had long since been burnt to ashes. The twins were a mass of blood, burnt flesh and cuts. Their feet were still firmly stuck to the ground with the large needle protruding grotesquely from their feet. Their torsos were marred and peeling with heavy burns and thin strips of burnt clothing clinging to their wounds. The waist-length hair was gone, it too having been destroyed by the fire. All across their bodies were wounds from the pebbles that had assaulted them, and their eyes were staring feebly up into space, not seeing anything. A look of surprise flashed across Dumbledore's face before being hidden beneath a mask of solemnity. He addressed Ron before turning to the twins. "Get Madame Pomfrey. Who did this to you?" "It was," croaked George, obviously having trouble breathing. "White," finished Fred, with as much difficulty. Ron, who had still not moved, rounded on Harry. "What did you do?" he hissed. Physically refraining himself from shaking, he sneered, "Wouldn't you like to know?" At a look from Dumbledore, Ron stopped, his mouth half open, from saying something else and took off towards the school again, in search of Madame Pomfrey. Fred rasped, with even more strain. "Harry Potter," wheezed George. Harry's heart plummeted into his stomach. How had they known? Granger was one thing, but these two. They must have heard the howler across the grounds. Mentally he cursed Nymph. He could feel Dumbledore's eyes on him. Punish them. Harry blinked in surprise. Punish them. Why? They were in certainly no position to do much damage. So that they know they are not to speak of that again. Kick them. Hard. If you do not, I will, and worse, Sir answered his unasked question. If Sir were a physical being, Harry would kick him. Right now, he hated every inch of him. It was one thing for Sir to have taken control of his body and attacked the Weasleys, but it was quite another for him to expect Harry to do the same. Steeling himself, knowing that he was saving them from a worse fate, Harry went over to the mounds of filth that was the Weasley twins and gave each a hard kick in the ribs. "Harry Potter is dead," he said coldly, which didn't take a lot of effort if he thought of Sir while saying it before he felt himself thrown backwards through the air with magic and slammed against a tree trunk. Sliding down to the base, Harry found himself unable to move with Dumbledore's cold gaze upon him. "I will not tolerate this type of behavior in my school." There was a cold fury in Dumbledore's voice. If Harry had met his eyes, he would have seen a similar fury in them. "I do not care what I have supposedly done nor how little you wish to be here, you will not treat your fellow students this way. As long as you are at this school, you will not attack another student. Have I made myself clear?" Glaring at his nose, Harry asked, "And, if I can, refrain myself?" Refraining himself shouldn't be too difficult, but refraining Sir might be another matter. It would be better to know what would happen if he ever lost control again. If possible, Dumbledore became even more furious. There will not be a repeat of this incident. Well, that settled that then. As one, the Weasley twins who had lain on the ground between them unnoticed, groaned and fell unconscious. "You have broken our agreement, Harry." Technically he hadn't. Technically it was Sir who had attacked the twins, but Harry didn't really think this was a good arguing point. There wasn't really any foreseeable way to worm his way out of the situation. "I was defending myself," he muttered. "Well, He would have been defending himself if someone hadn't taken matters into their own hands. Harry felt sick and the throbbing pain from where his head had met the tree behind him didn't help. Dumbledore's eyes bore coldly into his own though he refused to meet them. This was not in defense. What you have done is incredibly wrong, Harry. Harry bristled in annoyance, as if he didn't know that already. Did Dumbledore truly think he was heartless? Harry knew he appeared cold at times but surely he did not appear the type of person who would attack a defenseless person. Well, he supposed, after this incident he might well. And of course there would be no stopping Ron telling the entire world what he had done, let alone the twins who had been ordered by him to do so. Thankfully he was saved from answering the old coot when a panting Ron, he had obviously run, arrived with a disheveled Madame Pomfrey. The nurse took a horrified look at the Weasley twins and then a confused look at Harry who was still pinned with magic against the tree. Immediately she started to inspect the bloody mounds that were the Weasley twins. What spells were used here? She asked without pausing in her inspections. Her face was frowning and she seemed more bee-like than ever. Obviously she was not pleased with what she was looking at. Dumbledore turned to Harry expectantly, who recited all the spells that had been used in chronological order in a dull voice. Madame Pomfrey tsked but set to healing some of the minor injuries. They have lost a lot of blood, she informed Dumbledore. And their ribs and lungs have been crushed. They have been blinded temporarily and I do not like the look of some of these burns. The cuts are deep but should not pose too much of a problem as with the superficial scrapes on their heads. Their feet, here she even shuddered, will need attending to. I cannot remove the needles yet for fear of damaging them further. It did not take long for Dumbledore to remove the needles from the ground but firmly attached to the twins' feet, and for Madame Pomfrey to take them away on stretchers after looking uncertainly at Harry. Ron stood uncertainly, clearly wondering whether he should accompany her or confront Harry. It would be best if you alert your brothers to the situation, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said firmly, and of course what the mighty Dumbledore said was final. Ron nodded and scampered off. It was only then that Harry was released from the invisible restraints holding him to the tree. He stood up and swayed slightly as the world spun before him. All of a sudden he was feeling immensely tired. Theoretically his body had done a lot even if his mind hadn't told it to. Taking hold of it may have zapped some of his energy as well. Harry stole a glance at Dumbledore, who was observing him, still frowning, with signs of anger still remaining on his wizened face. He was as much as enigma as ever. Some of the things he did were just crazy. Like putting an innocent man in Azkaban just so he would grow up with muggles and not be prejudiced, or allowing innocent lives to be wasted so that something that may or may not have happened had the opportunity to. Then when something like a common schoolboy fight, well, maybe not a common fight, but surely worse injuries had to have occurred when two, in this case 3, pupils fought, and he suddenly became furious that someone had harmed another being. Wasn't that a tad hypocritical? After all, no one had been hurt beyond repair, he hoped. Why did you do it? Dumbledore asked suddenly after the silence had stretched on for a moment. Harry, just managing not to give in to the urge to collapse to the ground, blinked. That was a bit difficult to answer. After all, he didn't do anything, and had he had the choice, probably would have left it at a stinging hex or two. Nothing like that. They pried where they shouldn't have, Harry decided upon, doing his best to sound cool and collected, which was no easy feat for someone who was struggling to stay upright. And they were annoying me. I couldn't help myself. I mean, trying to spy on me. They shoulda known better. For some bizarre reason, this made Dumbledore's face lose its remaining anger, leaving only what Harry could describe as shock or horror. You have to understand, this is not some trivial thing to be done on mere whim. What you have done here today, it is nothing short of torture. You must understand this, my boy. My boy. Who was Dumbledore to call him, my boy? He did not own him. Dumbledore was not even on good terms with him. What Harry heard next only fueled his sudden anger. Sir chuckled from the recesses of his mind. Well done, my boy. I could not have answered that better. If Harry had been holding his wand, he would have dropped it. It was one thing for Dumbledore, who was a senile old man, to call him, my boy, but for a deranged spirit who could possess his body and, as Dumbledore had put it, use it for torture, to think of him with a sense of ownership or possession, it was just wrong. How could Sir honestly think that after what had happened he would want to be associated with him? It was, Harry thought, a symbol of his life. Everyone always wanted to use him, to own him, for their own purposes. "Who are you to call me yours?" Harry hissed at Sir, forgetting for the moment that Dumbledore was standing not 2 meters from him. "I am not yours and, I am not his." By his, he was referring to the bumbling idiot standing so close though still not really acknowledging his presence. "And I never will be." And with that, Harry left the clump of trees, not noticing that one had caught fire, stumbling only a lot on his way back up to the castle. Dumbledore frowned at the pensieve, an ingenious device for storing memories, before him. It had been several hours since Harry had staggered back up to the castle and seemingly disappeared. He had not thought at the time to stop him despite the need to press upon him the severity of what he had done. It had been too shocking. Not because of what the young boy had done, he had seen it before, but because he had seen it before. It was alarming how similar the two events were. The first time Dumbledore had seen a boy do almost exactly what Harry had done, it had been horrific. To think that a boy, in his early years of Hogwarts, could not only do something so sadistic but do it by using such simplistic spells was one of the many disturbing things he had witnessed in his many years of living. But it had been years since that first incident and there was absolutely no way Harry could have known about it, much less known how much it would shock him. He was certain no other would remember the boy who had originally cast those exact same spells in that manner. What was even more incredible still, was that Harry had almost used the exact same words as his excuse for having done so. If he, Albus Dumbledore, had been asked a few hours ago to recall the event, he would not have been able to repeat the excuse so precisely. The only way that Harry could have done what he did without it being pure coincidence, would be that he had contact with the original culprit, but that was impossible. That boy, thankfully, was gone and had been gone for many years. There were very few who would remember him as the schoolboy he had been. No, it was impossible for Harry to have had contact with him. It was merely a coincidence, a horrible, horrible coincidence. Still, the two events were uncannily similar. It was almost as if history were repeating itself. Dumbledore sighed and stroked his ridiculously long beard. He was aware, of course, that his beard was at impractical proportions, but it was very helpful to give him that air of eccentricity which was so useful for inspiring trust in him. He shook his head to clear it of these thoughts. For some reason, whenever he thought about complicated matters, his mind would occasionally wander onto completely irrelevant topics, like what new Muggle sweet had recently been invented. Harry Potter. Where had he gone so wrong? It had started, he supposed, when his aunt had decided he was ready to be told about the magical community. Dumbledore had created wards to detect this momentous occasion purely so that he could see young Harry's reaction to the news, but the wards had turned out more useful than he had planned. He had listened, aghast, as Petunia Evans had told the young boy that he had intended the Potters to die so that Harry would have to face Voldemort. Of course, he had had to stop listening at this first sign of trouble to gather a few trusted wizards and witches to capture Petunia, and so missed the rest of the conversation. It had been vital that they questioned Petunia as to why she believed such ludicrous tales. When the bizarre group had arrived at young Harry's residence, however, he had disappeared. Incredibly, it seemed he had disapparated, an amazing display of accidental magic for one so young. To top things off, Petunia was being protected by a shield which not even he had come across, unfortunately giving the impression that she could do magic and thus must be an imposter. Alistair Moody, paranoid as he was, had automatically assumed that she was a Death Eater and had no qualms about sending her the killing curse, the only curse that was able to penetrate the amazing shield. This, however, did not really leave Petunia in a fit state for questioning, so there was no telling if she was, in fact, a Death Eater or had been affected by a Confundus charm. Consequently, Harry, already confused by this point, then came to the conclusion that he had Petunia murdered to prevent her pinning Harry him. It certainly did not help matters that the young boy, in such a confused state of mind, had disappeared completely. It had been nearly 2 whole years before he had seen the young boy again, and he had certainly changed. Dumbledore had found him very aggressive and with a deep hatred of himself. And cunning too. Somehow Harry had managed to free himself of bonds, fool even himself into thinking there was something wrong with him mentally, and escaped into the dark forest in the grounds of the school, where he promptly vanished without a trace again. It had been a very disturbing time when they had finally discovered a trace of the would-be savior of the wizarding world. Part of an arm, some fingers, and a lot of blood were found along with either werewolf or wolf tracks. Neither boded well. When, months later, there had been no sign on the boy in the Wizarding World or the Muggle world, the Muggle press had to be told of his assumed death. It had been a blessing in disguise when Remus Lupin ran into the small boy when he requested to go to Diagon Alley. How he had discovered the alley was beyond even him, but Dumbledore was thankful to know that he was still surviving even if they hadn't managed to return him to the Wizarding World. The next Dumbledore had heard of Harry had been at the sorting when his name was called out on the list. Only names of those who were present were called out, but when no one had stepped forward, he had finally accepted that he might have been dead or might never be discovered again. Then when a small boy, though looking nothing like Harry in everything but their eyes, had been called forward, he knew there was something, even if he didn't know what, going on at the sorting. He took the liberty of learning the names of every new student each year and so was very disconcerted when one he did not recognize was called out. The year started without any further hiccups, but he kept a close eye on Jeremy Hart-White. He was unsocial and even seemed to go out of his way at times to ward off friendship. It had hardly seemed possible at Halloween when, due to some counteracting ingredients in the pain-relieving potion Severus gave the boy, he turned out to be Harry Potter. He had been uncooperative to say the least. All the time he stubbornly stuck to his beliefs that his aunt had told him naught but the truth. What bothered Dumbledore, however, were the gloves the boy wore. Since part of his arm and several fingers had been found in the forest, it intrigued him to know how the boy still functioned, unless he had help from a wizard. It would have been easy for a wizard to remedy the situation for him and create him artificial fingers, but what wizard would have helped Harry Potter and not mentioned it? Only one who had ulterior motives, surely, which meant that he might be indebted to the wrong sort of wizard. Other than that, he had been nothing but glad to have Harry back where he belonged despite the need to show him the truth, but that would take time. Other than the time he had almost drowned the youngest Weasley boy in the lake, Harry had not behaved too inappropriately. Until now. The path Harry appeared to be on was both unnerving and frightening. If he turned out at the end of his years of school to be a dark wizard or even a follower of Voldemort's, then in short the Wizarding World was doomed. No, he would have to make the boy have a change of heart, and preferably before the situation got even further out of hand than it already was. Somehow he knew that he would have to come up with a suitable punishment for the boy, and detentions and housepoints had no effect whatsoever. He was not even sure that Harry understood what housepoints were. It was too much to hope that the event would not reach the ears of the majority of Hogwarts. Ronald Weasley would already have informed his brothers, and they would inform the remaining pupils, and together the whole population of the school would find out within a day. Maybe a day and a half. To not have any control over events swirling all around him was a feeling Dumbledore had rarely felt before, and he wished to remedy it. Harry let his head fall back against the tree behind him while closing his eyes, immediately regretting the action. There was a small bump that had grown from his earlier encounter with a tree, throbbed painfully. Once again he had escaped to the forbidden forest. This time, however, he was completely willing to let the dark trees refuse to let him leave, and he had no inclination to do so. As long as he was in the vast maze of trees and undergrowth, Harry was certain no one could find him if he chose not to. Eventually he would have to return to the school, he knew, but for the moment Harry was perfectly content to hide beneath the branches of the large oak behind him and think about all that he had done already in the day, though it was still morning. For some reason, unthinkable even to himself, he felt he ought to have done something to prevent Sir from punishing the Weasel Twits. He didn't even like them, and, for all he knew, they might have come to as much harm even if Sir hadn't intervened. There was no way to tell. He still felt guilty though. Hatred smothered the guilt, however. Hatred for Dumbledore, for the school, for Snape, for Sir. Harry did not like that he had been used. It was exactly what Aunt Petunia had warned him Dumbledore would do in her last words before she died, though it was so long ago now that he was struggling to remember exactly what she had told him. Sir certainly was an enigma. He taught Harry, helped him, occasionally, when he needed it, shared his ambition for revenge on Dumbledore, but yet he still managed to betray his trust. Should he still accept lessons from him? This was the next problem for Harry. Did he truly feel comfortable learning from someone who so uncaringly attacked others? No, was the answer he decided upon, but if Sir thought Harry was against him, he might take control over him indefinitely or turn Harry's own powers against him as a punishment. No, the best thing would be to keep in Sir's good books no matter how he felt until he could reach a solution to the problem. Sir might even turn out to be a decent person, given the chance. Only time would tell. The enticing forest around him was eerily quiet. Only a few birds overhead made any noise other than the soft rustle of the wind through the leaves. It was oddly peaceful for a dark forest that harbored dangerous creatures like the one that had made him lose his arm. Harry peeled off his gloves and inspected said arm. The dark wood was the same as the day he had gotten it, but now it no longer looked foreign there. The fingers and joints moved exactly like a normal arm, and if he hadn't known it was wooden he might never have noticed the difference. The wood reflected the light slightly with a shimmer of gold. Harry blinked in surprise, but when he looked back at it, the shimmer was gone and the arm was plain wood once more. Harry sighed and got up from his seat at the base of the tree. Perhaps his strange lack of normal sleeping hours was finally catching up with him. Nevertheless, it was time he returned to the castle and face the punishment that was no doubt awaiting him. It had only taken one step into the entrance hall for Harry to be accosted by Dumbledore. Barely a word after that and he found himself being whisked away to the headmaster's office where, no doubt, they would discuss his punishment for the Weasley affair. Surely enough, that is what Dumbledore intended. "Tell me, Harry," he replied whilst looking over the tops of his half-moon spectacles in a much calmer voice than he had used earlier. "What is it that made you attack the Weasley boys?" Harry frowned at him. Hadn't he already answered that? I already told you. They was. No, you misunderstand me. I wish to know, what is it that made you use those particular spells for that particular purpose? Such things are not thought of innocently on the spur of the moment. Dumbledore was gazing at him intently as though trying to see through him. No doubt if Harry met his eyes he would. "Sir," was the answer that first came to mind, but this seemed rather inappropriate and definitely not the one Dumbledore was looking for. But what could he say? Nothing had made him use the spells Sir did. He did not research and plot evil uses for everyday spells. He did not sit and contemplate various means of torture. So what could he say? He supposed he could say he had read it in some book or other, but then Dumbledore would want to know which book and he would be drawn a blank again. I don't really know, he decided upon at last after a few moments' pause. "I don't know many spells, so odd just though. Boo, the best way to use the ones I did know. That would have to do, and if the old coot wasn't satisfied then so be it." For a moment the old man looked pensive sitting behind his large desk. He frowned as if considering something, but this too passed within a moment. "The best way to use it, Harry. The best things in life hurt no others, my boy." Harry twitched in annoyance at the use of "my boy" again. "I cannot say that I am not concerned about you. Your use of the spells suggests a cruel and vindictive pleasure was gained whilst using them, and this worries me. You see, I have seen an incident so eerily similar to what has occurred here today that I am puzzled deeply. Once before, I have seen a boy, not much older than yourself, use those exact spells for the same use." Harry refrained himself from gasping in surprise. Could it be? Could Sir have been that boy? It was too much of a coincidence to say he wasn't. Maybe it hadn't been thought of on the spot, this time. For all Sir had lectured him about using spells creatively in a duel, he had already used the spells in the exact same way before. Dumbledore had paused, gauging his reaction. Well, he was not about to interrupt. Perhaps if he remained silent he would be told more about the boy who had done the same as him. If he asked, however, it might appear that he was wanting to follow in the boy's footsteps whatever they had been or had contact with the boy. Sighing, Dumbledore continued. "The boy grew up with dark intentions and sadistic pleasures that were ultimately his downfall. He is long gone now, but you can see why I am concerned for the path you appear to be on." Long gone? Really? It seemed to Harry that the boy was not as gone as Dumbledore thought, but he was not to know that. He tried to open his mouth to ask, who was he? But found it cemented shut. Similarly he found he could not move, frozen in his chair. "I don't think so," Sir chuckled darkly into his mind. He wanted to growl at him. Nevertheless, continued the crazy man before him, oblivious to the fact that Harry was incapable of doing anything. Or maybe he wasn't oblivious. Maybe he found it easier to leave him as he was until he got what he wanted to accomplish. "There is the matter of your punishment. Surely you had some thought of the consequences of your actions. No matter who you are, I cannot permit this to go unpunished. I have thought long about what it should be in your absence, and I have come up with 3 options for you. The first is that you continue as you are, Jeremy Hart White, but your wand is confiscated. You will be returned it for brief periods in class when it is required, but this time shall be minimal. It appears you cannot be trusted with a wand without attacking a fellow student. In time, when you have proven yourself of good intentions and unlikely to attack another student again, you will be returned your wand. Attempting to grimace at the prospect of this punishment, Harry found himself still unable to move. Without a wand, he would be susceptible to attacks from others. Without a wand he would be unable to learn from Sir, though that might not be such a bad thing, and the crazy voice might have other ideas about what to do with his spare time. Without a wand, he would be unable to attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone and give it to the Centaur, finally freeing himself of all strings of debt. The second option is that I expel Jeremy and almost simultaneously find Harry Potter. You would be able to start again with a clean slate. No one would know of your wrongdoings and you would find yourself with few, if any, pupils aggressive towards you. You would be under close watch, certainly, from myself and other teachers, but I believe this to be understandable under the circumstances. If anything, this option only made him want to grimace more, but still he found himself unable. If he were Harry Potter again, everyone, including Granger, would be constantly pestering him, which was one of the reasons he had not wanted to reveal himself on Halloween. He did not want to be the savior of the wizarding world. The Dark Lord, whether he returned or not, was not his problem. Besides that, if people were attempting to be his friend, they could only get hurt through one manipulating person or another. Yes, by attacking the Weasley twins, he was keeping people safe from harm. The third and final option I have for you, Harry, is that you remove your gloves, tell me why you visited Sirius Black, a known murderer, in Azkaban, and you agree to allow me to decide where you go during future holidays. Dumbledore sat back and without warning Harry's jaw dropped. Forcefully. It appeared he could move it again. Not one of the options was really appealing, far from it. The third option seemed slightly bizarre too. Why on earth would Dumbledore want him to remove his gloves so badly? Of course, he was aware it wasn't part of the uniform, but surely it wasn't that important. Being forced to go where the manipulative coot wanted during the holidays was fairly easy to guess why it was wanted. Obviously Dumbledore did not want him to run away and vanish on him again. That left the matter of Sirius. Being the greatest headmaster Hogwarts had ever seen, Dumbledore should be able to surmise why he had gone to see Sirius. Wasn't it blatant that he had gone to tell him that he knew of his innocence? Ye already know why I went, taec Sirius though. How's a punishment? He asked after a few moments' thought. He was answered by a pensive look and, then it should not be hard to remind me. What do you wish your punishment to be? All 3 options were rather bad, but, he supposed, that was the point of a punishment. It wouldn't be wise for him to go wherever Dumbledore wanted during holidays, and removing his gloves would lead to awkward questions. Nymph would probably kill him too if he didn't return for summer as well. Besides that, he missed his life before Hogwarts. It was so much better without all these rules. If he gave up his wand he would be open and defenseless to all attacks, something many in the school would no doubt take advantage of. He would also have to prove himself trustworthy to get it back, and with his current record, Harry was not sure he ever would. Neither did he have a particular wish to become known as Harry Potter to the wizarding world. Questions, bothersome people, stares and danger not only for himself lay in that path. Why am I deciding? He eventually asked when he had all but reached a decision. Why didn't Dumbledore simply administer a punishment himself? I believe that this will be a good test of your character. I find you as much an enigma as ever, and this shall allow me to see better where your priorities lie. Other than which, I would not be able to deal you all 3 punishments, as it would be unfair to you, and could raise more than a few questions as to why I were punishing Harry Potter before he had even arrived at the school. Fair point. For the first time since Harry had met him or heard of him, the bearded madman was being reasonable, if you could call it that. That still left him with the decision of what his punishment was to be, however. Steeling himself, he hoped he was not making the wrong choice. Harry got to his feet and placed his wand on the desk before Dumbledore. For a fleeting instant he could have sworn a look of disappointment flashed across the man's face, though it was hard to tell without making eye contact. Harry had no wish to do that again anytime soon. An interesting choice, my boy. Harry twitched at the words again. Though he sincerely regretted his earlier outburst, nothing seemed to have come from it, and he was not about to remind Dumbledore of the fact. In time you may get your wand back, but for now, you may go. Oh, and Harry, he asked just as he had turned and almost reached the door. It would be best if you let Madame Pomfrey take a look at that nasty bump on your head. Well, that was a bit rich for him to call it a nasty bump, considering he had been the one to deliver it, but nevertheless Harry took his advice, however reluctantly he did so, and traipsed up to the hospital wing, forgetting until it was too late that this was where the Weasley twins had been sent. Madame Pomfrey had finished attending to the boys when Harry arrived, but she was not far off, making notes on a clipboard. The twins were lying in beds beside each other and were still looking rather worse for the wear, if cleaner. Their bodies were covered almost completely in bandages, including their foreheads, their feet suspended by more bandages in the air, the needles still firmly speared through them, and their breathing was coming in rough, uneven breaths. To make matters worse, Ron and Percy were sitting between the beds and glanced up as he came in. "What are you doing here, White?" Ron immediately asked, glaring at him. Harry returned the look in kind and with great effort to maintain a normal accent, which was hard considering the overwhelming urge to curse the boy, sneered, "Not that it's any of your business, but I'm here to see Madame Pomfrey." There was no point in lying to him, not when there was no other reason he could be in the hospital wing. Ron laughed and Percy merely looked at him like he was a piece of dirt on his shoe. "Get one of their own over on you, did they? Did Ickle White get hurt by the nasty boys?" the younger of the two asked. It took all the restraint Harry had not to pull his knife on him, without his wand as a weapon. "Actually, they didn't lay a finger on me. They were too busy screaming. Your precious Dumbledore was the one who attacked me. He was probably being careless with his words and they would certainly not help him prove himself trustworthy, but he didn't care." Ron annoyed him to no end and, to Harry's delight, was somewhat dumbfounded and speechless. "Nonsense." Madame Pomfrey bustled over to him, finally done with her notes. The headmaster would not attack a student. Harry didn't even bother to correct her, it would prove futile if he did. Instead he simply sent her a scathing look which she either ignored or missed. "What is the problem, Mr. White?" She directed him to a bed to sit on at the opposite side of the room after inspecting his head. The room certainly brought back memories. Coincidentally she had sent him to the same bed he had used on his first visit to the hospital wing. Then she bustled out of the room to get a potion. "You can't seriously be treating him after what he did to Fred and George, can you?" Ron called after her. Both Harry and Madame Pomfrey ignored him. "People like him don't deserve to be treated." The nurse returned with a vial of purple potion and instructions to down it all. Looking at it skeptically, Harry asked, "Isn't there another way? Other than potion, I mean." So far potions had not been having a good effect on him. They appeared to be always giving him that more than unpleasant feeling of suffocation and then altering his appearance, and he certainly did not want to revert back to Harry Potter in front of Ron. His green highlighted hair that had somehow remained even after renewing his original appearance potion was bad enough. "What's wrong, White? Is little Whitey afraid of the nasty potion?" Ron cooed again, mockingly. "Scared of something? Why don't you run home to your mummy?" "Oh, that's right, she hates you, doesn't she? Why else wouldn't she want you home for Christmas? Or maybe you don't have parents anymore, you probably killed them all. That's what you do, isn't it, White? Try and get rid of everyone you don't like. Probably killed all your relatives too." "Yeah, that makes sense, I can see it in your face. You got all your relatives killed and it was all your fault. All you're worthless, pathetic, what are you doing?" Ron had gone too far. A nerve had been more than touched within Harry when Ron had started insulting his parents and suggesting he killed them. "Ah, but it was your fault they died. If it wasn't for you they'd still be alive," a snide voice at the back of his mind told him. He pushed the thought away angrily. It wasn't his fault. It was Dumbledore's. Dumbledore was the one that had gotten them killed. In his anger, Harry had dropped the vial of potion to the floor where it shattered, drawn a knife that had been strapped to his arm, an old habit, crossed the room in a few strides and was holding the knife with its point pressed at Ron's throat. Percy and Madame Pomfrey had their wands out and were aiming them at him. "If ye were worth a little more, Weasel, I might actually use this," Harry ground out, teeth clenched. But you're not. Ye know nothing of me, weasel, and, it would be in best interests if ye held tongue. Wah, I did tae brothers was just fair show, say anything to me ever again and, I'll show ye wah, I can really do. By this point Ron was paler than the walls of the hospital wing, his freckles standing out horribly. Lowering the knife, Harry turned to walk out of the wing. A little pain in his head was not worth it. He was stopped at the door, however, when Madame Pomfrey spoke. I'm afraid I will have to take that knife from you, she said, albeit somewhat tentatively. Glaring at her, Harry said, I'd like to see you try, and without further ado proceeded to storm away from the wing. The rest of the Christmas holidays passed relatively peacefully for Harry. Sir had not spoken to him since his punishment had been administered, most likely because he was in a bad mood with him, and the Weasley twins had still not been let out of the hospital wing. For this reason, the Gryffindor Tower was usually very quiet as Ron and Percy spent most of their time foisting their enjoyable company upon the two. This did leave Harry with very little to do, however, and ended up spending most of his time reading books in the library on anything that came to mind. Occasionally he took trips into the forest despite the risk of not coming out and the fact that it was forbidden. It called to him as alluringly as it had his first time in the hospital wing, and if it were up to him, he would probably spend more of his time there, but Dumbledore would probably stick his meddling nose in it if he realized what Harry had been doing. On Christmas Day, he had been surprised, though not unpleasantly so, to find that Nymph had somehow sent him a present. He had sent her one too, of course, a holder for a dagger that he had transfigured that wouldn't let anyone but her remove the knife. Nymph had gotten him a pair of black lace-up boots. She had noticed that his were becoming increasingly worn and old. At the foot of Ron's bed, there was a small, though marginally bigger than Harry's, pile of his own wrapped presents. When the other boy awoke, he immediately delved into the pile and began tearing off paper, sending it flying left, right and center, only pausing for a moment to glance at Harry, who was sitting on the floor beside his bed reading his book on potions. For a moment it had looked like Ron was going to make some snide remark about his lack of presents, not that Harry minded it, but when he saw Harry's knife lying beside him, he shut his mouth with a snap and continued to ignore him. The rest of the day had passed pretty much like any other for Harry. Ron and Percy spent the day celebrating with Fred and George, who had finally awoken, and so he was not disturbed by them. The Great Hall had been garishly decorated with 12 huge trees, tinsel and baubles. He had sneered up at Dumbledore and the few remaining teachers before eating his meager dinner and leaving with another sneer. There was no need to be polite now, he reasoned. Sir was not talking to him and thus could not threaten to not teach him, and Harry felt that if he didn't express his dislike for the school and its inhabitants, he might explode. All too soon the holidays were over and the rest of the castle's inhabitants were returning. It was on this day that the twins were being released from the hospital wing too, so Harry did not doubt that the whole school would soon enough know what he had done to them, as he had ordered. Harry conveniently made himself scarce in the hidden room where he normally would have been learning spells. Fred and George sank into two stuffy armchairs in the common room with identical size. Percy and Ron were perched on the edges of their seats, tense, as if fearing that any moment they would collapse. An irritated look was all that it took for their brothers to slink back into their own armchairs. "Where's White?" George asked, when no one spoke. "Oh, you needn't worry about him," Percy replied, pompous as usual. "He never comes here during the day. Too right, if you ask me. Besides, I hardly think he will try attacking anyone again anytime soon. Dumbledore would have him expelled." Fred shared a glance with George. They knew this wasn't so. If they didn't tell the student body what had occurred down by the lake, they were sure White, no, Harry Potter, wouldn't hesitate to pull his wand on them. It was all a bit confusing for them. After all, why would Harry Potter want the whole school to know that he attacked them? Why would he want to remain disguised, for that matter? The way he had looked at them, spoke to them, it had been so cold, so evil. He was the savior of the wizarding world, but then, how could he have done that to them? It was almost as if he wanted you-know-whose position for himself. "What did Dumbledore do to punish him?" asked Fred. "Dunno, but it can't have been light. He hasn't pulled his wand on anyone since," Ron said, shrugging dismissively. "What exactly happened down there, anyway? I mean, why'd he do it?" To be perfectly honest, the entire affair was a tad blurry to the twins. They recalled the spells he had cast perfectly. The pain in their feet whenever they walked reminded the twins of them. Afterwards, however, when they had flickered into consciousness at the sound of Potter's howler, was all a bit vague. They recalled hearing Ron's voice. That had been why they screamed. They had been sure Ron would get help and he did. Vaguely they remembered Dumbledore, being angrier than they had ever seen him, throwing him against a tree after he had kicked them for calling him Harry Potter, in a strange accent that they had never heard from him before, even when he had been trying to curse them into oblivion. Apparently he wished his true identity to remain hidden. "We'll tell you later," Fred answered before George took over. "We don't want to have to tell it too many times." Right on cue, the portrait guarding the entrance to the tower swung open and admitted the rest of the Gryffindor pupils. It would seem that the Hogwarts Express had been early and they were returning to spend some time in the common room before going to the welcome back feast. The students poured in, clambering for the best seats, and were talking animatedly. It was only when the last pupil, their friend Lee Jordan, entered did anyone notice the bandages that the twins still wore. "What happened to you?" he asked in surprise. "White did," Ron growled. Immediately the entire common room fell silent and all attention swung to them. Without further ado, they told their tale of what had happened. How they had followed White to find out where he always went. They did not think that he would appreciate it if they told the entire common room that they had been trying to prove that he was Harry Potter, how he had confronted them through their disillusionment charms right up to hearing his howler, though they claimed they could not hear any definite details, and Dumbledore being incredibly angry with him. At the end of their tale, the common room erupted into angry mutters about him. Most were fearful though. Obviously they had thought that the incident when Ron had been dunked in the lake was the worst he could do. How wrong they were. Fred and George were not really sure what to do about Potter now. Sure, they were intimidated by him, maybe even a little scared, but they could not find themselves hating the boy that had defeated the Dark Lord. Who could? Sure, everyone around them hated him, but they didn't know who he truly was. They would not run scared at the sight of him, and not just because they were currently incapable of running, no. If he was on the path to being a Dark Lord himself, they would try and stop him. As crazy as it sounded, even to them, they wanted to befriend the boy who had almost killed them. Harry had lost track of time in his reading and thus was slightly late going down to the Great Hall for the welcome back feast. He arrived just as the last few students were taking their places at their house tables, and at his appearance in the doorway, a great hush fell over the hall and every eye turned to look at him. Some in fear, some in hatred, some passive but most glaring. He returned their looks in kind with a glare of his own. "What are you looking at?" He took a seat at the very end of the Gryffindor table, closest to the door and furthest away from the teacher's table, and the pupils sitting nearest him scuttled away as much as they could. Murmurs replaced the hush, no doubt about him. Vaguely he wondered how the Weasley twins had managed to tell everyone so quickly. Harry knew that he was slipping, and that a little of his real accent was sliding through his facade, but, though he tried to hide it, he found that he couldn't really be bothered doing too great a job of it. What difference did it really make now, anyway? The people who might have guessed who he was from it already knew. He doubted any of the teachers other than the 4 who knew would be able to even guess at who he really was. The low murmurs circulating about him quietened again when Dumbledore rose gracefully to his feet. "Welcome back to a new term at Hogwarts," he announced as if this were the most important thing in the world. "I hope you all had a very Merry Christmas. I know we at Hogwarts did." Harry snorted and, at the other end of the table, he thought the Weasley twins did the same. "I am sure many of you have noticed that 2 of our members have injured themselves, and I ask you not to pester them about it if they do now wish to answer questions." This time he sneered. It was a bit late now to tell them not to ask questions after they all knew. Apparently they thought so too, as they were rolling their eyes. Someone at one of the other tables even went as far as to shout, "We have a right to know if we might be attacked." And of course this set off other similar shouts. Dumbledore didn't appear to be doing anything to stop them either, as mob mentality took over. "Say it to my face." Somehow he found himself on his feet, the goblet he had been calmly drinking out of thrust to the ground in anger. Somewhere amid the throng of shouts he had heard one that had stated that he had only attacked the Weasley twins for pleasure, and for some reason it had struck a nerve. He really was getting rather testy these days. When Harry realized that the hall had fallen silent again and that no one knew to which shout he was referring to, He decided to give up on the hopes of eating his dinner, no matter how little he ate, in peace. Since he was unable to tell who exactly had shouted the particular comment, he settled for merely voicing his thoughts in general. "You're all pathetic, you know that. Can't even say something to me face. Cowards. Every last one of ye. I hate you people. I hate this school and I hate you." The very last comment directed at Dumbledore, and Harry was sure that he knew it even if no one else did. Muttering angrily to himself, Harry stormed out of the Great Hall, paying no heed to the chatter that immediately sprung up in his wake or the small fire that appeared to have begun burning spontaneously at the Gryffindor table. He swept through the long corridors of the castle, paying no real mind to where he was headed. Why hadn't Dumbledore tried to stop the murmurs or shouts? Much as he hated the man, Harry knew that he did have a certain sway over the students, and that if he had asked for quiet they would have been tripping over each other to obey. So why hadn't he? The crazy old man probably thought that he would become ashamed by the shouts and amend his ways. Crazy was definitely the best word to describe him. Sometimes Harry found himself wondering why he had ever come to the prison that was Hogwarts. He didn't like the school, the students or the teachers, and no one certainly liked him. He needed to learn magic, he knew that. How would he take revenge on Dumbledore for all that he had done if he couldn't even cast a simple spell? Still, perhaps there was another school he could go to. Not in Britain certainly, he'd have heard if there were another school besides Hogwarts, but there had to be schools abroad. Where else would all the foreign witches and wizards be educated in magic? There were none at Hogwarts. No, he wouldn't be able to go to one of them. There would be a language barrier for one, and Dumbledore would be sure to hunt him down and no doubt wreak havoc on wherever he decided to inhabit. Harry would not put more people in danger than was necessary. And there was that horse guy, Jacques, and that infernal debt Harry owed him. His wandering halted when he realized where he was. The corridor was dusty and particularly old-looking. None of the torches were lit, casting a deep shadow over every suit of armor and stone statue. There were no windows or portraits in this corridor. It was the forbidden one on the third floor. Annoyed with himself, Harry turned on heel and strode away from the corridor. There was no point in being there now. Perhaps if he still had his wand he might have considered just going for it and getting the Philosopher's Stone, but now that his wand had been confiscated and he was defenseless, it didn't really seem that sensible to walk in on a three-headed dog. Absent-mindedly, he wondered how he would get the stone now. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the dark figure walking around the same corner as he until he had walked right into him. Oomph! Harry glanced up at the figure and saw, to his surprise, that it was Snape. Well, Potter, not breaking rules again. 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape was looming over him now with contempt plainly written on his face. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize walkin' in the corridors was a crime." "Well, I'll be sure not to do that again," replied Harry with equal contempt, sarcasm oozing off his tongue. Snape always annoyed him to no end. Snape's hand twitched as if wishing it could go for his wand. After that, "Courageous, seen you pulled at the feast. I find it hard to believe you would loiter so close to the forbidden corridor without a reason." 5 points from Gryffindor for your cheek. You are just as arrogant as your pathetic father. At liaison, not a greasy, snot-nosed, overgrown bat of a professor who has pick on children make himself feel big just because. Arg. Harry's tirade, which in his opinion was pleasant considering some of the things he was thinking at that moment about his professor, was cut short when the overgrown bat in question drew his wand and sent him flying into the wall behind him. Black dots swam before his eyes as pain shot through his body. "Learn to pick your battles, Potter. Like I said, just like your good-for-nothing father. As for me, you know nothing of me." Now he was livid, it appeared. Interesting. Struggling not to pass out, Harry, being the stubborn person that he was, replied, "I'll get ye for de 1, Snivelus." "Oh really?" Snape's condescending tone cut through his pounding head like a knife. "And how would you be doing that? I highly doubt that you will go to Dumbledore given your great relationship with the headmaster." "Ye'll see." The greasy-haired potions master took that as his cue and left Harry, in pain, still slumped against the wall. And he would get him back, too. The only question was how. Obviously he would need his wand. It was increasingly difficult to take revenge without the aid of his wand. "If you put these stupid notions of right and wrong aside, boy, I will teach you wandless magic." That would aid you greatly, would it not? Besides, you cannot carry on as defenseless as you are. Think carefully. Remember though, the enemy of your enemy is your ally. Harry thought over that. Sir did have a point, much as he loathed to admit it. Sooner or later word would get out that he did not have access to his wand, and when that time came he was sure that there were many students who would not mind taking advantage of the situation and attacking him. Sure, Sir might be just as bad as Dumbledore in some ways, but maybe Harry could tolerate him. At least until he had fulfilled his purpose. His mind made up, he replied with a simple, "Okay," and that left him with only one question in his mind. Why was Snape at the third-floor corridor when everyone else was at the feast? Finding himself in considerable pain and with very little energy with which to move himself, Harry simply stumbled his way to the hidden room in which he practiced magic before collapsing to the ground and passing out from exhaustion. True, he could have gone to the Gryffindor Tower or the hospital wing, but not only would it be hard to avoid awkward questions, it would also leave him open for attack by anyone who bore a grudge against him, and these days there was certainly a lot of them. There was no point trying to tell anyone about Snape. The overgrown bat had a point when he had said Harry would not go to Dumbledore. The old coot wouldn't do anything anyway. His fellow students wouldn't care what Snape did to him, they would only be envious that he had gotten there first. He could tell another teacher, he had mused before collapsing, but what could they do? Most likely they wouldn't even believe him. No, it was better that he extract his own revenge on Snape without others meddling. What had the bat been doing, clearly heading in the direction of the third-floor corridor while everyone else was conveniently distracted with the feast anyway? The forbidden third-floor corridor. For certain he hadn't been going to give Harry a moral-boosting chat, it had been pure chance that they had met. So what had he been doing? It seemed improbable to Harry that he had been planning on stealing the stone. Besides the obvious attraction of turning objects to gold and producing the elixir of life, the stone had no use for him. Dumbledore would know if he had stolen it and would get it back. Unless he knew Harry had to steal the stone. The thought was chilling. If Snape knew that he wanted the stone, for whatever reason, he would surely tell Dumbledore. But if that were the case, he would have done so already. He hadn't. Maybe he had no proof, maybe Dumbledore would not believe him, just as he had not believed Snape when he had informed him that White was Harry Potter, or maybe, Snape wanted the glory for stopping him single-handedly. The thought that Snape knew he wanted the stone seemed more and more probable and likely with every second lingered on it. Whatever the reason, Snape was sure to be a thorn in his side. When Harry awoke in the room, as he had so brilliantly christened it, it took him a moment to blink away the disorientation that he felt. After it had gone, he felt only pain and stiffness in his limbs and muscles. It seemed like everywhere hurt. His head, his arm, his real one, that is, his legs, everywhere. With a groan he sat up and leaned his back against the wall. Luckily for you, Snape's blast created a cut to the back of your head which had not yet begun to heal. Sir sounded decidedly smug. Harry reached up to feel the back of his scalp and found that there was indeed a large cut there. I'm gonna kill that. Wait, what do you mean, luckily? Not in his wildest thoughts could he see how an injury to the back of the head was in any way fortunate. Now I won't have to injure you myself. If Sir had a physical body that Harry could stare at incredulously, he would have been. He settled for the wall instead. What? He finally asked when he decided that he could not fathom the reasoning behind this without assistance. I intend to begin your lessons on wandless magic today. If you are to learn under me, again, then you will work hard and follow my advice without question. I believe that the best place to start would be healing, as it is perhaps the most beneficial to your situation. Whilst defense is advisable to learn, you cannot possibly block every single spell made against your person, and eventually you will let one slip by your defenses. When this occurs, if you can heal yourself quickly, it is of no consequence. If you cannot heal yourself quickly, however, then one simple spell can be your undoing. Why didn't ye say it in the first place? Really, there had been no need for the confusion, especially this early in the morning. At least, Harry assumed it was early morning. In a room with no windows and artificial light, it was rather hard to tell. I rather thought it was obvious, impudent boy. If simple things like that escape your comprehension, then I wonder that I teach you at all. If that was obvious, Harry would hate to see subtle. Why am I learnin' TAE heal on myself? If he were learning to heal on some other party, like Weasel's rat, then if anything went wrong it wouldn't matter because even if he failed to rectify the mistake, there would be someone else who could. If he learned to heal on himself, however, he might be rendered incapable of fixing a mistake or finding someone who could. Harry voiced these thoughts. Well, you had best not make a mistake then, hadn't you? Well, that was that then. Harry sighed. And Sir thought he was reckless and unthinking. Do you know why a wand is of assistance when casting spells? Because they're special. Harry asked, maybe a bit too hopefully. To be honest, he had no clue. Who did? Evidently Sir. The voice that occupied the space that was his head sighed. Make yourself comfortable, boy, this could take some time for you to comprehend. A wand, in itself, is not capable of casting magical spells. It is simply a tool. If a muggle were to pick up a wand, nothing would happen. I know better than to ask you why this is. When a wizard or witch casts a spell, the magic does not come from within them. Magic does not reside within a human being, wizarding or not. Wizards simply channel magic from the earth's core. Their strength depends solely on how much magic they are capable of channeling. Wands aid this process by creating a link between the earth and the wizard, making it easier to channel magic with less effort. Several millennia ago, wizards did not use wands, but since then they have grown lazy. Without having to establish the link between the earth's magic and themselves, wizards found it easier to channel more magic even if it still required considerable effort to channel to their full potential. The wand has two key components. I don't suppose you could tell me what they are. You suppose correctly. I thought as much. The wand's key components are the wood and the core. The wood is especially beneficial to creating the link between the earth and wizard because, surprisingly enough, it comes from trees which are plants of and in the earth. The particular wood in a wand is related to a wizard in many ways, such as the length being directly proportional to the height of the wizard, but I shall not bore you with each and every relation. The core, too, is related to the wizard, though again I shall not go into detail, which I do not think would be relevant to this lesson. The core's main function, being from a magical creature or object, is to direct the connection with the earth to magic. It's as simple as that. Without a wand doing this for you, you will have to create a link to the earth's magic on your own, which requires considerable focus and determination. This is why wandless magic is so much more difficult than spells with a wand. Most of what Sir had just related to Harry seemed utterly pointless and overcomplicated. Wouldn't it have been easier to just tell him that wands made a connection to the earth's magic that wizards channeled from, and that without one he would have to make the connection on his own? Really, Sir did tend to ramble when he became enthused in a topic. He had almost interrupted Sir, which would not have gone down well, several times when he thought he was going to go into detail about relations, but thankfully he hadn't needed to. Harry had probably just wasted several moments of his life by just listening to him. In a moment of particular daring, Harry voiced his responded with a sting of magic that felt suspiciously like a slap upside the head. What had he gotten himself into? Again. Surprisingly, despite the long-winded explanation that followed on how to do it, Harry managed to channel some magic wandlessly after only 32 attempts, Sir had counted. He was just feeling proud of himself, as it obviously meant he had good focus and determination when Sir had burst his bubble as he remembered his wooden arm. He had then claimed that the arm made the connection to the earth almost entirely for him, and that it was not difficult to then direct the connection to magic when he was residing inside one of the most magical places in Britain, Hogwarts Castle. Harry had then been told this was cheating and that they would never know how much he was able to do wandlessly because of it. Nevertheless, Harry still felt somewhat proud of his achievement to clot the blood around his cut. That was all that he had been able to do, but Sir assured him that this was indeed very impressive, or would have been without the added assistance, especially for one so young. Harry had gone down to breakfast, his weariness and cause for it forgotten, in a decidedly cheerful mood. When he had seen the faces at the Gryffindor table, however, he had faltered, his mood wavering. Every face present at the table was glaring at him, along with many from the other tables. Deciding to ignore them, Harry tried not to let their hostile stares and speculative mutters bother him, but soon he became fed up with them and stormed out of the Great Hall after eating his meager breakfast. He would have thought that he would regain a normal appetite with so much food constantly on offer to him, but apparently not. Old habits died hard. The Weasley twins had not been present in the Great Hall, for which Harry was glad. He was not sure he would be able to look them in the eye or endure their constant stares with them knowing who he was. It was one of Granger's factors that always made being around her uncomfortable as well as irritating. Slowly Harry made his way down to the dungeons for double potions with the Slytherins. There was lots of time for him to get there, having cut breakfast short, and there wasn't a chance in hell that he was going to be early for one of Snape's lessons. 5 minutes to go and Harry was still a couple of corridors away. He was just idly wondering how Snape would look with a goatee when a hand grabbed him from behind, covering his mouth, and yanked him into a hidden alcove. In a flash he had freed himself from the hand, flicked his knife to his own and spun around, fully prepared to dodge should any spells come his way. "Jumpy, White," drawled Malfoy with a raised eyebrow towards the knife that was pointing at him threateningly. It was just Malfoy. Harry lowered the knife but did not put it away. It was always better to be prepared, just in case. "You would be too," he replied, cautiously. It seemed a little suspicious that a supposedly evil Slytherin would arrange so efficiently to meet him where there were no witnesses. No one to hear pleas for help. Not that Harry would ever plea for help, of course. He was perfectly able to take care of himself, but that could have been Malfoy's intention. "What do you want? You know, White, after that incident on Halloween, I didn't think you had it in you," Malfoy continued to drawl, ignoring the question completely. "I thought you'd gone soft. You're just so full of surprises. First you put Weasley in a coma, a tribute to society if you ask me." Harry was tempted to point that no one had asked him, but decided to let him continue to see where he was going. "But then you saved that Granger girl from that troll instead of letting her get smashed to pieces, which really would have been an improvement, and now you take on both the Weasley twins single-handedly and not only disarm them, oh no, you beat them to a pulp." Malfoy stopped talking and simply looked at Harry as if gauging his reaction to his own deeds. Silence fell between them. "Do you have a point?" he asked at last when it appeared that Malfoy was, indeed, just going to stand there. "I was just musing, White, that you might have the right idea. You've been giving that Weasley family what they deserved all along. It's disgraceful, a pure-blooded family sympathizing with the other sort and with no money to speak of. I'm willing to accept that troll incident is a mere oversight on your part. A mistake, if you will." Again he fell silent. "Seriously, are ye goin' somewhere with this? Some of us have potions that started a boo 5 minutes ago, now. My point, White, is that my offer still stands. You need allies. Even you must see that. Especially now. Especially now. What was so important now that wasn't before?" Maybe Malfoy meant now that everyone hated him so much, but hadn't they felt a certain animosity towards him for some time now? Perhaps he meant now that everyone knew what he was capable of. "What do you mean, especially now? What's so special about now?" The bee-owned-haired boy smirked. "Now that you no longer have access to your wand, of course. Dumbledore so very helpfully announced it after you left the feast," he added after seeing Harry's surprised look. "If everyone knew that he was defenseless, then it wouldn't be long before someone with less peaceful intentions than Malfoy found him alone. With his great progress, or lack thereof, in wandless magic, he would have to be extra careful where he went. No doubt Weasley in particular would be attempting to take advantage of the situation, most likely before the day was out. That only left one thing for Harry to think about. Should he take Malfoy's offer? Sure, Malfoy would be in danger from Dumbledore, but the way he acted he already was, and if he wasn't, soon would be. It would be awkward, yes, not least because they were in two rival houses. Malfoy believed that only wizards with all wizard blood were really important, and Harry didn't agree with that at all. After all, his mother was Muggle-born and he had lived in the Muggle world for most of his short life and found nothing wrong with non-magical people. "Remember what I told you." And of course Sir would decide to add his input into the confusion with another ridiculous comment. Sir said many things. How on earth was Harry supposed to pinpoint the exact occasion he meant? As if reading his thoughts, Sir quoted himself. "The enemy of your enemy is your ally." True, Malfoy was certainly the enemy of his enemy, but what if the enemy of his enemy was also his enemy? That would be a triangle of enemies right there, which was rather excessive. "Why do you want TAEB, allies, anyway?" Malfoy rolled his eyes. "You know, for a smart guy, you're pretty ignorant sometimes. Think on it, White. You're a powerful ally. I'm a powerful ally. Think of the things we can both do when we're separate. Think of the things we could do if we were united. So that was it, was it? Power. He should have thought of that. It was always power with these wizarding people. Either way, Harry could not reach a definite decision. Besides, Snape was probably getting annoyed. I'll think on it. Smirking, as if this in itself were some great achievement, Malfoy replied smoothly, do that, but do not keep me waiting too long, White. I am anxious for a decision. Harry nodded and the two set off for the potions classroom, now sufficiently late that Snape would be twitching in annoyance. Indeed, when they entered the classroom, drawing the attention of every other person in the room who were all chopping ingredients fervently, or hacking in Longbottom's case, Snape was livid. Detention, White. He barked immediately, not even waiting for an explanation that Harry had yet to come up with. He frowned. Detention. What about the agreement with Dumbledore? Or maybe Snape felt he was able to break it since Harry had done the same, willingly or not. I thought I wasn't getting detention, he pointed out rudely anyway. You thought wrong. Take your seats. And of course Snape would very nicely ignore the fact that one of his own Slytherins had also come in late. Surprisingly, Malfoy pointed this out. You haven't given me detention. Harry was not the only one confused by this. All over the room were faint gasps and frowns. Even Snape was surprised enough for his angry sneer to melt into a look of surprise. I had assumed, Mr. Malfoy, that you would have a good reason for your absence. I was talking to White, sir. Harry's frown deepened. What was Malfoy playing at? Not only was he talking back to Snape, which, though slightly less sincere for a Slytherin than any other house, was still almost like signing your own death warrant, he was asking for a detention. Malfoy always did things for a reason, most of the time for an advantage, but even Snape appeared to be at a loss for what this was. Being incapable of not giving him a detention now, Snape had to acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. Detention for you two then, Mr. Malfoy. Well, he addressed the rest of the class who were staring in wonder. What are you all looking around for? Back to your potions. The detention Harry ended up serving was, remarkably, to be held in the Forbidden Forest. Not that he had any particular qualms about entering the forest, only the possibility that the forest would not allow him to leave again. It did make him wonder slightly if this had been Snape's intention. To his dismay, it was not only he and Malfoy, though he could still not quite work out why the B.O.N. had demanded the detention, who would be punished in this manner. The Weasley twins were also serving a detention after letting off a dung bomb in celebration for regaining the use of their feet properly. And so it was with a depressant atmosphere that the four boys were led down the front lawn on Hogwarts, to serve their detentions earned for whatever reason, by the caretaker Argus Filch. The last few rays of the sun were shrinking behind the horizon, but there was still light from the stars and, Harry gulped when he saw it, full moon. It was not that he had anything against werewolves per se, but it had been in the Forbidden Forest that he had been attacked by a rabid wolf, or had it been a werewolf, and lost his arm. He fingered it subconsciously through his robes. Hagrid met them with his large boarhound Fang and a crossbow on the outskirts of the forest and took over from Filch, dismissing him with a wave. I'll be back at dawn for what's left of them, Filch said nastily, and he turned and started back towards the castle, his lamp bobbing away in the darkness. I'm not going into the forest, Malfoy said, and Harry was surprised to hear that there was a hint of panic in his voice. He glanced at the Weasley twins and was even more surprised to see that there was fear written on their faces too. Yea, or if ye want ter stay at Hogwarts, Hagrid said fiercely. Y'ave done wrong and, now y'ave got ter pay fair it. But Hagrid, whined Fred, or was it George? Wasn't it in the forest that Harry Potter? The twins both glanced at Harry, almost fearfully. He was gleeful to see. Was killed by a werewolf. Finished the other twin. There was that word, werewolf, again. Maybe it had been a werewolf that attacked him rather than a normal wolf. The thought made Harry even more thankful towards Jacques for amputating his arm and replacing it with a wooden one. It had most likely stopped him from becoming a werewolf himself. Yes, well, Hagrid said uncomfortably. We don't know that he actually died in here, only that he were injured somewhat bad. From what we could tell, he'd a lived if he found help quickly. We only found some blood and a couple o' fingers, nothing life-threatening and no body. The twins shared a puzzled look, then glanced at Harry again. Malfoy was looking ready to flee. How do you know he's not a werewolf then? It'd take some real quick action or the dark arts to stop him being one, Harry said snidely, well aware of the effect this would have. As he had expected, everyone present turned to stare at him, the Weasleys half fearful, half curious, Hagrid sternly and Malfoy calculatingly. Inside he was laughing hysterically. Enough o' that, Hagrid said as sternly as his stare. We don't know nothin' aboo, it so there'd be no point worrying over it. We got a task ter do, so listen carefully cause it's dangerous what we're gonna do tonight and I don't want no one talkin' risks. Follow me over here a moment. He led them to the very edge of the forest. Holding his lamp up high he pointed down a narrow, winding earth track that disappeared into the thick black trees. A light breeze lifted their hair as they looked into the forest. Look there, said Hagrid. See that stuff shinin' on the ground? Silvery stuff. That's unicorn blood. There's a unicorn in here been hurt badly by Summit. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. We're gonna try and find the poor thing. We might have ter put it out of its misery. And what if we'd ever hurt the unicorn finds us first? Asked Malfoy, unable to keep the fear out of his voice. There's nothin' that lives in the forest that'll hurt ye if with me or Fang, said Hagrid. And keep ter the path. Right, now we're gonna split into two parties and follow the trail in different directions. There's blood all over the place, it must have been staggerin' around since last night at least. I want Fang, Malfoy said quickly, looking at Fang's long teeth. All right, but I warn ye, he's a coward. So Draco, Fang and Hagrid looked at the other three. Fred'll go one way. No, there's no use complainin' aboo it, George. The two of ye'll probably cause more trouble if together. Me, Jeremy and George'll go the other way. Now, if any of us finds the unicorn, we'll send up green sparks, right? And, if anyone gets in trouble, send up red sparks and we'll all come and find ye, so be careful. I'll be needin' me wand, then, Harry said, fighting to keep a grin off his face. So far he had not had a class that required him to use his wand and so had not been reunited with it since he had given it to Dumbledore. He was desperate to feel it between his fingers again, he couldn't explain it but his wand gave him a sense of completeness. Amazingly, no one had taken advantage of the situation yet, although he thought Ron had been about to try but McGonagall had happened to walk along the corridor at that precise moment. Professor Dumbledore told me. Here ye go then, but I've also been told ter tell ye that not to do anything not supposed to with it or ye'll not be gettin' it back again. Hagrid held out his wand and he took it with a small smile. We goin' then? He asked eagerly. Still there was that pull of the forest and he was keen to enter its trees again, to feel the peace that always accompanied him when he was in there. The forest felt more like his home than anywhere else since his aunt had died. The forest was black and silent, as always. Just before the sky was blocked completely from view by the thick hanging of branches and leaves, Harry said, "Ooh, look. A full moon." And he had to struggle hard to keep himself from bursting out in laughter at the sight of Malfoy and the Weasley twins' terrified faces. The Weasley twins looked fearfully at him and relaxed only slightly when he did not turn into a werewolf before their eyes. The path split into two and the group separated. Harry wasn't bothered though, the forest always, well nearly always, had a calming effect on him. Apparently he was the only one, however. Hagrid was looking very worried and George even more so. He dropped behind the other two a little, not wishing to have to endure their company too much. Being around the Weasley twins made him distinctly uneasy. Every time he looked at one of them he kept seeing their faces, charred and burned, blood oozing from their bodies and needles protruding out of their feet. It was not a nice reminder of what he had done but had no control over. Every now and then a sliver of moonlight evaded the branches above and illuminated a patch of the silver unicorn blood. What had been harming the unicorns? He had read about them briefly under Sir's orders and knew that they powerful, incredibly fast, creatures. It was not easy to harm one and only someone who had nothing to lose would do so. The blood of a unicorn could keep you alive if you were an inch from death but slaying something pure and defenseless to save yourself would give you only half a life, a cursed one at that, from the moment the blood touched your lips. Harry hoped that it was a creature that was hurting the unicorns and not a person. You would have to be even more twisted and desperate than Sir to hurt one. It had only been 5 minutes since the two groups had parted ways when a red beam of light was shot into the air. Though this was not the intended signal as sparks were, Hagrid set off towards the place it had come from at a run, only pausing briefly to order them not to move. "Do you think they're okay?" George asked worriedly. Evidently he was worried about his brother rather than Malfoy. Harry frowned at him. Why was he asking him? "Why should I care?" he asked coldly. George looked at him in surprise, then seemed to remember who he was and turned away. A few minutes of silence passed and still Hagrid had not returned. "You're not a werewolf, are you?" Weasley twin number 1 asked tentatively. Harry snorted derisively. "Do I look like I'm a werewolf?" "I suppose not." Silence fell between the two again. "Me and Fred, well, we want you to know, we understand why you did it and, well, we have no hard feelings." A very coherent thought came to Harry at that exact moment in time. What the hell? And why exactly is it did it? This would be interesting. There was not a chance in hell or earth that the Weaseltwits knew the real reason why he had attacked them, but nevertheless it might be entertaining to find out why they thought he had done it. Because you couldn't risk us finding out who you were, right? Now there was an even bigger tone of uncertainty in his voice. Harry laughed coldly, but only for show. If the Weasleys wanted to patch things up with him, as it were, they would be put into considerable danger if he let them. Dumbledore would no doubt try and manipulate them to get to him and probably wouldn't be beyond putting them in danger if he felt like it, not that they weren't already in danger of that. Not to mention that crazy Dark Lord guy that had killed his parents. And then there was Sir. Who knew what he would do if he were friends with them? Heck, if he was friends with them, even Malfoy would probably try and attack them. It was for the best that they hated him, wasn't it? "You understand nothing. Ye think I'd go to all that trouble to keep ye from findin' out. There are much easier ways to do it." He tried to keep his voice as harsh as he could and the result was quite good. Before Weasley could reply, however, Hagrid reappeared, fuming, with Malfoy and Weasley twin number 2 in tow. Malfoy, it seemed, had attacked Weasley from behind to scare him, but Weasley twin number 2 had responded in kind. The beam of red they had seen had apparently been a stray spell. Neither had been seriously injured, fortunately, or was that unfortunately? Harry couldn't decide. "We'll be lucky to catch anything now, with the racket you two were making." "Right, we're chong in groups, the twins'll come with me, I don't trust ye two on her own. Jeremy, you and Fang go with this idiot." So Harry set off with Malfoy and Fang in the opposite direction from Hagrid and the twins, but as soon as they were out of sight he halted Malfoy. "Hang on a second." He then proceeded to howl like a wolf. From further up the path he heard the frightened yelps of the Weaseltwits. Chuckling he continued on their designated path. "What was that for?" asked Malfoy, his eyebrow raised. "Tae freaked them out." Malfoy seemed more at ease now than when they had been entering the forest and would not, it appeared, be content to walk in silence. "Why did you say those things about Harry Potter? Surely you don't really think the Wonder Boy would use the dark arts? What was it with people and asking strange questions in a dark forest late at night? Was it simply a strange question-provoking atmosphere? Or maybe it was something in the water? Well, why not? It's possible, innit? No one knows what happened to him, do they? Besides that, it annoyed those Weaseltwits even more. Malfoy's wand was not creating very much light, so Harry lit his own and couldn't help but wonder at how easy it was to cast the spell compared to his attempts at wandless magic. "I'm sure. Have you thought any more about my—" He fell silent, gaping ahead. Harry turned to look at what had surprised him so much that he was speechless. Something bright white was gleaming on the ground. It was the unicorn and it was dead. Along the path there had been splashes of blood on the roots of the trees that had gradually gotten thicker. It seemed the creature had been thrashing around in pain. Its long slender legs were stuck out at odd angles where it had fallen and its mane was spread pearly white on the dark leaves. It was oddly spellbinding. He had taken one step towards it when a slithering sound made him freeze where he stood. A bush on the edge of the clearing quivered and out of the shadows a hooded figure came crawling across the ground like some stalking beast. Harry, Malfoy and Fang stood transfixed. The cloaked figure reached the unicorn, lowered its head over the wound in the animal's side and began to drink its blood. Malfoy let out a terrible scream and bolted, Fang already leading the way. Cowards, Harry couldn't help but think despite the urge to do so himself, but he was frozen where he stood. The cloaked figure lifted its head and looked straight at Harry, unicorn blood dribbling down its front. It got to its feet and began to move towards him. Do not flee. Well, that was all very well for Sir to say. He wasn't the one being advanced upon by a crazy thing in a hood. Without warning, his scar burst into pain like he had never felt from it before. It felt like his forehead was on fire. He refused to fall to his knees despite the blinding pain, but he screwed up his eyes in an effort to bear it. When at last it passed and he opened his eyes, the figure was gone and a centaur was standing in its place. It was not Jacques, however. This one had a less golden appearance and was younger. He had white gold hair and a palomino body. The centaur had astonishingly blue eyes, like pale sapphires. The forest is not safe at this time, he said. Really? Harry replied, sarcasm oozing off his tongue. Did the centaur really think he was that naive? If it wasn't enough to see a thing drinking unicorn blood and then have it advancing on him, he had to have a patronizing centaur speak to him. But Harry saw an opportunity here, and was willing to use it. What do ye know of Jacques? Of the southern forest, he added as he remembered what the first centaur had told him when they met. Of the southern forest? The centaur asked incredulously. In this forest we do not separate ourselves in different herds. In other forests, yes, but no longer in this one. Other than that, no centaur would ever have the audacity to be named Jacques. What? Had the first centaur he had met lied to him then? Why not? Jacques the centaur is a centaur long past. He was famous for meddling against the stars. He was exiled for it. How is it that you know of him? Harry thought quickly. Obviously something was going on with the first centaur he had met, and he would rather not reveal too much until he knew what it was. Just something I heard once. Had the centaur lied to him? Had he given him a false name in order to hide the fact that he had helped him from other centaurs? Perhaps. Harry was sure he had not imagined the great beast with which he had conversed with twice. His arm was proof of that. How else would he have gotten it and been defended against the werewolf? Or maybe the centaur hadn't wanted Harry to know who he was. No matter what the creature's reason, he still left him with one question. Who was the centaur? Hagrid appeared, puffing, with the other 3 boys in tow. He immediately began to inspect the unicorn, shaking his head and muttering. The group made their way back to the castle in silence. Later that night, when he was alone in the room, Harry asked Sir why he had instructed him not to flee. If it had come to it, I would have defended you against the Cloaked One. The Cloaked One thinks he is powerful, but he is nothing compared to me. Harry had tried to glean more information from Sir that might lead to clues as to his identity, but his attempts had been futile. In the end, he accepted that he wouldn't be finding out any time soon and let it rest, though he did have more questions than answers again. One such question was, who was Jacques? If he wasn't, well, Jacques, the kind centaur who had helped a boy being attacked by a werewolf, then was he merely the centaur who felt need to lie to cover up any good act? Or maybe it was deeper than that. Maybe Jacques, Harry would always refer to him as such unless he found out his real identity, hid the fact that he helped him because others in his herd would exile him for going against the stars. Or maybe he hid his real identity because he did not want it to be known that he was making deals and requesting the Philosopher's Stone to be stolen for him. Yes, that sounded more like it. Early morning had Harry going outside to practice wandless magic. With no wounds to speak of that he could heal, Sir had given him 2 choices. Either he could harm himself, not an appealing thought, or he could practice by attempting to learn the same way he had with a wand. That is, learning very basic spells such as levitation. It had not taken much thought, or any at all, really, for Harry to choose the second option. Though he did not have a wand, he still needed to speak the incantation. Casting silent spells wandlessly would come later if he ever managed to succeed in casting most first-year spells. That day seemed nearly at Japan far, away. Even with his arm he still hadn't managed the basic healing spell he had attempted, though at least he had been able to do a little. Harry had only pushed open the great wooden door to the grounds, fully prepared for the pleasant sight of the wind swaying the grass in the early rays of the sun and the ever-alluring forest calling to him so temptingly, when he froze in shock. If he had his wand he would have dropped it. Hagrid's hut and the surrounding forest were ablaze in a raging fire. Half of the visible trees were alighted, and who knew how many behind them. Thick billows of ashen smoke curled upwards towards the heavens. Everything seemed to be cast into an amber light from the flames that licked the wooden leaves. It felt like part of Harry was being eaten by the flames along with each tree that was burning, it honestly did. Maybe it was because the forest was the only place he was ever truly at peace, or maybe it was because his arm was the wood of one of the trees, possibly one that was burning, but the trees had a place in his being and he felt very protective on them. It pained him a lot to see them burn so freely. As soon as the initial shock wore off, panic set in. The forest was on fire. And Hagrid's hut, he remembered as an afterthought. He didn't much care about the hut. The gamekeeper shouldn't live somewhere so flammable. But still, fire. Everyone was asleep. Harry had no wand and little magical ability to speak of, and he had no idea where to find someone who could in some way help prevent the fire from spreading. He was in quite a pickle. He could search the castle for a teacher, but who knew how many trees would fall victim in the time it took him to find one? What else could he do? The forest was burning. In a split moment he knew what to do and jumped into action. For years he had done accidental magic on will, well, not on will, but close to it with some effort. If he could apparate whilst falling off a building he could put out flames. And by Jove, he was going to do it. Running flat out towards the forest, he had never done anything of this magnitude, so he figured it was best to be at close quarters. Harry tried to focus his will, like he used to do. Go out, fire, go out. He closed his eyes. Please go out. He thought about snuffing out the fire with a huge gust of wind, with no oxygen. He still remembered a little from his Muggle school. Wind, put fire out. Rain, to dampen the trees to stop them catching fire again. Water, come, stop fire. If only the air would just eat the fire up, that would be easiest. Fire, go out. Go. The sound of the crackling fire lessened and Harry opened his eyes. The outer trees, and Hagrid's hut, had ceased to burn, but those behind seemed to burn stronger, as if to compensate. He found himself panting from the effort and energy it had taken, but he couldn't stop. There were so many trees on fire. Harry dashed into the forest till the trees that remained on fire started their ring of flames only a few meters in front of him. He closed his eyes and, panting heavily, tried to focus his will again. The sound of the flames eating their prey. Fire, go out. The smell of the burning wood. Air, eat fire. The flashes of color behind his eyelids. No more fire. The heat against his face. Out, fire, out. There were no birds here now. No more fire. Silence. Sweet, sweet silence. No burning, no smell, no dancing colors, no more fire. Harry opened his eyes and felt himself sway. He had done it. The fire was out. His relief was short-lived, however, as he promptly collapsed, all his energy and strength zapped from him and disappearing like the fire. Roaring. Something was roaring. There was a crackling sound and there was a strange scent in the air. The air felt thick, too. How odd. Harry blearily opened his eyes and took a deep breath. And promptly coughed as he inhaled black smoky air. All around him was fire, trees on fire, shrubbery on fire. Heck, he was the only thing not on fire. But that wasn't right. Hadn't he put out the fire? Yes, that was why he was currently lying on the ground with a tree root very uncomfortably poking him in the ribs. It explained his lack of energy, too. He felt weak and sluggish, but he knew he couldn't stay there, not if there was a seemingly regenerating fire that had chosen the forest as a good place to burn. He might not be that smart, but he knew that fire meant danger. Shakily he got to his feet, and struggled not to collapse again. The already dancing flames swayed dangerously. Covering his mouth with his sleeve to avoid inhaling the thick, putrid air, he started forwards, stumbling immediately. Thankfully, a shoot of adrenaline boosted his energy as a flaming tree trunk fell just inches in front of him. A step forwards and he would have been flattened like a pancake. Flattened and burnt like a pancake. Trees were burning on either side of him as he, stumbling over half-burnt roots more than once, slowly made his way out of the forest. He felt like he might fall asleep standing up if he stopped moving. This incentive, and the threat of being burnt to a crisp, kept him moving, slowly but surely. It seemed he had gone a lot further in than he had thought, but, he supposed, he had been running then and was focused on putting out the fire. Barely having enough energy to dodge around flaming trees or jump over chutes of fire, the thought of attempting to put the fire out again did not even enter Harry's mind. Eventually he came to the edge of the trees, but it wasn't the edge, was it? The walls of burning trees had stopped, but he was not at the edge of the forest. In front of his was 20 yards of trees, burnt black and leafless. They reeked of destruction. I should have known you would be involved, Potter. Harry blinked and looked to his left. Snape was there, wand out, attempting to douse the flames of the trees behind Harry with water. Looking around, he realized that there were other teachers, most of the teaching staff by the looks of it, also trying to douse the flames, but no one had noticed him, just Snape. Thought you'd be clever, did you? I suppose you thought you were being terribly courageous by setting the forest on fire. You won't be feeling so great when the headmaster gets his hands on you, Snape sneered, without even pausing in his firefighting. It was all Harry could do to stare at him, outraged, as Snape forced him backwards with magic and forced him to stay beside a corpse of a tree so he didn't do any more damage. He didn't even have energy to protest. He would do plenty of that later when the forest stopped its infernal burning. Really, he thought as he slumped to the ground, Snape had some nerve. Just because he had punched Malfoy, given Ron a concussion and stuck needles through the twins' feet, it must mean that he had set the Forbidden Forest on fire, never mind the fact that it was possibly his favorite place in the whole damned school. Hell, he had even put the thing out, much more effectively than the teachers were, he noted with glee. And then the bloody thing had regenerated itself. You didn't set the forest on fire, did you? He asked Sir suspiciously. To his relief, Sir sounded highly affronted. No, thank you very much, but my hobbies lie somewhere other than setting fires to trees. What would I have gained from it? Killing the body I currently inhabit would not be advisable. Just checking. So how did the fire start then? Either time. Magic was strange, but things didn't just spontaneously combust any more in the wizarding world than the Muggle one, right? He saw a bird flying above the trees in the distance with mild surprise. All the other birds had fled from the fire. It took the teachers a long time to successfully extinguish the fire completely. They kept having small fires rekindle after they had moved on. They did not seem to quite grasp the fact that if you left a couple of glowing splinters, the fire would start up again. Although at one point it had been amusing to watch Professor Flitwick dance about for a moment when his hat caught fire. I would not tell Dumbledore about your extinguishing of the fire the first time. He should not know of your talents. Before he could ask why, however, Dumbledore was walking towards him with Snape at his heels, looking furious, again. What, Mr. Potter, did you hope to achieve from this? Asked Dumbledore coldly once they had arrived. Glaring at his chin, Harry replied with sarcasm, "Oh, ye know me, I'll set things on fire. It's my favorite bloody pastime to set trees on fire and then sit in the bloody middle of it." Unfortunately, he was breathing heavily while he said it taking him a lot of effort to even fulfill the simple act of talking, and had to pause to cough a couple of times, which rather ruined the dramatics of it. There was no one besides you out here, Potter. It is obvious who the culprit is, so there is no point denying it. If he had more energy, Harry would have broken Snape's abnormally large nose. With some difficulty he got to his feet. "Ah, didn't set bloody forest on fire. Care to explain your sudden lack of your usual energy then, Mr. Potter?" Even without looking Dumbledore in the eye, Harry could tell he was looking at him over the tops of his half-moon spectacles in anger. "Ah, just escaped from a burnin' forest. Ah, think I'm entitled to be a little tired. Wasn't Dumbledore supposed to be the guy that gave people the benefit of the doubt and second chances?" It was a tad out of character for him to be so accusatory. Although, he thought bemusedly, by now he was probably on his fifth or sixth chance. In that case, what? Dumbledore began, but he was cut off by an inhuman screech from the air. Harry looked up and saw the bird he had seen circling over the tops of the forest before, but it wasn't a bird. It had wings, yes, but it was most definitely not a bird. It was black and its wings were spiny and huge compared to its skinny jet body. It had a long snout with wide nostrils, stubs of horns and bulging orange eyes. No, it was not a bird. It was a dragon. The dragon swooped down and landed before them. "Well, that's certainly interesting," mused Dumbledore, with a faint hint of amusement in his voice. Again, if he had the energy, he would have broken someone's nose. How could Dumbledore say it was interesting, when just a few moments ago he had been furious with Harry for starting the fire? Apparently the dragon thought Dumbledore was a bit off too, as it gave a cough and flames shot out of its snout and set his beard on fire. The flames not only caught Dumbledore's ridiculously long beard though, they also caught Snape's greasy hair. Snape immediately glowered at the creature and put his hair out, but it looked rather worse for the wear all the same. Harry struggled to contain his laughter, but Dumbledore was unfazed and let his beard burn freely. "Definitely crazy. Not to worry, he said pleasantly. My beard is fireproof just in case of such an occurrence." While Harry thought it was a little odd that Dumbledore took precautions against fire-breathing dragons, he did not comment on it. Instead he matched Snape's glower at the dragon with one of his own. "Still think I started the fire, Snivellus." Unfortunately Snape was saved from answering by the dragon as it gave another screech, leapt into the air, and flew towards a dark shadow emerging from the forest. Though the dragon was over waist height on Dumbledore, who was by no means short, it did not reach the waist of the figure. That meant it could only be one person. Hagrid. True enough, it was Hagrid, though when he reached them he was looking more than a little worse for the wear. His clothes were frayed and singed at the edges and had burnt patches at various intervals. His beard looked like it had been set on fire more than once with no charms to aid it. "Professor Dumbledore, sir, he didn't mean it. I was just letting him out for some exercise and he got away. Too long cooped up in me hut, but it wasn't his fault." Hagrid stopped his rambling when Dumbledore raised a hand to silence him. The fire in the headmaster's beard had died out. Hagrid, calm yourself. There is no harm done. No harm done. Headmaster, hundreds of trees were affected by the fire. Much as he disliked him, Harry was inclined to agree with Snape. How come with him it's no harm done, but when he thought it was me he were ready to eat me? For some reason this seemed to amuse the old coot. "I assure you, my boy, under no circumstance will I eat you." Forcing himself to remain at least somewhat calm, Harry said scathingly, "I didn't mean literally." After that the three adults mostly ignored Harry, though occasionally on Snape's part sending him glares. They discussed for a time what to do with the dragon, and eventually Hagrid was persuaded to send it to a dragon reserve in the south of Scotland so he could visit from time to time. The next thing they talked about over Harry's head was what they could do for the forest. He was outraged to hear their decision of planting new trees to replace the ones that had perished in the fire. The forest was a place of nature and you could not simply replace the trees. They were part of the forest and helped make it such. It should be left to its own devices and not interfered with by wizards. He had tried to leave several times during the discussions but had found himself unable. Either Snape's spell was still holding him there, Dumbledore had cast another, or Sir was preventing him for whatever reason. It was impossible to determine which. When they were finally done talking, and Hagrid had gone off to spend his last day with Norbert, as he had christened the dragon, and Snape and swept up to the school, Dumbledore suggested that Harry go to the hospital wing. With a little more rudeness than was strictly necessary, he refused. He had done magic like that before, though never of that magnitude, and knew all he needed was some sleep. Some badly needed sleep. Harry awoke suddenly and on instinct rolled off the bed and landed in a crouch. He had been so tired he had not even noticed the ridiculous softness of the bed and had fallen asleep before he had even laid fully down on it. Now, however, he was wide awake and did not miss the blue beam of light that he had narrowly avoided. In an instant there was a knife in his hand. "What the hell do ye think you're doin', Weasel?" Harry stood upright, glaring at the youngest Weasley, who was standing, wand outstretched, looking a tad dumbstruck. "Did ye think that just 'cause I don't have a wand, I'm defenseless? Think again, Weasley." By now the other boy was frozen in fear as Harry advanced on him brandishing his knife. He had to make sure the boy wouldn't attack him again. Who knew what would happen if he tried it again and succeeded? If he did something to ward Ron off, he would probably tell others and they too would not attack him. Repulsed and hating himself for what he was about to do, Harry took Ron's wand off him, which took surprisingly little effort. The boy really was frozen in fear, eyes never leaving the knife. Harry took hold of his neck firmly in one hand so he could not run if he tried, and raised the knife to his face. Slowly and carefully he cut his initials onto the boy's face, drawing blood immediately, one initial on each cheek. "Don't make me do worse, Weasley. You know I can." It did not take long for Weasley to inform the whole of Hogwarts of what had happened in the dormitory. In fact, by the time dinner came, which was only a few hours later, every pupil was looking at him with even more fear than they had been the previous day. "Well, Nearly every pupil. The Granger girl simply frowned at him, the twins in determination, though determination for what Harry couldn't guess, and Malfoy was looking at him with respect. Eating his dinner and dutifully ignoring the stares from students and teachers alike, Harry wondered when he had grown such a large conscience. Before he had come to Hogwarts he had not thought twice about dealing others injury. He had even drunk to it. Before he would have happily knifed someone in a fight, and even cheat by using magic if he was losing, but now he was feeling guilty about just cutting Ron. But this wasn't the streets. Yet it was remarkably similar. Unless you were liked by everyone you were bound to get into fights. It wasn't possible to be liked by everyone even if you wanted to be, so that meant that at one point in time everyone at Hogwarts got into a fight with someone. The only way to prevent being attacked in that case was to be feared. If all the Rons at Hogwarts were sufficiently scared of him he would be left in peace. Just like the streets. Harry was in the library after dinner reading a book on potions under Sir's orders when the first person dared to approach him. And it would have to be Granger. Is it true what they're saying? He looked at her. How was he supposed to know what they were saying when he so obviously didn't like to be around them? Depends what they're saying. To his annoyance she rolled her eyes and sat down beside him. People have been saying that over Christmas you lured the Weasley twins out onto the grounds where you would be hidden, then you maimed them. They said that you nailed their feet to the ground with needles. Oh, there's also a rumor that you're the one who set the forest on. I didn't set the forest on fire. Fire this morning. In Ron's face. Did you really give him those cuts? It's ghastly. Well, that was about the gist of what he had done, other than the fire, of course. When you said it all together like that it did sound rather fear-inspiring, for which he was glad. That's surprisingly accurate. Except for the forest, I didn't bloody set it on fire. She looked somewhat disappointed at his answer. But why? What to tell her? Obviously he couldn't tell her the truth. Sir would never allow that. He wanted rid of her though, she was becoming increasingly persistent in her attempts at friendship. She had no friends though she seemed a nice enough person, but Harry couldn't be the one to give her friendship. Only danger would come to her if she did. No, he needed to do something to dissuade her once and for all. Call her a mudblood. There is no greater insult for her than that. Well, Sir would know all about insults. Listen here, Granger. Audon, want friends here. Audon, like the people here in Audon, want to be her friend. People here can't keep their nose out of other people's business, you included. If all wanted friends, there are better people than filthy little mudbloods like you. That about did it. Granger's face crumpled as he spoke and her eyes filled with tears before she sprang to her feet and ran out of the library. Thankful that he had finally gotten rid of her, Harry went back to his reading. And was promptly interrupted again. You're full of surprises, White. Harry sighed. Hello, Malfoy. Oh yes, hello. You know, just when I thought I had figured you out you turn around and surprise me. Right now I'm inclined to believe that you just have people issues, he said silkily. People issues? Really? Well, it wasn't that surprising. Unless you could see into his head, Harry doubted anyone would really be able to guess his motives for doing things. So that meant only Sir would be able to tell why he did things. Did ye want something? Malfoy smirked. Always get straight to the point, don't you? I want an answer to my offer. I don't want to be your friend, that would be stupid beyond reason. I merely want to be your ally. We could be powerful together, you know that. It would mean that if the need ever arose, we could call on each other for support. What do you say? Okay. This answer would keep Malfoy from poking around in his affairs for a while, and who knew? Maybe it would come in handy sometime. Later that night when Harry was reading in the room instead of going to bed, sleeping off his exhaustion earlier made him wide awake now, Sir asked where he had learnt to do magic like the magic he had used against the fire. Well, I suppose I just kind of knew. When Dumbledore's goons attacked Aunt Petunia I did it fair the first time, and after that I just did it. Never did anything that big before though. Why was Sir asking? Shouldn't he have been happy that he had done magic without a wand? I have never seen magic done like that before, and I am by no means young. It went against the very laws of casting spells. Instead of channeling the Earth's magic through you, you extended your will and manipulated the magic already present in the atmosphere. It was interesting to witness. Days passed about as normally as was possible for a school of magic, and days turned to weeks and weeks turned to months. Harry progressed remarkably well in his wandless magic and could perform nearly all the first-year spells without his wand, though Sir still claimed he was cheating by having a wooden arm. No one attempted to attack him again, most avoided him with a wide berth. Dumbledore had not given him his wand back, despite not having done anything beyond sharing a few insults with Snape. All the teachers began loading tumultuous amounts of homework upon them in preparation for exams. The end of the year was fast approaching, and Harry had still not attempted to get the Philosopher's Stone. Time was running out. On the day that Harry had the last of his exams, all of which he found incredibly easy thanks to Sir's teachings, he overheard Ron talking to Professor McGonagall, sounding even more panicked than usual. Ron kept insisting to her that he wanted to see Dumbledore, but she was having none of it. "Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow, Mr. Weasley. I assure you, the Ministry of Magic is far more important than whatever it is you wish to discuss. I suggest you go outside and enjoy the sunshine." It was the perfect opportunity. With not long left till the end of term, there wouldn't come a better opportunity to try and get the stone. Dumbledore would be far away and unable to interfere. Harry was going through the trapdoor that night. That night, when the rest of the castle's occupants had gone to bed, Harry snuck out of the Gryffindor Tower using the map to make sure Filch and Mrs. Norris were nowhere in the immediate vicinity. It took him almost no time at all to reach the third-floor corridor with the help of some secret passageways the map showed him. Wiping the map blank, he approached the door at the end of the corridor with caution, drawing the wizarding wireless network, which seemed remarkably like a radio, out of his robes as he went. To Harry's immense surprise and confusion, the door was ajar. He doubted anyone would leave it open on purpose. The threat of the large three-headed dog escaping would see to that. That meant someone had left it open by accident. Had someone, Hagrid, perhaps, been checking on the dog and forgotten to close the door completely? Or had someone already gone through in hopes of getting the stone? Not wasting any more time pondering the unexplainable, he turned on the WWN and turned it to the most lulling tune he could find. He put it inside the door, waited a few seconds, and then followed it. The massive dog was swaying slightly, its growls ceasing, and it fell to the ground in a deep slumber. Strangely enough, there was a harp lying at its feet, as if someone had attempted to put it asleep already. Harry moved swiftly over to the trapdoor, not wasting any time just in case the dog did wake up, and pulled it open by its ring. It swung upwards as it opened and left a hole of the deepest black in its place. He frowned into the abyss. There was no way he was jumping into a hole with no idea of what awaited him below. It would be foolish beyond reason. Concentrating hard, he pulled off his right-hand glove and said, "Lumos." A ball of light appeared in his hand and, with a large force of will, he sent it down into the hole. Some distance below was a mess of large green vines and tendrils. As soon as the light hit the plant, however, the long creepers crept away from it towards the damp walls. Harry snorted derisively. It was Devil's Snare, a plant which would twist its vines around you and kill you through suffocation. So far Dumbledore wasn't doing a very good job of protecting his stone. Dumbledore is a fool. If you can get past his traps, anyone can. Harry rolled his eyes and jumped into the hole, taking his ball of light with him. He landed with a thud on the hard ground but suffered no more than a few bruises. Had the Devil's Snare been left in place, the landing would have been much softer. There was only one exit from the room, was down a dark stone passageway, so that was where he went. The Devil's Snare that had tried to escape from the light, shrunk away from him when he got near. It was eerily silent, and the only sound other than his footsteps was a steady dripping of water from the ceiling onto the floor. One such drop found its way down his back and he shivered. It was icy cold. At the end of the passageway was a brightly lit chamber with a ceiling that arched high above him. Harry relinquished his hold on the ball of light and it vanished instantly. Fluttering all about the ceiling were small, jewel-bright birds, and at the opposite end of the chamber was a heavy wooden door. Frowning again, Harry considered this. No doubt it would not be as simple as crossing the room and opening the door. No matter how crazy Dumbledore was, even he wouldn't make it that easy. He looked at the birds again, watching them glittering against the light. Wait, glittering. Of course. They were keys, which meant he would have to catch the one that fit the door. Harry's attention was drawn to a couple of broomsticks that were stationed in the corner and he groaned. He hated heights. Nevertheless, he mounted a broom and took off into the air, snatching and grabbing at nearby keys, but none of them fit the door. You could always freeze them so they would be easier to catch. Harry blinked. That would make it a bit too easy, so naturally there would be spells warding against it. You would be surprised how often wizards will overcomplicate matters. Immobilis. Surprisingly enough, it worked and the keys froze midair. From his vantage point in the middle of the ceiling, Harry saw that one key had its left wing bent at a funny angle, as if someone had caught it before. He grabbed it from the air and hurriedly descended to earth. Sure enough, it fit the door perfectly and Harry entered the next room. The chamber was so dark at first that Harry couldn't see anything at all, but the moment he stepped forwards, light flooded it to reveal an astonishing sight. In front of him was a giant chessboard with equally giant pieces. He was standing behind the black chessmen that seemed to be carved from stone. He blinked. Surely not. Hesitantly, Harry put his hand on one of the black pieces and jumped as the bishop he had touched sprung to life. Don, have Tae play Tae get through Dua. The bishop nodded. Do I have to win? The bishop nodded again. Harry groaned. Why did it have to be chess? Why couldn't it have been drafts? At least he understood how to play drafts, even if he was no good at it. 1. Luck for you, boy, I happen to be an excellent chess player. Harry blinked in wonder. Why would anyone voluntarily play chess for fun? Now, take the place of the king. I may have to sacrifice pieces and I have no wish for you to be one of them. It would hamper your efforts at getting the stone, somewhat. The king is the last piece taken even if we were going to lose, which we are not. It turned out Sir was good at chess and it took them very little time at all to win. As Harry ordered the last piece to corner the White King into checkmate on Sir's orders, the king took off his crown and threw it to the ground. The game had been very vicious, exactly like real wizard's chess. When a piece was taken, it was dismantled by the opposing color. It made him very thankful indeed that Sir had made him the king. And that, boy, is a perfect example of Patzer's attack. If ye say so, Harry muttered. He had not had the slightest idea of what Sir was talking about as he ordered pieces about in what he said was a Bogo Indian opening. He made his way to the door and the chessmen bowed out of the way, leaving the way clear. As he reached the door at the end of another passageway, a disgusting, yet familiar, smell filled his nostrils. In front of him was a troll, even larger than the monstrosity he had saved Granger from on Halloween. This one, however, was already out cold with a bloody lump on its head, as if someone had already passed this way. Eager to get away from the foul-smelling beast, he quickly stepped over the enormous thing and entered the next chamber and sighed in annoyance as he saw he was not yet at the end of the futile attempts to prevent anyone getting the stone. As soon as Harry had stepped into the room and started towards the table where 7 bottles and piece of parchment were waiting, purple flames shot up in the doorway through which he had entered and black flames sprang up in the opposite doorway. He ignored the fires and read the piece of paper and promptly tossed it over his shoulder. The riddle that was written there was severely overcomplicated. Uncorking the bottles, he sniffed them until he had located the 2 nettle wines. Not only were they the only ones that smelt identical, Nymph had a phase where she was obsessed with the stuff, so he knew it well. It was simple to locate 2 of the poisons, then you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. That left the smallest bottle and 2 others of medium size compared to the rest. One of the medium-sized bottles stood at the end, so Harry knew this was not the one he was looking for, but if you would move onwards, neither is your friend. As it was different from the bottle at the other end, he knew it was not poison, different are those that stand at either end. That meant out of the 2 bottles he had left, one was poison, and since neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides, he knew the smallest bottle was what he was looking for. Harry took a swig from one of the nettle wines and then gulped down the smallest bottle's contents. There was barely a mouthful left in it, almost as if someone had drunk it before him, but it still felt like he was swallowing ice. He smashed the bottle against the ground and walked towards the black flames. He braced himself, saw the flames licking his body but couldn't feel them. For a moment he could see nothing but dark fire, then he was on the other side, in the last chamber. The room was large and empty, save 2 things. One was a large, magnificent mirror, taller than any man except perhaps Hagrid, with an ornate gold frame, standing on 2 feet. There was an inscription around the top. Verized straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. The other thing that stopped the room being completely empty was Quirrell, in all his garlic-smelling turbaned glory. Harry blinked. Quirrell was still there. He blinked again. "What the bloody hell are you doing here?" Quirrell smiled, his face devoid of its usual nervous twitch. "I wondered when I'd be meeting you here, Potter." It took Harry a moment to remember that Quirrell had been present on Halloween night when he had been revealed as Harry Potter. After that it took him another moment to realize that Quirrell had expected him to come. The harp, the key's bent wing, the knocked-out troll, the half-gone potion. It all connected, but why was Quirrell here? Of course, he must have been the one to suspect that Harry was going after the stone and have been only too eager to catch him, no doubt for the glory of having done so. "Ought have thought it would be Snape waitin' down here," Harry said, with blunt honesty. He was only saying something in an effort to distract Quirrell while he tried to figure out how to get the stone. "Severus." Quirrell laughed, and it wasn't his usual quivering treble, either, but cold and sharp. "Yes, Severus does seem the type, doesn't he? So useful to have him swooping around like an overgrown bat. Next to him, who would suspect poor street stuttering Professor Quirrell?" "Glad I'm not the only one who thinks he's bat-like," Harry replied absent-mindedly, mind whirring. "Ye didn't answer my first question. What are ye doin' here?" Again it was just meaningless words that came out of his mouth, but he was distracted by wondering what the strange mirror was. The professor faltered. "If you don't know what I'm doing down here, then why did you come? What would Quirrell's coming have to do with his coming? Unless Quirrell was after the stone too." Things just got a whole lot more complicated, Harry thought. "I was looking for the Tooth Fairy," he suggested, not a bit hopefully, but he needn't have wasted his breath. Quirrell appeared to have reached the same conclusion he had. The turbaned man laughed mockingly. "You want the stone? You? What could you want the stone for?" Harry frowned, somewhat petulantly, at being laughed at. "I could ask you the same thing. What gave Quirrell the right to control the conversation any more than he?" They had both gotten past all of Dumbledore's little tricks and were both after the same thing. It was just a matter of who managed to extract it from the mirror first. At least that's what Harry assumed had to be done. What else could the mirror be there for? "I, Potter, am acquiring it for someone else," Quirrell replied stonily. "Expelliarmus." From Harry's sleeve flew a knife, from his pocket another, and from his boot his last. Quirrell frowned in confusion. "Where's your wand, boy?" "Dumbledore still has it," Harry replied equally coldly and spitting out Dumbledore's name. Without warning, he cried, "Expelliarmus." Quirrell's wand flew from his hand. "Oh, well done, Potter. I must say, I'm impressed. You got down here with no wand. Quite a feat for a first year. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a stone to be getting." Quirrell turned to the mirror, leaving Harry standing there, bristling in annoyance at being brushed aside. "The mirror is the key to finding the stone," he murmured. "I see the stone, I'm presenting it to my master, but where is it? I don't understand. Is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it?" Harry, having no more idea what the mirror was used for than Quirrell, tried to edge to left to take a look in the mirror for himself. It would do no good to get into a fight at this point in time with Quirrell. The man was older than he and no doubt could do a lot more wandless magic than he could. "Your master?" he could not help but ask incredulously. "Who are you getting the stone for?" "A different person than you, Potter." Quirrell was not to be distracted, however. "What does this mirror do? How does it work? Help me, master." Harry took a step backwards and started gaping like a fish when, to his amazement, a voice answered from within Quirrell. Use the boy, use the boy." Quirrell rounded on Harry. "Yes, Potter, come here." He remained resolutely where he was. Why should I help you get the stone for yer master, when I need to get it for someone else?" "Let me speak to him," face to face the high voice from within Quirrell said. "Master, you are not strong enough. Not strong enough." What exactly was this master? As far as Harry could tell, there was no one in the room beside him and Quirrell. Suddenly he remembered, Sir. Could Quirrell be inhabiting his own bodiless spirit? "I have strength enough for this." Harry watched, still gaping like a fish in a barrel, as Quirrell reached up and unwound his turban from his head. As soon as the turban fell away, making Quirrell's head seem strangely small, he turned on the spot. Where the back of his head should have been, was another face. It was chalk white with glowing red eyes and slits for nostrils. "Harry Potter," it whispered. You look very different from when we last met. Harry blinked and forced his mouth to work. Have we met? Am pretty sure ought remember a face in the back of a guy's head. The face blinked slowly. Do you not recognize me? Do you not know who I am? He shook his head. Just to be sure there wasn't a face extending out the back of his own head because of Sir, he reached up and felt it. There was a perfectly normal back of a head. With a sigh of relief he answered the face. Well, you're not the Tooth Fairy. To his surprise the face seemed amused by this. I am. It cut off abruptly and its eyes darted wildly around as if looking for someone he could not see. Who? It began again only to cut off. The face nodded, which looked very strange considering it was the back of a head. Then it smiled. I believe we fight the same battle. What? Maybe it was talking about, what? Come again. I was not always like this, a mere shadow and vapor, only having a form when I can share another's body. Shocking, Harry muttered. Don't mock, you impudent boy. Dumbledore has forced me to become this. He tricked me into believing something was my downfall and it resulted in my becoming this. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past few weeks. You saw faithful Quirrell drinking it for me in the forest, and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own and exact my revenge on Dumbledore. I will only need to use it once, to create my own body, and after that you could deliver it to whoever you need to. Harry bit his lip in thought. It wasn't of his concern what happened to this other bodiless entity, but if it could help him take revenge on Dumbledore. There seemed to be a lot of people who wanted revenge or hated that old coot, but then again, it wasn't all that surprising considering what he was capable of. He would still be fulfilling his debt to Jacques, just slightly later than intended. Surely the centaur would not mind. Another thought struck Harry. If the stone could help the face create a body, then it could help create one for Sir too. He could be free of Sir. Okay. Bodiless spirit number 2 smiled. Excellent. You are wise beyond your years, boy. Now take a look in that mirror. Bracing himself, Harry stepped forwards towards the mirror with his eyes closed and opened them again. A swirl of images shone back at him, none discernible until finally the colors stopped spinning and it was only Harry left. Strangely, his reflection was not in the guise of Jeremy but was his true reflection. Mirror Harry smiled at him, reached into his pocket, pulled out a blood-red stone and put it back into his pocket, and as it did so, Harry felt something drop into his real pocket. He turned back to the back of Quirrell's head. Well done, Harry, said the face. It will take some time to make the elixir of life, so it would be best if you create a story to stop Dumbledore's suspicions from arousing. He will expect you to have fought me, so if you give me the stone, I will knock you unconscious so it appears you did not do so willingly. I will disappear for a short time so that Quirrell can make the elixir, then I shall return the stone to you. Harry frowned. No one had said anything about knocking him unconscious. And how was he to know that the face would keep his word and return the stone to him? It could easily run off with the stone. He speaks the truth, said Sir. Remember, I have ways to tell if someone is lying. I honor my debts, said that high-pitched voice. What was it? Read Harry Potter's Thoughts Day. I could never stand being indebted to someone. The voice didn't reassure Harry that much, but accompanied with Sir's input he was swayed. It would not benefit Sir to lie. If he did he would not be able to get a body of his own. He nodded and held out the stone. Quirrell turned around and took it from him, gasping as where their skin-touched blisters appeared on his hand. Quirrell seemed to ignore the pain it caused him, however. Goodbye for now, Harry Potter, came the voice from the back of Quirrell. Until we meet again. Quirrell's wand zoomed to his hand and with one sharp wave of it, Harry was blasted through the air and slammed into the wall behind him. He cried out in pain and the world quickly faded from consciousness and his vision went black. Just before he relinquished his hold on the world completely though, he could have sworn he heard someone call his name. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.